Chapter 1: If Ex-Girlfriend Awakens SSS-level Superpowers? The Era of Global Superpower Awakening. Zhangcheng No. 1 Senior High School, Awakening Hall. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed to be about to lift the ceiling off. Every young face was filled with excitement and desire, as if they could soar into the sky and become the best in the next second. In the center of the hall, a huge crystal ball emits a soft light, like a moon thrown casually on the ground. Next one, Class 7, Grade 3, Wang Tang. A young man with a spiky hairstyle like a super saiyan walked up with his head held high, and the 5 big words "I am a genius" were almost written on his face with a marker. He placed his hand on the crystal ball and exerted force suddenly, causing his veins to bulge. Buzz! The crystal ball burst into a dazzling red light shot straight into the sky. A line of large, gilded characters appeared in the air. Rating: a level. Ability: exploding fireball. The whole audience was boiling instantly. Holy crap! A rank! Master Wang is awesome. He starts with an A-level fire ability. He's the best of the best. Wang Tang felt the pleasure of being the center of attention, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He scanned the entire room with enjoyment, his eyes settling on a corner, full of provocation. There sat a young man, yawning boredly, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. The boy's name is Bai Yu, an ordinary time traveler. Next one, Senior 3, Class 3, Bai Yu. As the announcement sounded, everyone's attention was focused on Bai Yu. There is no way. Bai Yu used to be a very popular figure in the school. He came from a wealthy family and was extremely handsome. He was the dream lover of countless girls. However, a year ago, his family fell into poverty and he became taciturn and indistinguishable from the crowd. Now is the moment to decide whether he can turn things around. Amidst countless complicated gazes, Bai Yu slowly walked onto the stage and placed his hand on the crystal ball, his movements as casual as if he was going to the convenience store downstairs to buy a bottle of Coke. The whole audience was silent. Everyone held their breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Crystal ball, no FARC reaction. Just when everyone thought the machine was broken, the crystal ball trembled and lit up a white light so faint that it was almost negligible, like the last heartbeat of a patient in the ICU. A line of pitifully small gray fonts slowly emerged. Rating: E. Ability: paper airplane. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds. Puff. I don't know who lost control and laughed out loud first. Then, laughter erupted like a landslide or tsunami. Ha 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 ha. A paper airplane? An E-level supernatural paper airplane? What the hell is this? Is this for kindergarten arts and crafts class? I'm so ashamed of awakening a D-level power. What the hell is this E-level paper airplane? Is this the weakest superpower in history? Bai Yu? I thought he would make a big splash, but this is it? Just this? Wang Tang laughed so hard that he almost cried. He walked up to Bai Yu and patted his shoulder condescendingly, as if he was looking down on him. Bai Yu, I thought you were so awesome. Paper airplane? So, next time you fight a monster, are you planning to use a paper airplane to scratch its eyelids? Ha 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 ha. Facing the overwhelming ridicule, Bai Yu's face remained calm. He even felt like laughing. As a veteran online novel reader, he is very familiar with the classic plots where the protagonist is ridiculed at the beginning, such as the return of the Dragon King, the counterattack of the loser, and the face slapping of the system. Should a cheat code pop up next and say, "Ding! The host is detected to be taunted, and the God-level selection system is activated"? But it didn't. Bai Yu just raised his hand silently. Paper plane, the supernatural power is activated. Points of light gathered in the air, and an ordinary A4 paper appeared in his hand. As everyone watched in amusement, Bai Yu slowly and methodically folded the paper in half, unfolded it, and then folded it in half again. His movements were smooth and full of craftsmanship. Soon, a paper airplane with an extremely ordinary shape was completed. Wang Tang laughed even more happily. What? Are you starting to practice now? Do you need me to provide you with some scratch paper? I have plenty. Bai Yu ignored him, just held the paper airplane in his palm and blew gently in front of him. Then, he snapped his fingers. The paper airplane flew out wobbly, drawing an extremely ungraceful parabola in the air. The flight distance was no more than 3 meters, and then it crashed to the ground with its nose tilted. Ha 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 ha. Now, even the teacher in charge of the test couldn't help but turn his head away and shrug his shoulders. It's so miserable. This superpower is simply an insult to the word superpower. Wang Tang laughed so hard he couldn't straighten his back. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Baiyu, you might as well change your name to Bai Gay. This ability isn't even good enough to give me a bath. Baiyu withdrew his hand, put it in his pocket, and glanced at him lightly. My powers may not be very useful, but at least they're environmentally friendly, with zero emissions and no pollution. Your explosive fireballs, when fired, send PM 2.5 skyrocketing. It's pure environmental pollution. You have no sense of social responsibility at all, and your vision is petty. Wang Tang's laughter stopped abruptly and his face turned green. I'm telling you about the strength of superpowers, why are you talking to me about environmental protection? What the hell is this train of thought? You are an E-rank loser, what qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and the temperature of the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Next, Class 1, Senior 3, Lin Yushi. The noise in the audience disappeared instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the first row of VIP seats. A girl in a white dress slowly stood up. She had long black hair, skin as white as snow, and delicate features like God's most perfect work. She is the campus beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the top student in the grade all year round, and the monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, Lin Yushi. At the same time, she is also one of Baiyu's many ex-girlfriends. Lin Yushi walked onto the stage without even glancing at anyone, including Baiyu, who was standing on the stage, as if he was just a piece of air. She stretched out her slender white fingers and gently tapped the crystal ball. Boom! A brilliant ice blue beam of light that penetrated the sky and earth shot up into the sky, and the entire hall was dyed with a layer of dreamy colors. Countless ice crystals condensed in the air and slowly fell. The font above the crystal ball changed to an unprecedented, eye-piercing level SSS. Rating, SSS-level. Superpower, Frozen Throne. The entire place was silent, and everyone was so stunned by the terrifying pressure that they couldn't move. SSS-level. This is the highest rating ever received in the school's 100-year history. Oh my god. SSS-level. School Beauty Lin. No, from today on, it's God Lin. Too strong. This is the true daughter of destiny. Wang Tang's A-level explosive fireball was as ridiculous as a child's lighter in front of Lin Yushi's SSS-level frozen throne. He opened his mouth, unable to utter a word for a long time. Lin Yushi slowly withdrew her hand, an icy blue light lingering around her fingertips. She finally turned her head and looked at Baiyu. There was no expression on that beautiful face, like an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. One is SSS grade and the other is E grade. One heaven, one earth. The golden boy and girl of the past are now worlds apart. Everyone looked at Baiyu with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude, as if they were watching a huge joke. Baiyu just shrugged, turned around and walked off the stage. The ex-girlfriend who was dumped becomes a future big shot, while he himself becomes a loser. This script is indeed a bit sour. He just wanted to find a place quickly to study whether his paper airplane could be rescued. However, as soon as he stepped off the stage, he was blocked by a group of people. The leader was Wang Tang. Stop! You piece of trash! Wang Tang, accompanied by a few lackeys, blocked Baiyu's way with a sly grin on his face. Weren't you very talkative just now? You're still talking to me about the big picture? Are you worthy? An E-rank trash, seeing an A-rank boss like me, why don't you kneel down and kowtow? Baiyu stopped, feeling helpless. Why are there so many brainless villains like this? Can we try something new? A good dog stays out of the way, understand? How dare you call me a dog? Wang Tang was furious. Flames flashed on his body, and a scorching fireball condensed in his palm. Believe it or not, I will destroy you right now. Just then. What are you doing? A cold voice came. Lin Yushi had walked over without knowing when, and wherever she went, the air condensed into fine frost. The fireball in Wang Tang's palm shrank instantly. He looked at Lin Yushi and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Lin, it's nothing. I was just joking with Baiyu. Facing an SSS-level boss, Wang Tang didn't even dare to fart. Lin Yushi's eyes swept over him, and the coldness seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul. Roll. One word, without any emotion. Wang Tang was as if pardoned. He crawled away with his men, running faster than a rabbit. Bai Yu and Lin Yushi were the only ones left in the corridor. The atmosphere instantly became awkward and subtle. Thank you. Bai Yu was the first to break the silence. He didn't want to have to stare affectionately at his ex-girlfriend. Lin Yushi turned her back to him, her voice still cold. Don't get me wrong, I'm not helping you. She paused and slowly turned around. I just don't want to see people from our class bullying the trash from other classes. Bai Yu. Wow, I went from being the trash in our class to being the trash in other classes. There is nothing wrong with this logic. As expected of an SSS-level brain circuit, clear and thorough. Bai Yu clapped his hands expressionlessly. Thank you, squad leader Lin, for eliminating this evil for the people. Now, I, a piece of trash, will take my leave. After saying that, he turned and left. Stop. Lin Yushi's voice finally showed a hint of emotion. She took a few steps forward and stood in front of Bai Yu. The two were so close that Bai Yu could even smell the cool scent on her body, like the scent of a pine forest after snow. Bai Yu. Lin Yushi's lips moved, and her beautiful eyes, which once only reflected him, were now filled with complex emotions. There was resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of fragility that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Why did you abandon me a year ago? Here it comes. A classic life-threatening question. Bai Yu has a headache. What could he say? That I was actually a time traveler, that the Bai Yu you knew was gone, and that we weren't actually close? It is estimated that in the next second, he will be frozen on the spot by this SSS-level boss. Let the past be the past. Bai Yu chose the most scumbag and safest answer. Congratulations, Lin Yushi. With SSS-level superpowers, your future is limitless. He tried to get around her. But Lin Yushi stood in front of him and refused to let him go. The future? She suddenly smiled, a smile that held a touch of sadness and paranoia. Yes, my future is limitless. She suddenly took a step forward and almost stuck to Bai Yu. Cold fingertips gently stroked his cheek. But what's the point of a bright future without you? Her voice was soft, but it was like an ice pick, piercing Bai Yu's scalp and making it numb. Ayu, you become so weak now. An almost morbid look of joy appeared on Lin Yushi's face. But this is really nice. This way, you can never run away again. You can't go anywhere. You can only stay by my side and I will protect you. Ayu, this way, we can be together forever. Bai Yu's body froze instantly. Oh shit. This is not right. There's something wrong with this script. Where's that Tsundere, icy ex-girlfriend you promised me? How did she awaken an SSS-level ability, and also awaken her hidden Yandere attribute? He wanted to step back, but found that Lin Yushi's hand was grabbing his arm like an iron clamp. Lin Yushi, calm down. I'm calm. Lin Yushi's smile grew even brighter. I've never been so calm as I am now. I was too weak before, so I let you slip away. Now I won't do that. I have enough strength to keep you by my side forever. Bai Yu felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. At this moment of tense confrontation. Ding dong. The cell phone in Bai Yu's pocket rang at an inopportune time. He subconsciously took it out and took a look. It was a MMS message from an unfamiliar number. Click on it. The photo shows the close confrontation between him and Lin Yushi in the corridor just a few seconds ago. The shooting angle is a bird's eye view from above. And below the photo, there is a line of text. Are you playing house with your little sparrow? Don't forget who your real master is. The cage is ready for you. At the end of the text, there is a love symbol. Chapter 2: The End of the System. Bai Yu's body froze instantly. Oh shit. This is not right. There's something wrong with this script. Where's that Tsundere, icy ex-girlfriend you promised me? How did she awaken an SSS-level ability, and also awaken her hidden Yandere attribute? He wanted to step back, but found that Lin Yushi's hand was grabbing his arm like an iron clamp. Lin Yushi, calm down. I'm calm. Lin Yushi's smile grew even brighter. I've never been so calm as I am now. I was too weak before, so I let you slip away. Now I won't do that. I have enough strength to keep you by my side forever. Bai Yu felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. At this moment of tense confrontation, ding dong! The cell phone in Bayu's pocket rang at an inopportune time. He subconsciously took it out and took a look. It was a MMS message from an unfamiliar number. Click on it. The photo shows the close confrontation between him and Lin Yushi in the corridor just a few seconds ago. The shooting angle is a bird's eye view from above. And below the photo, there is a line of text. Are you playing house with your little sparrow? Don't forget who your real master is. The cage is ready for you. At the end of the text, there is a heart symbol. Bayu's scalp felt numb. This shooting angle. This tone. This heart symbol. He didn't need to guess who it was. Suli. Another ex-girlfriend of his. She is also the only one among the many ex-girlfriends he has dumped who can make him feel a little bit afraid. Lin Yushi awakened her SSS-level superpowers, and her Yandere attributes erupted, and she wanted to lock him by her side. And Suli. This aloof and cold daughter, because of love turning into hate, has become extremely Yandere. She thought about imprisoning him every day and sent him all kinds of weird text messages every day. Little sparrow, where have you flown to today? Are you attracting attention outside again? It doesn't matter. You will soon find out that no matter how big the sky is outside, it can't compare to the cage I built for you. Bayu has received countless text messages like this. He's used to it. But now, Suli actually sent the photo directly. And it is this kind of text that carries a strong sense of possessiveness. Lin Yushi's hand still held him tightly. Bayu felt like a little white rabbit being targeted by two tigresses. He took a deep breath and turned the phone screen towards Lin Yushi. Lin Yushi, take a look at this. Lin Yushi's expression changed instantly. Of course she saw the photo in which she and Bayu were almost stuck together. I also saw the glaring words. Little sparrow? Cage? For the first time, cracks appeared on Lin Yushi's icy face. It was a complex emotion mixed with anger, jealousy, and a hint of unwillingness. She suddenly let go of Bayu's arm, and a terrifying chill emanated from her body. The frost in the air suddenly became thicker, and the ground even began to freeze. Suli. Lin Yushi uttered the name with gritted teeth. Bayu took the opportunity to take 2 steps back and create some distance. He knew that Lin Yushi and Suli had never gotten along. These two people are both influential figures in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lin Yushi is the school beauty and academic genius, while Suli is the aloof rich girl. Although there was no overt conflict between the two, their secret rivalry never stopped. Especially Bayu, this scumbag, who once maintained an intimate relationship with both of them at the same time. Although he had traveled through time a year ago, he had tried his best to cut off contact with them. But obviously, they didn't let him go. Now, Lin Yushi has awakened the SSS-level superpowers, and Suli has also exposed her surveillance. Bayu felt that his future was dark. How can he, an E-level paper airplane, escape from the hands of these Yandere ex-girlfriends? Bayu. Lin Yushi turned around abruptly, staring at him intently. There was a hint of danger in those beautiful eyes, cold and cold. You and Suli are still in contact? No. Bayu immediately shook his head, his tone sincere. I swear, I blocked her a long time ago. This text message was sent by her unilaterally. One-sided? Lin Yushi sneered, the chill around her becoming even stronger. If you hadn't given her hope, would she have unilaterally sent you something like this? Bayu has a headache. How could he explain it? They say he is a time traveler, and the previous Bayu was a sea king, so that's why he attracted so many Yanderes? Lin Yushi's icy aura grew stronger, and the temperature around her plummeted. The people in the hall gradually dispersed, but there were still some students in the corridor. They felt this unusual chill and looked at us with curiosity and fear. Lin Yushi obviously didn't care about these. She took one step forward, and then another. Bayu took another step back. Ayu, tell me, are you trying to make me jealous in this way? Lin Yushi's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. I don't. Bayu was helpless. I know whether you have it or not. Lin Yushi stopped, an icy blue light dancing at her fingertips. But it doesn't matter. Suli wants to put you in a cage, but I won't let her succeed. I will let you know who your true destiny is. She had just finished speaking. Bang! A glass window at the end of the corridor suddenly shattered. A figure jumped in from the window. It was a girl in a black leather jacket, with a slender figure, long hair tied up high, and a translucent black mask, revealing only a pair of sharp and cold eyes. She was wearing a pair of black gloves, and her fingertips gleamed with metallic luster. As soon as she landed, she rushed towards Lin Yushi and Baiyu. The speed was extremely fast, bringing up a strong wind. It's Suli. A sharp-eyed student recognized her. Baiyu also recognized her instantly. Although her attire was different from usual, that cold aura and those eyes were familiar. It's Suli for sure. What superpower did she awaken? I didn't hear she awakened today. The students around exclaimed. Lin Yushi's expression grew even colder. Cold air burst out from her body, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed under her feet. Suli, how dare you break into the school? Suli didn't say anything. She just flashed and appeared in front of Baiyu in an instant. She stretched out her hand, trying to grab Baiyu. Lin Yushi reacted faster. She raised her hand and waved. An ice wall instantly rose up in front of Baiyu, blocking Suli's attack. Suli, I'm warning you, Baiyu is mine. Lin Yushi's voice was filled with anger. Suli snorted coldly. Her fingertips had a strong metallic luster. Bang! The ice wall was instantly pierced by her fingertips. Baiyu, come here. Suli's voice was cold and emotionless. Baiyu looked at the two of them. An SSS-level ice ability. An unknown person with some special ability, but it looks like he has extremely strong attack power. And they all have a morbid possessiveness towards him. He was just an E-level paper airplane, stuck in the middle. He was simply asking for death. You two, can you calm down for a moment? Baiyu tried to mediate. However, his words were completely ignored by them. Lin Yushi and Suli have entered combat mode. Frost and metallic luster collide in the corridor. The surrounding students were frightened and ran away in all directions. All of you get out of here. Lin Yushi roared coldly. Suli said nothing, but just kept attacking Baiyu, trying to take him away. Baiyu was affected by the aftermath of their fight and could only dodge in a panic. He looked at the paper airplane in his hand. E-level ability, paper airplane. What can I do? Throw it out and scratch their eyelids? Or fold it into paper airplanes and let them play house? He felt like he was going crazy. Just then. Bite. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Baiyu's mind. Baiyu was stunned. He thought it was hallucination. Bite. The mechanical voice sounded again. The host is detected to be in danger of death. Baiyu. System binding. 10%. 50%. 100%. Congratulations, host, the God-level selection system has been successfully bound. Baiyu's body shook violently. Golden finger. He has waited for so long, and the golden finger is finally here. He was almost moved to tears. Under the pressure of two Yandere ex-girlfriends, he finally got a lifeline. System, what functions do you have? Baiyu asked anxiously in his heart. This system is called the God-level selection system. When the host faces an important decision, an option will be triggered, and making a choice will earn rewards. Now releasing the first selection task. Option 1, let Lin Yushi and Suli fight over you, and one of them will take you away. Reward, obtain a random D-level superpower. Option 2, use the E-level ability, paper plane, to counterattack and attempt to escape. Reward, paper plane, ability upgrade. Baiyu looked at the two options in front of him. Let them fight over it? Then he would definitely be imprisoned. Although I can obtain D-level superpowers, what's the use? No matter how powerful a D-level ability is, can it be stronger than an SSS-level one? Can it be stronger than an unknown powerful ability? He doesn't want to be imprisoned. Besides, he is not the type to sit back and wait for death. Counterattack. Use the E-level ability, paper plane, to fight back. Although he didn't know how to fight back, he had to choose the second one. I choose option 2. Baiyu said firmly in his heart. Host selection successful. Mission, use the E-level ability, paper plane, to counterattack and attempt to escape. Reward, paper plane, ability promotion. Baiyu felt that something was changing in his body. He felt the fluctuation of the paper airplane power. Like something was unlocked. The battle between Lin Yushi and Su Li continues. Ice shards and shattered glass flew everywhere. Bai Yu took a deep breath and raised his hand. The light spots in the air gathered together, and an A4 paper appeared in his hand again. He folded it quickly, his movements more skillful than before. Soon, an ordinary paper airplane was completed again. Lin Yushi and Su Li both noticed his actions. Bai Yu, what are you doing? Lin Yushi asked coldly. Su Li also stopped attacking, as if wanting to see what tricks Bai Yu could come up with. Bai Yu held the paper airplane in his palm. He no longer breathed in casually like before, but instead injected his supernatural power into it. A faint but clear energy wave emanated from the paper airplane. Then he snapped his fingers. The paper plane instantly turned into a white stream of light, not heading forward, but flying straight towards the end of the corridor, towards the window that was smashed by Su Li. It was extremely fast, with a sound of breaking through the air. This is no ordinary paper airplane. This is a paper airplane that contains supernatural powers. Lin Yushi and Su Li both looked surprised. They didn't expect that Bai Yu's E-level ability would have such a change. The paper airplane flew out of the window and out of the school. Bai Yu seized the opportunity and rushed towards the window. Bai Yu, forget it. Lin Yushi roared, and an ice cone instantly condensed under Bai Yu's feet, trying to freeze him. Su Li also flashed and tried to intercept. However, Bai Yu's speed was faster than they imagined. He doesn't rely on his own speed. But he felt that the flying paper airplane seemed to have established a special connection with him. A suction force came from the paper airplane, pulling him. Is this the ability of paper airplane after its upgrade? He can actually fly with his own paper airplane? Bai Yu suddenly jumped up, and his whole body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and flew out of the broken window in an instant. Bai Yu! Lin Yushi and Su Li exclaimed at the same time. They didn't expect Bai Yu to escape in this way. Bai Yu rolled in the air and landed steadily on the grass outside the school. The paper airplane circled in the air and then flew straight back into Bai Yu's hand. He held the paper airplane and felt that it was tougher and more agile than before. Paper plane superpower promoted. Although he didn't know what specific promotion he had received, at least he could temporarily escape from the clutches of his two Yandere ex-girlfriends. Bai Yu glanced at the window and saw the angry and shocked faces of Lin Yushi and Su Li. He grinned. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and ran. He had to find a place where no one was around and study his new ability carefully. At the same time, I also have to think about how to deal with these two SSS-level Yandere ex-girlfriends with mysterious superpowers. His journey to awakening his superpowers starts so excitingly. Bai Yu felt that his life had just begun. Chapter 3, E-level waste? No, E-level cheat. Bai Yu ran out of the school gates in one breath. The wind howled, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. But he didn't stop, rushing straight into a secluded alley. Only after he was sure there were no pursuers behind him did he lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Hoo-hoo! He wiped the sweat from his forehead. That scene was more thrilling than a movie. Two SSS-level psychics, fighting in the hallway for a piece of E-level trash like him. This treatment was unparalleled. He looked down at his phone. The MMS message from Su Li was still on the screen. In the photo, Lin Yushi's cold fingertips were practically touching his face, and the words, "The cage is ready for you," exuded a chilling sense of possessiveness. Bai Yu shuddered. He knew this was just the beginning. Su Li and Lin Yushi, his two Yandere ex-girlfriends, would definitely find ways to find him in the future. How could he, an E-level paper airplane, survive between them? Bite. In my mind, that mechanical voice sounded again. Host, congratulations on successfully completing the selection task. Reward, paper plane, ability promotion. Bai Yu's spirits lifted. He had almost forgotten about this. The golden finger, this was his real support. System, what has my paper airplane ability been upgraded to? Bai Yu asked in his heart. Host, your E-level ability, paper plane, has been upgraded to paper escape technique, the system responded mechanically. Paper escape technique? Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. The name sounded familiar, like a skill from a ninja anime. Paper escape technique includes the following core abilities, the system continued. 1. Paper shuttle, the host can instantly disintegrate into pieces of paper, allowing them to quickly move short distances or evade attacks. Each shuttle consumes a small amount of supernatural power and has a cooldown of 1 second. 2. Paper clone. The host can consume their supernatural power to create a paper clone. The clone possesses 10% of the host's basic attributes and can be used for reconnaissance, luring enemies, or assisting in attacks. It lasts for 1 minute and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. 3. Paper blade. The host can enhance any piece of paper with supernatural powers, making it tough and sharp, capable of cutting. Consumes a small amount of supernatural power, no cooldown. Bayu's eyes lit up after hearing this. How the hell was this an E-level ability? This was simply God-level assistance. Paper shadows shuttled back and forth, isn't that teleportation? Although it was a short distance, it was a magical skill for escaping and dodging attacks. Although the paper clone only has 10% attributes, it is quite useful for confusing enemies and creating opportunities. Transforming into a paper blade, this E-ranked loser finally had a few offensive tools. At least, he was no longer limited to throwing a limp paper airplane. He felt that the supernatural power in his body seemed to become more abundant. System, how do I restore this supernatural power? Bayu asked. The power of supernatural powers will recover naturally over time, and the host can also accelerate recovery through meditation, absorption of supernatural crystal cores, etc. The system explained. Bayu rubbed his hands. He couldn't wait to try this paper escape technique. He looked around. The alley was deserted, a perfect place for an experiment. With a thought, a piece of A4 paper appeared in his hand again. He tried to inject his supernatural power into it. Buzz! The paper instantly hardened, its edges gleaming with a faint sheen. Bayu lightly scratched it, leaving a shallow scratch on the brick wall next to it. Holy crap! Bayu couldn't help but exclaim. This thing could really hurt people. He tried to create a paper clone again. Paper clone. Buzz. The supernatural power within him was instantly depleted. Next to him, a paper figure identical to him appeared out of thin air. The paper figure was somewhat illusory, but its outline was clear, even the folds of its clothing were identical. As soon as the paper clone appeared, it ran deeper into the alley. Bayu felt that he could see everything the clone saw and even control its actions. Awesome! Bayu couldn't help but curse. This was much better than he had imagined. Finally, he tried using Paper Shadow Shuttle. He aimed at a tree 3 meters ahead. Paper Shadow Shuttle. Buzz. Bayu felt a flash before his eyes, and his body instantly disintegrated into countless tiny pieces of paper, then recondensed next to the tree. The whole process took less than a second, silent and ghostly. He stood firmly under the tree and felt no discomfort. Fuck! Bayu's face was filled with ecstasy. This was a true divine skill. With this paper escape technique, even if he encounters an SSS-level Esper, he can still run away if he can't defeat him. As long as his Esper power is sufficient, he is a sitting duck. Moreover, this is only the first stage after the E-level ability is promoted. It will definitely continue to upgrade in the future. Bayu felt like his life had suddenly gone from hell to easy. At least, for now, he didn't have to worry about being captured and imprisoned by his 2 Yandere ex-girlfriends. However, new problems also arise. He was now penniless. After his family fell into poverty, the original owner's bank card was frozen. He only had a cell phone and a bus pass. He couldn't just rely on paper escape technique to escape reality forever, could he? He had to find a way to make money and improve his strength. In the age of awakening superpowers, strength is everything. Even an E-level superpowered person couldn't find a decent job outside. He stroked his chin. It seemed he needed to find a place to stay first, and then plan for the future. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Su Li again? He took out his cell phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of laziness and playfulness. Brother Xiaoyu, you run so fast. Bayu's face froze instantly. This voice, he was too familiar with it. It's you. Bayu's voice was a little hoarse. Why, are you surprised? The voice on the other end chuckled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Don't think you're safe just because you run out of school. The entire Jiangcheng is under my watch. Bayu felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet again. The owner of this voice is his other ex-girlfriend. She is also the one who gave him the most headaches among all his ex-girlfriends. Because she is the queen of Jiangqing's underground world. Her name is Gu Qingcheng. Brother Xiaoyu, come to my place. I have prepared the most comfortable cage for you. I guarantee that you can't go anywhere and won't be disturbed by those annoying little sparrows anymore. Gu Qingqing's voice was extremely tempting, with a hint of morbid paranoia. A vein popped up on Baiyu's forehead. He had just escaped 2 yanderas, and now here came another one that was even more formidable? This is an upgraded version of Shura Field. Gu Qingcheng, I warn you, don't do anything rash. Baiyu said in a deep voice. Mess around? Gu Qingcheng chuckled, I just want to keep you by my side, forever. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I can always see your phone's location. Baiyu suddenly looked at his phone. He immediately hung up the phone and quickly turned it off. Damn it! How could he forget that Gu Qingcheng is the woman who controls the Jiangcheng Underground Intelligence Network? Baiyu took a deep breath. He had to leave here immediately. He looked around and then suddenly rushed to the other end of the alley. I can't stay where I am anymore. He had to find a place that was absolutely safe. Where is safe? A place came to his mind. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope there. Baiyu quickened his pace, his figure flashing in the alley like a ghost. Baiyu turned off his phone and picked up his pace. Gu Qingcheng, that name was like a curse, weighing on him like never before. Lin Yushi and Su Li, though yanderas, at least remained above board. Gu Qingcheng was different. She was a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, controlling the entire underground network of Jiangcheng. Once she targeted them, there was no escape. He was now like a little white rabbit being targeted by 3 tigresses at the same time, and one of them was the queen of the underworld. System, is there any way to block mobile phone positioning? Baiyu asked anxiously in his heart. Host, this system does not currently provide this function. The system responded coldly. Baiyu's heart sank. It seemed he could only rely on his own paper escape technique. His only advantage now was the concealment and mobility of his paper escape technique. He could move through shadows of paper almost instantly, allowing him to evade and escape as long as his supernatural power was sufficient. He ran out of the alley, crossed several streets, and finally came to an old residential area. Here, the houses were densely packed and the alleys were crisscrossed, making it a good place to hide. He found an old residential building and slipped in. In the corridor, he tried to use paper shadow shuttle again and instantly went from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. This feeling is so great. He found an empty house and opened the door, only to find it filled with dust. He ignored all that and simply sat down cross-legged, beginning to recover his supernatural powers. He could feel the power in his body slowly recovering, but this speed was obviously not enough for him to use the paper escape technique to evade pursuit for long. He must find a way to quickly improve his supernatural power, or find a more powerful backer. System, is there any way to quickly improve the level or power of supernatural powers? Baiyu asked. Host, to increase your superpower level, you need to complete specific tasks or consume a large amount of superpower cores. Superpowers can be restored through meditation, absorbing superpower cores, or taking special potions. A supernatural crystal core? That thing is not something that ordinary people can get. It can only be obtained by hunting exotic beasts. With his current E-level supernatural power, asking him to hunt exotic beasts is just asking for food, right? Baiyu sighed. It seemed he had to think long and hard about this. What he lacked most now was money and strength. Without money, he couldn't move forward. Without strength, he could be kidnapped by those 3 yanderas at any time. He took out his cell phone. Although it was turned off, Baiyu knew that Gu Qingcheng must have other ways to find him. He had to think of a foolproof plan. He thought of that place, his former fiancée. Although he dumped her, now that might be his only chance of survival. Ah, it really is a changing world. Baiyu gave a wry smile. He had once been the one to dump someone else, but now he was going back to cling to someone powerful. He decided to find a place first and use his ability of paper blade transformation to see if he could do something. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and imbued it with his supernatural power. The paper instantly became hard and sharp. He tried using it to cut some small objects, and the results were surprisingly good. This thing could be used as a throwing knife, or in close combat, and it should be useful. It's at least 100 times more powerful than the soft paper airplane from before. Just as Bayu was thinking about how to use his new ability to make some money, there was a slight noise outside the door. Bayu's nerves instantly tensed. He immediately held his breath and became alert. The footsteps were light but steady, with an unhurried rhythm. Click! The door handle was turned gently. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated Paper Shadow Shuttle, his figure instantly disintegrating and converging into the corner of the room. Squeak! The old door was pushed open. A woman in a black dress walked in. She was tall, with a delicate face, and her long, naturally flowing black hair exuded a faint fragrance. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were so deep that they were impossible to see through. It was Gu Qingcheng. She just stood at the door, her eyes scanning the room, as if she had known Bayu would be here. Brother Xiaoyu, you hid so well. Gu Qingcheng's voice was sweet, but it made Bayu feel creepy. Bayu didn't say anything, he stared at Gu Qingcheng closely. He didn't know what special ability Gu Qingcheng had awakened, but the fact that she could find him silently and give him an invisible sense of oppression showed that her special ability was definitely not weak. What? You're not coming out? Gu Qingcheng walked slowly into the room, each step she took gracefully and calmly. Bayu hid in the corner, motionless. He wanted to take the opportunity to observe Gu Qingcheng's supernatural power. Gu Qingcheng walked to the center of the room and stopped. She suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Bang! A subtle sound. In an instant, all the dust in the room began to condense in the air as if pulled by an invisible force. They did not disperse, but quickly gathered towards Gu Qingcheng's palm. In the blink of an eye, a gray ball of energy appeared in Gu Qingcheng's palm. Brother Xiaoyu, do you think there is anything in this world that dust cannot do? Gu Qingcheng's voice was a little playful. Bayu's pupils suddenly shrank. Dust power? What the hell is this supernatural power? He felt an invisible sense of danger envelop him. This ability might seem harmless, but if it could control all the dust, it would be impossible to defend against. Gu Qingcheng slowly lifted up the ball of dust energy, then pushed it gently towards the corner where Bayu was hiding. Boom! The dust energy ball exploded instantly, and countless tiny dust particles shot towards the corner where Bayu was like bullets. Bayu was horrified. He immediately activated Paper Shadow Shuttle, disintegrating his form once again and teleporting to the other side of the room. As soon as he appeared, he saw countless dust particles shooting past his previous position, creating countless tiny dents on the wall. What would happen if this hit me? Wow, you react pretty quickly. Gu Qingcheng's voice was filled with admiration and a hint of teasing. She raised her hand again, and the dust in the room condensed again. This time, it condensed into countless tiny dust blades, densely floating around her. Brother Xiaoyu, you can't run away. Gu Qingcheng smiled and waved gently in the direction of Bayu. Countless dust blades shot towards Bayu like a rainstorm. Bayu's face changed. He knew he was in real trouble. He must leave here immediately. Chapter 4 Another Yandere? Bayu's face changed. He knew he was in real trouble. He had to leave here immediately. Gu Qingcheng waved her hand, and countless dust blades flew towards Bayu like dense raindrops. Although these dust blades were small, they were extremely fast, with a sound of breaking through the air, which clearly contained powerful kinetic energy. Bayu's hair stood on end. He could feel that if he was hit by these dust blades, his small body would definitely be beaten into a sieve. Paper Shadow Shuttle. With a thought, his body instantly disintegrated into countless tiny pieces of paper, and disappeared from the spot just before the dust blade was about to hit him. Puff puff puff. The wall where he had just stood was instantly riddled with countless dense holes by the dust blade, as if it had been bombarded by a shotgun at close range. Bayu regrouped on the other side of the room, his face pale. Gu Qingcheng's ability was even more bizarre and powerful than he had imagined. It wasn't simply controlling dust, it was imbuing it with powerful kinetic energy and lethality. Oh? You can even teleport? Gu Qingcheng didn't seem surprised at all. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that Brother Xiaoyu's E-level ability is not completely useless. She stretched out her slender fingers and hooked them lightly. The dust in the room began to boil again. They no longer condensed into blades, but turned into gray lines, like countless invisible silk threads, instantly spreading throughout the room, blocking all of Bayu's retreat routes. Bayu tried to use Paper Shadow Shuttle again. However, when his body disintegrated into pieces of paper, the dust threads suddenly seemed to come alive and instantly wrapped around him, trying to restrain his paper. He felt a strong resistance, and the speed of his body's reorganization slowed down significantly. Brother Xiaoyu, do you want to escape? Gu Qingqing's voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable sense of control. This is my territory, you can't run away. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. He knew that in front of Gu Qingqing, the concealment of Paper Shadow Shuttle was greatly reduced. Her dust ability was the nemesis of Paper Escape. He had to find a way. Paper Clone. He used up his supernatural power again, and a paper clone that looked exactly like him instantly appeared beside him. Go! Bai Yu's mind moved, and his clone immediately rushed towards Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Bai Yu to have such a method. It's just a trifle. She chuckled and waved her hand. Countless dust threads tightened instantly, tightly entangling the rushing paper clone. Although the paper clone rushed in front of Gu Qingqing, it was unable to break free. Soon, strangled by the dust, it turned into a pile of shredded paper and dissipated into the air. But at the moment when Gu Qingqing was dealing with the paper clone, Bai Yu had already activated Paper Shadow Shuttle again. He did not choose to escape directly, but teleported behind Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing seemed to have expected this. She didn't even look back, but just raised the corner of her mouth. Brother Xiaoyu, are you planning a sneak attack? She raised her hand, and countless dust particles gathered again, forming a thick wall of dust behind her, completely protecting her body. Bai Yu punched the wall of dust, but it felt like hitting a ball of soft yet incredibly tough cotton, unable to move an inch. His supernatural power, from continuously using Paper Shadow Shuttle and Paper Clone, was already running low. He was now like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Every struggle he made brought him one step closer to death. Brother Xiaoyu, give up. Gu Qingqing turned around slowly, a morbid tenderness on her face. You can't run away. Stay by my side and I will protect you well. She stretched out her hand, and countless fine threads of dust spread out from her fingertips, wrapping around Bai Yu like poisonous snakes. Bai Yu's heart tightened. He knew this was his last chance. He suddenly raised his hand and slashed the A4 paper in his hand, which had been strengthened by Paper Blade, towards Gu Qingqing's neck. Although his supernatural power was almost gone, he used all his strength in this final blow. Gu Qingqing seemed to have not expected Bai Yu to counterattack so decisively. Although she said it lightly, Bai Yu's paper blade attack still surprised her. The dust around her instantly condensed, forming a fine dust shield around her neck. Bite! The paper blade slashed through the shield with a slight crisp sound. Bai Yu only felt a huge recoil force coming, and the paper blade in his hand shattered instantly. However, at the moment when the paper blade shattered, an imperceptible scratch appeared on the shield at Gu Qingqing's neck. Although it was just a shallow scratch, it was enough to prove that Bai Yu's attack was not completely ineffective. Gu Qingqing's expression changed slightly. She withdrew her hand and looked at the almost invisible scratch on her neck, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Brother Xiaoyu, how dare you hurt me? Her voice was no longer sweet, but filled with a chilling chill. Bai Yu didn't say anything, he knew he had no time left. At the moment when Gu Qingqing was distracted, he turned around abruptly, and used up the last bit of his supernatural power to activate Paper Shadow Shuttle again. This time, he did not choose to move within the room, but instead headed directly towards the door, instantly disintegrating and then reassembling outside the door. When Gu Qingqing reacted, Bai Yu had already rushed out of the room. Want to run? Gu Qingqing snorted coldly. She didn't chase after him, but raised her hand. Boom! The entire old residential building seemed to be under her control. Countless dust particles poured out from the walls, ceiling, and floor, quickly condensing into gray walls that instantly blocked Bai Yu's escape route. Bai Yu ran wildly in the corridor, but found that there were dust walls on all sides, trapping him inside. Gu Qingqing, you're crazy! Bai Yu roared. I'm not crazy. Gu Qingqing's voice came from all directions, with a strange echo, I just want to keep you by my side forever. He looked at the shrinking walls of dust around him and felt the supernatural power in his body dwindling. He knew that he was really going to be in trouble this time. At this critical moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Bai Yu's mind. He still has a trump card. System, can I use the supernatural crystal core to restore my supernatural power? Bai Yu asked anxiously. Host, theoretically it is possible, but energy conversion is required. The system responded. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. He had something that might save his life. He pulled a small, shimmering crystal from his pocket. This was a little gadget left behind by the original owner when he traveled through time. The original owner seemed to have found it by accident in some ruins and had always used it as a decoration. Bai Yu didn't take it seriously at the time, but now it seems that this thing might very well be a supernatural crystal core. He held the crystal core in his palm, and with a thought, he tried to absorb the energy within it. Buzz! A powerful and pure energy instantly surged out of the crystal core and poured into his body. His depleted supernatural power, like a dried-up river suddenly flooded, quickly filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck! Bai Yu couldn't help but growl. This crystal core is simply a life-saving medicine. He felt that his supernatural power had instantly recovered to its peak, even more abundant than before, as if it was growing slightly. The dust wall controlled by Gu Qingchen was still shrinking, forcing Bai Yu into a dead end. Brother Xiaoyu, just surrender. Gu Qingqing's voice came again, with a hint of joy of victory. Bai Yu suddenly raised his head, a ferocious smile on his face. Want to catch me? It's not that easy. He suddenly crushed the crystal core in his hand, and then injected all the remaining energy into the paper escape technique. Paper shadow shuttle. Buzz. This time, Bai Yu's body no longer decomposed into tiny pieces of paper, but turned into a blurry shadow, directly penetrating the dust wall in front of him. He felt as if he had turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of the residential building in an instant. Gu Qingqing's voice stopped abruptly. She stood in the middle of the room, feeling Bai Yu's aura completely disappear. For the first time, her deep eyes showed surprise and a hint of unwillingness. Superpower crystal core? She muttered softly, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth again. Interesting. Brother Xiaoyu, you have a lot of secrets hidden in you. But it doesn't matter. I like to collect slowly. She raised her hand, and the residential building she controlled instantly became alive. All the dust on the walls disappeared again and returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Bai Yu ran out of the residential area in one breath. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He knew that Gu Qingqing would not chase him for the time being, but she would definitely find a way to find him again. He must find that place as soon as possible, his fiancée. He took out his cell phone. Although it was turned off, Bai Yu knew that Gu Qingqing must have other ways to find him. System, locate that place. Bai Yu ordered in his heart. Host, please provide target information. The system responded. Bai Yu took a deep breath and a place appeared in his mind. Testing Center. Chapter 5, E-Level Ability? You call this E-Level? The door of the testing center was pushed open. Lin Yushi walked slowly into the hall. She was wearing a white dress and her long black hair fell to her waist. There was no expression on that beautiful face. But the cold aura emanating from her body made the temperature of the entire hall seem to drop by several degrees. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her. SSS-level psychic. These 4 words are the best pass. Lin Yushi ignored the astonished looks around her. Her gaze passed through the crowd and fell on Bai Yu in the center of the testing area. And those metal dummies that were pierced and cut into pieces by paper airplanes. Her pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, tiny cracks appeared on the iceberg-like face. It was an expression mixed with shock, confusion, and a hint of complex emotions. Lin. The teacher in charge of the test saw Lin Yushi coming and immediately went to greet her. There was a hint of excitement and awe on his face. Bai Yu's test is over. The teacher pointed at Bai Yu and then at the dummies. His ability, although it's rated E grade, paper plane, the abilities he displays are simply unheard of. Lin Yushi didn't say anything. She just looked at Bai Yu quietly. Those beautiful eyes that once reflected only him were now filled with inquiry. Bai Yu felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. He knew that his paper escape technique had been exposed. Although it is just the tip of the iceberg, it is already shocking enough for an E-level mutant. Impossible. She must have cheated. Wang Tang's voice suddenly broke the silence at the scene. He pointed at Bai Yu, his face ashen and furious. How could an E-rank loser possibly do such a thing? That dummy is made of a special alloy. Student Lin, you have to uphold justice for us. Wang Tang tried to win over Lin Yushi. He believed that as an SSS-level boss, Lin Yushi would definitely not allow this kind of cheating behavior to exist. However, Lin Yushi just glanced at him indifferently. That glance was like an ice spike piercing his bones, causing Wang Tang's body to stiffen suddenly. All his shouts were instantly stuck in his throat. Lin Yushi withdrew her gaze and looked at Baiyu again. She slowly raised her hand. A trace of ice blue light lingered on the fingertips. The temperature in the air dropped sharply again. The students around subconsciously held their breath. They didn't know what Lin Yushi wanted to do. Is it to punish Baiyu for his cheating behavior? Still need. Lin Yushi took one step forward, then another. She walked up to Baiyu. The distance between the two was so close that Baiyu could clearly smell the cool scent of cedar on her body. Ayu. Lin Yushi's voice was very soft, but in the silent hall, it was unusually clear. Her fingers gently touched Baiyu's cheek. The cold touch made Baiyu's body stiffen instantly. He felt like he was frozen in an iceberg, unable to move. Your ability. Lin Yushi's eyes were complicated, and her fingertips slowly slid down and stopped at Baiyu's neck. It's getting interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That smile, with a strange and morbid tone, made Baiyu's scalp tingle. Do you want to give me a surprise? Lin Yushi's voice was filled with a hint of temptation. Ayu, you are always like this, you like to hide things. But it doesn't matter. Now that you're stronger, I like you even more. That way, we can work together to get rid of those little sparrows who want to snatch you away. Lin Yushi's voice became softer and softer. But Baiyu heard it clearly. She wanted to tie herself and her together, and then deal with Su Li and Gu Qingqing together. What kind of magical script is this? Lin Yushi, don't mess around. Baiyu tried to break free. But Lin Yushi's hands, like iron clamps, tightly grasped his neck. An icy blue light flickered at her fingertips. A trace of cold air followed her fingertips and penetrated into Baiyu's skin. I didn't mess around. Lin Yushi's smile became brighter. I just want you to know that you'll always be mine. No one can take you away from me. The students around were stunned when they saw this scene. What is going on? Lin Xiaohua and Baiyu. Didn't they break up? Moreover, School Beauty Lin has awakened SSS-level superpowers, while Baiyu is still an E-level waste. Why does it seem like School Beauty Lin is so persistent? At this tense moment. Ding dong. The phone in Baiyu's pocket rang again. He subconsciously took it out and took a look. Another MMS message. Click on it. The photo showed him and Lin Yushi almost stuck together. The shooting angle is still from above. Below the photo, the text is even more explicit. Brother Xiaoyu, you're having so much fun playing with this iceberg sparrow. Don't forget, I'm not the only one who's your true master. My little sparrow, are you ready to be punished? At the end of the text, there is another heart symbol. Baiyu's scalp felt numb again. Su Li. She sent it again. And the tone was even more sinister than before. Lin Yushi's face turned ashen in an instant. Of course, she also saw the content on the phone. Su Li. Lin Yushi uttered the name with gritted teeth. The coldness around her suddenly erupted. Thick frost began to form on the floor of the entire hall. She dares. Lin Yushi roared angrily. She suddenly let go of Baiyu and turned to look at the door of the testing center. A terrifying aura of oppression emanated from her. Su Li, today I will let you know who the real winner is. Baiyu took the opportunity to take 2 steps back. He knew that Su Li's appearance had stimulated Lin Yushi again. This is simply an upgraded version of Shura Field. He is an E-level mutant, sandwiched between 2 Yandere SSS-level bosses. He is simply courting death. He must leave here immediately. Baiyu took a deep breath. Paper escape technique. A thought came to his mind. A piece of A4 paper instantly appeared in his hand. He folded it quickly and injected supernatural power into it. Then, he snapped his fingers suddenly. Whoosh! The paper plane turned into a streak of white light and flew straight out, not towards the gate, but towards the ceiling of the testing center. Bang! The paper airplane instantly pierced through the ceiling, leaving a neat hole, and then continued upwards. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Baiyu's paper airplane could actually penetrate the ceiling. Lin Yushi was also stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Baiyu to choose this way to escape. Baiyu seized the opportunity and flashed away. paper shadow shuttle. His entire body instantly disintegrated into countless pieces of paper, and then passed through the hole in the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the top floor of the testing center. By you! Lin Yushi roared, and an ice cone instantly shot up into the sky, trying to chase. But Baiyu is faster. He landed steadily on the rooftop. The paper airplane circled in the air and then flew back to Baiyu's hand. He held the paper airplane and felt it was even more solid than before. Baiyu glanced at Lin Yushi's angry and shocked face in the hall below. He grinned. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and ran. He had to find a place where no one was around and study his new ability carefully. At the same time, I also have to think about how to deal with these 3 SSS-level and Yandere ex-girlfriends with mysterious superpowers. His journey to awakening his superpowers starts so excitingly. Baiyu felt that his life had just begun. Chapter 6 Fiancé? Baiyu, never look back. Baiyu rushed to the rooftop in one breath. The wind was howling, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. But he didn't stop and rushed straight to the edge of the roof. Below are busy streets and densely packed buildings. He knew that Lin Yushi's ice cone would soon catch up with him. He had to leave here immediately. Baiyu took a deep breath and activated paper shadow shuttle again. He turned into countless pieces of paper and jumped down from the edge of the roof. In the air, he kept making short shuttles. Every time he shuttled back and forth, his body drew a strange arc in the air. He was like a nimble swallow, constantly changing directions in mid-air, dodging possible attacks from below. Lin Yushi's figure appeared at the edge of the rooftop. She saw Baiyu moving strangely in the air, and an unprecedented solemnity appeared on her cold face. E-level ability, paper airplane? She muttered to herself. How can this be an E-level ability? This is simply a god-level escape ability. Lin Yushi knew that she couldn't catch up with Baiyu for the time being. Although her SSS-level ice ability is powerful, Baiyu's paper escape technique is too strange. The ability to instantly decompose and move made it impossible for her to lock onto her target. Baiyu landed steadily in a secluded alley. He gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hoo-hoo! He looked up at the sky. Lin Yushi didn't chase after him. He is safe for now. But he also knew that this was only temporary. Lin Yushi's Yandere nature has completely erupted. Suli and Gu Qingcheng are 2-time bombs. He is now like a little white rabbit being targeted by 3 tigresses at the same time. Moreover, this little white rabbit is penniless. He has to find a way to make money and improve his strength. In the era of awakening superpowers, strength is the bottom line. An E-level mutant can't even find a decent job outside. He touched his chin. It seems that I have to find a place to settle down first and then plan for the future. He took out his cell phone. Although it was turned off, Baiyu knew that Gu Qingcheng must have other ways to find him. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. He thought of that place, his former fiancée. Although he dumped her, now that might be his only chance of survival. It really is a changing world. Baiyu smiled bitterly. He used to be the one who dumped others, but now he is going back to hug someone else's thigh. What he lacks most now is money and strength. Without money, you can't move forward. Without strength, he might be captured by those 3 Yanderes at any time. He decided to find a place first and use his ability of paper blade transformation to see if he could do something. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and injected supernatural power into it. The paper instantly became hard and sharp. He tried using it to cut some small objects, and the results were surprisingly good. This thing could be used as a throwing knife or in close combat, so it should be useful. At least it is 100 times better than the soft paper airplane before. He needs a safe place now. A place where he can improve his strength with peace of mind. An address emerged in Baiyu's mind. That was the home of his former fiancée, Lu Yao. Lu Yao. This name made Baiyu feel a little complicated. She is different from Lin Yushi, Suli, and Gu Qingcheng. Lu Yao is the daughter of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. Although the Lu family is not a family with supernatural powers, it holds a very important position in the business world. Lu Yao herself has a gentle personality and is well educated. The original owner dumped her because he thought she was too boring. Now that I think about it, I was completely out of my mind. This type of good wife and mother is the safest harbor. Baiyu took a deep breath. He was going to give it a try no matter what. He moved quickly along the alley. He doesn't dare take public transportation now. Who knows if those three yanderas will be waiting for him at the bus stop or subway station. He ran all the way, constantly using paper shadow shuttle to avoid possible tracking. He felt that his supernatural power was being consumed rapidly. He must use it sparingly. After about an hour of running and shuttling, Bayu finally arrived at the Liu family's villa area. This is one of the most luxurious wealthy areas in Zhengcheng. The villas are arranged in an orderly manner and the environment is beautiful. The Liu family's villa is located deep in the villa area. Bayu stood outside the gate of the Liu family villa. He looked at the tightly closed black door and felt a little uneasy. He didn't know whether Liu Yao would see him. He didn't even know if she would beat him up because of what happened before. Alas, in order to survive, I have no choice but to bite the bullet. Bayu smiled bitterly. He walked to the front door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The doorbell sounded particularly clear in the quiet villa area. Soon, the intercom inside the gate lit up. A sweet female voice came. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Bayu took a deep breath and tried his best to make his voice sound calm. "Hello, I'm Bayu." There was an instant of dead silence on the other end of the intercom. Several seconds passed. That sweet female voice sounded again. But this time, there was a hint of coldness in his voice. "Bayu? What are you doing here?" Bayu's heart sank. It seems that Liu Yao has not forgotten what happened. I have something urgent to do. I want to see Liu Yao," Bayu said. The other end of the intercom fell silent again. Bayu's heart was in his throat. He knew this was his only hope. If Liu Yao doesn't help him, then he will really be at his wit's end. Just when Bayu thought Liu Yao would not see him. With a click, the door of the villa slowly opened. A girl in white casual clothes stood inside the gate. She has long, smooth hair, an oval face and big eyes. Although not as stunning as Lin Yushi and Su Li. But she gives people a girl next door feeling. It was Liu Yao. There was no expression on her face. Those eyes that were once full of tenderness now held a hint of complicated emotions. There was surprise, confusion, and a hint of inexplicable resentment. "What are you doing here?" Liu Yao's voice was soft, yet contained a hint of distance. Bayu looked at her. He knew that he had to face more than just Lin Yushi and the others. And this girl who had been hurt by him. How should he explain it? Chapter 7, Thighs are so fragrant. Bayu, want to go back to my ex. What are you doing here? Liu Yao's voice was soft, yet with a hint of alienation. Bayu looked at her. He knew that he had to face not only Lin Yushi and the others, but also this girl who had been hurt by him. How should he explain? He took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. At least, part of it. Liu Yao, I know it's wrong for me to come to you now. But I'm in real trouble right now. A lot of trouble. Liu Yao didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Her expression remained calm, without anger or joy. This made Bayu even more uneasy. I'd been targeted by some crazy people, Bayu continued, choosing his words carefully. He couldn't make the Yandere nature of Lin Yushi and the others too explicit, as that would only make it seem weirder. They've all awakened SSS-level abilities, and they all want to capture me. Liu Yao's body trembled slightly. She knew what SSS-level psychics meant. They were the pinnacle of psychics, rare and precious. And Bayu, an E-level psychic, being targeted by an SSS-level psychic? This was simply unbelievable. SSS level? Liu Yao's voice was filled with disbelief. Who did you offend? Bayu smiled wryly. It's those few. He didn't name them, but Liu Yao could guess. Lin Yushi, Su Li, and even that Gu Qingcheng. They were all the girls who had been around him. Liu Yao's face gradually paled. Of course, she knew those girls. Lin Yushi was the former class monitor, Su Li was the daughter of a powerful family, and Gu Qingcheng, although she wasn't familiar with her, she heard she also had a distinguished background. They all had a crush on Bayu, a secret shared by the entire school back then. Why, did they arrest you? Liu Yao's voice was a little dry. Bayu sighed. They have all been acting a little strange. I don't know why. Anyway, I can't let them find me right now. I need a safe place to hide for a while. He paused, his tone becoming more earnest. Lu Yao, I know I treated you badly before. I'm the bastard. But now, I'm really desperate. I beg you, please help me just this once. Lu Yao remained silent. She simply stared at Bai Yu, her large eyes filled with complex emotions. Bai Yu felt a tremendous pressure. He didn't know if Lu Yao would reject him. If she did, he truly didn't know where to turn. Awkwardness and silence filled the air. Bai Yu's heart sank bit by bit. It seemed that he had truly broken Lu Yao's heart this time. Just when he was about to give up, Lu Yao suddenly moved. She slowly raised her hand, and then, "Come in." She only said these 3 words. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a heavenly sound, which made Bai Yu relax instantly. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Lu Yao to agree so easily. He'd expected a scolding, or perhaps even a direct dismissal. "Thank you, Lu Yao." Bai Yu's voice was tinged with excitement as he walked into the villa. Lu Yao turned and walked ahead. Her back looked a little frail. Bai Yu followed her, feeling a mixture of emotions. He had once neglected her, yet now he had to return to seek her protection. This feeling was truly ironic. The interior of the villa is luxurious yet warm. There are some exquisite potted plants in the living room, and the air is filled with a light floral fragrance. "Please sit here for a while." Lu Yao pointed to the sofa in the living room. Bai Yu sat down and looked around. He noticed an open book on the coffee table in the living room. A bookmark was stuck in it, as if the owner had just put it down. Lu Yao walked into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of boiling water came from the kitchen. Bai Yu sat on the sofa, feeling more relaxed than ever. At least, he was safe for the time being. He took out his phone and checked it again. It was off. He knew that Su Li and Gu Qingcheng would definitely find other ways to find him. But at least he had a place to stay now. He began to think about his own special ability. Paper escape technique. After absorbing the special energy crystal core, his ability seemed to have taken a qualitative leap. Before, it could only be broken down into tiny pieces of paper, and its movement speed was limited. Now, it could transform into a blurry shadow and directly penetrate obstacles. This was simply a magical escape technique. And then there's Paper Blade. After being infused with his supernatural power, the A4 paper became incredibly tough and sharp, even capable of scratching Lin Yushi's ice shield. This suggests his attack power has also been significantly enhanced. Bai Yu clenched his fists. He felt a surge of strength within him. He was no longer the E-rank loser who could only throw paper airplanes. Now, he had the power to fight back. Lu Yao came over with a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of Bai Yu. "Have some tea." Bai Yu took the teacup, and warmth spread from his fingertips to his entire body. He looked up at Lu Yao. "Lu Yao, thank you." Lu Yao sat down on the sofa opposite him. She didn't look at Bai Yu, but only at the coffee table in front of her. "How long do you plan to stay here with me?" Bai Yu's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't stay here forever. I don't know. I'll leave when I find a way to deal with them, or when I become strong enough to protect myself." Lu Yao hummed softly. She raised her head, her large eyes looking at Bai Yu calmly. "Bai Yu, you used to say I was boring." Bai Yu's body froze. He knew this was a thorn in her heart. "It seems that you still like excitement." Lu Yao's voice was very soft, but with a subtle hint of sarcasm. Bai Yu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He wanted to refute, but he was indeed such a person. "But it doesn't matter." Lu Yao suddenly smiled. The smile was very faint, but it made Bai Yu feel a chill. "Since you are here, I won't chase you away." Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "But..." Lu Yao changed the subject. "You must listen to me." Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. "Whatever you say?" Lu Yao nodded. "Every action you take here must be approved by me. Also, I will help you improve your abilities. In return, you must become my bodyguard." Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. Bodyguard? What was that? He was an E-class psychic, and he was being a bodyguard for the daughter of the Lu family? Although his strength had improved, he was still E-class after all. Besides, what he needed most right now was to improve his strength, not be a bodyguard. "Lu Yao, Bai Yu was about to say something. Lu Yao interrupted him. You have no choice. Her voice, though still gentle, held an undeniable firmness. You are now penniless, with nowhere to go, and being hunted by an SSS-level psychic. No one can help you except me. Bai Yu was silent. What Lu Yao said was true. He really had no other choice but to go with her. Also, I can help you improve your abilities. Lu Yao continued, although the Lu family isn't a family of superpowers, we have our own channels. I know some methods that can help E-level superpowers improve quickly. Bai Yu's heart moved. This was what he needed most. If Lu Yao could really help him improve his strength, then being a bodyguard wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay. Bai Yu took a deep breath and made a decision. I promise you. I'll be your bodyguard. But you also have to help me improve my strength. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. Deal. She stood up and walked towards the study. Follow me. Bai Yu followed. He felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. He knew that from this moment on, his life had completely changed. He was no longer the scumbag who only knew how to play with people's feelings. He had to become stronger to survive in this world full of superpowers. Lu Yao's study was large, with shelves filled with all kinds of books. But Bai Yu noticed that on one of the shelves were some ancient-looking scrolls and boxes. Lu Yao pulled a yellowed notebook from a box. This is what my grandfather left behind. He was very knowledgeable about supernatural powers. This contains some of his insights into the cultivation of supernatural powers. Bai Yu took the notebook and opened it. It contains some obscure and difficult to understand content written in ancient characters. I'll help you translate, Lu Yao said, but you have to remember that you're my bodyguard now. If you dare to abandon me again like you did before, or cause any trouble, I won't help you anymore. Bai Yu's heart sank. He heard the warning in Lu Yao's words. He knew that he was now under Lu Yao's control. I won't do that anymore. Bai Yu said seriously, from now on, I will only serve you. Lu Yao didn't say anything, just looked at him. Her expression remained calm. Bai Yu knew that he had to give it his all now. He had to become stronger, he had to break free from the entanglement of those three Andoras, and he had to take control of his life again. From today on, you'll live here, Lu Yao said. I'll arrange a room for you. But remember, don't run around. Bai Yu nodded. Okay. Lu Yao turned and walked towards the door. Just watch for a while. I'll prepare dinner for you. Bai Yu sat at his desk and flipped through his notes. He knew there was no turning back. He must become stronger. He must survive. He had to get rid of all those crazy women who were trying to catch him. Lu Yao walked out of the study and closed the door gently. Bai Yu picked up the notes and took a deep breath. He knew that his new life had truly begun from this moment on. Chapter 8 Lu Yao, my bodyguard needs to become stronger. Bai Yu sat at his desk, flipping through his yellowed notebook. The writing was obscure and difficult to understand, like ghostly scribbles. He tried to decipher it, but couldn't make out a single word. That's ancient. Lu Yao's voice came from the side. She had walked in with 2 cups of coffee, one of which she placed in front of Bai Yu. My grandfather used to specialize in this research, Lu Yao said. Records of the awakening of superpowers existed a long time ago, but they were lost in history. Bai Yu picked up the coffee and took a sip. The rich aroma refreshed him. Then what is written on it? Bai Yu asked. Lu Yao sat down beside him, pointed to a line of words on her notebook, and began to translate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the source of all things. Those with special abilities absorb its essence and forge their own bodies. Bai Yu listened and felt it was a bit mysterious. To put it simply, people with superpowers can resonate with the superpowers of heaven and earth through meditation, thereby absorbing and strengthening their own superpowers, Lu Yao explained. Meditation? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. This sounded a bit like a novel about cultivating immortality. Yes. Lu Yao nodded. This notebook records a special meditation method that is said to be able to absorb supernatural power more efficiently. However, it is more suitable for E-level supernatural users. Bai Yu's heart moved. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Your supernatural power is depleted now, so it's a good time to try it. Lu Yao said, I'll help you translate, and you can practice with me. Bai Yu nodded immediately. Okay. Lu Yao began to translate the notes word for word. Bai Yu followed her instructions, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. He tried to sense the surrounding supernatural power. At first, he felt nothing. But as Lu Yao guided him, he gradually seemed to sense a faint energy, like dust in the air, everywhere. He followed the instructions in his notes, guiding this energy into his body. A warm current slowly flowed through his meridians. His depleted supernatural power began to rapidly replenish at a rate far faster than natural recovery. It works! Bai Yu was pleasantly surprised. This notebook was truly a treasure. He was immersed in meditation, while Lu Yao stood by his side, occasionally correcting his posture or reminding him to pay attention to his breathing rhythm. Time passed slowly. When Bai Yu opened his eyes again, it was already dark outside the window. He felt that his supernatural power had fully recovered, even more abundant than before. He clenched his fists, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. "How do you feel?" Lu Yao asked. "Great!" Bai Yu said excitedly, "My supernatural power has fully recovered, and I feel stronger than before." Lu Yao smiled faintly. "This is just the beginning. This meditation method can significantly increase the upper limit of your supernatural power and your recovery speed in a short period of time." "Really?" Bai Yu was excited. This meant he could use paper escape technique more frequently in the future. "Of course." Lu Yao stood up. "However, just having supernatural power is not enough. You also need to learn how to use it. Follow me." Lu Yao said and walked out of the study. Bai Yu immediately followed. He knew that Lu Yao was about to start training him. The Lu family's villa was large, with a spacious training ground in the backyard. Various training equipment and targets were placed on the ground, seemingly for testing superpowers. "You are my bodyguard now." Lu Yao stood in the middle of the training ground, her voice calm. "A qualified bodyguard must be able to attack and defend." She pointed to a metal target in the distance. "Try your paper blade transformation first." Bai Yu nodded. He pulled a sheet of A4 paper from his pocket and infused it with supernatural power. The paper instantly became tough and sharp, its edges gleaming faintly. He took aim at the target and swung his hand violently. Whoosh! The paper blade flew straight towards the target with a sound of breaking through the air. With a dull thud, the paper blade pierced deeply into the metal target, even penetrating a small part. "Not bad," Lu Yao said calmly, "better than what you showed at the testing center before." Bai Yu was delighted. This was all due to the increased power of his supernatural powers. "Try your paper shadow shuttle again." Lu Yao pointed to several obstacles on the training ground. "Use it to dodge attacks or move quickly." Bai Yu took a deep breath and began to move across the training ground. He transformed into a series of blurry shadows, moving quickly between obstacles, sometimes disintegrating, sometimes reorganizing. He felt his control over paper shadow shuttle had also become stronger. Unlike before, where he could just teleport, he could even control the disintegrated pieces of paper, allowing them to briefly hover in mid-air or perform more complex changes of direction. "Too slow." Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Bang! A column of water suddenly spurted out from the ground and shot towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu was startled and immediately activated paper shadow shuttle to avoid the water column. He looked at Lu Yao. A ball of water appeared in Lu Yao's hand. "Lu Yao, you." Bai Yu was a little surprised. "Although I'm not a psychic, my understanding of psychics is no less than anyone else's," Lu Yao said calmly. "The Lu family has its own intelligence channels and some special tools." The water ball in her hand suddenly exploded, and countless water droplets shot towards Bai Yu like bullets. Bai Yu's expression changed. Although these water droplets looked harmless, he could sense the powerful kinetic energy contained within them. He kept using paper shadow shuttle and dodged awkwardly from the attacks of water droplets. Lu Yao's attacks were fast and at sharp angles, while Bai Yu's supernatural power was rapidly depleting. He knew that Lu Yao was pushing him to break through his limits. He began trying to use paper shadow shuttle faster and more frequently. He even tried to move longer distances while disintegrating. Bang! A drop of water brushed past his arm, causing a stinging sensation. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose. He had to get stronger. He turned suddenly, and his body instantly disintegrated into countless pieces of paper. This time, he did not reassemble it immediately, but let the paper pieces hover briefly in the air, forming a vague vortex of paper. Then, the vortex suddenly rushed towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Baiyu to suddenly counterattack. Interesting. She chuckled, and the water in her hand condensed into a water wall, blocking her in front. The vortex of paper hit the wall of water, making a puffing sound. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it did successfully interfere with Lu Yao's attack. Baiyu took the opportunity to regroup behind the water wall, then suddenly rushed towards Lu Yao. Transform into paper blade. A sharp paper blade condensed in his hand and slashed towards Lu Yao's neck. Lu Yao seemed to have anticipated this. The water in her hand instantly contracted, forming a water shield that blocked Baiyu's paper blade. Ding! The paper blade and the water shield collided, making a crisp sound. Baiyu's paper blade shattered again, but Lu Yao's water shield also rippled. Not bad. Lu Yao retracted the water shield and looked at Baiyu calmly. There's progress. Baiyu panted heavily, looking at Lu Yao. He knew that the gap in strength between him and Lu Yao was still huge. But he was no longer the E-level loser who could only passively take a beating. Let's stop here for today's training, Lu Yao said. Go and rest first. We'll continue tomorrow. Baiyu nodded. He felt sore all over, but his heart was filled with satisfaction. He knew that by following Lu Yao, he could really become stronger. By the way, Lu Yao turned and walked towards the villa. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place. There, perhaps you can make further progress. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the place Lu Yao was talking about was definitely not an ordinary place. Chapter 9 Money Power. This is the most powerful superpower. Baiyu followed Lu Yao out of the villa. A low-key black hovercar was already waiting at the door. The interior is spacious and luxuriously decorated, but without any family crest. Where are we going? Baiyu sat in the car, feeling the soft leather seat, and couldn't help asking. Black market. Lu Yao said concisely. Black market? Baiyu was stunned. Of course, he knew what the black market was. It was a gray area outside official control, an underground world where psychics traded all sorts of contraband, intelligence, and rare materials. That kind of place is full of good and bad people and is full of dangers. As an ordinary person, what are you doing in the black market? Baiyu was a little worried. Lu Yao glanced at him, her lips curled up slightly. Who said I'm an ordinary person? She took out a black card from her handbag. On the card was a single gold-embossed Lu character. In Zhangchang, this card is more useful than any other level of supernatural power. Lu Yao's voice was calm, but it revealed a strong sense of confidence. Baiyu looked at the card and his heart was filled with turmoil. He knew that the Lu family was rich, but he didn't expect that the Lu family's influence had penetrated into places like the black market. This is the real money power. The hover car shuttled through the city and finally stopped in front of an unremarkable antique shop. Lu Yao took Baiyu out of the car and walked straight in. There was only a sleepy boss in the store. When he saw Lu Yao, he immediately stood up with a respectful smile on his face. Miss Lu, you are here. Lu Yao nodded and without any further ado, directly showed the black card. The boss took a look and became more humble. He bowed and made a pleased gesture, then walked to a bookshelf and turned a vase. Rumble. The bookshelf slowly moved to one side, revealing a metal staircase leading down. A stream of air mixed with various energy auras surged up from the passage. Let's go, my bodyguard. Lu Yao turned around and said to Baiyu, then walked down first. Baiyu took a deep breath and followed. The passage was very long, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with glowing crystals, making the entire passage as bright as day. After walking for about 5 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. A huge underground space appeared in front of Baiyu. This place is like a bustling market, with countless people with special abilities setting up stalls and trading all kinds of things. There are special crystal cores that sparkle with various colors of light, there are materials made of strange beasts and strange shapes, and there are also some equipment and potions engraved with mysterious runes. Baiyu even saw someone selling information openly. The auras of the superpowers here were quite powerful. Baiyu could sense that at least half of them were stronger than him. Welcome to Jiangqing's largest black market for people with special abilities. Ant Nest. Lu Yao's voice sounded beside them. Baiyu felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and everything he saw was new and interesting. What do you need? Lu Yao asked. A supernatural crystal core? Or a special material that can strengthen your paper? Baiyu rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. I don't have any money. He is truly penniless now. Lu Yao chuckled. Your salary can be advanced. She brought Baiyu to a stall that specialized in selling supernatural crystal cores. The stall owner was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face. He only lazily raised his eyelids when he saw Lu Yao. But when he saw the black card in Lu Yao's hand, the lazy expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a businessman's shrewdness. Miss Lu, what would you like to buy? 100 F-level and E-level supernatural crystal cores of each kind. Lu Yao said lightly. The strong man's breathing stopped for a moment. 100? That's big business. Okay. He immediately and skillfully put 200 crystal clear cores into a special box and handed it to Lu Yao respectfully. Lu Yao handed the box to Baiyu. Here. This is your training supplies for this month. Baiyu held the box and felt it was heavy. Is this the strength of a rich woman? He was an E-level psychic and couldn't even afford one crystal core. Lu Yao offered 200. Let's go and see something else. Lu Yao took Baiyu to visit a few more stalls. She bought some spider grass that was said to increase the toughness of paper, and some electric stone powder that could give paper a slight paralyzing effect. Baiyu followed behind the whole time, like a little brother carrying a bag. He had only one thought in his mind: the feeling of hugging someone's thigh is so nice. Just as they were about to leave, a huge screen in the center of the black market suddenly lit up. A host appeared on the screen. Dear fellow psychics, I have good news. Registration for the first Jiangcheng High School Psychic Competition, hosted by the Jiangcheng Psychic Association, is about to begin. The host's voice spread throughout the black market through the loudspeaker. This competition has no restrictions on ability level or identity background. Anyone who is a college student in Jiangcheng can sign up to participate. The rewards for the competition are unprecedentedly generous. The champion will receive an A-grade supernatural crystal core, a cash prize of 1 million, and the qualification to enter the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Boom! The entire black market was instantly in an uproar. A level supernatural crystal core. Long Yuan secret realm. These two words, like two blockbuster bombs, exploded in the hearts of all the superpowers. Baiyu's heart also skipped a beat. A grade crystal core. That's a priceless treasure. There is also the Long Yuan secret realm. Although he doesn't know what it is, it sounds very grand. Lu Yao, this college supernatural competition. Baiyu looked at Lu Yao. A hint of interest also appeared on Lu Yao's face. The Jiangcheng Psychic Association is quite generous. She muttered to herself. I want to participate. Baiyu almost blurted out. He needed this opportunity so much. Money, power, fame. If he can stand out in the big competition, he can completely get out of his current predicament. He didn't want to hide like a rat anymore. He wanted to stand in the sun and tell those 3 Yandere ex-girlfriends that he, Baiyu, was not a toy that they could manipulate at will. Lu Yao looked at Baiyu, as if she could see through his thoughts. Have you thought about it? She asked. The competition is packed with experts. And Lin Yushi and Su Li will definitely participate. Baiyu's body stiffened for a moment. He almost forgot about it. Competing on the same stage with those 2 SSS-level monsters? Isn't that seeking death? But soon, the retreat in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a burning desire to fight. What are you afraid of? He now has the paper escape technique, Lu Yao as his financial sponsor, and unlimited potential. If I can't beat him, can't I run away? I've made up my mind. Baiyu's voice was firm. I must participate. Lu Yao looked at him and was silent for a moment. Then she smiled. Good. You are worthy of being my chosen bodyguard. She paused and continued, I'll take care of the registration. Starting today, I'll give you special training. Your goal is not to win the championship. Lu Yao's tone became serious. What is that? Baiyu asked. Your goal is to survive and make everyone remember you. Remember how you, an E-class psychic, created miracles. Lu Yao's words made Baiyu's blood boil. He looked at Lu Yao and nodded heavily. Good. The two turned around and left the black market. They didn't notice that in a corner of the black market, a hooded figure was watching them silently. The figure took out a special communicator and dialed a number. Miss, the target has made contact with someone from the Lu family. They seem to be participating in the high school supernatural competition. A cold and playful voice came from the other end of the communicator. Oh? The competition? Interesting. It seems that the game is becoming more and more fun. Tell that stupid woman Lin Yushi to prepare as well. In this game, I, Suli, will play with you till the end. Chapter 10, The Rich Woman's Money Power, E-level superpowers can also super-evolve. Baiyu followed Lu Yao back to the villa. He held the box containing 200 supernatural crystal cores in his hands, feeling as if he were holding a mountain of gold. His trip to the black market had given him a new understanding of Lu Yao's money power. This wasn't just any ordinary rich girl, this was a walking ATM. Put these crystal cores away. Lu Yao's voice interrupted Baiyu's thoughts. She pointed to a corner of the living room. From today on, you will meditate and strengthen your abilities here. Baiyu nodded. He knew that this was the training supplies Lu Yao had given him. He carefully placed the box on the ground. Let's start with the F-grade crystal core today. Lu Yao pulled out a faintly glowing F-grade supernatural crystal core from the box. Use your meditation method to try to absorb it. Baiyu took the crystal core. Following Lu Yao's instructions for meditation, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He placed the crystal core in his palm and guided the power of his supernatural powers into his body. A surge of energy, purer and more powerful than the one he'd experienced during last night's meditation, instantly surged into his meridians. It felt like a shower of rain upon parched land, or a feast upon a hungry man. His supernatural power surged at an unprecedented rate. Whew! Baiyu let out a long breath. When he opened his eyes, the F-class crystal core in his hand had become dim and turned into waste. How do you feel? Lu Yao asked. That's great. Baiyu said excitedly, I feel so full of energy. Lu Yao nodded. Although the energy of an F-grade crystal core isn't much, it's the best supplement for you right now. Absorb 10 F-grade crystal cores and 5 E-grade crystal cores daily. This is your daily intake. Baiyu was shocked. 15 crystal cores a day? That was a waste of money. But he knew that Lu Yao was fully committed to training him. Increasing the upper limit of your supernatural power is only the first step, Lu Yao continued. Now, let's strengthen your paper blade. She pulled out a handful of what looked like dried plants and some powder that shimmered faintly with electricity from a delicate wooden box. This is spider silk grass and lightning stone powder. Spiderweed can increase the toughness and hardness of paper, making your paper blade stronger. Lightning stone powder can give the paper a slight paralyzing effect. Baiyu took these materials. He could sense that these things contained a faint fluctuation of supernatural power. Now, use your supernatural power to try to integrate them into your paper. Lu Yao said. Baiyu did as he was told. He pulled a sheet of A4 paper from his pocket and carefully sprinkled the spiderweed and lightning stone powder on it. He closed his eyes and infused the paper with his supernatural power. The paper trembled slightly in his hand. He could feel the material being broken down by the supernatural power, then gradually blending into the paper's fibers. The paper's color darkened, and a layer of fine lines appeared on its surface. When he opened his eyes again, the piece of paper in his hand was no longer an ordinary A4 sheet. It looked as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it exuded a cold, metallic sheen. He flicked it lightly, and the paper made a buzzing sound, leaving a blurry trail in the air. Paper blade. Baiyu thought, and the paper instantly became tough and sharp. He tried to use it to cut a piece of wood. Laugh. The wood was cut easily, and the cut was smooth and flat. This is more than 10 times stronger than before. Baiyu said in surprise. Lu Yao smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. You must undergo this intensive training every day until your paper can easily cut through steel. Baiyu clenched the paper in his hand. He felt his strength rapidly increasing. This feeling brought him unprecedented satisfaction. Over the next few days, Baiyu's life settled into a regular routine. During the day, he followed Lu Yao's instructions and engaged in intensive supernatural training. He absorbed large quantities of supernatural cores daily, strengthening his paper blade transformation and paper shadow transformation. Lu Yao stood by, constantly challenging him, pushing him to his limits. Lu Yao's training methods were unique. She would use all sorts of bizarre props to simulate different attack methods. For example, she would use a device that emitted high-frequency sound waves to disrupt Bayu's supernatural perception, or she would use a scented spice to simulate the pressure of an alien beast, training Bayu's reaction speed under pressure. Too slow. Lu Yao's voice was always calm, yet filled with unquestionable authority. Bayu dodged frantically on the training ground. He transformed into countless pieces of paper, darting through the air and dodging Lu Yao's various traps. His supernatural power was rapidly depleting, and his body was exhausted. Paper Shadow Shuttle isn't just for escaping, Lu Yao's voice echoed again. It can also be used for surprise attacks and to confuse the enemy. You must learn to control every scrap of paper, making them your eyes and your weapons. Bayu tried to change the way he used Paper Shadow Shuttle. He no longer simply disassembled and reassembled the pieces. He began trying to make the disassembled pieces of paper form a circle in the air, or when they reassembled, they would appear in places the enemy least expected. His progress was rapid. Every day, he could feel his control over his abilities improving. His paper blade could already cut through steel with ease, even leaving marks on certain special alloys. His Paper Shadow Shuttle had also become more agile and uncanny, achieving greater speed and reaching greater distances. You are no longer an ordinary E-level mutant. One day, Lu Yao said calmly as she looked at Bayu, who was sweating profusely on the training ground. Bayu paused, breathing heavily. He knew that Lu Yao was appreciating his efforts. The strength of your current superpowers has reached the peak of E-level superpowers. It has even touched the threshold of D-level. Lu Yao said. Bayu was delighted. D-level. This was a huge improvement for him. But Lu Yao changed the subject. That's not enough. The college ability competition is filled with experts. Lin Yushi and Su Li, their SSS-level abilities are beyond your current capabilities. Bayu's smile froze on his face. He knew that what Lu Yao said was true. Although he had become stronger now, he was still an ant in front of an SSS-level psychic. So, I've prepared more advanced training for you, Lu Yao said. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to attach your supernatural powers to your paper to create a more powerful attack mode. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. This sounded like an advanced application of supernatural powers. Lu Yao, why are you so nice to me? Bayu couldn't help but ask. He knew he hadn't treated her well before, but now she was doing her best to help him. Lu Yao looked at him calmly. There was no trace of emotion on her face. You're my bodyguard now. Lu Yao's voice was soft, yet it carried a subtle hint of pride. Of course my bodyguard has to become stronger. Otherwise, how can he protect me? Bayu felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that although Lu Yao claimed to be a bodyguard, her concern for him was genuine. Besides, Lu Yao's lips curled up into a faint smile. I don't want you to be snatched away by those little sparrows again. Bayu's body suddenly stiffened. He knew that the little sparrows Lu Yao was referring to were Lin Yushi and Su Li. He suddenly felt as if he had jumped from one cage into another. However, this cage looked more luxurious and safer. Ahem. Bayu coughed dryly, trying to change the subject. Lu Yao, when does registration open for the college supernatural competition? Lu Yao opened the light computer on her wrist, and a news item appeared on the screen. In 3 days. The official competition website has opened registration. However, we don't need to register in person. Why? Bayu asked. The Lu family is one of the governing bodies of the Jiangqing Superpower Association, Lu Yao said calmly. I have internal channels. I've already arranged your registration. Bayu was shocked. The Lu family actually had such a background. He felt like he had found the right person. The most important thing for you right now is to raise your ability to D-level, Lu Yao said. Only then will you be qualified to challenge those A-level and B-level psychics. As for SSS level, don't even think about it for now. Bayu nodded. He knew that food should be eaten bite by bite. By the way, have you received any strange text messages or phone calls recently? Lu Yao suddenly asked. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. Of course he had received it. Su Li's MMS, Gu Qingqing's call, and all the caring messages from Lin Yushi. But he hadn't dared to tell Lu Yao. No. Bayu said a little guiltily. Lu Yao glanced at him without saying a word. Her face remained calm, but Bayu felt as if she had seen through his lies. It's better not to. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but with a hint of warning. If you dare to get entangled with those women again, I will no longer care about you. Bai Yu's body stiffened. He knew that Lu Yao's possessiveness, while not as morbid as Lin Yushi and Su Li's, was not to be underestimated. I won't. Bai Yu immediately promised. Bai Yu, never look back. The corners of Lu Yao's mouth curled up into a faint smile again. That smile made Bai Yu feel uneasy. That's best, Lu Yao said, turning and heading towards the villa. Go take a shower. Dinner is ready. Bai Yu looked at Lu Yao's back, feeling a mixture of emotions. He knew he was now completely bound to her. Yet, he didn't feel much resentment. After all, Lu Yao was truly helping him become stronger. Furthermore, her money power was simply too tempting. Chapter 11, The Smell of a Yandere, the death stare of an SSS-class superpower. Bai Yu finished his shower and changed into the comfortable pajamas Lu Yao had prepared for him. He sat at the dining table, looking at the sumptuous dinner spread, his heart filled with satisfaction. This feeling of being cared for was something he had never experienced before. Eat more. Lu Yao sat opposite him and said calmly, You need to replenish your energy. Bai Yu nodded and began to eat voraciously. He could feel his body growing stronger at a visible rate. The overflow of his supernatural power filled him with vitality. Just as Bai Yu was enjoying his dinner, his cell phone, the new one Lu Yao had given him, which was said to be a military-grade encrypted phone, suddenly vibrated. Bai Yu's heart tightened. He subconsciously looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's expression remained calm, as if she hadn't noticed. He carefully took out his phone, and the screen showed a text message from an unknown number. Click on it. The text message contained only a simple sentence, but it made Bai Yu's body stiffen instantly. Ayu, I heard you've gotten stronger recently. That's awesome. But you seem to have forgotten that you can only become stronger for me. At the end of the message was a familiar icicle emoji. Lin Yushi. Bai Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. He thought he had hidden himself well, but he hadn't expected Lin Yushi to discover his increased strength so quickly. Moreover, she even knew his new phone number. What's wrong? Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Her gaze calmly fell on the phone in Bai Yu's hand. Bai Yu's heart trembled. He knew he could no longer hide it. Nothing. Bai Yu tried to put his phone away. But Lu Yao was quicker. She raised her hand slightly, and the phone flew into her hand as if pulled by an invisible force. Lu Yao's eyes scanned the text message. A subtle smile played at the corner of her mouth. That smile sent a chill down Bai Yu's spine. Lin Yushi? Lu Yao whispered the name. Her voice was soft, yet tinged with a hint of coldness. Bai Yu didn't dare to speak. He knew that the Shura field was coming. She actually knows your new number. Lu Yao muttered to herself, It seems that my intelligence channels need to be upgraded. Bai Yu's heart sank. Was Lu Yao angry? Ayu, do you think that if you hide, they won't be able to find you? Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Bai Yu calmly. Bai Yu hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Too naive. Lu Yao chuckled. The perception of an SSS-level esper is beyond the imagination of an E-level esper like you. They can sense your presence through the fluctuations of your superpowers. Especially after your superpowers have been enhanced, you're like a firefly in the dark night, more conspicuous to them. Bai Yu felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected that his enhanced ability would actually expose him. So, Lu Yao placed her phone on the table and leaned forward slightly. You have to become stronger. So strong that they won't dare to attack you easily. Bai Yu looked at Lu Yao. He knew that what Lu Yao said was right. Lin Yushi already knows you're here, Lu Yao said. She'll be here soon. Bai Yu stood up suddenly. He knew Lin Yushi's Yandere nature. If she came to him, the consequences would be disastrous. I have to leave. Bai Yu said. Where are you going? Lu Yao asked calmly, Where else do you think you can hide? Bai Yu was speechless. He really had nowhere else to go except Lu Yao's place. Sit down. Lu Yao said calmly, Since they are here, let them come. Bai Yu was stunned. Was Lu Yao going to confront him head-on? Don't worry. Lu Yao said, This is the Lu family. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Bai Yu felt a little uneasy. He knew that the Lu family was very influential in Zhangcheng, but would this influence really work against an SSS-level psychic? At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside the villa's gate. Boom! A chill instantly enveloped the entire villa area, and the temperature inside the villa suddenly dropped several degrees. Bayu's body suddenly stiffened. He could sense that the aura was Lin Yushi's SSS-level ice ability. She's here! Bayu exclaimed. Lu Yao's expression remained calm. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked toward the villa's main door. It seems that she is more anxious than I thought, Lu Yao said. Bayu also walked to the window. He saw Lin Yushi standing outside the villa's gate. She was dressed in a white dress, her long black hair dancing in the wind. An icy chill emanated from her, forming a thick layer of frost on the ground in front of the villa's gate. Lin Yushi's face was expressionless, but her cold eyes were like two ice spikes, piercing straight into the villa. Ayu! Lin Yushi's voice, transmitted clearly into the villa through her supernatural power. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Bayu's heart trembled. He knew that Lin Yushi was warning him. Lin Yushi! A cold voice suddenly came from the other direction of the villa. Bayu turned his head sharply. He saw Suli standing outside the other side of the villa's wall. She was wearing a black tights, revealing a curvaceous figure. A strange energy wave emanated from her, distorting the air around her. Suli had a playful smile on her face, which made Bayu's scalp tingle. I didn't expect that you, an iceberg sparrow, would come so quickly. Suli's voice was full of sarcasm. Lin Yushi's body suddenly stiffened. She looked at Suli, a flash of anger in her eyes. Suli! This is a matter between me and you, it has nothing to do with you, Lin Yushi said coldly. Nothing to do with it? Suli chuckled. He's my little sparrow. How can he have nothing to do with me? Bayu felt like a little white rabbit being targeted by two tigresses. His only hope now was Lu Yao. Lu Yao's expression remained calm. She simply stared out the window, watching Lin Yushi and Suli confront each other. It seems that tonight will not be peaceful, Lu Yao said softly. Bayu's heart sank. He knew Lu Yao was right. Lu Yao, what are you going to do? Bayu asked. Lu Yao turned around and looked at Bayu calmly. You just need to stay here and watch carefully. As she spoke, she took out the black card. Lin Yushi, Suli. Lu Yao's voice, through her supernatural power, was clearly transmitted outside the villa. This is the Lu family. What do you want to do? Lin Yushi and Suli's bodies froze at the same time. They obviously didn't expect Lu Yao to come forward directly. Lu Yao. Lin Yushi's voice was cold. Hand over you. This is a matter between us. Ms. Lu. Suli's voice was tinged with sarcasm. We just want to catch up with Bayu. Why are you meddling in our affairs? Lu Yao chuckled. Minding my business? He's my bodyguard now. You want to take my bodyguard away, that's not meddling. Lin Yushi and Suli's expressions turned grim at the same time. They knew the Lu family's influence, but they didn't expect Lu Yao to be so tough. Lu Yao, don't think I don't dare to break in, Lin Yushi said coldly. You try. Lu Yao's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Lu family villa is not a place you can just barge into. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit suddenly appeared behind Lin Yushi and Suli. He bowed respectfully to Lu Yao. Ms. Lu, the Lu family security department is on standby at all times. Lin Yushi and Suli's expressions turned even uglier. They knew that the Lu family security department was not to be underestimated. It seems that you can't take my bodyguard away tonight, Lu Yao said calmly. Lin Yushi and Suli exchanged a glance. They knew they couldn't forcefully take Bayu away tonight. Humph. Lin Yushi snorted coldly and turned away. The chill around her still lingered. Suli chuckled. Miss Lu, we have a long way to go, she said, turning and leaving. Bayu watched their figures disappear into the night and felt relieved. He knew that he was safe for the time being tonight. Lu Yao, thank you, Bayu said sincerely. Lu Yao glanced at him without saying anything. She simply walked to the dining table, picked up Bayu's phone, and deleted the text message. Remember. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but it carried a hint of warning. You are my bodyguard now. Everything you have belongs to me. Bai Yu's heart sank. He knew that he was now completely controlled by Lu Yao. Go and rest, Lu Yao said. Tomorrow, your training will be even more rigorous. Bai Yu nodded. He knew that in order to survive and become stronger, he had to accept all of this. Chapter 12 Competition Registration. E-level psychic shocks the audience. The next morning, Bai Yu was sweating on the training ground. Following Lu Yao's instructions, he attached his supernatural power to the paper and tried out new attack modes. He felt that his supernatural power was developing in a completely new direction. Too slow. Your supernatural power hasn't fully attached. Lu Yao's voice rang out beside him. She held a palm-sized instrument in her hand, which displayed the attachment rate of Bai Yu's supernatural power. Bai Yu took a deep breath and tried again. He closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing through his body. Then, he channeled it little by little onto the paper in his hand. The paper glowed faintly in his hand, and he could feel it becoming heavier and more resilient. Paper blade. Bai Yu swung his hand violently. The piece of paper flew out like lightning, hitting a metal target in the distance. Bang! There was a loud bang, and a deep dent appeared on the metal target. Not bad, Lu Yao said calmly, the adhesion rate has reached 80%. Keep working hard and strive to reach 90%. Bai Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that this technique of attaching all his supernatural power to the paper consumed a lot of it, but it also greatly increased the paper's attack power. Today, we are going to the Jiangcheng Superpower Association. Lu Yao suddenly said. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. What are you going there for? Register, Lu Yao said calmly. Although I registered for you through internal channels, the competition organizing committee requires all participants to enter their information publicly. Bai Yu's heart sank. He knew this meant he would be making a public appearance. This would be a huge test for him. He didn't want to attract too much attention right now. Lin Yushi, Su Li and the others will definitely go too, Bai Yu said. Lu Yao glanced at him. You'll have to face them sooner or later. Besides, don't you want to prove yourself in the competition? This is the first step. Bai Yu took a deep breath. He knew Lu Yao was right. He couldn't hide forever. Okay. Bai Yu said, I'll go. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. Very good. My bodyguard should have this kind of courage. Lu Yao took Bai Yu and once again boarded the low-key black hover car and arrived at the Jiangcheng Superpower Association. The hall of the Psychic Association was bustling with people. Countless young psychics gathered here, waiting to sign up. The air was filled with the fluctuations of various psychic powers, making Bai Yu feel a little depressed. He could sense that most of the psychics here were stronger than him. He could even sense several extremely powerful psychic fluctuations, which must be from B-level or A-level psychics. Follow me. Lu Yao led Bai Yu straight to a dedicated passage. At the entrance stood two uniformed security guards. Upon seeing Lu Yao, they immediately saluted respectfully. Ms. Lu. Lu Yao just nodded and walked in with Bai Yu. Bai Yu was a little nervous. He knew that once he publicly registered, his information would be known to everyone. At the end of the passage was a spacious room filled with high-tech equipment and several staff members. A uniformed staff member came forward upon seeing Lu Yao. Ms. Lu, you're here. Lu Yao nodded. This is Bai Yu. He's here to participate in the college supernatural competition. The staff member looked at Bai Yu. Seeing that there was no obvious supernatural power fluctuation on Bai Yu, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Student Bai Yu, please place your hand on this instrument for a test of your ability level. The staff member pointed to an instrument that looked like a scanner. Bai Yu took a deep breath and placed his hand on the instrument. The instrument emitted a faint light, and then Bai Yu's information appeared on the screen. Name, Bai Yu. Superpower, paper plane. Superpower level, E-level. When the words E-level appeared on the screen, the staff in the room were stunned. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. An E-level psychic actually came to participate in the college psychic competition? Moreover, was she brought here personally by Miss Lu? The staff's gazes turned strange. They seemed to be mocking Bai Yu's arrogance. Bai Yu felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that in the eyes of the public, E-level psychics were synonymous with waste. Is there a problem? Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Her tone was calm, yet with a hint of coldness. The staff member froze and immediately shook his head. No, no problem. It's quite rare to see an E-class esper participating in a competition. Just because it's rare doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Yao said, continue. The staff member didn't dare to say anything more and immediately continued to enter Baiyu's information. Mr. Baiyu, please press your fingerprint here and enter your psychic ID. Baiyu did as he was told. When his fingerprint touched the screen, his information was officially entered into the competition system. Alright, Baiyu. Your registration information has been successfully entered, the staff member said. The competition schedule and rules will be announced on the official website. Please stay tuned. Baiyu nodded. Lu Yao took Baiyu out of the room. When they returned to the hall, Baiyu found that the people with special abilities around him were looking at him with strange eyes. He knew that his identity as an E-level mutant must have been spread by the staff. E-level esper? He's actually participating in the competition? Miss Lu brought him here? Is the Lu family crazy? I think he's here to make fun of me. Whispers were heard all around. Baiyu's face turned grim. He knew that these ridicules were inevitable. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the center of the hall. Lin Yushi is here. Su Li is here too. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Lin Yushi and Su Li walking in from the main gate. Lin Yushi was still as icy as ever, the chill she exuded making everyone around her subconsciously avoid her. Su Li, dressed in black with a playful smile on her face, made the air around them feel a bit oppressive. Their appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. SSS-level psychic. They actually came to participate in the competition. This year's competition is truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Yushi and Su Li also saw Baiyu. Their eyes were instantly fixed on him. A complex emotion flashed across Lin Yushi's icy face. She saw Baiyu standing next to Lu Yao, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Su Li chuckled softly, her eyes flicking back and forth between Baiyu and Lu Yao. That smile made Baiyu feel creepy. Ayu, it seems you like it here very much. Lin Yushi's voice was a little cold. My little sparrow, have you forgotten that you still have me? Su Li's voice was filled with a hint of temptation. Baiyu felt like he was being roasted on a fire. He didn't know how to respond. Lu Yao's expression remained calm. She simply stood beside Baiyu, silent. However, her presence was like an invisible barrier, blocking out the pressure from Lin Yushi and Su Li. It seems that your charm is still as strong as before. Lu Yao said to Baiyu softly. Her voice was very soft, but Baiyu could hear a subtle hint of sarcasm in it. Baiyu smiled bitterly inwardly. He didn't think his charm was a good thing at all. Let's go. Lu Yao said, we've finished our work. She took Baiyu, walked through the crowd, and left the Superpower Association. Lin Yushi and Su Li looked at the backs of Baiyu and Lu Yao, with complicated expressions in their eyes. Lu Yao, do you think you can hide him? Lin Yushi said coldly. Su Li chuckled. The game has just begun. Baiyu sat in the hovercraft, feeling his heartbeat accelerating. He knew that his appearance today had completely angered Lin Yushi and Su Li. Lu Yao, Baiyu was a little worried. They don't dare to act recklessly here, Lu Yao said calmly. During the competition, the Psychic Association will tighten controls. They won't risk offending the association by taking action here. But Lu Yao changed the subject. In the competition, it's hard to say. Baiyu's heart sank. He knew that the competition was the real battlefield. So, Lu Yao looked at Baiyu, you must become stronger. So strong that they can no longer control you. Baiyu clenched his fists. He knew what Lu Yao said was true. He had to become stronger. He wanted to prove to everyone at the competition that an E-level psychic could also perform miracles. Chapter 13, E-rank War God? The rich woman's money power is inexhaustible. Baiyu sweated profusely on the training ground. The piece of paper in his hand was no longer ordinary paper. It emanated a faint metallic luster, and its edges were sharp enough to cut through the air. Lu Yao stood not far away, holding a tablet displaying various data. Attachment rate, 92%. Lu Yao's voice was calm. Baiyu took a deep breath and tried again. He closed his eyes, feeling the supernatural power surging through his body. He delicately guided it, like a thread, to the paper in his hand. The paper trembled in his palm, and the light grew brighter. Paper blade. Bai Yu threw the piece of paper fiercely. With a sharp sound, it cut through the air like a laser, accurately hitting an alloy target in the center of the training ground. Bang! The alloy target uttered a dull thud. A gash several inches deep suddenly appeared on the target. The edges were smooth, as if melted by intense heat. Attachment rate, 95%. There was a subtle hint of satisfaction in Lu Yao's voice. Bai Yu gasped for breath. He felt as if his supernatural power had been almost completely drained. This technique of completely attaching supernatural power to a piece of paper consumed a huge amount of supernatural power. But he knew that this kind of power was something his previous self could never have imagined. Very good. Lu Yao put down the tablet and walked over to Bai Yu. You've already mastered the ability to attach your paper blade to a paper blade. Now, your paper blades are powerful enough to cut through most alloy materials. Bai Yu was pleasantly surprised. He clenched his fists, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. But that's not enough. Lu Yao changed the subject. Your paper shadow shuttle also needs to be strengthened. She pulled out what looked like a grenade from a nearby shelf. This is a jamming ball. It releases a special energy wave that interferes with the perception of psychics. Lu Yao threw the jamming ball into the air. It exploded, sending countless tiny energy particles into the air. Bai Yu felt the air around him grow thicker, and his supernatural perception was greatly affected. Under interference, use paper shadow shuttle, Lu Yao said. You must learn to precisely control your abilities even in the most adverse circumstances. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes, trying to sense the faint energy fluctuations. He transformed into countless pieces of paper, weaving through the interference. At first, he felt very tired. He almost collided with the obstacles on the training ground several times. Too slow. Lu Yao's voice rang out again. A laser gun suddenly appeared in her hand, emitting a dazzling beam of light, which shot towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu was startled. He knew Lu Yao was pushing him to his limits. He endured the discomfort and pushed his supernatural powers to their limit. He kept the disintegrated pieces of paper suspended in the air longer, reassembling them faster. He even tried to sense his surroundings while disintegrating, allowing for more precise movement. Time passed little by little. When Bai Yu stopped again, he was already sweating profusely and his body was exhausted to the limit. Great progress, Lu Yao said calmly. Your control over paper shadow shuttle has reached a new level. Bai Yu was panting, but his heart was filled with satisfaction. He knew that Lu Yao's training was cruel, but also the most effective. Ding! Detecting a significant increase in the host's ability to control supernatural powers. Analyzing new skills. In Bai Yu's mind, a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a new skill, Paper Escape, Void. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. A new skill? Paper Escape, Void, a higher level, Paper Shadow Shuttle. The host can break themselves down into particles of paper, blending into the surrounding environment and achieving complete concealment. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Bai Yu was ecstatic. This was a truly divine skill. Complete concealment. This meant he could vanish right before the enemy's eyes, then launch a surprise attack or escape. What's wrong? Lu Yao's voice interrupted Bai Yu's thoughts. Bai Yu tried to calm down. Nothing. I just feel like I've mastered something new. Lu Yao glanced at him and didn't ask any further questions. Let's stop here for today, Lu Yao said. Go and rest. Tomorrow, we'll have actual combat training. Bai Yu nodded. He knew that actual combat training meant he would have to face a real opponent. That night, Bai Yu lay in bed, unable to sleep. His mind replayed the day's training in the new skills unlocked by the system. He knew he was rapidly becoming stronger. But he also did not forget that Lin Yushi and Su Li, the two SSS-level psychics, were like two huge mountains pressing down on his heart. Just then, his cell phone vibrated again. Bai Yu's heart tightened. He pulled out his phone, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. He hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the message. Ayu, I heard you've been working very hard lately. How sweet. But isn't the direction of your efforts a little off? After all, everything you have should belong to me. At the end of the text message, there was a strange smiley face. Su Li. Bai Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. He hadn't expected that Su Li also knew about it. Moreover, her tone was even more playful and creepy than Lin Yushi's. He deleted the text message immediately. He knew that his every move was under their surveillance. The next day, Bai Yu arrived at the training ground early. Lu Yao was already waiting there. Today, you will face 3D level psychics, Lu Yao said calmly. They will use various powers to attack you. Your goal is to withstand their attacks for 5 minutes. Bai Yu's heart sank. D-level psychics. Although his power was close to D-level now, he hadn't truly broken through yet. And there were 3D level psychics. Don't worry, Lu Yao said. They will control their strength and won't actually hurt you. But they will go all out to simulate actual combat. Just as Lu Yao finished speaking, 3 people emerged from a corner of the training ground. They exuded powerful supernatural powers and had sharp eyes. These are the Lu family's security personnel, Lu Yao introduced. They are all experienced D-level psychics. Bai Yu took a deep breath. He knew this was the real test. Start. Lu Yao gave the order. The 3D level psychics immediately launched an attack. One psychic condensed a ball of flame in his hand and sprayed it towards Bai Yu. Another psychic summoned several sharp earth spikes that broke out of the ground, blocking Bai Yu's escape route. The third psychic released a powerful mental shock, trying to disrupt Bai Yu's perception. Bai Yu's expression changed. He could sense that the 3 of them were working together very well, and their attacks were quite tricky. He immediately activated Paper Shadow Shuttle, transforming into a series of blurry shadows, dodging the flames and earth spikes. At the same time, he endured the discomfort brought by the mental shock and tried to stay awake. Paper Blade. Bai Yu formed a sharp paper blade in his hand and threw it towards one of the psychics. The blade made a sharp sound as it flew straight towards the opponent's face. The psychic smiled contemptuously and casually condensed a stone shield to block the paper blade. Bite. The paper blade struck the stone shield with a crisp sound before shattering. Although it caused no substantial damage, it did successfully attract the opponent's attention. Bai Yu took the opportunity to activate Paper Escape Void. His body instantly disintegrated into paper-like particles and merged into the surrounding air. The 3D level psychics saw nothing but a flash before their eyes, and Bai Yu disappeared into thin air. Where are the people? A psychic exclaimed. They immediately became alert and looked around. At this moment, Bai Yu regrouped behind a superpower user. He condensed a sharp paper blade in his hand and slashed it towards the other person's neck. The psychic was startled and instinctively dodged sideways. Although he avoided the vital part, the paper blade still left a shallow scratch on his arm. What a fast speed, the psychic said in his heart. Bai Yu didn't want to fight any longer. He knew the duration of Paper Escape Void was short. He activated Paper Shadow Shuttle, again, creating distance. The 3D class psychics attacked again. They obviously didn't expect that an E-class psychic could cause them so much trouble. Bai Yu constantly dodged and counterattacked under their attacks. He used Paper Blade Transformation and Paper Shadow Shuttle to the fullest extent, even using Paper Escape Void to launch surprise attacks from time to time. 5 minutes passed quickly. When Lu Yao called for a halt, Bai Yu was already panting and exhausted. The 3D level psychics, though uninjured, all had expressions of shock on their faces. Is he really an E-level mutant? A mutant couldn't help but ask. A subtle smile played on Lu Yao's lips. Of course he's an E-class psychic. She looked at Bai Yu. Good job. Bai Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had successfully proven himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the stage challenge. Gain 500 experience points and increase your ability strength. In Bai Yu's mind, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations host, your ability level has been upgraded to D. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. D level. He'd truly broken through. He felt a surge of supernatural power filling his body. He clenched his fists, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body. Lu Yao, I made a breakthrough. Bai Yu said excitedly. A genuine smile appeared on Lu Yao's face. Very good. She walked over to Bai Yu and patted his shoulder. From today on, you are no longer an E-level waste. But Lu Yao changed the subject. D rank is barely good enough for a tournament. Your goal is to become even stronger. Bai Yu nodded heavily. I know. He knew that his goal was to surpass everyone. Tomorrow, we'll go buy some new equipment, Lu Yao said. Your D-level ability requires a more powerful carrier. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Lu Yao was going to start spending money again. By the way, Lu Yao turned and walked towards the villa. Is your phone a little noisy lately? Bai Yu's body stiffened. He knew that Lu Yao must have seen the text messages from Lin Yushi and Su Li again. No. No. Bai Yu said a little guiltily. Lu Yao didn't say anything. She just chuckled softly, and that smile made Bai Yu feel a chill down his spine. That's better. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but with a hint of warning. I don't want my bodyguards to be distracted by some little troubles. Chapter 14. My bodyguard must be top-notch. Bai Yu followed Lu Yao out of the villa. A brand new black hover car pulled up at the door. This car was more understated than the last one, with sleek lines that seemed to blend into the surrounding air. But Bai Yu could sense that it was emitting an unusual energy fluctuation. This is the Shadow Series hover car, Lu Yao said calmly. The car body is made of the latest energy-absorbing material, which can block most supernatural perceptions. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. This car was practically designed to avoid Lin Yushi and Su Li's perception. Today, we're going to the largest psychic equipment store in Jiangcheng, Lu Yao said. Your D-level psychic ability requires a set of top-notch equipment. Bai Yu sat in the car, feeling the softness of the seat. He knew that Lu Yao was going to arm him to the teeth. The hovercraft shuttled through the city, finally stopping in front of a towering building. Constructed entirely of a special alloy, it radiated a cold sheen. Above the gate hung a massive emblem depicting a sword and a shield. This is the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Lu Yao said. It's the top-tier sales center for psychic equipment in Jiangcheng, and even the entire alliance. Bai Yu followed Lu Yao into the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The hall was brightly lit, and a dazzling array of supernatural equipment was on display. There were armor pieces shimmering with runes, weapons emitting energy fluctuations, and some things that looked like high-tech props. The customers here were all powerful psychics. Bai Yu could sense that there were quite a few B-level, A-level, and even S-level psychics here. A uniformed salesperson immediately came forward. Seeing Lu Yao, he smiled respectfully. Ms. Lu, welcome to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. What can you do for us today? Lu Yao nodded. Pick out a set of equipment suitable for my bodyguard. The salesperson looked at Bai Yu. He saw the D-level supernatural power emanating from Bai Yu, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A D-level supernatural being could actually be brought by Miss Lu to personally select equipment? What type of superpower does this gentleman have? The salesperson asked. Paper. Lu Yao said concisely. The salesperson was stunned. Paper-type psychics were a relatively rare type among psychics. Furthermore, they were generally not adept at direct combat and had specialized equipment requirements. Paper-type espers? The salesperson said, looking somewhat embarrassed. We don't have much equipment specifically for paper-type espers in our store. However, we can recommend some general-purpose defensive equipment. No. Lu Yao said, what I want is equipment that can make his paper stronger. An offensive and defensive device. The salesperson was a little confused. It was the first time he had heard of such a request. Please take us to the best exhibition area. Lu Yao said, money is not a problem. The salesperson immediately understood what Lu Yao meant. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Okay, Miss Lu. Please follow me. He led Lu Yao and Bai Yu through the layers of exhibition areas and arrived at a separate VIP room. Inside the room, several pieces of equipment that looked quite valuable were displayed. These are the treasures of our Divine Weapon Pavilion, the salesperson explained. Each one contains powerful supernatural fluctuations, which can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of supernatural users. Lu Yao picked up something that looked like a glove. What is this? This is the Thousand Silk Glove, the salesperson explained. It's woven from a special kind of exotic animal silk thread. It can significantly increase the wearer's agility and strength. Furthermore, it can also make the wearer more sensitive to energy. Lu Yao handed the gloves to Bai Yu. Try them on. Bai Yu took the gloves. They were light, yet they fit snugly on his hands. He could sense a faint psychic energy emanating from them, seemingly resonating with his own. This void cloth is made from the skin of a deep sea monster. It possesses powerful defensive capabilities and can also create a brief, blurry afterimage when the wearer moves, disrupting the enemy's judgment. This energy amplification stone can increase the energy output of a mutant by 30%. The salesperson introduced the products non-stop while Lu Yao examined each item one by one, occasionally letting Baiyu try them on. Baiyu had only one thought in his mind: the money power of a rich woman is really attractive. Finally, Lu Yao selected a set of equipment for Baiyu. 1,000 silk gloves improves agility and perception. Void cloak provides defense and movement afterimage. Energy amplification stone embedded in the void garment, it greatly increases the output of supernatural powers. And this. Lu Yao picked up something that looked like a belt. This is the space belt. It has a small space inside that can store your paper. Baiyu took the belt and was overjoyed. This meant he could carry a large amount of paper with him and no longer have to worry about running out of paper. These equipments will cost you a total of. The salesperson quoted an astronomical figure. Lu Yao just smiled faintly and swiped the black card directly. Baiyu felt like he was dreaming. He was an E-class psychic, but now he possessed a set of top-tier equipment that even D-class psychics dreamed of. Ding! It's detected that the host has obtained a large amount of high-quality equipment, and the overall combat power has been greatly improved. The system beeped again. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Cash Power Warrior. Baiyu was delighted. A powerful warrior? This achievement was tailor-made for him. Ding! Cash Power Warrior Achievement Reward, gain an opportunity to activate equipment potential. Baiyu was shocked. Equipment potential activated? What did this mean? The host can select a piece of current equipment, and the system will unleash its hidden potential, significantly enhancing its effectiveness. Baiyu immediately understood. He could further strengthen the equipment he had. He looked at the 1,000 silk gloves, void robe, and energy amplification stone in his hands. He knew that these pieces of equipment were already extremely powerful. If their potential was further stimulated, it would be a qualitative leap. He thought about it and finally decided to choose the 1,000 silk gloves because his paper-based ability required very high agility and perception. System, unleash the potential of the 1,000 silk gloves. Baiyu muttered in his heart. Unleashing the potential of the 1,000 silk gloves. Unleashing success. Baiyu felt the 1,000 silk gloves in his hand tremble slightly, and then he felt his perception become sharper than ever before. He could even clearly hear the subtle breathing sounds of the psychics in the distant exhibition area. How do you feel? Lu Yao asked. Baiyu clenched his fists. Great. I feel like my perception has more than doubled. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. Very good. Your equipment is now top-notch. She led Baiyu out of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. When they returned to the hovercraft, Baiyu saw a pair of cold eyes staring at them from a black car across the street. Lin Yushi. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that even if he changed cars, Lin Yushi would still be able to find him. The perception of an SSS-level psychic was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Baiyu's phone vibrated again. He took out his cell phone and saw a text message from an unfamiliar number on the screen. Ayu, I heard you recently changed into new equipment. It's really handsome. However, no matter how handsome you are, you can only see it to me. I look forward to seeing you at the competition, my little sparrow. At the end of the text message, there was a strange love emoticon. Suli. Baiyu's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew Suli must be nearby. These two yanderas were like two ghosts, constantly hovering around him. It seems that they can't wait any longer. Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Baiyu's body stiffened. He knew that Lu Yao must have seen it again. You are now a D-class Esper. With these equipment, you are more than capable of dealing with most D-class and even some C-class Esper. Lu Yao said calmly, however, to face an SSS-class Esper, you will still need more power. The college supernatural competition will officially begin in 3 days, Lu Yao said. In the next 3 days, I will allow you to master a brand new fighting style. Baiyu took a deep breath. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. Lu Yao, how far do you want me to go? Baiyu couldn't help but ask. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yao's face. Of course my bodyguards must become stronger, Lu Yao said, so strong that those little sparrows can no longer covet them. Chapter 15 Money Power Limited Edition. You can't imagine the happiness of a rich woman. Baiyu donned the void robe and the 1,000 silk gloves that Lu Yao had chosen for him. He felt lighter and more agile. The void robe's material was incredibly comfortable, and he could sense the powerful defensive energy contained within. The 1,000 silk gloves made his fingers incredibly sensitive, as if they could sense even the slightest fluctuations in the air. He walked to the center of the training ground. Lu Yao was already waiting there. In her hand, she held what looked like a crystal ball. "Today, we'll train your psychic perception," Lu Yao said. "Your paper shadow shuttle and paper escape void both rely on precise perception of your surroundings. Especially when moving at high speeds and concealed, you must be able to clearly see everything." Lu Yao placed the crystal ball on the ground. It emitted a faint glow, and then countless tiny energy points drifted out, filling the entire training ground. Baiyu's vision blurred, his supernatural perception experiencing unprecedented interference. These points of light, like countless tiny supernatural signals, constantly impacted his sensory nerves, making it difficult for him to distinguish the true energy fluctuations. "This is the phantom interference ball," Lu Yao said calmly. "It can simulate the energy fluctuations of thousands of psychics, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Your task is to find the 3 real psychic energies hidden within this interference." Baiyu took a deep breath. He knew this would be even more difficult than yesterday's training. He closed his eyes, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. His palm, clad in a 1,000-thread glove, gently touched the air, trying to discern the false energy fluctuations. At first, it was incredibly difficult. Countless energy signals crisscrossed his mind, giving him a splitting headache. "Too slow," Lu Yao's voice rang out. An energy gun suddenly appeared in her hand. With a sharp humming sound, beams of energy shot towards Baiyu's position. Baiyu was startled. He immediately activated Paper Shadow Shuttle, transforming into countless pieces of paper and weaving through the interference. He suppressed the discomfort of his perception and immersed himself in his supernatural powers. He tried to sense the trajectory of the energy beams and dodge them in advance. He discovered that the potential unlocked by the 1,000 silk gloves had indeed sharpened his perception of energy. He could sense that while the false energy points were numerous, their energy fluctuations were scattered and disordered. Meanwhile, the energy beams emitted by Lu Yao were more concentrated and directional. He began to try to filter out the chaotic signals, focusing solely on the real, regular energy fluctuations. Time ticked by. Baiyu's supernatural power was rapidly depleting, and his body was exhausted. But he didn't give up. He knew this was the only way to become stronger. He repeatedly disassembled and reassembled, weaving through the interference of phantoms and dodging the attacking energy beams. His perception became increasingly clear under the extreme pressure. He could even sense that despite the huge number of those energy points, there was a subtle pattern between them. Ding! Detecting a significant increase in the host's supernatural perception, analyzing new skills. In Baiyu's mind, the system prompt sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the new skill, Paper Heart Transparency." Baiyu's mind stirred. New skill? Paper Heart Transparency. The host can integrate their supernatural powers into their surroundings, forming a perception field centered on themselves. Within this field, the host can clearly perceive all energy fluctuations and gain absolute control over their paper-based supernatural powers. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Baiyu was ecstatic. This was truly a divine skill. Amidst the phantom interference, this kind of perceptive ability that could see through everything was what he needed most. "What's wrong?" Lu Yao's voice interrupted Baiyu's thoughts. Baiyu tried to calm down. He knew Lu Yao was observing him. I feel like I can find those real supernatural powers," Baiyu said. Lu Yao nodded. "Give it a try." Baiyu immediately activated Paper Heart Transparency. An invisible supernatural force emanated from his body, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. His vision suddenly became clear. The dense, phantom light points became clearer to him. He could easily distinguish which were false interferences and which were real energy fluctuations. He locked onto one of the real alien energy sources. It was a miniature energy transmitter hidden in a corner. With a thought, Baiyu activated Paper Blade Transformation. A sharp paper blade, with a piercing sound, accurately struck the energy transmitter. Bang! The energy transmitter was shattered. A subtle hint of surprise appeared on Lu Yao's face. She hadn't expected Bai Yu to master it so quickly. Bai Yu didn't stop. He continued to activate paper heart transparency, searching for the other two real energy sources. Soon, the other two energy emitters were also shattered by him with precision. Very good. Lu Yao said calmly, "You are faster than I thought." Bai Yu gasped for air. He felt as if his psychic power had been nearly drained. Yet, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Is this the ability a D-level psychic should possess? Bai Yu asked. Lu Yao shook her head. No, paper transparency is an advanced perception skill that only a very small number of psychics can master. It allows you to have superb insight in complex environments. Bai Yu was shocked. He hadn't expected to master such a powerful skill. This was all thanks to Lu Yao. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the training phase. You have gained 800 experience points and your ability strength has increased. Congratulations to the host, your ability level has been raised to the peak of D level. Bai Yu was ecstatic. Peak D level. He was only one step away from becoming a C-level psychic. Let's stop here for today, Lu Yao said. Go and get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll familiarize you with the rules of the competition and some of the special competition venues. Bai Yu nodded. He knew that Lu Yao was making final preparations for his competition. That night, Bai Yu finished his shower and lay down on his bed. He felt a surge of strength. He clenched his fists, a surge of confidence he had never felt before. He knew he was no longer that E-rank loser. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Bai Yu's heart tightened. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. He hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the text message. Ayu, I heard you've gotten stronger recently. You're becoming more and more likable. But, have you forgotten that everything you have should belong to me? You're so strong now, I have to hide you from others. At the end of the text message, there was a strange cage emoticon. Lin Yushi. Bai Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. He hadn't expected Lin Yushi's Yandere nature to escalate again. Cage? This woman really wanted to lock herself up. He deleted the text message immediately. He knew that his every move was under their surveillance. Just as he was deleting the text message, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was from another unfamiliar number. Bai Yu, you're truly a pleasant surprise. Peak D rank? Looks like I need to speed up. I won't show any mercy in the competition. But don't worry, I'll just beat you half to death and then take you home to take good care of you. At the end of the text message, there was a strange scalpel emoticon. Suli. Bai Yu's body suddenly stiffened. Suli's Yandere demeanor was no less impressive. A scalpel? Was this woman planning to dissect herself? He felt like a frog being stared at by two venomous snakes. He only now realized that his own strength had made their Yandere attributes even more terrifying. It seems that your phone is very busy. Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Bai Yu looked up suddenly. Lu Yao had already stood beside his bed. Her face remained calm, but Bai Yu felt as if she saw through all his secrets. Bai Yu's heart sank. He knew Lu Yao must have seen it again. No. No. Bai Yu said a little guiltily. Lu Yao didn't say anything. She simply walked to the bedside and picked up Bai Yu's phone. With a flick of her finger, she completely deleted the two text messages. Then, she opened her phone settings and made some adjustments. I've triple encrypted your phone, Lu Yao said calmly. It will be much more difficult for them to contact you this way again. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yao's financial and technical abilities were truly comprehensive. Remember. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but with a hint of warning. You are my bodyguard now. Everything you have belongs to me. Including your phone. Bai Yu's body stiffened. He knew that he was now completely controlled by Lu Yao. Go and rest, Lu Yao said. Tomorrow, your training will be even more rigorous. You must not embarrass me in the competition. Bai Yu nodded. He knew he had to accept all this in order to survive, to become stronger. He felt his life was heading in an unexpected direction. He was no longer that E-rank loser, he was getting stronger. But the price of this strength was being simultaneously targeted by his 3 Yandere ex-girlfriends and his scheming fiancé. Bai Yu took a deep breath. He knew that the days ahead would be even more exciting. Chapter 16, Rich Woman as Happy Ball, Bodyguard Training in Progress. The next morning, Bai Yu awoke from a deep sleep. He felt lighter than ever before, his body surging with supernatural power. Peak D rank, a level that had once seemed like an unattainable dream to him. Now, he was just one step away from becoming a C rank supernaturalist. He clenched his fists, feeling the strength coming from his fingertips. The 1,000 silk gloves on his hands seemed to become a part of his body, making his perception extremely sharp. The void cloak was soft and close to his body, providing invisible protection. Yet, this feeling of power didn't completely dispel the gloom within him. The 2 text messages on his phone, along with Lin Yushi and Su Li's almost pathological possessiveness, hung like 2 invisible swords over his head. He knew he'd grown stronger, but his troubles had also escalated. Their surveillance, their warnings, made Bai Yu feel suffocated. He felt like prey being targeted by 2 apex predators, and beside him, his seemingly docile, yet scheming fiancée was using her money power to keep him firmly in check. When Bai Yu walked out of the bedroom, Lu Yao was already waiting in the living room. She was wearing a smart sportswear today, looking very heroic. "How do you feel?" Lu Yao asked. "Very good." Bai Yu said, "It's better than ever before." Lu Yao nodded. "Today, we'll familiarize ourselves with the rules of the competition and some of the special venues. The format of the university supernatural competition is complex, and different venues have a significant impact on the performance of the supernaturals." She brought Bai Yu to a huge holographic simulation training room. In the center of the training room, a huge ball of light was suspended, projecting various complex scenes. The competition is divided into several stages. Lu Yao pointed at the constantly changing images on the light ball. The preliminary round is an elimination round, usually held in an energy maze or elemental arena. The energy maze interferes with supernatural perception, while the elemental arena randomly generates various elemental attacks. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this training tailor-made for him? Paper heart transparency and paper escape, void, were the perfect skills for this kind of environment. The semi-finals and finals will be even more brutal, and may be held in the void battlefield or the extreme survival zone. The void battlefield will weaken the psychic strength, while the extreme survival zone will simulate a real wild environment, and even have strange beasts appear. Lu Yao said calmly. Bai Yu was shocked. This wasn't a competition, it was a life or death test. "Today, we're simulating an energy maze," Lu Yao said. "Your task is to find the hidden flag in the maze and bring it out within the allotted time. There will be simulated D-class psychics patrolling the maze, and they will attack you." Bai Yu took a deep breath. He knew this was another real-life test. "Start." Lu Yao gave the order. The environment of the holographic simulation training room changed instantly. Bai Yu found himself in a complex maze of energy beams. All around him were various false energy fluctuations, interfering with his perception. He immediately activated paper heart transparency. The energy interference in the training room was no longer a problem for him. Within his field of perception, all false energy fluctuations became transparent, leaving only the real energy beams and the aura of the simulated psychic clearly visible in his mind. He transformed into countless pieces of paper, activated paper shadow shuttle, and moved at high speed through the maze. Those simulated D-level Esper could not capture his figure at all. He was like a ghost, moving freely through the maze. He dodged the patrolling simulated psychics and moved quickly towards the flag. His paper heart transparency allowed him to anticipate danger and plan the safest route. Soon, he found the first flag. It was protected by an energy barrier. Without hesitation, Bai Yu formed a sharp paper blade in his hand and slashed at the energy barrier. Bang! The energy barrier was ripped open by the paper blade. Bai Yu folded up the flag and activated paper shadow shuttle, again disappearing into the depths of the maze. Lu Yao was watching Bai Yu's performance from outside through the surveillance screen. Seeing Bai Yu thrive in the energy maze, she smiled with satisfaction. The combination of paper heart transparency and paper escape, void, makes him nearly invincible in this environment. Lu Yao said softly, "It seems my investment was not in vain." Bai Yu shuttled through the maze with great efficiency. He quickly found all the flags and left the maze before the stipulated time. When he walked out of the simulation training room, he was sweating profusely, but his heart was full of excitement. "Very good." Lu Yao said calmly, "Your performance exceeded my expectations." Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the training phase. You have gained 1000 experience points and your ability strength has increased. Congratulations to the host, your ability level has broken through to C level. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. C rank. He'd really done it. From E rank trash to C rank psychic, it had only taken him a few days. He felt the supernatural power in his body surge like a river, several times stronger than when he was at the peak of D level. Lu Yao, I'm at level C. Bayu said excitedly. A genuine smile appeared on Lu Yao's face. Very good. It seems that my bodyguard's qualifications are better than I thought. But Lu Yao changed the subject. C rank is still not considered top tier in a competition. Your goal is to become even stronger. Bayu nodded heavily. I know. He knew that C level was just a new starting point. At this moment, Bayu's phone vibrated again. His heart tightened. He took out his cell phone and saw a text message from an unfamiliar number on the screen. Ayu, congratulations on becoming stronger again. It's really a surprise. However, now that you have become stronger, it will be even harder for you to escape from my grasp. At the competition, I will let you know who your true destination is. At the end of the text message, there was a strange rope emoticon. Lin Yushi. Bayu's forehead was covered in sweat. Rope? Was this woman trying to tie him up? He deleted the text message immediately. Just as he was deleting the text message, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was from another unfamiliar number. Bayu, you're now C level? That's really good news. But do you think you can get rid of me just by reaching C level? I will only make you more perfect and then stay by my side forever. See you at the competition, my little toy. At the end of the text message, there was a weird doll emoticon. Suli. Bayu's body suddenly stiffened. A doll? Was this woman trying to make him her collectible? He felt like he was being targeted by two lunatics. He only now realized that his growing strength had only made their Yandere nature even more terrifying. It seems that they are cheering you on again. Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Bayu looked up suddenly. Lu Yao had already stood beside him. Her face remained calm. No. No. Bayu said a little guiltily. Lu Yao said nothing. She simply walked over to Bayu and picked up his phone. With a flick of her finger, the encrypted messages on the screen vanished into thin air. She easily opened the text log and saw the latest messages from Lin Yushi and Suli. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth, sending chills down Bayu's spine. It seems that the encryption I gave you is not perfect enough. Lu Yao said softly. She operated Bayu's phone again, her fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. Bayu saw that the phone's background programs had been cleared, and several monitoring software he had never seen before had been completely deleted. I've added 5 levels of encryption, Lu Yao said calmly. It will be much more difficult for them to contact you this way again. Unless they show up in person. Bayu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yao's financial and technical abilities were truly comprehensive. Remember. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but with a hint of warning. You are my bodyguard now. Everything you have belongs to me. Including your phone, your abilities, and your future. Bayu's body stiffened. He knew that he was now completely controlled by Lu Yao. Go and rest, Lu Yao said. Tomorrow, we'll have our final special training. You can't embarrass me in the competition. Bayu nodded. He knew that in order to survive, to become stronger, he had to accept all of this. He felt that his life was moving in an unexpected direction. He was no longer that E-level loser, he was getting stronger. But the price of becoming stronger was being targeted by his 3 Yandere ex-girlfriends and this scheming fiancé. Bayu took a deep breath. He knew that the days ahead would be even more exciting. Chapter 17 The Final Ripple, The Rich Woman Takes Me Flying. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Bayu's face. He sat up in bed, feeling a surge of strength. His status as a C-level psychic gave him unprecedented confidence. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of psychic power within him, as if a single thought could transform a scrap of paper into the sharpest weapon. However, this confidence didn't last long. He recalled Lu Yao's words last night, "Everything you have belongs to me," as well as the strangely evocative text messages from Lin Yushi and Su Li, and a wave of irritation washed over him. He felt like a piece of fat meat being targeted by 3 hungry wolves, each wary of the other, fearing they'd get there first. He walked to the training grounds, where Lu Yao was already waiting. She was wearing a slim-fitting black combat uniform that highlighted her curvaceous figure, making her look dashing and heroic. "Today, we're having our final special training session," Lu Yao said calmly. "I already explained the rules of the competition yesterday. Today, I'm going to teach you a brand new way of fighting, a combination of supernatural powers." Bai Yu's mind stirred. A combination of supernatural powers? You've mastered Paper Blade Transformation and Paper Shadow Shuttle to perfection, and you've also mastered Paper Escape, Void, and Paper Heart Transparency quite well, Lu Yao said. However, when facing a stronger opponent, you'll need to combine these skills to unleash even greater power. She pointed to a large metal target in the center of the training ground. Your goal is to use a combination of attacks to penetrate this target within 3 seconds. Bai Yu looked at the metal target. This target was thicker and heavier than the previous alloy target, and its surface shimmered with a faint energy sheen, clearly not an ordinary material. This target can withstand a full-strength attack from a C-rank psychic, Lu Yao said. To penetrate it within 3 seconds, you need to use your psychic powers to their full potential. Bai Yu took a deep breath. He knew this was Lu Yao's ultimate test for him. "Start." Lu Yao gave the order. Bai Yu immediately activated Paper Heart Transparency. The entire training ground instantly became transparent within his field of vision. He could clearly sense the energy flow within the metal target, as well as its weakest link. Immediately afterwards, he activated Paper Escape, Void. His body instantly disintegrated into particles of paper, blending into the surrounding air. With the help of Paper Heart Transparency, he accurately shuttled directly above the metal target. Paper Blade. Bai Yu reassembled his power mid-air, condensing a paper blade in his hand that was more solid and sharper than ever before. It radiated a faint metallic sheen, its edges gleaming with a dangerous cold light. He poured all of his supernatural power into the blade. He hurled the paper blade downwards. With a sharp sound, it shot towards the weakest part of the metal target like a laser. Bang! There was a deafening bang. The metal target creaked under the weight. Bai Yu didn't stop. He activated Paper Shadow Shuttle again, transforming into countless pieces of paper. They followed the gaps created by the paper blades and quickly penetrated the metal target. Inside the target, Bai Yu instantly regrouped. A paper blade condensed in his hand once again, slicing fiercely at the target's core from the inside. Boom! The metal target exploded completely, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Bai Yu rushed out from the target fragments and landed heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt that his supernatural power was almost drained away, and his body was exhausted to the limit. Lu Yao stared at the completely destroyed metal target, a satisfied smile on her face. 2 seconds and 87, Lu Yao said calmly. "You've mastered your psychic power combination. This internal and external attack method allows you to unleash power beyond that of a C-rank psychic in a short period of time." Bai Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew this was the most perfect attack he had made in a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed your training phase. You have gained 1,500 experience points, and your ability strength has been greatly increased. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Star Crusher. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. Star Crusher? Star Crusher achievement reward, gain an opportunity to stimulate your skill potential. Bai Yu was ecstatic. Unleashing skill potential. This was even more valuable than unlocking equipment potential. The host can select a current skill, and the system will unleash its hidden potential, significantly increasing its effectiveness. Bai Yu immediately started thinking. He now had 4 skills: Paper Blade, Paper Shadow Shuttle, Paper Escape Void, and Paper Heart Transparency. Paper Blade is his main means of attack, Paper Shadow Shuttle is his main means of movement and defense, Paper Escape Void is his means of concealment and surprise attack, and Paper Heart Transparency is his means of perception and assistance. In the end, Bai Yu decided to choose Paper Blade because in the supernatural power competition, attack power is the most important. System, stimulate the potential of Paper Blade. Bai Yu muttered in his heart. It is unleashing the potential of Paper Blade, inspiring success. Bai Yu felt a powerful supernatural power surge from his body and instantly gathered at his fingertips. He tried to condense a paper blade. The paper blade shone brightly in his hand, no longer a faint metallic sheen, but instead exhibiting a nearly transparent crystal texture. He could sense the terrifying cutting power contained within it. "How do you feel?" Lu Yao asked. Bai Yu clenched his fists. "Great! I feel my paper blade has become sharper and tougher." A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. "Very good. Your attack power is now comparable to that of a peak C rank or even some B rank psychics. The college supernatural competition officially begins tomorrow," Lu Yao said. "Get some rest today. Tomorrow, you'll face the real battlefield." Bai Yu nodded. He knew he was ready. That night, Bai Yu lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. His mind replayed the scenes of his training that day, as well as the terrifying power of paper blade transformation after unleashing its full potential. He knew that he was no longer that E-level loser. He was now a C-level psychic, equipped with top-notch equipment and powerful skills. At this moment, his phone vibrated again. Bai Yu's heart tightened. He pulled out his phone, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Didn't Lu Yao say it was encrypted 5 times? He hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the text message. "Ayu, I will be watching you in the audience at tomorrow's competition. You must perform well and don't let me down. Otherwise, I will take you home personally and give you a good lesson." At the end of the text message, there was a strange whip emoticon. Lin Yushi. Bai Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. She actually knew his phone was encrypted, yet she still contacted him this way? A whip? Did this woman really want to keep him as a pet? He deleted the text message immediately. Just as he was deleting the text message, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was from another unfamiliar number. "Bai Yu, the competition is tomorrow. I'm looking forward to your performance. But don't get hurt, or I'll be very sad. I'll take you home and use the most sophisticated equipment to repair everything about you." At the end of the text message, there was a strange needle and thread emoticon. Suli. Bai Yu's body suddenly stiffened. Needlework? Was this woman trying to sew herself up? He felt like he was being targeted by 2 perverts. Their Yandere nature was beyond his imagination. "It seems that you can't stop their enthusiasm." Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Bai Yu looked up suddenly. Lu Yao had already stood beside his bed. Her face remained calm. "Lu Yao, how can they still contact me?" Bai Yu asked somewhat desperately. Lu Yao chuckled. "This shows that their obsession with you is deeper than I thought." She walked to Bai Yu's bedside and picked up his phone. She tapped it lightly, and the screen showed text messages from Lin Yushi and Suli again. "Don't worry," Lu Yao said calmly, "they're just putting pressure on you before the game. They don't dare to do anything during the competition." "But..." Lu Yao changed the subject, her smile giving Bai Yu a chill. "You must perform well in the competition. If you don't perform well enough and give them an opportunity to take advantage, it won't be as simple as a text message." Bai Yu's body stiffened. He knew that Lu Yao was warning him. "My bodyguards must be top-notch," Lu Yao said. "Tomorrow, let everyone see that an E-level psychic can also perform miracles." Chapter 18. The competition opens and the whole audience is shocked. The next day, the Jiangcheng Superpower Association's competition venue was packed. In the center of the vast circular arena, a massive holographic screen hovered, displaying real-time updates of the contestants' information and rankings. The auditorium was packed, with countless superpowers and ordinary citizens gathered, anticipating this grand superpower competition. Bai Yu followed Lu Yao to the contestants' tunnel. He wore the void robe that Lu Yao had prepared for him, along with the 1,000 silk gloves and a space belt. Although the outfit looked understated, Bai Yu knew it held terrifying power. He could sense powerful supernatural fluctuations emanating from his surroundings. This place was home to the best young supernatural beings from Jiangcheng and even the surrounding cities, including many B and A-level experts. He even sensed a few SSS-level supernatural fluctuations, undoubtedly belonging to Lin Yushi and Su Li. Bai Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner tension. He knew that today was his chance to prove himself. "Don't be nervous," Lu Yao said softly, "just follow our training, and everything will go smoothly." She walked over to Bai Yu and patted his shoulder gently. Although her tone was calm, Bai Yu could feel her expectation of him. At the end of the contestant tunnel was a massive arena. The moment Baiyu stepped into the arena, everyone's attention instantly focused on him. Look! That's an E-class Esper. He actually dared to come? He's really asking for his life. Miss Liu brought him here? Is the Liu family really crazy? Whispers and mocking voices rang out from all around. Baiyu's face turned grim. He knew that his E-rank status was still the focus of everyone's ridicule. At this moment, Baiyu's information suddenly appeared on the holographic screen in the center of the arena. Contestant, Baiyu. Superpower, paper plane. Superpower level, E-level. When the words E-class appeared on the screen again, the whole audience erupted in an uproar. The mocking voices became even louder. Ha ha ha. An E-class Esper is also participating in the competition. Is this a joke? I think he's here to die. Baiyu clenched his fists. He could feel those mocking gazes piercing him like knives. Just then, there was another commotion at the entrance of the arena. Lin Yushi is here. Su Li is here too. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Lin Yushi and Su Li walking out of the contestant passage. Lin Yushi was still dressed in white, her face expressionless and cold. The chill she emanated caused the surrounding psychics to subconsciously avoid her. Su Li, on the other hand, was dressed in black, with a playful smile on her face. Her presence made the air around them feel somewhat oppressive. Their eyes instantly locked onto Baiyu. A complex emotion flashed across Lin Yushi's face. She saw Baiyu standing next to Liu Yao, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Su Li chuckled softly, her eyes flicking back and forth between Baiyu and Liu Yao. That smile made Baiyu feel creepy. Ayu, it seems you like it here very much. Lin Yushi's voice was a little cold. My little sparrow, have you forgotten that you still have me? Su Li's voice was filled with a hint of temptation. Baiyu felt like he was being roasted on a fire. He didn't know how to respond. Liu Yao's expression remained calm. She simply stood beside Baiyu, silent. However, her presence was like an invisible barrier, blocking out the pressure from Lin Yushi and Su Li. It seems that your charm is still as strong as before. Liu Yao said to Baiyu softly. Her voice was very soft, but Baiyu could hear a subtle hint of sarcasm in it. Baiyu smiled bitterly inwardly. He didn't think his charm was a good thing at all. At this moment, the host of the competition organizing committee walked onto the lift platform in the center of the arena. Welcome all the superpowers and audience members to the opening ceremony of the first college superpower competition, said the host passionately. The audience burst into applause. This competition aims to unleash the potential of the younger generation's superpowers and cultivate more outstanding talent for the Alliance, the host continued. The preliminary round will adopt an energy maze format. All participants will be randomly assigned to different maze areas. Those who find and bring out the hidden flag within the specified time will advance. As soon as the host finished speaking, the holographic screen in the center of the arena began to display the contestants' group information. Baiyu's heart was in his throat. He didn't know which area he would be assigned to or what kind of opponents he would face. Baiyu, you are assigned to the third area. Liu Yao said calmly. Baiyu looked at the screen and saw his name appear in Zone 3. At the same time, he also saw the names of the other contestants in Zone 3. He discovered that there were several D-level psychics in the third zone, and even a C-level psychic. This made him feel a little pressured. All contestants, please enter your respective areas immediately, the host shouted. Baiyu took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance of the third area. When he reached the entrance, Lin Yushi's cold voice came from behind him, Ayu, don't let me down. Otherwise, you will regret it. Su Li's voice was a little sweet, Baiyu, perform well. If you get hurt, I will be very distressed. Baiyu froze, not turning back. He knew their threats would accompany him throughout the tournament. He stepped into the entrance of the third zone, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. He found himself in a maze of energy beams, surrounded by various false energy fluctuations. Energy maze. Baiyu's mind raced. This was exactly where he had trained yesterday. He immediately activated paper transparency. The entire maze instantly became transparent within his field of vision. The false energy fluctuations were meaningless to him. Only the real energy beams and the hidden flags emerged clearly in his mind. He transformed into countless pieces of paper, activated paper shadow shuttle, and moved at high speed through the maze. His speed was so astonishing that he left behind only a blurry afterimage. The surrounding D-class psychics and the C-class psychic had just entered the maze and were still trying to adapt to the energy interference. They didn't notice Bayu's presence at all. Bayu moved freely through the maze like a ghost, avoiding the patrolling simulated psychics and moving quickly towards the flag. Soon, he found the first flag. It was protected by an energy barrier. Without hesitation, Bayu condensed his unleashed potential, paper blade transformation. The crystal-clear paper blade, with terrifying cutting power, suddenly slashed towards the energy barrier. With a swish, the energy barrier was instantly cut open like paper, leaving a huge hole. Bayu put away the flag and activated Paper's Shadow Shuttle, again disappearing into the depths of the maze. His speed was too fast. While the other contestants were still trying to find their way around the maze and adapt to the environment, Bayu had already found all the flags and was running towards the exit. The holographic screen in the center of the arena displays the progress of each area in real time. When Bayu appeared at the exit of the third area with 3 flags in his hands, the whole audience was in an uproar again. How is it possible? He was the first one to come out. He's only an E-class Esper. This speed is too fast. Did he cheat? In the audience, discussions erupted. They couldn't believe their eyes. An E-rank Esper, mocked as a waste, was the first contestant to complete the preliminary round. Lin Yushi and Su Li were also stunned. Their faces showed incredible expressions. Ayu. Lin Yushi said softly, a hint of complex emotions flashed across her cold face. Su Li chuckled, and there was a hint of amusement, interest, and a stronger sense of morbidity in that smile. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. She looked at Bayu calmly, as if everything was within her expectations. Bayu stood at the exit, gasping for breath. He could feel everyone's eyes fixed on him. Those mocking glances had now turned to shock and confusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've completed the preliminary round of the competition. You've gained 2,000 experience points, and your supernatural power has been greatly increased. Congratulations to the host, your ability level has reached the peak of C level. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. Peak C level. He was only one step away from B level. He knew this was just the beginning. Alright, Bayu. Lu Yao's voice echoed through the arena, carried throughout the entire venue via the loudspeaker system. My bodyguard really didn't let me down. Chapter 19, Shock. The E-level god of war is actually me? Inside the arena, after a moment of silence, a louder uproar erupted. Everyone was stunned by Bayu's performance. An E-rank Esper, mocked by the crowd, had actually completed the preliminary round at the fastest speed. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. How is that possible? One spectator shouted. He must have cheated. How could an E-level psychic be so fast? Did he use some props? Another psychic also questioned. Doubts rose and fell, filling the entire arena. Many D-level and even C-level psychics were filled with disbelief. They were still struggling in the maze, but Bayu had already emerged with the flag. Bayu stood at the exit, breathing heavily, his body filled with exhaustion. He could feel the originally contemptuous gazes turning complex and scrutinizing. Lin Yushi and Su Li also stood there, motionless. Lin Yushi's face remained icy, but her body was slightly stiff. She looked at Bayu, seemingly lost in thought. Su Li chuckled softly, a smile tinged with an unprecedented curiosity, as if Bayu had become an interesting new toy. A subtle smile played at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. She looked at Bayu calmly, as if everything was within her expectations. At this moment, several referees wearing the uniforms of the Psychic Association approached. They looked at Bayu with a hint of confusion on their faces. Contestant, please come with me. We need to conduct a review of you, one of the referees said. Bayu's heart sank. He knew this was because his performance was so abnormal. An E-level psychic couldn't possibly be that fast and efficient. No problem, Bayu said. He followed the referee to the testing room next to the arena. Lu Yao didn't follow him. She just stood there, calmly watching Bayu's back. In the testing room, several senior psychics from the Psychic Association were already waiting there, holding various testing instruments in their hands, with serious expressions on their faces. Please ask this contestant to stand on the testing table, said a senior psychic. Bayu walked to the center of the testing table. A blue beam of light shot out from the instrument, enveloping him. The instrument hummed, and various data began to display on the screen. Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for the test results. They all thought that there was something wrong with Bayu's ability level, or that he had used some kind of contraband. However, when the results finally appeared on the screen, everyone was stunned. Superpower, Bayu. Ability type, paper. Superpower level, C-level peak. Silence fell in the testing room. Everyone's mouth dropped open, unable to believe the data they were seeing. Peak C rank? How could this be possible? Peak C rank? A senior psychic exclaimed in disbelief, This doesn't match the registration information. He was clearly an E-level psychic when he signed up, said another psychic. Bayu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this was the result of a system upgrade. He was no longer that E-ranked loser. I registered as an E-level psychic, Bayu said calmly, but I achieved a breakthrough before the competition. His words shocked the staff in the testing room even more. Breaking through from E-level to the peak of C-level in just a few days? That was simply unheard of. This is really a miracle, exclaimed a senior psychic. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully revealed his true strength, shocking everyone. The system prompted again. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Hidden Deep. Bayu was delighted. Hidden within himself? This achievement was quite fitting for his current state. Hidden Deep achievement reward, gain an opportunity to fuse equipment attributes. Bayu was shocked. Equipment attribute fusion? What did this mean? The host can select 2 current pieces of equipment. The system will fuse some of their attributes to create a more powerful piece of equipment. Bayu immediately started thinking. His current top-tier equipment included the 1,000 silk gloves, the void garment, the energy amplification stone which was embedded in the void garment, and the space belt. He considered it and ultimately decided to fuse the 1,000 silk gloves and the void robe. The 1,000 silk gloves boosted perception and agility, while the void robe provided defense and afterimages. Combining the strengths of these two would greatly enhance his overall combat effectiveness. System, fuse the 1,000 silk gloves and the void clothes. Bayu muttered in his heart. Fusing 1,000 silk gloves and void cloak. Fusion successful. Bayu felt the void robe tremble slightly, and then he felt the material of the void robe become lighter, as if it had melted into his skin. The 1,000 silk gloves also seemed to merge with the void robe. His perception became stronger, and he could even feel the subtle flow of energy in the air around him. Void Shadow Suit Limited Edition, the system prompt chimed. Combined from the 1,000 silk gloves and the void suit, it significantly enhances the wearer's agility, perception, and defense. It also creates a more realistic blurry afterimage while moving, and sharpens the wearer's perception of energy. Additional skill, Shadow Dance, instantly disassembles and reassembles while moving, confusing the enemy. Bayu was ecstatic. This fused battle suit was practically tailor-made for him. Especially the new skill, Shadow Dance, which made him even more elusive at high speeds. Alright, the senior psychic said, now that your level has been confirmed, please return to the arena and wait for notification of the next round. Bayu nodded and walked out of the testing room. When he reappeared in the arena, the whole place was boiling with excitement again. He is actually at the peak of C rank. Oh my god. An E-level Esper broke through to the peak of C-level in just a few days? This is simply a monster. No wonder he was the first to come out, it turns out he was hiding his strength. The discussion in the arena intensified. Everyone looked at Bayu with mixed feelings, shock, envy, and jealousy. Lin Yushi and Suli also saw Bayu's test results. A complex emotion flashed across Lin Yushi's face, and her body trembled slightly. Suli's smile became even more intense, and her eyes were fixed on Bayu, as if she were looking at a rare treasure. Ayu, you really didn't let me down. Lin Yushi's voice was a little cold, yet mixed with a subtle hint of joy. However, as you become stronger, it will be even harder for you to escape from my grasp. Bayu, you're becoming more and more interesting. Suli's voice was tinged with sweetness. She gently stroked her neck, as if thinking about how to collect Bayu. Peak C rank? Looks like I need to speed up. I won't show mercy in the competition. But don't worry, I'll just beat you half to death and then take you home to take good care of you. Bayu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew their Yandere attributes had intensified. Lu Yao walked over to Bayu and said calmly, it seems that your charm has improved again. But don't forget, you are my bodyguard now. Her words were transmitted throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, allowing everyone to hear them clearly. Lin Yushi and Su Li's faces froze at the same time. They looked at Lu Yao at the same time, and it seemed as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air. Lu Yao, what do you mean? Lin Yushi's voice was chilling. Miss Lu, please take care of your people. Su Li's voice also became a little cold. Lu Yao ignored them and calmly said to Baiyu, go and rest. The next round will be even more brutal. Baiyu nodded and followed Lu Yao to the rest area. He could feel two cold gazes behind him, as well as a faint sense of oppression emanating from Lu Yao. He only now realized that his becoming stronger not only did not help him get out of trouble, but made the Shura field even more intense. Chapter 20 Shura Field? My brother is my prey. The roar of the arena was like a literal tsunami, pounding everyone's eardrums. Baiyu stood in the shadows of the players' tunnel, like a reef, bearing the brunt of countless gazes. The mockery in those eyes had long since been crushed, replaced by horror, confusion, and a hint of uncontrollable awe. Peak C rank. The whispers buzzed into his ears like poisonous bees. He tore the label of E-rank trash to shreds with his own hands. Not far from the entrance, two gazes clung to him like icicles and poisonous spider silk. Lin Yushi's beautiful face remained frosted, but her trembling fingertips betrayed the turmoil within her. Elsewhere, Su Li's smile was like a blooming piranha plant, sweet yet tinged with the intense excitement of discovering new prey. Baiyu's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Had he gotten stronger? Why did it feel like he'd given these two beasts a treat? Brother, you're so awesome. A sweet, soft, and slightly joyful voice, like a clear mountain spring, strangely penetrated the surrounding clamor and resounded clearly throughout the venue through the ubiquitous loudspeakers. But, brother, remember, you are now Yao Yao's exclusive bodyguard. Lu Yao had stood beside him without him noticing. She tilted her head back, a smile so sweet it could melt ice and snow, her large, clear eyes curved into crescents. She even gently tugged at Baiyu's sleeve, her gesture both intimate and natural. Lin Yushi and Su Li's eyes were instantly ignited by the word brother, and like poison arrows, they shot towards Lu Yao. The air seemed to solidify, and invisible ice spikes and poisonous mist filled and collided between the three women. Lu Yao! Lin Yushi's voice was cold as ice, filled with anger at having her territory invaded. Sister Lu, Su Li's sweet voice also was as dangerous thorns. My sister's people are not toys. Lu Yao seemed not to hear and continued to smile sweetly at Baiyu, her voice soft. Brother, are you tired? Go and rest. The next round is the void battlefield, which is very dangerous. Brother must be well rested to protect Yao Yao. The tone of her voice seemed as if she was talking about an interesting outing rather than a life and death battle. Baiyu nodded stiffly, guided by Lu Yao's seemingly harmless hand towards the player's rest area. The two gazes behind him were like the tongues of venomous snakes, licking his back with a cold, sticky tingle. And the control hidden beneath the soft, sweet words of his sweet fiancée beside him made him feel like he was being wrapped in the most flexible spiderweb. The chairs in the lounge area were hard. Fatigue surged through him, but the peak C rank power surging through him roared. He'd done it. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully revealed his true strength, causing collective shock. The system prompt sounded coldly. Hidden achievement. Hidden Deep activated. Hidden Deep achievement reward, gain the right to fuse equipment attributes once. Equipment fusion? Baiyu's spirits lifted. Void clothes and 1,000 silk gloves. Host, please select 2 pieces of equipment. The system will fuse some of its core attributes to generate new high-level equipment. Fusion. Void robe and 1,000 silk gloves. Baiyu did not hesitate. The moment the command was given, countless tiny silver lines suddenly illuminated the surface of his form-fitting void suit, like a galaxy coming to life. His 1,000 silk gloves instantly liquefied, transforming into countless silver threads thinner than a hair, rapidly blending into the texture of the suit. A strange cooling sensation permeated his skin, as if the suit had become an extension of his body. The air around him was no longer empty. He could clearly sense the faint ripples of energy within it. His perception skyrocketed. Fusion complete. New equipment, Void Shadow Suit Limited Edition. Features, significantly boosts agility, perception, and defense. Creates more realistic and deceptive afterimages while moving. Increases perception of energy fluctuations by 300%. Additional exclusive skill, Shadow Dance, instantly decomposes and reassembles at the particle level while moving at high speed, creating deadly phantoms that confuse and lock onto you. Ecstasy surged in my heart. Shadow Dance. This is simply a divine skill in desperate situations. Brother, here. A bottle of ice-cold energy supplement in a cute pink packaging was handed to him. Lu Yao sat down next to him, her little face full of concern. Drink it quickly to replenish your physical strength. The void battlefield will suppress the strength of superpowers, and there are also annoying space cracks running around. Brothers, paper escape, void, and new skills are Yao Yao's life-saving talisman. She tilted her head and smiled harmlessly. Void battlefield? Suppressing superpowers? Baiyu's eyes sharpened. This was both a prison and his stage. In the afternoon, Yao Yao will help brothers simulate the battlefield environment and do special training. Lu Yao's voice was still sweet and soft, but with an unquestionable meaning, paving the way for him. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Baiyu's pupil shrank suddenly. Hadn't Lu Yao added 5 layers of encryption? He took out his phone, and a message from an unfamiliar number popped up with a gloomy atmosphere. Ayu, congratulations on your advancement. That's awesome. However, the void battlefield is very dangerous, so be careful. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. When the time comes, I'll personally take you home and take good care of you. At the end, there was a dark red bandage expression, like a solidified blood scab. Lin Yushi. Baiyu's fingertips were icy cold. Bandages? Was this lunatic trying to wrap him up like a mummy and lock him away forever? He deleted it immediately. As soon as my fingertips left my body, my phone vibrated again. Another unfamiliar number. My little cutie Baiyu, your growth is so exciting. Peak C rank? That's not enough. Void battlefield? That's the perfect stage tailor-made for you. I will make you completely understand who your destiny is. See you at the competition, my dear little doll. At the end, there was a cold scalpel expression, and the tip of the knife seemed to be dripping with blood. Suli. A cold fear gripped Baiyu's heart. A scalpel? Dissection? He felt like a test subject being simultaneously targeted by 2 top-tier psychopaths. Oh, Lu Yao exclaimed in a sweet voice. Before she knew it, she had already leaned over to Baiyu's shoulder and looked at his phone screen curiously. Which bad sister is harassing her brother again? Baiyu's body stiffened, and the visual impression of the bandage and scalpel on the screen still remained. Lu Yao's face puffed up like a child whose candy was snatched away, and she said coquettishly with a bit of grievance, "Really, brother clearly agreed to be Yao Yao's bodyguard, why is there still someone who was so unwilling to give up?" As she spoke, she reached out and took Baiyu's phone very naturally, her movements as smooth as if she was taking her own thing. Her slender fingers swiped briskly across the screen, leaving afterimages behind. The complex codes fell to her fingertips like toy blocks, easily dismantled. Lin Yushi and Su Li's 2 morbid messages appeared clearly before her. Lu Yao looked at the bandage and scalpel, her beautiful eyes blinking and her lips pouting slightly, as if she were watching some silly prank. She even hummed a cheerful tune, her fingers dancing relentlessly across the screen. Baiyu saw a series of commands that he could not understand at all flying by. Several deeply hidden monitoring program icons flashed by and were shattered in an instant. Dun Lu Yao stuffed the phone back into Baiyu's hand, and a sweet smile bloomed on her little face again, as if she had just completed an interesting game. Yao Yao has added a few more layers of little locks to brother's phone. Now it's 10-fold encryption, and double physical and logical isolation. Those bad sisters, unless they can fly to brother or use a national-level backdoor, don't even think about disturbing brother again. She clapped her hands, with an expression of "praise me quickly" on her face. Baiyu looked at the sweet, harmless face before him, but a chill ran down his spine. This money and technical prowess, combined with this sweet exterior, was doubly terrifying. Brother Lu Yao's voice suddenly softened, a hint of coquettishness in it. She leaned forward slightly, her breath of light, sweet fragrance brushing against Baiyu's ear. She extended her slender, white index finger, and with a hint of both declaration and warning, gently touched Baiyu's Adam's apple. The cool touch made the hairs on his body stand on end. Remember, she tilted her face up, her smile still sweet, but a hint of unmistakable darkness flashed across her eyes. Brother belongs to Yao Yao. Your body, your life, your superpowers, your future, everything that brother has, now, only belongs to Yao Yao. Brother must always, forever be Yao Yao's best bodyguard. The sweet voice and the cold fingertips formed the strongest contrast. Okay, brother, go to the lounge and wait for Yao Yao. She withdrew her hand, her tone becoming cheerful again. Yao Yao, go check the detailed information of the void battlefield. The special training this afternoon. She dragged out the last word, her big eyes flashing with cunning and expectation. Yao Yao is very strict, brother, be mentally prepared, don't cry. Watching Liu Yao bound away, Bai Yu sat frozen in place, clutching the phone locked in 10 layers of shackles. Peak C rank power surged through him, yet he felt he'd fallen into a deeper trap. Surrounding him were three distinct yet equally deadly hunters. Lin Yushi was a cold prisoner, Su Li a frantic dissection table, and this seemingly harmless Yao Yao, beneath her sweetness lay an even more impenetrable, gentle noose called exclusive. He took a deep breath, and the air seemed to be filled with the sweet aroma of poison. The price of becoming stronger? He thought bitterly. This clearly turned him into the most tempting prey, thrown into an even more bizarre hunting ground woven by Yandere and sweet desire for control. Every second from now on would be a symphony of sweetness and madness. Chapter 21, Rich Woman Special Training, The Survival Rules of the Superpowered. The clamor of the arena was like a boiling cauldron of oil, and countless eyes were focused on Bai Yu in the shadows of the contestants' tunnel. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and finally a sense of indescribable awe settled in. The label of E-rank waste was completely crushed by his own peak C-rank strength. At the entrance, two gazes clung to their prey like venomous snakes. Beneath Lin Yushi's icy face, her fingertips trembled imperceptibly, a simmering desire for possessiveness ignited. Su Li's smile, like a blade tempered with honey, threatened to overflow with excitement at discovering a new toy. Bai Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Had he gotten stronger? Why did it feel like he was becoming even more tempting bait? Well done. A cool and calm voice pierced through the noise, resounding clearly throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, with an unquestionable declaration: the next round is the void battlefield, you need to stay in shape. Come with me to the rest area. Liu Yao walked to his side, her tone normal, as if she was just stating a business matter. Lin Yushi and Su Li's gazes were instantly enraged by this bland announcement. Like ferocious beasts whose territory had been invaded, they fixed their gazes on Liu Yao. The air suddenly tensed, and invisible ice spikes and poisonous mist collided violently. Liu Yao! Lin Yushi's voice was chilling. Miss Liu, Su Li's sweet voice was also sharpened, take care of your own people. In the center of this tense Shura field, Liu Yao suddenly turned her head to face Bai Yu, her lips curved into an extremely sweet arc. Her voice instantly changed, with a soft and tender voice, clearly drowning out all the noise. Brother, ignore them, let's go and rest. Brother just fought so hard, he must be exhausted. This word brother is like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Lin Yushi's face suddenly became so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The smile on Su Li's face also froze for a moment, and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. Bai Yu felt like he was being roasted on a fire. Liu Yao's sudden call of brother was more devastating than any other attack. He could only stiffly follow Liu Yao towards the rest area. Behind him were two venomous gazes that threatened to burn through him, and beside him was this little ancestor who seamlessly switched between normal and sweet. The seats in the lounge area were cold. His body was overwhelmed by fatigue, yet the peak C rank power surging within him roared silently. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully revealed his true strength, causing mass shock. Hidden achievement Hidden Deep activated. Hidden Deep achievement reward, gain the right to fuse equipment attributes once. Equipment fusion. Bai Yu's spirits lifted. Fusion. Void clothes and 1,000 silk gloves. As the command was issued, the silver lines on the surface of the close-fitting void garment suddenly shone, and the 1,000 silk gloves liquefied and merged into it. A cool feeling permeated, and perception skyrocketed. Energy ripples in the surrounding air were clearly discernible. Fusion complete. New equipment, Void Shadow Suit Limited Edition. Features, significantly boosts agility, perception, and defense. Creates multiple, realistic afterimages while moving. Increases energy perception by 300%. Additional skill, Shadow Dance, instantly disassembles and reassembles while moving at high speed, creating deadly phantoms. Before his ecstasy faded, a bottle of energy supplement was handed to him. Liu Yao sat down beside him, her tone returning to a cold, businesslike tone. Drink it. The void battlefield will suppress your superpowers and randomly create spatial cracks. Your paper escape, void, and new skills are key. She paused. We'll have special training on a simulated battlefield this afternoon. Bai Yu nodded, took the supplement and drank it all. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Bai Yu's pupils shrank. What about encryption? He took out his phone, and a strange number and a sinister message popped up. Ayu, congratulations on your advancement. That's awesome. The void battlefield is dangerous, be careful. You're injured, and I feel bad. I'll take you home and take good care of you. At the end, the dark red bandage looked like a blood scab. Lin Yushi. Bayu's fingertips felt cold and he deleted the message immediately. The phone vibrates again. Another number. Little cutie Bayu, your growth is so exciting. Peak of C rank? Naive. Void battlefield? Your perfect stage. Know who your destiny is. See you at the competition, little doll. At the end, a cold scalpel expression. Suli. A cold fear gripped my heart. Oh? Lu Yao's voice rang out, a hint of just the right amount of curiosity. She had unknowingly leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed on his frozen phone screen. Seeing the remnants of the bandage and scalpel marks, her beautiful eyes blinked, and a sweet, almost innocent smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Her voice returned to its soft, mellow tone. Oh, my brother's phone seems to be stained with something. She reached out her hand very naturally, and took the phone from Bayu's hand as if she were taking away her favorite toy, her fingertips swiping lightly across the screen. Let Yao Yao help you clean it, okay, brother? Her movements were fluid, so fast they left afterimages. The complex codes were child's play at her fingertips, instantly disintegrating. Lin Yushi and Su Li's two morbid messages were exposed nakedly. Lu Yao looked at the bandage and scalpel, her lips pouting slightly, as if she had seen some nasty bug, but her fingers danced relentlessly. A series of commands that Bayu couldn't understand flashed by, and the hidden monitoring program was instantly shattered and erased. Wipe it clean, she smiled sweetly and put the phone back into Bayu's hand, as if she had just completed a trivial task. Yao Yao also added a lot of cute locks to her brother's phone. Now it has 10 layers of encryption and double physical and logical isolation. Those dirty things will never be able to get in unless they can fly over or use a national-level backdoor. Her tone was light and cheerful, as if she was talking about an interesting game. Bayu looked at the sweet and harmless face in front of him, and felt that there was a cold blade hidden deep in that smile. The next second, Lu Yao's sweet smile faded, like the receding tide, revealing the cold reefs beneath. She leaned forward slightly, her breath of light sweetness brushing against Bayu's earlobe. Her cold index finger, with undeniable force, gently tapped Bayu's Adam's apple, the touch like the tongue of a venomous snake. Her voice had returned to its cold, even colder than usual, carrying absolute control and a hint of barely perceptible anger. Every word she spoke struck Bayu's nerves clearly. Remember, Bayu. Your body, your life, your abilities, your future, everything you have now belongs to me, Lu Yao. Do your duty, my bodyguard. The coldness of the fingertips and the harshness of the words formed the strongest contrast with the sweetness just now, making Bayu feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Now, go to the lounge and wait for me. Lu Yao withdrew her hand, her tone unquestionable. I'm going to retrieve the detailed data parameters of the void battlefield. Special training this afternoon. She paused, her voice emotionless. Don't let me down. Watching Lu Yao's calm demeanor return as she walked away, Bayu stiffly gripped the phone, now locked in 10 layers of shackles. Peak C rank power surged through his body, yet he felt trapped in a more sophisticated cage. Lin Yushi's icy restraints, Su Li's frantic dissection table, and Lu Yao, she was the ultimate hunter, the one who controlled the brother switch, toying with the power of sweetness and cruelty. This brother only rang out when the Shura field was activated, a declaration of war and a clarion call for domination. He understood that every step he took to become stronger only added more tantalizing chips to this increasingly brutal hunting game. Chapter 22 Peak Showdown, Shura Field Upgrade. Bayu sat in the corner of the lounge and closed his eyes. He could feel the majestic supernatural power in his body, B-level, which was far beyond the peak of C-level. The void shadow suit fits lightly against his skin, and with every breath, he can feel the resonance between the suit and the surrounding energy, and his perception is astonishingly sharp. He knows that he has become stronger, but the uneasiness in his heart has not diminished at all. Lin Yushi's cage and Su Li's needle and thread are like two swords of Damocles hanging over his head. And Lu Yao's words, everything of yours belongs to me, are like invisible shackles that bind him tightly. He is now like a bird trapped in a golden cage. Although his wings are growing stronger, he is getting further and further away from freedom. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Yao returned. She held a tablet computer displaying complex tournament information. The next round is the elimination round, Lu Yao said calmly. The rules are simple, one-on-one duels until the final winner is determined. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. A one-on-one duel? This meant he would be facing a truly powerful opponent, not just a simulated one. Furthermore, his special abilities would be even more advantageous in a one-on-one fight. Your opponent will be randomly matched, Lu Yao continued, but based on your performance, you may very well encounter a B level or even a level psychic. Bai Yu nodded. He knew that this was the norm in the competition, the strong would remain strong, and the weak would be eliminated. I'll do my best. No, you're not trying your best. Lu Yao's voice was full of unquestionableness. You must win. You are my bodyguard now. Your victory is related to my reputation. Bai Yu's heart sank. He knew what Lu Yao's face meant. It wasn't just her personal honor, it was also the Lu family's reputation. That's all for today's training, Lu Yao said. Rest well and adjust your condition. Tomorrow will be the real test. Bai Yu was about to nod when a sudden commotion erupted at the lounge entrance. He looked up and saw Lin Yuxi and Su Li walking in together. Their presence instantly quieted the already noisy lounge, and everyone's attention was focused on them. Lin Yuxi was still wearing a white dress, with a cold expression on her face, but her eyes were fixed on Bai Yu. Su Li was dressed in black, with a playful smile on her face. Her appearance made the atmosphere in the lounge feel a little oppressive. They walked straight towards Bai Yu and Lu Yao. Ayu, congratulations on your advancement to Class B. Lin Yuxi's voice was icy, yet tinged with subtle emotions. It seems you haven't disappointed me. However, Class B is just the beginning. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? She walked up to Bai Yu and stretched out her hand, as if to touch his cheek. Bai Yu's body stiffened and he subconsciously took a half step back. My little sparrow, you're getting better and better. Su Li's voice was a little sweet, and her hand gently stroked her neck, as if she was thinking about how to collect Bai Yu. B level? That's great. I was worried about not being able to find a suitable doll. She walked to Bai Yu's other side, practically pressing against him, her warm breath brushing against his ear. I won't show mercy at the tournament. But don't worry, I'll just beat you half to death and then take you home to take good care of you. I'll show you who your true destiny is. Bai Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He was now AB rank, but their threats had become more direct and explicit. You two, please respect yourselves, Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. This is the competition rest area, not a place for your private communication. Bai Yu is my bodyguard now, and it's not your turn to decide where he belongs. Lin Yuxi and Su Li's faces froze at the same time. They looked at Lu Yao at the same time, and it seemed as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air. Lu Yao, what do you mean? Lin Yuxi's voice was chilling. Miss Lu, please take care of your people. Su Li's voice also became a little cold. Lu Yao ignored them. She simply walked over to Bai Yu and gently patted his shoulder. Her movements were gentle, but Bai Yu felt an invisible pressure that blocked out the pressure from Lin Yuxi and Su Li. It seems that my bodyguard is too charming and can't even rest in peace. Lu Yao said softly. Her voice was not loud, but it was carried throughout the rest area through the loudspeaker equipment. Her words made Lin Yuxi and Su Li's faces even uglier. They knew that Lu Yao was declaring Bai Yu's ownership to everyone. Poof. Lin Yuxi snorted coldly, a chill emanating from her body that dropped the temperature around her by several degrees. Ayu, see you tomorrow at the competition. I hope you won't let me down. She took one last look at Bai Yu, then turned and left the lounge. Bai Yu, don't keep me waiting too long. Su Li chuckled softly, her smile tinged with a hint of amusement, interest, and even a hint of morbidity. She lightly traced her hand through the air, as if sketching something. I've prepared the best collection room for you. She also turned and left the lounge. Bai Yu looked at their backs and smiled bitterly. He only now realized that his growing strength had not only failed to relieve his predicament, but had actually made the Shura field even more intense. Their Yandere attributes seemed to have escalated as his strength increased. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully dealt with the three-party Shura field, and the charm value has increased significantly. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Master of Shura Field. Bai Yu was shocked. Ruler of Shura Field? What kind of achievement was that? Master of Shura Field achievement reward, gain a chance to upgrade your skills. Bai Yu was ecstatic. A skill upgrade? This was a more direct improvement than equipment fusion. He immediately began to think. His main skills now included Paper Heart Transparency, Paper Shadow Shuttle, Paper Blade Transformation, and Shadow Dance. Paper Heart Transparency and Paper Shadow Shuttle were his core abilities. Paper Blade Transformation was his offensive method, and Shadow Dance was the displacement and disorientation skill that came with the Void Shadow armor. He considered it and ultimately decided to upgrade Paper Heart Transparency. This skill was the core of his perception, allowing him to see through all falsehoods and perceive the truth. In the Void battlefield, it had already demonstrated unparalleled advantages. If it could be further upgraded, it would greatly enhance his battlefield adaptability and predictive abilities. System upgrade, Paper Heart Transparent. Baiyu muttered in his heart. Upgrading, Paper Heart Transparency. Upgrade successful. Paper Heart Transparency, Advanced Version, the system prompt sounded. Greatly increases the wearer's energy perception range and accuracy, allowing them to more clearly distinguish between false and true. Also, gains the passive ability, Energy Resonance. Within perception range, it can briefly resonate with surrounding energy, disrupting the target's supernatural power fluctuations or enhancing its own supernatural perception. Baiyu was ecstatic. Energy Resonance. This was a truly divine skill. Not only could it disrupt the enemy's abilities, but it also enhanced his own perception, giving him a greater advantage in battle. It seems that you have obtained something good again. Lu Yao's voice suddenly sounded. Baiyu looked up suddenly. Lu Yao had already stood beside him. Her face remained calm. Lu Yao, you. Baiyu's heart trembled. How did she know? Lu Yao chuckled. Don't forget, you're my bodyguard now. All your secrets will be revealed to me. She paused, her tone becoming serious. In tomorrow's elimination match, you must give it your all. I'll be watching you from the VIP seats. Remember, you must not embarrass me. Baiyu nodded. He knew that Lu Yao's desire for control had increased again. He only now realized that his becoming stronger not only did not help him get out of trouble, but made the Shura field even more intense. Chapter 23, B-Level Battle. Paper Man can also blow up the whole place. Baiyu took a deep breath and tried to calm his pounding heart. Skill upgrade. This is more direct than any equipment upgrade. He immediately felt the changes brought about by Paper Heart Transparency, Advanced Version. His perception range almost doubled. Before, he could only clearly perceive the entire lounge, but now, he could even vaguely hear the noise coming from the arena outside, as well as the subtle traces left in the air by those energy fluctuations. Even more terrifying is the passive ability, Energy Resonance. He immersed his mind into the realm of perception, trying to synchronize his own supernatural power fluctuations with the free energy particles in the surrounding environment. Buzz. A barely audible sound rang in his mind. He felt as if he had merged into the entire space. He could even clearly sense the calm yet bottomless power within Lu Yao's body not far away, like a deep starry sky. Feeling good? Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Baiyu suddenly came to his senses and was startled. This woman was so terrifying. It seemed that any slight change in me could not escape her notice. The fluctuations of your supernatural power were quite interesting just now. Lu Yao's lips curled up slightly. Like a stone dropped into a lake, it stirs up ripples. It seems that the communication just now has brought you a lot of benefits. Baiyu smiled bitterly in his heart. This is not a harvest at all, it is clearly a death warrant. Remember, you are mine. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable command. The more they care about you, the more you must demonstrate your absolute strength. Strong enough to make them understand how foolish it is to covet what's mine. Baiyu's body stiffened. He knew that he had completely become Lu Yao's weapon to declare war on Lin Yushi and Su Li. At this moment, the host's passionate voice was heard in the arena. Dear audience, the elimination rounds have officially begun. Now, please welcome the first group of contestants. On the huge holographic screen, two names began to scroll rapidly. Finally, freeze frame. The first match is between B-Class Esper, Explosive Flame Li Tian, and... The host paused deliberately to whet everyone's appetite. B-Rank Esper, Paper Shadow Baiyu. When the words B-Level Mutant, Baiyu appeared on the screen, the audience burst into exclamations again. B-Level. He's made another breakthrough. You're kidding. It's only been a few days since we signed up? From E-Level to B-Level? Is that like riding a rocket? Paper Shadow? When did he get that title? The other players in the lounge also looked at Baiyu as if he were a monster. Bai Yu himself was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao calmly took a sip of water. I updated your information and gave you a code name. Don't you like it? Bai Yu shook his head. He knew that Lu Yao was trying to build momentum for him. A catchy code name would help people remember him more quickly. Go ahead, Lu Yao said, let everyone see how much my bodyguard is worth. Bai Yu took a deep breath, walked out of the rest area, and stepped onto the passage leading to the arena. When he appeared in the center of the arena, a thunderous roar of discussion came towards him. His opponent, a tall young man with a defiant look on his face, was already standing opposite him. Explosive Flame Li Tian is the ace of a famous high school with supernatural powers in Jiangcheng and a long-established B-level genius. Li Tian looked Bai Yu up and down, his face full of disdain. Are you that E-rank loser who relied on women to get to the top? Even if you're lucky enough to break through to B-rank, a loser is still a loser. Today, I'll make you understand that there's an unbridgeable gap between genius and loser. Bai Yu didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Tian calmly, and, paper heart transparent, quietly opened. In the advanced version of the perception field, the flow of supernatural powers in Li Tian's body was clearly presented in his mind. Violent and fiery, but wide open and full of flaws. The game begins. The referee gave the order. Li Tian roared angrily, and his whole body instantly burst into flames. The fire dragon roars. He pushed his hands forward suddenly, and a giant dragon made of fire roared and rushed towards Bai Yu. The scorching heat caused the surrounding air to begin to distort. Everyone in the audience held their breath. This attack is enough to kill any B-level mutant of the same level in seconds. However, Bai Yu moved. He didn't dodge or defend. Just when the fire dragon was about to devour him, he activated energy resonance. He made a brief resonance between his own supernatural power fluctuations and the flame energy released by Li Tian. Buzz! The ferocious flaming dragon's head suddenly stopped inexplicably when it was less than 3 meters away from Bai Yu, and the shape of the flame showed a slightly imperceptible disorder. When masters clash, victory or defeat is decided by a hair's breadth. It was this brief pause that gave Bai Yu enough time. Shadow dance. Bai Yu's body instantly decomposed into countless gleaming pieces of paper, and then instantly reassembled on the side of the fire dragon. The whole process was smooth and extremely fast, leaving only a blurry afterimage that gradually faded away. Boom! The fire dragon lost its target and slammed heavily into the energy shield of the arena with a loud bang. What? Li Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't even see how Bai Yu dodged. There was also an uproar in the audience. What a fast speed! What kind of movement is that? It's like teleportation. Bai Yu didn't give Li Tian any chance to react. The moment he regrouped, he had already arrived behind Li Tian. He stretched out his right hand, with his index and middle fingers together. Paper blade. A paper blade as thin as a cicada's wing, yet gleaming with a crystal clear luster, took shape at his fingertips. This is no longer a simple piece of paper, but more like a work of art carved from crystal. It is beautiful, but contains extreme danger. He gave his wrist a slight flick. The paper blade flew out of his hand without making any sound of breaking through the air. Like a ghost, it silently slashed towards the back of Li Tian's neck. Li Tian felt a fatal threat, and flames burst out all over his body, trying to form a flame shield. But it was too late. The speed of the paper blade exceeded the speed of his nerve reaction. Laugh. A soft sound. The flames all over Li Tian's body were extinguished instantly, and he froze in place, motionless. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The crystal clear paper blade has returned to Bai Yu's fingertips, as if it had never left. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they saw. Flash sale. A long-renowned B-level genius was killed instantly by a newly promoted B-level psychic. The winner is Bai Yu. The referee's voice broke the silence of the arena. Wow! The next second, the entire arena was in an uproar. Oh my god! What did I see? One move. Just one move and Li Tian was killed instantly. Is he really a human? How come his paper is so fast and so sharp? In the VIP seat, Lu Yao picked up the teacup, took a sip, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her bodyguard did not disappoint her. In a corner of the audience, Lin Yushi clenched his fists tightly. She looked at the calm and composed figure in the field, and a rare blush appeared on her cold face. She remembered that many years ago, Bai Yu was the same. No matter what trouble he faced, he could always solve it easily in a way that she couldn't understand. At that time, he didn't have any special abilities. Ayu. She murmured softly, with a hint of trembling and pride in her voice that she herself hadn't noticed. In another direction, Suli leaned lazily on the seat, her eyes, which always showed a playful and possessive look, now wide open. She looked at the crystal paper blade at Bai Yu's fingertips, and his calm demeanor, and the smile on her face disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented obsession. She subconsciously reached out and gently touched her cheek, feeling a little hot. Bai Yu, you are becoming more and more, making me want to destroy you completely and then hide you away. Her voice was soft, but carried a stronger sense of morbidity. Bai Yu stood in the middle of the field, feeling the gazes of the crowd. He knew that from today on, no one would dare to treat him as level waste. Ding! It's detected that the host has won by a crushing manner and successfully swayed the Yandera's heart. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Heart Arsonist. Bai Yu's mouth twitched. Heart Arsonist? System, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Heart Arsonist achievement reward, gain a skill fusion opportunity. Bai Yu was ecstatic. Skill fusion. Attention all qualified players, the second round of elimination matches is about to begin. The host's voice sounded again. Bai Yu raised his head and looked at the huge holographic screen. His name appeared on the screen again, and the name opposite him made his pupils shrink slightly. Chapter 24, A Level Genius? Defeated in one move, any questions? On the holographic screen in the center of the arena, a new name slowly emerged next to Bai Yu's name. Second round of eliminations, B-level Esper, Paper Shadow Bai Yu vs. The host's voice stretched out again, and everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. A rank Esper, Thunder Zhao Feng. Boom! The entire venue seemed to have been thrown into a bomb and exploded instantly. A level. His opponent is actually the A-level psychic Zhao Feng. You're crazy. Zhao Feng was one of the top 16 in the last tournament. He even broke through to a level this year and is one of the favorites to win. That guy named Bai Yu is out of luck now. There's a world of difference between B level and A level. You're already puffing up after just killing AB rank in seconds? Now let him know what a true genius is. The discussion was like a wave, one higher than the other. Everyone thought that Bai Yu's dark horse journey had come to an end. Bai Yu's pupils did shrink. He had heard of Zhao Feng. Known for his speed and lightning abilities, his attacks were ferocious and his movements were incredibly swift. He was truly a child of destiny. It seems that they don't want me to win anymore. Bai Yu sneered in his heart. This kind of matchup, if you say it's random, you'd bet against it. It's obvious someone wants to kill him in the cradle. Ayu, are you confident? Lu Yao's voice came clearly into his ears through the encrypted communicator, with a barely perceptible smile. No. Bai Yu answered simply. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for 2 seconds. Very good. Lu Yao's voice sounded again, then go and create a miracle. Remember, you are my bodyguard. Even if you have to lose something, you can only lose it to me. Bai Yu took a deep breath and cut off the communication. He knew that he couldn't lose this battle. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction in the audience. The figures of Lin Yushi and Suli clearly appeared in his perception. They were also looking at him. System, use the skill fusion opportunity. Bai Yu gave a decisive order in his heart. Ding! Host, please select the 2 skills that need to be fused. Fuse, Paper Blade Transformation, and Paper Shadow Shuttle. This was the optimal combination he had considered countless times. The combination of attack and movement, the ultimate form of paper-based abilities. Fusing, Paper Blade Transformation, and Paper Shadow Shuttle. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new combo skill, Paper Mist 1000 Shadow Kill. Bai Yu only felt that the supernatural power in his body began to operate in a completely new way. Paper Storm 1000 Shadows, the host can decompose itself into countless paper storms with extreme cutting properties. Within the storm's range, all paper fragments become clones of the host, capable of moving, reorganizing, and attacking at will. This skill consumes a significant amount of energy, but its power is enough to threaten opponents one level higher than the host. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. This is his real trump card. He stepped onto the arena. Across from him, a tall, imposing young man, radiating a powerful, oppressive aura, stared coldly at him. Subtle arcs of electricity pulsed around Zhao Feng. "Are you Bai Yu?" Zhao Feng asked, his voice filled with arrogance. "Don't think that just because you luckily won a match, you have the right to stand before me. I will make you understand that a firefly's light dares not compete with the bright moon." Bai Yu ignored his trash talk. He just calmly activated Paper Heart Clear, advanced version. In an instant, the flow of supernatural energy in Zhao Feng's body, every contraction of his muscles, and even the frequency of his heartbeat were all visible in his perception field. Powerful and swift, but too dependent on speed, the core of energy operation has a very small gap. The game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Zhao Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Thunder step. Swish. Zigzag flashes of lightning flashed across the arena, so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye. "It's too fast. I can't see anyone at all. Is this the speed of an A-level psychic?" There were exclamations from the audience. Bai Yu didn't move. Under the perception of paper transparency, every movement of Zhao Feng was as clear as a line drawn on a piece of white paper. Suddenly, a fierce fist wind mixed with violent lightning attacked Bai Yu from behind. "Go to hell, you piece of trash!" Zhao Feng's voice seemed to come from all directions. Just when the lightning fist was about to hit Bai Yu's back. Shadow dance. Bai Yu's body disintegrated instantly and then reassembled 3 meters away, leaving only an afterimage that was instantly shattered by lightning. "Oh. Interesting." Zhao Feng's figure appeared on the other side with a hint of surprise on his face. "But how many times can you hide?" Before he finished speaking, his figure transformed into lightning again, and the entire arena became his hunting ground. Countless lightning attacks from various tricky angles madly bombarded Bai Yu. Bai Yu was like a small boat in the raging waves, constantly using shadow dance to dodge, looking in danger and in a very miserable state. It's over. Bai Yu can only passively take the beating. The gap in strength is too big. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. In the VIP seats, Lu Yao paused for a moment, holding the teacup. Her face remained calm, but no one knew what she was thinking. In the audience, Lin Yushi unconsciously clenched her hands, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. A hint of nervousness surfaced on her icy face. Su Li licked her lips, her smile becoming even more morbid. "Yes, that's it, a little more miserable, a little more desperate, that way, when I fix you, I'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment." In the arena, Zhao Feng's offensive became increasingly fierce. "You can only run away like a mouse," he taunted. "Then let me see how hard your turtle shell is." "Thunder prison is coming." Zhao Feng roared, raising his hands high. In the sky, a massive thundercloud quickly gathered, and countless thick lightning bolts intertwined into a giant net, descending headfirst onto Bai Yu. This is a range attack, there is no way to avoid it. Everyone thought that Bai Yu was dead. However, just as the lightning net was about to fall, Bai Yu, who had been passively dodging, had a gleam of light in his eyes. Now is the time. Energy resonance. He used his supernatural power fluctuations to resonate briefly and violently with the huge lightning net. Buzz. The mighty lightning net suddenly stopped in the air, and the originally violent lightning energy solidified and became chaotic for a moment. Zhao Feng's face changed. He felt that his special ability seemed to be suddenly disturbed by something and he lost control in an instant. When masters fight, a split second is enough to decide life or death. It's time to end it. Bai Yu's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in the arena. He no longer dodged, but took the initiative to face the chaotic lightning net. Paper mist, thousand shadows kill. Call. Bai Yu's body instantly decomposed into billions of pieces of paper as thin as cicada wings, but sparkling with crystal cold light. These pieces of paper were no longer simply moving, but instead formed a terrifying gray-white storm. Each piece of paper carried the ultimate cutting power of paper blade, spinning at high speed, emitting a teeth-grinding hissing sound. The entire paper storm turned into a gray tornado, went upstream, and rushed directly into the chaotic lightning net. Chi-chi-chi-chi. A burst of intensive cutting sounds was heard. The giant lightning net cast by the A-level mutant with all his strength was like waste paper thrown into a shredder. It was instantly cut into pieces and turned into lightning that dissipated in the sky. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was speechless at the terrifying yet magnificent scene before them. After tearing through the lightning net, the paper storm didn't stop at all, and swept towards the stunned Zhao Feng at an even faster speed. No! Thunder God's armor! Zhao Feng felt the threat of death, and he frantically activated all the superpowers in his body, forming a suit of armor made of high-density lightning on his body surface. However, it was useless. The gray storm swallowed him up in an instant. Ah! A shrill scream came from the center of the storm, but it only lasted for 2 seconds before stopping abruptly. The storm dissipated. Countless crystal pieces of paper danced in the air, then slowly gathered together and condensed into Baiyu's figure. He still stood there, as if he had never moved. Across from him, Zhao Feng was covered in blood. His proud Thunder God armor was already shattered to pieces. He himself looked like a rag doll, his body covered with dense, tiny cuts. He fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Flash sale. Another instant kill. This time, the one who was killed instantly was the A-level genius Zhao Feng. The entire arena was dead silent. Everyone's mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out. If the previous instant kill of B-level was a fluke, it was a dark horse. So now, killing a level in seconds, this is a fucking miracle. The winner is Baiyu. The referee's voice was trembling. Wow! After the silence, there was a volcanic frenzy. The entire venue was completely boiling. Oh my god! What did I see? A level. That's a level. Is this really a paper-based ability? This is fucking space cutting. Monster. He's a complete monster. In the VIP seat, Lu Yao put down her teacup and an unprecedented smile from the heart appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her phone screen lit up, and she quickly edited a message, bypassing all encryption and sending it directly to Baiyu's phone. Well done, my little pet. There's a reward tonight. On the other side of the auditorium, Lin Yushi suddenly stood up from her seat, her chest heaving violently. She looked at the figure in the audience, the center of everyone's attention. A startling blush, one she hadn't even noticed, appeared on her cold face. She remembered the boy who always protected her many years ago. This idiot is still so fond of showing off. She sat down quickly and buried her face in her hands, but her ears were red as if bleeding. In another corner, there was no longer amusement in Su Li's eyes, but an almost insane obsession and possessiveness. She took out the exquisite empty box and rubbed it gently with her fingertips. Perfect, so perfect. Baiyu, you're even more perfect than I imagined. I can't wait any longer, I really can't wait to turn you into a work of art that belongs only to me. Baiyu stood in the middle of the field, feeling the emptiness coming from his body. Paper Mist Thousand Shadows Kill had almost drained all of his supernatural powers. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a cross-level challenge, shocking the entire audience. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Genius Crusher. Achievement reward, ability level increased to peak B level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 5,000 experience points, and your supernatural power has been greatly improved. Peak of B level. Baiyu clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force filling him up again. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. He looked down and saw the message from Lu Yao. My little pet, there will be a reward tonight. Baiyu's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 25, The Rich Woman's Reward. Tonight, you are my little pet. Inside the arena, the roaring tide was as fierce as a tsunami, almost blowing the entire dome off the stadium. Baiyu stood there, feeling the emptiness coming from his body. The consumption of Paper Mist Thousand Shadows Killing was far greater than he had imagined, almost draining all of his peak B-level abilities. But at this moment, the mental impact is far stronger than the physical fatigue. His eyes fell on the text message he had just received. Well done, my little pet. There's a reward tonight. Small pets. These 3 words, like an invisible needle, pierced precisely into the strong self-confidence he had just built up. Cold and with a hint of humiliation. He knew that Lu Yao was reminding him that no matter how strong he became, no matter how much cheers he won, his identity was still a bodyguard under her firm control. In other words, a pet that performs well and can receive a reward. Baiyu took a deep breath and suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart. He raised his head, feeling the gazes coming from all directions. Shock, enthusiasm, admiration, jealousy. But all this seemed a little unreal to him. He knew that it was only those women who truly determined his fate. Contestant Baiyu. Please stay. Several officials from the competition organizing committee ran over quickly with smiles on their faces, and the leader even wanted to shake his hand enthusiastically. Your performance is truly amazing. On behalf of the organizing committee, we sincerely invite you. Before he could finish his words, several bodyguards in black suits and with expressionless faces appeared in front of Baiyu like ghosts, forming an impenetrable human wall. The leading bodyguard bowed slightly, his tone calm. Mr. Bai, Miss Liu wants to see you. The faces of the officials from the organizing committee froze, and the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Liu family. These two words represent absolute authority in Zhongcheng. They retreated angrily, not daring to say another word. Baiyu didn't say anything, just nodded and followed the bodyguard to the contestants' dedicated passage. He knew that Liu Yao was using the most direct way to declare her ownership to everyone. However, just as he reached the entrance of the passage, two figures blocked his way. Lin Yushi and Su Li. Lin Yushi stood on the left. Her usually cold face now had an abnormal blush on it, and even her ears felt a little hot. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly and seemed very nervous. Ayu. She spoke softly, with a slight tremor that she herself didn't even notice. You come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. This was the first time in all the years Baiyu had known her that he saw her so out of control and shy. Baiyu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. On the other hand, Su Li had an almost insane and obsessed smile on her face. She walked closer step by step, and her warm breath almost touched Baiyu's face. Baiyu, don't listen to her. Su Li's voice was sickeningly sweet. I've prepared the best celebration party for you, right at my house. It's quiet and safe there, and no one will disturb us, forever. Forever. This word sent a chill down Baiyu's spine. He had no doubt that if he went with her, he would become a perfect work of art in her collection room tomorrow. Shura Field has arrived again. And it's more intense than ever before. Just when Baiyu's scalp was tingling and he didn't know how to respond, a calm voice sounded from behind him. You two, the game isn't over yet, why are you so eager to snatch someone away? Liu Yao had walked over without knowing when. She was wearing a simple white casual outfit today, but she exuded an aura that could not be ignored. She walked to Baiyu naturally, stretched out her hand, and gently held his arm. This action is intimate and full of possessiveness. Or do you think that you can take my bodyguard away at will? Liu Yao had a gentle smile on her face, but the words she spoke made the temperature of the air drop suddenly. Lin Yushi's face turned pale in an instant. She looked at Liu Yao holding Baiyu's hand, her body trembling slightly. Su Li's smile faded a lot. She looked at Liu Yao and her voice became a little cold. Miss Liu, everything should be based on first come first served. When Baiyu and I met, you didn't even know where you were. Oh? Liu Yao chuckled, that smile tinged with a hint of dark pride. But now, he is my fiancé and my bodyguard. His future belongs to me. As for the past, that's not important. Her words, like a knife, stabbed precisely into Lin Yushi and Su Li's hearts. You! Lin Yushi was so angry that she couldn't speak. Liu Yao ignored them and just turned her head to the side, whispering in Baiyu's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Come on, my little pet, your reward is about to go to waste. Baiyu's body stiffened and he was half dragged and half pulled away from the scene by Liu Yao. He could feel the two gazes behind him that almost pierced through him, one filled with grievance and anger, the other filled with even stronger morbidity and possessiveness. He was taken to the top floor of the arena, to an extremely luxurious private VIP suite. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the night view of the entire river city. Liu Yao let go of his hand and walked gracefully to a safe made of a special alloy. Fingerprints, irises, voice prints. After a series of complex verifications, the safe opened silently. She took out a box made of cold jade from inside. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Liu Yao placed the jade box on the table and pushed it in front of Baiyu. This is your reward. Baiyu opened the box. A cold and pure void energy rushed towards him. Inside the box, a stack of paper as thin as a cicada's wing lay quietly. These papers have a translucent texture, and it seems as if countless tiny stars are flowing on the surface, deep and mysterious. This is void source paper, Liu Yao said calmly. It can be directly absorbed to strengthen your supernatural power. There are no more than 3 copies in the entire alliance. Baiyu's heart suddenly shrank. Void source paper. According to legend, this divine object is formed from the purest void energy and can only be found in the deepest part of the space crack. The value of this thing cannot be measured by money. He knew the weight of this reward. This is not a gift, it's an investment. It is a shackle made of gold and diamonds, which is heavier and more impossible to break free from. But Lu Yao changed the subject, her lips curled up with that familiar devilish smile. Such a valuable item, I have to see you use it with my own eyes before I feel at ease. She walked over to the sofa behind Baiyu and sat down, crossing her legs elegantly. Right here, right now. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable command. Let me see what kind of flowers my investment can bloom. Baiyu was silent. He knew he had no right to refuse. Just as he stretched out his hand and was about to pick up the stack of void source paper, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the legendary material, void source paper. Trigger the hidden mission, gift from a rich woman. Mission requirements, under Lu Yao's watchful gaze, perfectly absorb all the energy of void source paper. Quest reward, increase your proficiency in the ability, Paper Mist, 1000 shadow kills. Gain the new passive skill, Void Affinity. Baiyu's breathing suddenly stopped. Void Affinity. This is definitely a magical skill that can make his strength leap forward again. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao was looking at him with a smile, her expression like a owner admiring his beloved pet. Baiyu took a deep breath and picked up a piece of void source paper. The paper felt cold to the touch, yet it seemed alive, trembling slightly under his fingertips. Let's get started, my little pet. Lu Yao's voice was filled with anticipation and amusement. Don't let me down. Chapter 26: The Rich Woman's Ultimate Reward. Void Divine Paper, absorbed on the spot. Baiyu's gaze moved away from the phone screen and fell on the stack of void source paper in front of him that was emitting starlight. Lu Yao's words, "Don't let me down," echoed in his ears like a gentle spell. Disappointment? He no longer had the qualifications to disappoint anyone. His life was like a small boat pushed into a raging sea. He could only desperately move forward, otherwise he would be swallowed up in an instant. He took a deep breath and suppressed all distracting thoughts in his mind. He stretched out his hand, and his fingertips touched the top piece of void source paper. Cold and pure. An indescribable energy flowed along his fingertips and instantly flowed into his body. That wasn't a gentle warm current, but a violent cosmic storm. Countless chaotic and disordered spatial energies, like the sharpest blades, madly collided and cut through his meridians. Baiyu groaned, his face instantly turning pale. The intense pain nearly brought him to his knees. He felt as if his body was being completely ripped apart by this violent energy, disintegrating into its most primitive particles. Is this the power of void source paper? Absorbing it directly would be suicidal. Ayu, the essence of your supernatural power is paper. Lu Yao's voice sounded calmly. She was still sitting elegantly on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, as if enjoying a drama that had nothing to do with her. Paper can carry everything, but it can also turn into nothingness. Hold on to your essence and let it carry everything, rather than being torn apart by it. Baiyu bit his tongue hard, and the severe pain instantly sobered him up a bit. Origin. He immediately calmed his mind and focused all his energy on activating the supernatural power within him. He no longer tried to resist the violent energy, but instead imagined the source of his supernatural power as a piece of infinitely stretchable and resilient white paper. Let the void storm rage on this blank paper. What he needs to do is not to resist, but to turn this force into a picture on the blank paper and make it a part of him. This process was extremely painful. Baiyu's body trembled constantly, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. He could feel that his supernatural power was being consumed and replenished frantically, and the energy circulation of his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Lu Yao looked at Baiyu's painful but persistent expression, and a hint of imperceptible admiration flashed in her eyes. She knew the power of void source paper. Any other B-level psychic would have been shattered by the energy the moment they came into contact with it. Yet, Baiyu was actually trying to tame it. Interesting. Lu Yao opened her red lips and took a sip of red wine. Just when Baiyu felt that he was about to give up, the system's prompt sounded in his mind like the sound of nature. Ding. Detected that the host is currently taking an extreme challenge. Mission, Rich Woman's Gift, completion rate is 50%. Ding. The host's willpower has been assessed. The ability to control supernatural powers has been slightly improved. As the prompt sounded, a cool feeling surged from deep within the system, instantly stabilizing his supernatural power source that was about to collapse. Bai was cheered up. He could feel that the violent void energy was no longer so difficult to control. He began to actively guide this energy, circulating it within his body according to the route of paper mist, thousand shadows kill. Every cycle is like a tempering. His supernatural powers became more solid and purer. Time passes by every second. The void source papers on the table turned into powder one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all the energy was absorbed into Bai's body. When the last piece of void source paper disappeared, Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A vast and majestic aura suddenly spread out from him. The air in the entire VIP suite stagnated. His void shadow battlesuit moved without a breeze, a deep, dark glow emanating from its surface that seemed to devour all light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have perfectly absorbed all the energy of void source paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, gift from a rich woman. Quest reward, increase your proficiency in the ability, paper mist, 1000 shadow kills, to mastered. Quest reward, obtain the new passive skill, void affinity. Bai was ecstatic. He could clearly feel that his understanding of paper mist, 1000 shadows killing, had reached a whole new level. Previously, using it was like swinging a heavy hammer, immensely powerful, but also incredibly energy consuming. Now, the hammer seemed to have become an extension of his arm, not only more powerful, but also reducing energy consumption by at least 30%. What made him even more excited was the newly acquired passive skill. Void affinity, your affinity with void energy increases significantly. You can more easily sense and travel through spatial rifts. The effectiveness of your spatial skills such as shadow dance and paper style, void is increased by 50%, and your ability weakening effect is halved in void-related environments. This is simply a magical skill. With this passive, the void battlefield will no longer be a weakening for him, but his home field. Bai slowly stood up and clenched his fists. He felt his body lighter than ever before, as if he could merge into this space with just a thought. He looked at Lu Yao and found that she was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Ayu, you really didn't let me down. Lu Yao put down her wineglass, stood up, and slowly walked towards him. This was the first time she called him by such an intimate name. Bai's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Lu Yao walked up to him, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently tapped the battlesuit on his chest. My investment seems to have a very high rate of return. She had a slightly sinister, victorious smile on her face. As a reward. She paused, leaned forward slightly, and her warm breath brushed past Bai's ears, her voice as soft as a dream talk. You stay here with me tonight, my little pet. Bai's body stiffened instantly. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly at an inopportune time. Lu Yao's smile remained unchanged, but her eyes moved slightly. Bai's scalp tingled and he almost subconsciously took out his cell phone. On the screen, there was a text message from Lin Yushi. It was still an unfamiliar number, but he could recognize the tone of voice at a glance. Ayu, are you okay? You seem to have exhausted a lot in the match just now. You should rest well and don't get too tired. At the end of the text message, there were no weird expressions, only a simple, even clumsy, statement of concern. Bai's heart inexplicably softened. This arrogant squad leader seemed to have returned a little bit to his old self. However, before he could finish his sigh, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Suli. Bai, I see you. You're in Lu Yao's room. It's okay, just have fun. After all, this is the last time you can see the night view outside. The collection room I prepared for you is already set up. I'll go get you back soon. Are you looking forward to it? My perfect work of art. At the end of the text message, there was a bright red love emoticon that looked like it was dripping with blood. The bone-chilling coldness instantly spread from the soles of Bai's feet to the top of his head. He could clearly feel that Su Li's Yandere attribute had completely broken through the critical point after he absorbed the void source paper and became more perfect. Bai's expression changed again and again, which was extremely exciting. It seems your little troublemakers are more persistent than I thought. Lu Yao's voice sounded faintly beside him. Bai looked up suddenly and found that Lu Yao had come close to him at some point, looking at his phone screen with interest. The smile on her face was still gentle, but there was no trace of smile in her beautiful eyes. One is worried about you, and the other is thinking about how to keep you. Lu Yao chuckled, reached out, and took the phone from Bai's stiff hand. How interesting. Her slender fingers slid lightly across the screen, as if admiring some interesting exhibit. But it's okay. Lu Yao deleted the 2 text messages and put the phone back into Baiyu's pocket. She raised her head and looked at Baiyu. Her deep eyes flashed with a light that made Baiyu's heart palpitate. You don't have to go to the competition tomorrow. Baiyu was stunned. Let's go meet my father. Lu Yao's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable determination. Let him see how outstanding the fiancé I personally chose is. Outstanding enough for the entire Lu family to acknowledge your existence. Chapter 27 Meet the Parents? Baiyu's body completely froze. Stay here with me. These 6 words, coupled with Lu Yao's warm breath and dreamy tone, made his brain shut down instantly. The atmosphere in the VIP suite was filled with an incomparably ambiguous atmosphere. The luxurious decor, the hazy lighting, the dazzling nightscape of Jiangcheng outside the window, and the beautiful girl before him, whose gentleness evoked a hint of a devil. Any man in this situation would probably be distracted. But Baiyu only felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. He knew all too well that this wasn't a warm invitation at all, but rather an ultimatum to assert ownership, a gift from a pet owner to a well-behaved pet that couldn't be refused. He could even imagine that if he really showed any obedience and enjoyment, what would be waiting for him tomorrow would be even more difficult to break free from shackles. What? Lu Yao straightened up, a gentle smile still on her face. Her beautiful eyes curved slightly like a crescent moon. My little pet, are you unwilling, or afraid? Baiyu took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. Ms. Lu, I'm just your bodyguard. Oh? Lu Yao chuckled and slowly walked to the huge French window. She turned her back to him and looked out at the lights of thousands of houses. Baiyu, you are a smart person. A smart person should know when to do what. She turned around, the smile on her face faded a little, replaced by a calm, unquestionable majesty. Tonight, you sleep in the room next door. My styling team will come over at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. At 8 o'clock, we will leave to meet my father. Baiyu was stunned. So this is what stay means. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, but then came a deeper sense of powerlessness. Her every move, every word, controlled him so tightly that all his speculations and resistance seemed like a joke. You seem very disappointed? Lu Yao's lips curled up into that familiar, sinister arc again. Baiyu didn't answer. He knew that no matter what he said, this woman would interpret it as she wanted. Go take a shower and change into the clothes I prepared for you. Lu Yao pointed to the cloakroom next to her. Then, get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow is a tough battle. Baiyu nodded and turned to walk towards the bathroom. The hot water washed over his body, washing away the fatigue from the competition, but it couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. He looked in the mirror. He had peak B-rank strength, powerful skills, and top-notch equipment, but his life was even more helpless than when he was an E-rank loser. He is now like a carefully packaged product, about to be put on the shelf and examined by the most discerning buyers. And the buyer was his nominal future father-in-law. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Baiyu woke up at 7 o'clock sharp. He walked out of the room to find Lu Yao already seated at the living room table, elegantly enjoying breakfast. Behind her stood a team of at least 10 people, half men and half women, each carrying various boxes that looked quite valuable. My bodyguard, you're awake. Lu Yao put down her knife and fork and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Come and have breakfast. Then, let them take care of you. Baiyu finished his breakfast in silence. Afterwards, he was pressed into a chair and allowed to be manipulated by the so-called styling team. Hair, skin care, clothing, every detail was precise to the millimeter. When he stood in front of the mirror again, even he couldn't recognize himself. He wore a custom-made black suit with a dark pattern, perfectly tailored to his frame, highlighting his tall stature without appearing overly ostentatious. On his wrist was a discreetly luxurious Patek Philippe. He looked calm, reserved, and possessed an indescribable air of nobility. Not bad. Lu Yao stood up and looked at him with satisfaction. This man is worthy of being my fiancé. She walked over to Baiyu and helped him adjust his tie naturally and gently. Remember, today, you're not a bodyguard, you're Baiyu. I, Lu Yao, personally chose you, the man. Her voice was soft, yet filled with overwhelming confidence. As for my father, you don't have to say anything. I'll take care of everything. Baiyu nodded. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to face a major plot point, meeting father-in-law. Trigger temporary mission, recognition from the wealthy. Mission requirements: gain initial approval from Lu Yao's father during the meeting evaluation must be no less than acceptable. Mission reward: a mysterious skill treasure chest. Greatly improve your ability control. Bayu's heart skipped a beat. A mysterious skill treasure chest? This reward was too tempting. It seems that he has to attend the Hongmen banquet today. At exactly 8 o'clock, an extended black Rolls-Royce stopped downstairs of the hotel on time. Bayu opened the car door for Lu Yao and sat beside her. The car drove smoothly towards the Lu family manor on the outskirts of Zhengcheng. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Lu Yao seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, while Bayu kept simulating various situations that might happen in his mind. However, just as the vehicle was about to drive out of the city and onto the highway leading to the suburbs, there was suddenly a commotion ahead. Two figures, one white and one black, suddenly and without warning, blocked the way of the Rolls-Royce. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the tires made a harsh sound as they scraped against the ground. Bayu's pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Yushi. Su Li. How come they are here? Lin Yushi was still wearing a white dress. There was a hint of stubbornness and grievance on her little face. She pursed her lips tightly and looked straight at Bayu in the car. Su Li, on the other hand, was wearing a tight black leather jacket that perfectly outlined her fiery figure. She had a playful, slightly morbid smile on her face, but her eyes were like a venomous snake, staring intently at Bayu. They really are haunting us. Lu Yao opened her eyes and spoke calmly, but Bayu could sense a hint of coldness emanating from her. She rolled down the car window, and her face instantly changed to that gentle and lovely smile. Sister Yushi, Sister Su Li, what a coincidence! Are you here basking in the sun so early in the morning? Lin Yushi's face paled even more when she saw Lu Yao. She bit her lip and summoned up the courage to shout, Lu Yao! Where did you take you? He consumed so much energy yesterday, he needs to rest. Oh? So you're concerned about my fiancé? Lu Yao chuckled, then she made a move that made Bayu's scalp tingle. She stretched out her arms and hugged Bayu affectionately, resting her head gently on his shoulder. She said in a sickeningly sweet voice, It's okay. I'll take care of my brother. He performed so well last night. Of course, I have to take him home today so that Dad can meet our family hero. Elder brother? These two words, like two blockbuster bombs, exploded simultaneously in the ears of Lin Yushi and Su Li. Lin Yushi's body jerked violently, and her stubborn little face flushed crimson in an instant, with tears welling up in her eyes. She was angry, but also aggrieved. She looked at Lu Yao's intimate look and Bayu being held by her, and was unable to say a word. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. On the other side, the smile on Su Li's face completely disappeared. Instead, there was an extremely cold gloom. Lu Yao. Her voice sounded like it came from the netherworld. You'd better hand him over to me now, immediately, right now. A terrifying SSS-level pressure suddenly erupted from Su Li's body and swept towards the Rolls-Royce. The air around him suddenly became sticky and oppressive. However, just as the pressure was about to touch the car body, Bayu moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he almost subconsciously pulled Lu Yao, who was leaning on him, gently behind him. At the same time, he fully activated his B-level peak ability, and the Void Affinity was passively activated. An invisible energy barrier instantly blocked the car. Boom! The two forces collided silently. Bayu groaned and felt a surge of blood in his chest. The pressure of the SSS level, even if it was just released casually, was far beyond the ability of a peak B-level person like him to completely withstand. But he finally blocked it. But his action stunned everyone present. Lu Yao leaned against him, feeling his solid back and the energy fluctuations that were not strong but extremely firm. The softest part of her heart seemed to be gently touched. Lin Yushi watched Bayu protecting Lu Yao from behind. The tears in her eyes, unable to hold back any longer, fell like two lines. He was protecting another woman. Su Li's body froze in place. She looked at Bayu, her cold eyes flashing with a hint of confusion and pain that she herself hadn't noticed. Ding! It's detected that the host has made a crucial decision in the Shura field, successfully protecting his fiancée and causing a huge psychological shock to his two exes. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, Flower Guardian Fake. Achievement reward, obtain the one-time skill, King's Contempt. King's Contempt, a one-time skill. After activation, it can greatly enhance one's own aura and mental pressure in a short period of time. It has a high probability of causing mental deterrence effect on targets whose level is not more than 2 levels higher than oneself. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head and met Su Li's cold gaze. At this moment, several black off-road vehicles drove silently from behind the Lu family's convoy. More than a dozen black-clad bodyguards with stern auras got out of the cars and surrounded Lin Yushi and Su Li. The leader was a middle-aged man with an aura as heavy as a mountain. He walked up to the Rolls-Royce and knocked respectfully on the window. "Miss, the master is waiting for you." Lu Yao sat up straight and regained her calm expression, but there was a subtle softness in her eyes when she looked at Bai Yu. "Let's go." The Rolls-Royce started slowly, past Lin Yushi and Su Li who were frozen in place, and drove towards the manor in the distance. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Yu could see Lin Yushi squatting on the ground, her shoulders twitching. Meanwhile, Su Li stood there motionless, her eyes darker and more dangerous than ever before. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze and sighed inwardly. He knew that the feud today was complete. The vehicle drove into a huge, heavily guarded manor and finally stopped in front of a castle-like villa. Bai Yu followed Lu Yao out of the car, took a deep breath, and looked up at the heavy oak door that seemed to be able to isolate everything. The door slowly opened. A middle-aged man with a face somewhat similar to Lu Yao, but with a majestic temperament like a mountain, was standing inside the door, looking at him with a scrutinizing and slightly indifferent gaze. Chapter 28, Assessment of the Wealthy Family, Conquer your father-in-law and be rewarded with SSS-level skills. The oak door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man as imposing as a mountain. He was Lu Jinting, the helmsman of the Lu family. His gaze was cold and scrutinizing, slicing through Bai Yu like a knife. Pressure. Intense pressure. Even more terrifying than Su Li's. Bai Yu straightened his back, activating his peak B-level supernatural power, and endured it. "Father." Lu Yao stepped forward and took Lu Jinting's arm, smiling sweetly. "Here you are. Is my taste good?" "Yeah." Lu Jinting replied with only one word and turned to go into the house. Bai Yu followed him in. The living room was luxurious and grand. Lu Jinting sat in the main seat, feeling very oppressive. "Bai Yu." Lu Jinting spoke in a low voice, "I heard you did well in the competition?" "Lucky." Bai Yu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Luck?" Lu Jinting's eyes were sharp. "Breaking through an A-level defense with one move is also a luck?" He put down his teacup and asked 3 soul-searching questions. "What is the name of that move? How does it work? What are your limits?" A tricky question. Bai Yu's mind raced, determined not to expose his system. "That's my attempt to deepen my understanding of paper and combine it with my spatial perception. Extreme energy compression, finding weaknesses, breaking through." "Limit?" He spoke frankly. "B-level peak is a major drawback. It won't work against S-level defenses or domains. But I will get stronger." Lu Jinting's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was a little surprised. He changed the subject. "Yao Yao is my daughter. I trust her judgment, but her personality." He glanced at Lu Yao, then returned his gaze to Bai Yu, his eyes icy cold. "What makes you think you're worthy of her?" Boom. The last question struck home. The air seemed to freeze. Before Bai Yu could reply, a fierce-looking, hawk-like guard captain behind Lu Jinting suddenly leaped into action. Without further ado, he unleashed a punch. The terrifying power of a PK rank tore through the air, striking Bai Yu in the face. Quick. Ruthless. This is a naked test, and even more of a show of force. Lu Yao exclaimed, "Dad." Bai Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. Paper heart transparency, instantly activated. The opponent's punch patterns and energy nodes were crystal clear. The paper god heart in his body passively ran wildly. Brush. An ordinary A4 paper instantly appeared in front of Bai Yu, as thin as a cicada's wing. Looking for death. Disdain flashed in the guard captain's eyes. A peak B rank player using paper to block a full-strength punch from a PK rank player? It was a pipe dream. Bang. A dull bang exploded. The imagined scene of confetti flying everywhere and Bai Yu vomiting blood and flying backwards did not appear. The seemingly fragile white paper remained motionless. A deep, dark light shone across its surface, and it withstood the violent force of the punch. The violent energy shockwaves spread outward, shaking the living room furnishings, but they couldn't even shake the paper. The disdain on the captain's face froze, then turned into extreme shock. He felt like his fist had hit the barrier of the universe. Bayu stood there, his face pale, but his eyes sharp as a knife. With a slight flick of his fingertips, the white paper that had blocked the punch instantly transformed into a 3-inch paper blade, hovering coldly an inch in front of the guard captain's throat. The whole audience was dead silent. For the first time, Lu Jinting's expression, always impassive, showed a noticeable change. He looked at the hovering paper blade, then at Bayu, whose breath was steady and his eyes were firm. A few seconds later. Poof! Lu Jinting snorted with an ambiguous tone. He stood up without even looking at the frozen captain of the guards. He just said to Bayu, "Boy, that's quite interesting. Tomorrow is the final. Win the championship and don't bring shame to my Lu family." After saying that, he turned and went straight upstairs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully passing Lu Jinting's assessment and gaining initial recognition from the wealthy family. Ding! Temporary mission completed, recognition from the wealthy family. Mission reward, SSS-level skills. Ding! The host has demonstrated exceptional comprehension and potential in the assessment, shocking Lu Jinting and exceeding the mission. Chapter 29 Father-in-law, your son-in-law is cheating. The Rolls-Royce was driving smoothly in Jiangcheng, and the interior of the car was so quiet that only the barely audible sound of the engine could be heard. Bayu leaned back on the soft leather seat with his eyes closed, but his mind had already sunk into the system interface. The treasure chest emitting colorful light almost illuminated his entire spiritual sea of consciousness the moment it was opened. SSS-level passive skill. This is the highest level reward he has received since he traveled through time. He couldn't wait to check the detailed information of the skill. Heart of the Paper God, SSS rank, passive. Skill effect 1, Origin Sublime. Your power essence is divinely refined, permanently increasing the power of all paper-based skills by 100%. Skill effect 2, Energy Affinity. Your control over energy reaches its peak, permanently reducing the cost of all paper-based skills by 50%. Skill effect 3, Divine Potential. You have touched the ultimate secret of paper-based abilities. Your paper can be endowed with a hint of divinity, making it indestructible and even possessing the potential to sever concepts. This effect requires the host's own understanding and development. Bayu's heart started beating wildly as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. Powerful. So strong. This is no longer a simple skill, it is a complete reshaping of his entire supernatural power system from the ground up. The power doubled, and the energy consumption was halved. This meant that when he used a move like Paper Mist, 1000 Shadows Kill, its endurance was 4 times stronger than before. What's even more terrifying is that deification potential. Cut off the concept. This has gone beyond the scope of physical attack and is truly the threshold of stepping into the realm of God. Although it cannot be used now, its existence has pointed out a smooth road to becoming the strongest for Bayu. In addition, the reward of significantly improved control over supernatural powers also benefited him greatly. He could clearly feel that his peak B-level supernatural power had become more solid and smooth, as if it were his own arm, without any sense of obscurity. It seems that meeting my father-in-law is not a bad thing. Bayu laughed at himself in his heart. Just then, he felt a pair of eyes falling on him. He opened his eyes and met the driver's gaze through the rearview mirror, which was filled with awe and curiosity. Bayu knew that the driver had seen everything that had just happened at the gate of the Lu family manor. When the vehicle returned to the bustling arena, it was already crowded with people and the atmosphere was pushed to its climax. The final. The final is about to begin. On one side is the new super dark horse, Paper Shadow Bayu, who instantly defeated the A-level genius. On the other side is the top talent from the capital, Xuanwu Chen Shan, known as the A-level with the strongest defense. The sharpest spear versus the strongest shield. This match is definitely the most exciting battle of this tournament. As soon as Bayu got off the car, he was respectfully invited to the exclusive preparation lounge by a competition staff member. He could feel that the way the players and staff around him looked at him had completely changed. There was no more contempt, no more doubt, only awe and a hint of fear. This is the change brought about by strength. Bayu walked into the lounge and just sat down when his phone vibrated 3 times in a row. He knew who it was without even looking. The first one is from Lin Yushi. Ayu, you must win. If you win, I will. The text message ended abruptly here. Baiyu could even imagine Lin Yushi's flushed cheeks, tangled fingers, and the proud look of nervousness and anticipation when she sent this text message. This silly girl is still so dishonest. The second one is from Suli. Baiyu, your opponent is Chen Shan. His black tortoise armor is said to be unbreakable within the A-level category. Let's see if your sharp paper knife can actually cut through his turtle shell. If you win, I'll give you an unexpected surprise. At the end of the message, there was a purple heart emoticon with little devil wings. Baiyu raised his brows slightly. Suli's tone seemed to have undergone a subtle change. The threat faded, replaced by a stronger sense of inquiry and curiosity, as if observing an experimental subject. This is not a good sign. A pure madman is not scary. What is scary is a highly intelligent madman who has a strong research interest in you. The third one comes from Lu Yao. The message is simple and overbearing. The championship is mine. You're mine too. Don't let me down. Baiyu put down his phone and let out a long breath. He knew that he had no way out in the upcoming final. He was fighting not only for the honor of being a champion and the generous reward, but also to declare his position in this increasingly fierce Shura field. Now, let's welcome the finalists with the loudest cheers. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker equipment. First up is the top talent from the Beijing Academy of Supernatural Powers, known for possessing the strongest A-level defense, Xuanwu Chen Shan. A young man, as sturdy as an iron tower and with a calm expression, strode onto the arena. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, and a heavy, mountain-like aura filled the audience with a sense of oppression. And his opponent is the most amazing dark horse of this tournament. He uses paper as a blade and shadows as his companions. He is Paper Shadow Baiyu. When Baiyu appeared at the entrance of the passage, the entire arena instantly boiled over. The thunderous cheers almost blew the dome off. Baiyu! 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 Countless audiences spontaneously shouted his name. It only took Baiyu a few days to go from an E-level waste who was laughed at by the whole audience to the favorite to win the championship. He walked calmly into the arena and stood opposite Chen Shan. In the VIP seats, 3 pairs of eyes were focused on him at the same time. Lu Yao held a cup of tea, a confident smile on her face. Her man was destined to shine here. Lin Yushi clenched her fists tightly, her palms wet with sweat. A rare hint of nervousness and anticipation appeared on her icy face. Suli leaned lazily on the chair, gently curling the ends of her hair with a slender finger. Her eyes, which always showed possessiveness, now flashed with a strange light. The game begins. The referee's voice is like the fuse that lights a powder keg. Drink! Chen Shan shouted loudly, without any hesitation. He directly activated his strongest ability. Black Tortoise Armor. Buzz. A rich, ochre-colored energy gushed out from his body and instantly condensed on the surface of his body into an extremely thick energy armor covered with mysterious patterns. Outside the armor, a huge black tortoise shadow appeared, protecting him tightly. An indestructible and invulnerable aura filled the entire arena. It's the Black Tortoise Armor. Chen Shan used all his strength right from the start. There's no fighting now. No matter how fast Baiyu is, or how strange his attacks are, if he can't break through the defense, everything will be in vain. Chen Shan stood there, his arms folded across his chest, like a mountain, looking at Baiyu, his voice as dull as thunder. Baiyu, I admit that you are strong. But your attacks are ineffective against me. Give up, you can't hurt me. His words were full of absolute confidence. However, Baiyu smiled. He looked at the seemingly indestructible armor. Under the perception of paper transparency, the flow of its energy and every note of its structure were extremely clear. Before obtaining the heart of the paper god, if you want to break through this tortoise shell, you may have to go through some trouble and use paper mist thousand shadows kill. But now. Baiyu slowly raised his right hand. An ordinary A4-sized white paper appeared out of thin air in his palm. The entire audience was stunned. What is this for? Facing the strongest defensive class A, he just took out a piece of paper? Ha ha ha. Is he scared silly? A piece of paper? What does he want to do? Write a surrender? Even Chen Shan frowned, with a hint of anger of being looked down upon flashing in his eyes. Baiyu ignored everyone's gaze. He just looked quietly at the white paper in his hand. With the blessing of the heart of the paper god, the nature of this piece of paper has changed. A thought came to his mind. Paper blade. The white paper did not turn into a crystal clear shape like before, but shrank and condensed in an instant. Finally, it turned into a 3-inch long, pure white paper blade. It just floated quietly at Bayu's fingertips, without any energy fluctuations or a trace of fireworks, as if it were the purest work of art carved from light. Chen Shan looked at the small paper blade and laughed in anger. That's it? Bayu, are you humiliating me? Bayu didn't answer. He just raised his eyes, looked at Chen Shan, and shook his wrist slightly. Call out. The pure white paper blade disappeared. There was no sound of breaking air, no energy trail, and it just disappeared from everyone's sight out of thin air. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, not knowing what was happening. Next second. Click. An extremely crisp, yet extremely abrupt sound rang out clearly in the silent arena. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A tiny, almost negligible crack appeared on Chen Shan's indestructible black tortoise armor. Chen Shan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Snap. Snap, snap. That crack, like a living vine, spread wildly at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, spider web-like cracks covered the entire armor. Boom! There was a loud bang. The black tortoise armor, which was said to be the strongest A-level defense, along with the huge black tortoise phantom, instantly collapsed like broken glass, turned into light spots all over the sky, and dissipated into the air. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was petrified. Chen Shan, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, motionless. A pure white paper blade was quietly hovering half an inch in front of his eyebrows. The cold edge made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Chapter 30 Champion Reward, the ultimate favor of an SSS-level rich woman. Time seems to stand still at this moment. You could hear a pin drop throughout the arena. Tens of thousands of spectators, whether ordinary people or those with special abilities, all stared blankly at the incredible scene in the arena as if they were under a spell. The strongest A-level defense, black tortoise armor, was instantly destroyed by a piece of paper? Is this a movie? Chen Shan stood there with cold sweat on his forehead. He could clearly feel a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble coming from the paper blade hovering in front of his eyebrows. It's not just sharp. It is a more fundamental concept power that seems to be able to cut through everything and ignore all rules. He had no doubt that as long as the other party had a thought, his head and his soul would be instantly cut into nothingness. I give up. Chen Shan struggled to squeeze out these 3 words from between his teeth. His voice was filled with an undisguised tremor and fear. The moment the word surrender sounded, the hovering paper blade turned into a white light and flew back in an instant, condensing into an ordinary piece of white paper at Bayu's fingertips. Bayu waved his hand casually, and the white paper turned into specks of light and dissipated in the air. He didn't even move a step from beginning to end. The winner! The winner! Bayu! The referee's voice finally broke the deathly silence. His voice was filled with incredible shock. Wow! The next second, the entire venue erupted like an exploded volcano with an unprecedented, deafening frenzy. Champion! Bayu is the champion! Oh my god! This is a fucking crush! A piece of paper broke through the strongest defense. How can this be reasonable? Paper God! From today on, he is the paper god. I declare that paper power is the most powerful superpower. No objections will be accepted. The discussions, cheers, and screams merged into a huge sound wave, repeatedly washing over everyone's eardrums. In the VIP seats, Lu Yao put down the teacup in her hand, and her face, which always had a hint of a sinister smile, now bloomed into an extremely bright smile that came from the heart. It is pride, satisfaction, and the joy of watching your own treasure bloom with the most dazzling light under the attention of the public. Her bodyguard, her fiancé, her man. She was not disappointed. In another corner, Lin Yushi suddenly stood up from her seat, her chest heaving violently. She looked at the figure in the field who was cheered by countless people. That little face that was always cold was now so red that it was about to bleed. It is excitement, shock, and even more of a kind of ecstasy, as if something was lost and then found again. She remembered the boy who always protected her many years ago. He is always like this. No matter how impossible the difficulties are, he can create miracles in a calm and relaxed manner. This idiot is still so pushy. She sat down quickly and covered her hot cheeks with her hands, but her bright eyes were reluctant to leave Bayu for a moment. And in the other direction. Suli's lazy posture had long disappeared. She sat up straight, and her eyes, which always showed a morbid possessiveness, were now wide open. She stared at Bai Yu in the field, as if she wanted to carve every detail of him into her soul. She thought she knew Bai Yu well enough and overestimated him enough. But now she realized that what she saw might just be the tip of the iceberg. This man is like a bottomless black hole. The closer you get to him, the more you will be attracted by his mysterious and powerful gravity and unable to extricate yourself. Bai Yu. She whispered softly, and her voice was no longer filled with pure possession and madness, but with a hint of a deeper, almost religious obsession. She suddenly felt that turning him into a work of art might be too hasty. Such an interesting soul should be collected in a more perfect way. Bai Yu stood in the middle of the field, feeling the cheers from the audience, his expression calm. In his mind, the system's prompt sound exploded like fireworks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the National Supernatural Competition. You shocked the entire audience and brought your reputation to its peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, Road to Champion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have activated the hidden achievement, breaking all laws with one paper. Achievement reward, ability level increased to a level. Achievement reward, obtain the exclusive title, Paper God. Boom! A force of energy, more powerful and vast than any previous breakthrough, poured into his limbs and bones from deep within the system. The supernatural power in his body instantly broke through the barrier of the peak of Class B and entered a whole new level. Grade A. He could feel that his understanding of paper and his perception of spatial energy had undergone a qualitative leap. If Class B is a river, then Class A is the real ocean. Paper God, a unique and exclusive title. Upon wearing this, you are considered the embodiment of paper-based abilities, increasing the effectiveness of all paper-based skills by 20%. There is also a small chance that the words follow effect will activate when casting a spell directly applying the skill's effect, ignoring the casting process. Bai Yu's breathing even stopped. What you say is what you do. This is simply a power that only God possesses. At this moment, several senior members of the competition organizing committee and the president of the Jiangqing Psychic Association all ran over with smiles on their faces. Bai Yu is the champion. Congratulations! Young talent. A pillar of the nation. It's an honor for all of us in Jiangqing to have someone like you. Champion Bai Yu, we've prepared a top-notch celebration banquet for you, as well as exclusive interviews with several top media outlets. Their enthusiasm was so great that it almost overwhelmed Bai Yu. However, before Bai Yu could speak, several Lu family bodyguards in black suits appeared again like ghosts, separating everyone. The leading bodyguard bowed respectfully to Bai Yu. Mr. Bai, the lady wants to see you. Everyone's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Only then did they remember that the Lu family was behind this new champion. Bai Yu nodded and walked towards the VIP channel under the escort of bodyguards. He knew that the real reward was only about to begin. It was still that extremely luxurious top-floor VIP suite. Lu Yao stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city outside. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden halo around her. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned around. There was an unprecedented gentle and satisfied smile on her face. "Ayu, you're here." Her voice was very light and soft, like a feather, gently scratching Bai Yu's heart. Bai Yu looked at her, a little dazed for a moment. The Lu Yao in front of him had shed her sinister exterior, looking like a wife waiting for her husband's triumphant return. "Come here." Lu Yao waved to him. Bai Yu walked over and stood in front of her. Lu Yao reached out her hand, not to touch him, but to pick up a document that looked extremely heavy in a high-tech box made of special metal from the table next to her. "This is the official reward for the tournament champion." She handed the document to Bai Yu. A luxury home in downtown Jiangcheng, a cash reward of 100 million Alliance coins, and access to the Alliance's S-level resource library, allowing you to choose 3 items. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat. This reward is outrageously generous. And this? Lu Yao put the metal box into Bai Yu's hand again. "This is an extra reward from me." Bai Yu opened the box curiously. The moment the box was opened, an extremely rich breath of life hit me in the face. Inside the box, there lay quietly a fruit the size of a longan, emerald green all over, as if it was a fruit condensed from the purest life energy. On the surface of the fruit, there are even mysterious life runes slowly flowing. Is this? Fruit of the World Tree? Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. According to legend, the World Tree of the mythological era only produces one fruit every 1,000 years. It has the magical effect of reshaping the body, cleansing the soul, and greatly enhancing the origin of life. Its value is even several times more precious than the void source paper he had absorbed before. Your abilities are strong, but your body is still too fragile. Lu Yao looked at him with a hint of heartache in her eyes. I can't let you have any weaknesses. Baiyu held the box in his hand and felt it was extremely heavy. This gift is too precious. Take it. Lu Yao's tone left no room for doubt. I told you, you are mine. You must accept everything I give you. She paused, leaned forward slightly, and her beautiful eyes, like the brightest stars, reflected Baiyu's figure. Besides, this isn't even the ultimate reward. Her voice became like a dream talk, with a hint of scalding, heart-pounding temperature. Ayu, stay tonight, okay? Chapter 31 The Ultimate Reward. Tonight, I'm yours. The air in the entire room seemed to be sucked out at that moment. Baiyu's mind went blank. He stared blankly at Lu Yao in front of him, looking at her eyes filled with starlight and tenderness, listening to the words that echoed endlessly in his ears like a spell. Ayu, stay tonight, okay? This time, it was no longer an accompany me with commands and temptations. It was a question with a hint of request, a hint of shyness, and even a hint of nervousness. Baiyu's heart was completely out of control. He could clearly see that Lu Yao's fair neck was stained with a touching blush. Her eyes, which were always full of confidence, now had a hint of avoidance, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. This scheming little scheming man, who always played him in the palm of his hand, was now like a young girl who had just fallen in love. She mustered up all her courage and sent the most straightforward invitation to her sweetheart. Baiyu felt his throat was a little dry. He knew that if he nodded, everything would change dramatically tonight. The relationship between him and Lu Yao will no longer be simply that of bodyguard and employer, fiancé and fiancée. The last and most delicate layer of window paper between them will be completely broken. And he will be completely branded with the exclusive mark of Lu Yao and will never be able to break free. But he looked at the girl in front of him who had paved the way for him, cleared obstacles for him, given him everything, and was even willing to put aside all her pride and calculations just to keep him. Could he really refuse? Just when he was torn between his conscience and his desires, the system's notification sound rang out, untimely but as if destined. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing the ultimate decision, triggering the hidden SSS-level mission, the favor of a rich woman. Mission Option 1, accept Lu Yao's invitation. Mission Reward, raise your relationship with Lu Yao to beloved, gain the exclusive 2-player skill, telepathy, and inherit 10% of the Lu family's assets. Mission Option 2, reject Lu Yao's invitation. Mission Reward, gain the achievement, Straight Man of Steel, and the skill, Absolute Calmness, but there is a 99.9% chance of triggering Lu Yao's hidden attribute, Darken Yandere. Baiyu looked at the two options, his eyes twitching wildly. Is there even a fucking choice? One is to reach the peak of life and marry a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman. The other one is to turn your lower abdomen into a Yandere 1, and the difficulty level of the Shura field is directly raised to the hell level. System, do you think I have it too easy? What's wrong? Lu Yao looked at Baiyu's changing expression, her heart tightening, and a hint of grievance slipped into her voice. You don't want to? Her hands at her sides unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes. This was the first time in her life that she had been so proactive and so unsure. Baiyu came back to his senses and looked at Lu Yao, who looked like she was about to cry. The softest part of his heart seemed to be hit hard. He took a deep breath and made a decision. He didn't speak. He simply stretched out his hand and gently embraced the slightly trembling girl in front of him. Lu Yao's body stiffened instantly. A refreshing and pleasant scent that belonged only to Baiyu enveloped her whole body. She could hear his strong heartbeat right next to her ear, one beat after another, as if beating against her heart. Lu Yao. Baiyu's voice was low and hoarse, with an unprecedented gentleness. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me when I was at my lowest point. Thank you for everything you do for me. Lu Yao's eyes instantly turned red. Her tense body slowly relaxed, she stretched out her arms and hugged Baiyu tightly. She buried her face in his chest, breathing in his scent greedily, her voice nasal. Idiot, who asked you to thank me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden SSS level mission, Rich Woman's Favor. Congratulations to the host, your relationship with Lu Yao has been upgraded to beloved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive two-player skill, telepathy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to inherit 10% of the Lu family's assets. This will take effect after the marriage contract is fulfilled. Telepathy, SSS rank, two-player passive. When you and Lu Yao are within a certain range, you can communicate mentally, regardless of any obstacles, and share some of each other's perceptions. While fighting side by side, all attributes of both parties are increased by 20%. Baiyu felt the soft body in his arms and the luxurious reward in his mind, and his heart was burning with joy. He knew that from this moment on, his life had completely changed. However, at this moment when the atmosphere was extremely warm and ambiguous. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell rang suddenly. Lu Yao in his arms suddenly stiffened. Baiyu's brows also frowned instantly. Who would come at this time? Lu Yao raised her head from his arms, her face still flushed, but her eyes had regained some clarity and a hint of displeasure. I'll go take a look. She straightened her slightly messy clothes, walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. After just one glance, her face instantly darkened. She opened the door. There were two figures standing outside the door. Lin Yushi and Suli. Lin Yushi changed out of her white dress and donned a light blue tracksuit, looking fresh and sharp. A hint of nervousness and stubbornness etched itself on her face, and she was holding a thermos lunchbox. Suli, on the other hand, was still dressed in black, with a playful smile on her face, but behind that smile, there seemed to be some deeper meaning that Baiyu could not understand. What are you doing here? Lu Yao's voice was a little cold as she blocked the doorway, with no intention of letting them in. Lin Yushi glanced at Baiyu behind Lu Yao, mustered her courage, and handed over the insulated lunchbox. I heard that Ayu was very exhausted during the competition, so I made some soup for him. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and under Lu Yao's powerful aura, she seemed a little lacking in confidence. Oh? Really? Lu Yao chuckled, but didn't answer. Sister Yushi is really thoughtful. But, don't worry about it. I will take care of Ayu's health myself. Besides, we are preparing for a midnight snack. She deliberately emphasized the word midnight snack. Lin Yushi's face turned pale in an instant. Suli, who was standing aside, looked at the two people in the room with great interest, especially Lu Yao's slightly red cheeks and eyes, and Baiyu's slightly messy collar. Her smile became more playful. Lu Yao, don't be so stingy. Suli's voice was filled with a hint of lazy charm. We are all old friends. If there are good things, of course we should share them together. As she spoke, she actually walked around Lu Yao and walked into the room on her own. You! Lu Yao was furious. Suli walked up to Baiyu and looked him up and down as if she was admiring a perfect work of art. Baiyu, congratulations, you're the champion. She stretched out her hand, as if wanting to pat Baiyu on the shoulder. As a reward, I've decided. She paused, leaned close to Baiyu's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I've decided not to make you into a specimen. Baiyu felt relieved. However, Suli's next words made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. I've decided to turn you into a living collection that belongs only to me. I will build you the most perfect cage in the world, allowing you to fly freely inside. Chapter 32. The Shura battlefield is getting intense. Suli's gentle yet extremely possessive words entered Baiyu's ears like the most vicious curse. A living collection. The perfect cage. Baiyu felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly turning his body, which had just been heated up by the hug, cold. This woman's Yandere nature has evolved to a new and even more terrifying level. Before he could react, a soft and delicate body stood in front of him. Lu Yao. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded, but a layer of frost had already formed in her beautiful eyes. Although she didn't hear Suli's whisper, she could clearly feel the sticky and morbid possessiveness emanating from Suli, which made her extremely unhappy. Sister Suli. Lu Yao's face once again wore that gentle and decent smile, but this smile was without any warmth. My Ayu doesn't like people getting too close. Especially, people with some unhealthy collecting habits. These words, like a poison dagger, stabbed Suli precisely. The playful smile on Suli's face faltered for a moment, then grew even stronger. She watched Lu Yao enter her combat mode with great interest, as if she were enjoying an interesting drama. Lu Yao ignored her and turned her gaze to Lin Yushi, who was standing at the door, looking out of place, carrying a thermos lunchbox and looking bewildered. Sister Yushi, this soup is almost cold, isn't it? Lu Yao's voice was as gentle as water, but her words were like needles. If you really care about Ayu, you should know that he doesn't like cold food. We appreciate your kindness, but you should take the food back. After all, I'm going to prepare a midnight snack for Ayu myself soon. These words fully demonstrated the style of a queen. She not only showed her magnanimity, but also quietly drew a clear line between Lin Yushi and her, and at the same time declared the close relationship between herself and Baiyu. Lin Yushi's stubborn little face turned pale in an instant. Her hands, holding the insulated lunchbox, trembled slightly. Every word Lu Yao said was like a thorn, piercing her heart. She looked at Baiyu, then at Lu Yao, who was full of aura. A feeling of powerlessness and grievance surged in her heart. Her eyes reddened, and she turned around and wanted to leave. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense and the outcome of the Shura field was about to be decided, Baiyu moved. He gently pulled Lu Yao, who was standing in front of him, to his side, then took a step forward and stood between the three women. He didn't look at Lu Yao or Su Li, his eyes first fell on Lin Yushi, who was about to turn around. Under Lin Yushi's incredulous gaze, Baiyu reached out and took the insulated lunchbox that still carried her body temperature from her stiff hands. Thank you, Lin Yushi. His voice was calm, gentle, and without any impurities. It's been a long time since I had the soup you made. A simple sentence, but like a thunder, exploded in Lin Yushi's mind. She suddenly looked up at Baiyu. He didn't refuse. He still remembered, he remembered that she used to make soup for him. The memory that she had deliberately buried but often tormented her in her dreams at midnight suddenly became extremely clear. Lin Yushi's nose felt sore, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be controlled, but she bit her lips tightly to prevent the tears from falling. Her cold little face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. I. She wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't utter a word. In the end, she could only squeeze out a sentence from between her teeth, no. You're welcome. After saying that, she was like a frightened rabbit. She didn't dare to look at Baiyu again and turned around and ran away quickly. After dealing with one, Baiyu turned his attention to Su Li. Facing the Xiandera who had just issued the ultimate imprisonment declaration to him, Baiyu showed a helpless smile on his face. Su Li. He shook the insulated lunchbox in his hand and spoke casually as if discussing the weather. That cage of yours sounds very expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford the rent. How about buying me a bowl of soup first? This reaction completely exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no fear, no anger, not even the slightest tension. He actually responded to the terrifying threat in an almost teasing tone. For the first time, the playful smile on Su Li's face truly froze. She looked at Baiyu, and for the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes that always flashed with madness and possessiveness. She had imagined countless reactions from Baiyu, but this was not one of them. He was like a man standing in the center of a storm, unmoved by the raging winds and rain. This feeling made her feel a little frustrated. And an even more indescribable urge to completely control him. He. After a moment of distraction, Su Li suddenly giggled, her body shaking with laughter. Baiyu, you're becoming more and more interesting. She walked up to Baiyu, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently traced the contours of his face through the air. Don't worry, my little sparrow. My cage is tailor-made for you, and I don't charge rent. I'll only take your lifetime. After she finished speaking, she cast a coquettish glance at Baiyu, then turned around and left gracefully. She was so calm, as if the person who had just fled was not her ally, and she was the real winner in this confrontation. In a blink of an eye, only Baiyu and Lu Yao were left in the room. Ding! Detected that the host has used extraordinary charm and emotional intelligence to perfectly dissolve the top-level Shura field, causing a huge psychological impact on all the heroines present. Congratulations to the host for activating the hidden achievement, the stabilizing needle in the center of the storm. Achievement reward, increased proficiency in the exclusive 2-player skill, telepathy. Now, you can passively sense Lu Yao's intense emotional fluctuations. Baiyu's heart moved. Sensing emotional fluctuations? This is much more practical than simple mental communication. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao was folding her arms, looking at him with a half-smile. That gentle smile was back, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of dangerous glint. Baiyu, you're really getting better and better. Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hint of sourness. You're so gentle and considerate to your ex-girlfriends, and you can't forget them. She walked up to Baiyu and took the insulated lunchbox that belonged to Lin Yushi from his hand. Click. She opened the lunchbox lightly. The rich aroma of chicken soup with the fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly filled the entire room. It smells good. Lu Yao picked up the bowl next to her, filled it with soup, and handed it to Baiyu. Drink it. She had a sweet smile on her face. Don't waste their kindness. Otherwise, wouldn't I, your fiancé, seem too stingy? Baiyu looked at the soup she handed him and his scalp went numb. This is definitely a fatal question. Drinking it would be equivalent to admitting in front of Lu Yao that he still had feelings for Lin Yushi. If he didn't drink, he would appear guilty, confirming Lu Yao's accusation of being stingy. At this moment, the passive effect of telepathy quietly activated in his mind. He clearly senses that beneath Lu Yao's calm surface, a strong emotion is surging. It was jealousy, anger, and a strong possessiveness, but at the deepest point of this storm, there was also a trace, a little grievance and uneasiness that even she herself had not noticed. She is scared. I was afraid that this bowl of soup would really remind me of my past with Lin Yushi. Baiyu's heart softened inexplicably. He took the bowl of soup. Under Lu Yao's gaze, which turned cold in an instant, he did not drink. Instead, he turned around, took a clean cup from the wine cabinet, and poured half of the soup in the bowl into the cup. Then, he handed the bowl back to Lu Yao. You've been busy all day, let's drink together. His movements were natural. His voice was gentle but firm. Lu Yao was completely stunned. She stared at Baiyu blankly, then looked at the soup in front of her, her mind going blank. He didn't choose to drink, nor did he choose not to drink. He chose to share it with her. This simple action instantly broke down all her defenses and temptations. Who wants to share a bowl of soup with her? Two red clouds suddenly rose on Lu Yao's cheeks. She wanted to get angry, but found that her voice was soft and without any momentum. She looked at Baiyu's smiling eyes, snatched the soup bowl, turned around and faced him with her back. I just wanted to taste it to see if she had poisoned it. Chapter 33 System Certification. The strongest Sea King on earth is born. Baiyu looked at Lu Yao, who looked fierce but was actually weak, with her back facing him, saying harsh words but with her ears red as if they were about to bleed. The softest string in his heart was gently plucked. He didn't press on any further. He knew that when dealing with someone like Lu Yao who was used to controlling everything, sometimes, taking a step back would only make her lose her composure. He picked up his half cup of soup and took a sip. The familiar chicken soup with a hint of medicinal flavor, warm and mellow, slid down the throat into the stomach, dispelling the last bit of fatigue brought by the game. It tastes good. Baiyu's voice was calm, as if he was stating a fact. Lin Yushi's cooking skills are still as good as before. His words were like throwing a drop of water into a calm frying pan. Lu Yao's body suddenly stiffened. She could clearly feel an indescribable bitterness and grievance suddenly surging into her heart. He remembers. He actually still remembered Lin Yushi's craftsmanship clearly. I have done so much for him, given him the void source paper, the fruit of the world tree, and I am even ready to give him myself. But in his heart, he was still thinking about another woman. The passive effect of telepathy was brought to its fullest at this moment. Baiyu saw the violent emotional storm in Lu Yao's heart almost in real time. The flames of jealousy, the flood of grievances, and the strong possessiveness almost devoured her sanity. However, just when Baiyu thought she was about to explode, Lu Yao made a move that was beyond his expectations. She turned around abruptly, picked up the bowl of soup, and under Baiyu's astonished gaze, she tilted her head back and gulped down the entire bowl of soup in one breath without leaving a drop. After drinking, she wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand domineeringly, then put the empty bowl heavily on the table with a bang. She raised her chin and looked at Baiyu like a proud little peacock declaring its sovereignty. It tastes just average. Too oily. Not cooked enough. She began to find faults furiously. It's just barely edible. It's nowhere near as good as what I make myself. Baiyu almost laughed out loud when he saw her saying one thing and thinking another. He knew that she was not drinking this bowl of soup for herself, but for Lin Yushi who had already left. This is a silent declaration of war. Your things, your thoughts, your past and present, are all accepted by me. Ding. It's detected that the host has successfully resolved the junior's jealousy, with supreme wisdom and further consolidated his position. Congratulations to the host, your skill proficiency in telepathy has been improved again. New effect: now, when Lu Yao has strong emotions towards you, you have a very small chance to send her a short mental message unilaterally limited to once per day. Bai Yu's heart moved. One-sided telepathic communication? This is simply a cheating tool in the love field. He looked at the girl in front of him who was still trying hard to maintain her cold persona, and decided to try this new feature immediately. He concentrated his mind and said softly to Lu Yao in his heart, "You're so cute when you're jealous." Lu Yao was about to say something to save face when her body suddenly shook. Those words appeared in her mind without any warning. Clear, gentle, and with a hint of Bai Yu's unique magnetism that she was very familiar with. She suddenly looked up and looked at Bai Yu in disbelief. Bai Yu was looking at her innocently, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Hallucination? Impossible. Lu Yao's heart was instantly in a mess. How did he do it? Could this be the legendary telepathy? When she thought of this, the psychological defense she had just built up with great difficulty collapsed instantly. She felt her cheeks were burning, terribly hot. She no longer dared to look at Bai Yu. She turned around abruptly and said, "You, wash the dishes after you finish drinking." I'm going to take a shower." Then, he rushed into the bedroom as if escaping and slammed the door shut. Bai Yu looked at her fleeing back and could no longer hold back the smile on his face. He picked up his phone and found 2 new messages. The first one comes from Lin Yushi. It was a string of illogical gibberish interspersed with a few typos. "Is the soup delicious? Don't get me wrong. I just made a little extra. Don't overthink it. Humph." Following it was an emoticon with a puffy face and red cheeks. Bai Yu could even imagine that Sundara look on Lin Yushi's face as she typed these words, as if she wanted to bury her head in the ground, yet couldn't help secretly anticipating his reply. He smiled and replied with 2 words. "It's delicious." Almost an instant reply. Lin Yushi sent an emoticon of a shocked cat, and then there was no movement. Bai Yu estimated that this arrogant squad leader was probably so overly excited and shy that he couldn't even hold his phone steadily. The second one comes from Su Li. "Bai Yu, you surprised me today." His tone was calm, lacking the threat and morbidity from before. "I realized that locking you in a cage might make you lose the interesting soul you have now. So, I changed my mind." Bai Yu raised his brows slightly. "I decided to play a more interesting game with you. The name of the game is Hunting. From tomorrow on, I will be the hunter, and you will be my only prey. I will do everything in my power to make you willingly enter the love nest I have prepared for you. Looking forward to it? My, Xiao Bai Yu." At the end of the message, there was a black, bleeding rose emoticon. Bai Yu's scalp instantly felt numb again. This crazy woman's yanderiness not only didn't get any less severe, but it actually got worse. From simple and rough imprisonment, it has been upgraded to this hunting game with strategy. This is more chilling than a direct threat. Because you never know where and how she will start hunting you. Bai Yu let out a long breath, feeling that his life was like dancing on a tightrope of the highest difficulty, with 3 bottomless whirlpools below. If he was not careful, he would be completely swallowed up. He cleaned up the dishes and put them in the automatic washing machine in the kitchen. When he came out, he found that the bedroom door had been opened a crack at some point. Soft light shines through the crack in the door. You can also faintly hear the sound of water splashing from inside. Bai Yu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, and then gently pushed it open. The bedroom was empty. The bathroom door is made of frosted glass, and you can vaguely see a graceful figure, appearing and disappearing in the mist. And on the big bed covered with velvet sheets, a brand new set of men's silk pajamas, which looked very valuable, was neatly folded there. There was a cup of warm milk on the bedside table. Bai Yu felt his throat was a little dry. This is no longer a hint. This is explicit. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Chapter 34. Father-in-law checks on me late at night? The frosted glass door was gently opened. In the mist, a graceful figure slowly walked out. Lu Yao was wrapped in a loose white bathrobe, the belt tied loosely around her waist, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small area of fair skin. Her long, freshly washed hair draped wetly over her shoulders, the ends still dripping with water. The water droplets slid down the curve of her graceful neck and disappeared into the depths of the bathrobe. She no longer had her usual calm demeanor, nor her cunning undertones. Her pretty, unmade-up face was flushed with a rich blush, like a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Bai. She just rubbed the soft carpet unconsciously with her toes, and nervously grasped the corner of her bathrobe with both hands. The air in the entire room became hot and sticky. Bai felt his heart skip a beat. He knew that the girl in front of him had taken off all her disguises and defenses, and showed him her softest and truest side without reservation. He took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and walked slowly towards her. Every step seemed to step on Lu Yao's heart, making her slightly trembling body even tenser. Bai Yu walked in front of her and stopped. He didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently wiped away a drop of water on her cheek with his fingertips. His movements were light and gentle. The warm touch from her fingertips made Lu Yao's body tremble violently. She subconsciously raised her head. Her beautiful eyes, which always smiled, were now watery, like a frightened deer, filled with nervousness, shyness, and a hint of unconcealable anticipation. Lu Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say something to break the heart-wrenching silence, but she found her voice was very dry. Bai Yu smiled. He didn't give her a chance to continue. He leaned down slightly, and under Lu Yao's incredulous gaze, he gently kissed her slightly trembling lips. Soft, warm, and with a hint of the sweet scent of shower gel. Lu Yao's mind went blank in an instant. All her nervousness, all her uneasiness, all her reserve were completely shattered at this moment. She responded to this sudden kiss clumsily and awkwardly. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The night view of the river city outside the window and the bright lights had become the perfect background for this painting. However, just when the atmosphere reached its peak. Ding-a-ling. A sharp, untimely cell phone ringtone, like thunder from a clear sky, suddenly exploded in the silent room. This sudden voice, like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguished all the ambiguous flames in the room. Lu Yao woke up as if from a dream and pushed Bai Yu away abruptly. Her cheeks were red as if bleeding, her breathing was rapid, and her eyes were so panicked that she didn't know where to look. Bai Yu's brows also frowned instantly. Who the hell is this? Such a good time. The bell continued to ring stubbornly. Lu Yao glanced at the vibrating phone on the bedside table, and her expression instantly turned ugly. It's my dad. Her voice was filled with an unconcealable annoyance and a barely perceptible nervousness. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad. Lu Yao tried to make her voice sound calmer, but the slight tremor still revealed her inner unrest. On the other end of the phone came the dignified and steady voice of a middle-aged man, without any emotion. Yao Yao, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? No, I just finished reading a document. Lu Yao lied guiltily, but her eyes couldn't help but secretly glance at Bai Yu. Bai Yu mouthed the word don't worry to her. Documents? Lu Yao's father snorted coldly. I just spoke to the person in charge at the arena. The celebration party is long over. Are you at the hotel now? Lu Yao's heart sank suddenly. Yes. One person? This question, like a sharp knife, stabbed straight at me. Lu Yao's breathing stagnated. She glanced at Bai Yu who was standing next to her and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Bai Yu reached out and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Lu Yao's body stiffened. Bai Yu rested his chin gently on her shoulder and spoke in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Tell him I'm with you. His voice was not loud, but it carried a reassuring power. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable courage surged up from the bottom of my heart. Yes, what are you afraid of? Bai Yu was the fiancé she had chosen personally, the one she would spend her life with. Being with him was only natural. Thinking of this, Lu Yao straightened her back instantly. She spoke into the phone in an unprecedented calm and firm tone. No, I am not alone. Ayu, stay with me. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The silence was so great that Lu Yao could feel a chill spreading towards her along the cell phone signal. After a full half-minute, Lu Yao's father's voice, suppressed with anger, was heard again. Very good. Lu Yao, you are really my good daughter. Let that kid answer the phone. Lu Yao's face turned pale, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. Bai Yu gently squeezed her hand and took the phone from her. Uncle, hello, I'm Bai Yu. Boy, don't call me uncle. I can't bear it. Lu Yao's father's voice was icy cold. I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive my daughter. I only tell you one thing. Come see me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on the top floor of the Lu Group headquarters. I'll let you know that if you want to be the son-in-law of my Lu family, just being able to play a few games is far from enough. If you don't dare to come, or if you don't satisfy me, you will disappear from my daughter's side forever. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Baiyu any chance to answer. The room fell into silence again. Lu Yao looked at Baiyu, her face full of worry. Ayu, don't listen to him. My dad has a bad temper. You don't have to pay attention to him. Wei. Before she could finish her words, Baiyu gently pressed his lips with a finger. It doesn't matter. Baiyu looked at her with a gentle smile on his face. An ugly son-in-law will always have to meet his father-in-law. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. His ease and calmness made Lu Yao's anxious heart slowly calm down. But it's nothing. Baiyu held her in his arms and patted her back gently. Trust me, I'll take care of everything. Ding. It was detected that the host faced the challenge of his future father-in-law, remained fearless, and successfully comforted his fiancée. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, father-in-law's ultimate test. Mission requirements: during tomorrow's meeting, completely conquer Lu Yao's father and make him willingly acknowledge your identity. Mission reward: 1 SSS-level combined skill treasure chest. The Lu family's inheritance rights are officially activated. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. SSS-level combined skills. This reward is simply incredible. He held the soft body in his arms, and a sense of heroism suddenly arose in his heart. Isn't it just meeting the father-in-law? Even if it is a dangerous place, you have to go in for the reward. Lu Yao leaned in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat, and all her worries and anxieties disappeared. She raised her head, and the fire in her beautiful eyes was rekindled. She stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him, but this time, it was no longer a shy test, but carried a hint of unquestionable dominance. Ayu, I don't care what my dad says. Tonight, you are mine. Chapter 35, Showdown, No More Pretense. Capture the rich woman, capture her father tomorrow. The phone was carelessly thrown on the bedside table, the screen had gone dark, but the cold atmosphere brought by the call still lingered in the room for a long time. Lu Yao leaned against Baiyu's chest, her body still trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but rather a hint of resentment and anger stirred by her father's unyielding attitude. She raised her head, and all the worry and uneasiness in her beautiful eyes had faded away, replaced by an unprecedented, almost paranoid determination. Ayu. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable determination. The more my father objects, the more I want him to know that you are mine. After saying that, she took Baiyu's hand and walked to the big bed covered with velvet sheets. She didn't say anything else, but just looked at him straight with her watery eyes. In those eyes, there is the shyness of a young girl, the stubbornness after being offended, the courage to risk everything, and more importantly, an unreserved delivery. Baiyu's heart was hit hard. He knew that tonight, he couldn't retreat. If he takes a step back, this girl who appears strong on the outside but also needs a sense of security on the inside will become completely uneasy. He reached out his hand, gently stroked her cheek, and pushed the wet hair that was scattered on her forehead behind her ear. Don't worry, leave tomorrow's matters to me. His voice was steady and powerful, like a shot of adrenaline, instantly calming all the waves in Lu Yao's heart. Lu Yao's eyes reddened slightly. She took the initiative to step forward and threw herself into Baiyu's arms. I'm not worried. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled, I'm just angry. What right does he have to say that to you? You're the one I chose, the best person in the world. This scheming and manipulating everyone is like a little girl who has been wronged and is in urgent need of recognition and comfort. Baiyu's heart softened and he hugged her tighter. Okay, go to bed early. We have a tough battle tomorrow. He patted her back gently and soothed her softly. No. Lu Yao shook her head, raised her head from his arms, and looked at him stubbornly. Go take a shower first and put on those pajamas. She gestured towards the brand new silk pajamas on the bed. Baiyu was stunned. Looking at Lu Yao's eyes that could not be refused, he smiled, nodded, turned and walked into the bathroom. The hot water washed over his body, and Baiyu's nerves, which were a little tense due to the upcoming father-in-law test, slowly relaxed. He knew that the call from Lu Yao's father seemed like a crisis, but in fact it was also an opportunity. An opportunity for him to fully integrate into the Lu family and solidify his identity as fiancé. He changed into his silky pajamas and walked out of the bathroom, only to find that only a dim bedside lamp was on in the room. Lu Yao was already lying on the bed, covered with a thin quilt, with only her furry little head exposed. She seemed to have heard some movement and moved her body slightly, but she did not turn back. Baiyu walked to the other side of the bed and lay down. There was a fist's distance between the two of them. No one spoke, only the clear sounds of each other's breathing and heartbeats intertwined in the quiet room. After a long time, Lu Yao's voice finally sounded faintly, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Baiyu, do you think I'm too proactive? No. Baiyu turned over and faced her. I just feel that I am very lucky. In the darkness, he couldn't see Lu Yao's expression, but he could feel that the air around him seemed to be a little sweeter. Humph, you're so smooth talking. Lu Yao's voice was filled with a hint of arrogance. I just felt a little cold, so I let you sleep up here. Don't think too much about it. Baiyu smiled. He stretched out his arms and gently embraced the girl who said one thing and meant another, along with the quilt, into his arms. Lu Yao's body stiffened instantly, but after a moment, she completely relaxed. Like a kitten that had found a harbor, she adjusted herself to a comfortable position and leaned in his arms. Are you still cold like this? Baiyu asked in a low voice. Just barely, I'm not cold anymore. Lu Yao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Feeling the soft body in his arms and the steady heartbeat, Baiyu knew that this girl had completely let down her guard towards him. Soon, the sound of even breathing came from my arms. She fell asleep. Baiyu looked down at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart at peace. With a thought, he immersed himself in the system. Ding! A qualitative change has been detected in the relationship between the host and Lu Yao. The effect of the skill, telepathy, has been greatly enhanced. New effect, emotional resonance. When you and Lu Yao make physical contact, you can sense each other's emotions at a deeper level, comforting and amplifying each other's emotions. In battle, this effect will enhance your coordination. Ding! The father-in-law's ultimate test mission has been updated. Mission objective: gain the approval of Lu Yao's father, Lu Tianxiong, during tomorrow's meeting. Evaluation reaches satisfactory. Mission tip: Lu Tianxiong, SSS-level enhancement psychic, born into a ruthless military family, has a domineering and strong personality, is extremely trustworthy, and is extremely protective of his shortcomings. He most admires those with absolute strength and unwavering will. Looking at the prompts given by the system, Baiyu's mouth corners slightly raised. Strong one? Tomorrow, I will let you see whether the man your daughter chose is strong enough. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Baiyu opened his eyes. The girl in his arms was still sleeping soundly, like a child, with a sweet smile on her lips. Baiyu didn't move, just looked at her quietly, enjoying this rare warm moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yao's long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. When Lu Yao saw that she was wrapped around Baiyu like an octopus, her face turned red. She sat up suddenly, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and didn't dare to look at Baiyu. Last night, I didn't know anything. Seeing her cute and adorable appearance, Baiyu smiled and sat up. Well, you don't know anything, you just didn't sleep well and almost kicked me out of bed. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yao was embarrassed and angry. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. After some laughter, the atmosphere became extremely relaxed. The ambiguity and tension of last night have turned into the warmth and sweetness of this moment. However, when the two finished washing, changed their clothes, and sat at the dining table, Lu Yao's expression became serious again. My dad is a soft-hearted person. Lu Yao gracefully cut the fried egg on the plate while analyzing tactics for Baiyu. When you see him later, don't be too humble, but don't be too arrogant either. Just stay the way you are now. If he uses his aura to pressure you, you must not retreat. If he fights you, you must not retreat either. Baiyu nodded. I understand. Don't fight back when you're hit, and don't talk back when you're scolded, right? Wrong. Lu Yao put down her knife and fork and looked at him seriously. If he fights you, you have to win. And win beautifully. Baiyu. This father-in-law is indeed extraordinary. Don't worry, he knows his limits. Lu Yao seemed to see through his speechless expression and explained, he just wanted to personally test the worth of the man I chose. She stood up, walked behind Baiyu, reached out and helped him adjust his tie. Her movements were gentle, with a hint of affection. Remember, Baiyu. She leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his cheek. Today, you are not going to stand trial. You are going to inform him that his precious daughter will marry you in this life. Chapter 36 Father-in-law, I don't want to be a human being anymore. The Lu Group headquarters is a skyscraper standing in the commercial center of Jiangcheng. Bai Yu and Lu Yao stood in the elevator, watching the numbers rise. On the top floor, in Lu Tianxian's office. Remember, no matter what my dad says or does, you can't back down. Lu Yao held Bai Yu's hand and reminded him again, he hates weak people the most. Bai Yu nodded and gently squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. As the door opened, a powerful aura hit me in the face, almost suffocating me. Lu Tianxian, a tall, middle-aged man, stood in front of the French window with his back to them. He didn't turn around, but said coldly, Yao Yao, you go out first. Lu Yao glanced at Bai Yu, nodded slightly, then turned and left. The moment the elevator door closed, the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop suddenly by 10 degrees. Lu Tianxian then turned around. He was wearing a well-tailored dark suit, his face resolute, his eyes sharp as a knife. Those eyes were exactly like Lu Yao's, only less gentle and more fierce. Bai Yu. He spoke in a deep, powerful voice. Do you know why I called you here? Bai Yu looked him straight in the eye, not flinching at all. Because I'm with your daughter. Wrong. Lu Tianxian sneered. Because you are not worthy of her. He walked over to the desk, picked up a document, and casually threw it in front of Bai Yu. I've read your information. E-level ability, paper airplane. You come from an ordinary family, your parents are ordinary workers. Apart from your good looks and a bit of intelligence, you have nothing else to offer. Why do you think you are worthy of my Lu family's daughter? Bai Yu didn't look at the document. His eyes never left Lu Tianxian's, because she chose me. Ha! Lu Tianxian sneered. Young people often make the wrong choices. My daughter has been so well protected since she was a child that she doesn't know the dangers of this world. She's just been momentarily deceived by you. He walked up to Bai Yu and looked down at him. I'll give you two choices. First, leave my daughter and I'll give you 100 million, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Second, I'll kick you out myself and make sure you can never gain a foothold in Jiangcheng again. Bai Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Did you forget the third option? What? I will become your son-in-law and make Lu Yao happy for the rest of her life. A flash of anger flashed in Lu Tianxian's eyes, arrogant. The next second, a powerful aura erupted from him, pressing down on Bai Yu like a physical force. This was the pressure of an SSS-level enhanced psychic. An ordinary person would have fallen to their knees under such pressure. Bai Yu's body sank, but he did not take a step back. Ding! Detecting the host facing pressure from an SSS-level expert. Triggering the passive effect of telepathy. Lu Yao's emotions are being transmitted to you. Gain temporary buff, Love's Guardian. Bai Yu felt a warm current surge from the depths of his heart, quickly spreading throughout his body. The pressure was instantly relieved by a large margin. He stood straight, his eyes determined. Uncle Lu, you have a strong aura, but you can't scare me. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Tianxian's eyes, but he quickly regained his indifference. You have some backbone. But backbone alone can't protect my daughter. He raised his hand and punched Bai Yu in the chest. This punch, seemingly ordinary, actually contained tremendous power. If it hit, it would cause internal injuries at best, or even fractures at worst. Bai Yu did not dodge, but raised his hand and went forward to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided in the air, making a dull sound. Lu Tianxian's brow furrowed slightly. He felt that the power of his punch had been completely neutralized by the opponent. This seemingly weak young man seemed to possess a strange power. Interesting. Lu Tianxian retracted his fist, the contempt in his eyes lessening a little, but this is not enough. He suddenly accelerated, launching a barrage of attacks like a torrential downpour, each punch swift and deadly. With the help of the system, Bai Yu's body dodged flexibly while constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Ding! Detected that the host is fighting an SSS-level expert. Triggering the hidden achievement, victory over the strong with the weak. Temporarily gain the skill, breath sense. Now, you can predict your opponent's attack trajectory. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly became extremely focused. He could clearly see the path and strength of each of Lu Tianxian's attacks. After dodging sideways, he found an opportunity to counterattack. Instead of a head-on confrontation, he used Lu Tianxiong's strength to gently guide the opponent's attack to the side. Lu Tianxiong stumbled and nearly lost his balance. He steadied himself, the surprise in his eyes no longer concealed. Tai Chi? He looked at Bai Yu with a hint of disbelief in his tone. You know martial arts? Bai Yu smiled slightly. I know a little bit. Lu Tianxiong was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. Really interesting. I thought you were just a show-off, but I didn't expect you to have so much skills. He withdrew his attack and reassessed the young man before him. But that's not enough. My daughter's husband must possess not only courage and strength, but also responsibility and wisdom. He walked back to his desk and picked up a document. This is Lu Group's latest project, with an investment of over 1 billion. I'll give you 10 minutes to read this plan and tell me what you think. Bai Yu took the document and quickly scanned it. This was a project on new energy development, involving the integration of technologies from multiple fields. 10 minutes later, he put down the documents and looked Lu Tianxiong straight in the eye. There is a problem with this project. Oh? Tell me about it. First, you chose the wrong technical approach. You chose option A, but according to the latest research data, option B has a higher success rate and lower costs. Secondly, the partner was poorly chosen. Although this company appears strong on the surface, I checked their background and found suspicion of money laundering. Third, market forecasts are overly optimistic. Taking into account policy changes and competitors' layouts, the actual returns may be only 60% of the expected returns. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Tianxiong's eyes. How do you know this? Bai Yu smiled slightly. I have done my homework. In fact, these were all information that the system directly input into his mind. But at this moment, he really felt like a business wizard. Lu Tianxiong was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, Do you love my daughter? This sudden question made Bai Yu stunned for a moment. But he quickly answered, Love. Why? Because she is Lu Yao. Not because she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, not because she has SSS-level abilities, but simply because she is Lu Yao. Lu Tianxiong stared into his eyes, as if to see through his soul. If one day, she loses everything, will you still love her? Bai Yu didn't hesitate. Yes. Because she will never lose me. The office fell into a long silence. Finally, Lu Tianxiong sighed deeply. Young man, you win. He walked up to Bai Yu and extended his hand. Welcome to the Lu family. But remember, if you dare to make my daughter shed a tear, I will make you live a life worse than death. Bai Yu held his hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will make her smile every day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the father-in-law's ultimate test. Reward: an SSS-level combined skill treasure chest. The Lu family's inheritance rights are officially activated. Ding! Detected that the host and Lu Yao's relationship has been upgraded again. Telepathy, skill effects are fully enhanced. New effect, telepathy. Now, you and Lu Yao can have two-way telepathy within a certain range. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Lu Yao stood at the door, looking at the two people nervously. When she saw her father and Bai Yu holding hands, her eyes lit up instantly. Dad! You promised? Lu Tianxiong snorted, just barely passing. Lu Yao cheered, rushed over and hugged Bai Yu's arm, then kissed her father again. Dad, you're the best. A smile finally appeared on Lu Tianxiong's face. Girl, you have good taste. Chapter 37. The Shura field is here again. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became warm. Lu Tianxiong looked at his daughter holding Bai Yu's arm affectionately, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. His precious daughter was going to get married after all. Since I've approved of your relationship, let's set the wedding date as soon as possible. Lu Tianxiong sat back in his office chair, regaining his dignified demeanor. The daughter of the Lu family cannot be criticized. Lu Yao's face flushed red. Dad. What are you talking about? What happened just now? Lu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Yu. Boy, you don't want to abandon me after having fun with me, do you? The pressure from the SSS-level expert emanated faintly again. Bai Yu quickly waved his hands. Uncle Lu, you misunderstood. I am serious about Lu Yao, but this kind of thing. Ding-ling-ling. The sudden ringing of the cell phone interrupted him. Lu Yao took out her phone and looked at it, frowning slightly. It's Yushi. She pressed the answer button, and Lin Yushi's slightly impatient voice immediately came from the phone. Lu Yao. Where did you hide Au? He didn't reply to my message all morning. Lu Yao glanced at Bai Yu, a hint of pride on her lips. He's here with me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and then Lin Yushi's voice suddenly became dangerous. What are you doing? Of course we're doing what couples do. Lu Yao deliberately stretched out her voice, her tone full of boasting. Last night we. That's enough. Lin Yushi's voice was almost a roar. Lu Yao. You evil woman. I'll be right there. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Yao looked at the black screen of her phone. Instead of getting nervous, she smiled even more happily. Yao Yao. Lu Tianxiong's voice rang out. I don't care about your affairs, but don't make trouble in my office. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open forcefully. Lin Yushi rushed in angrily, followed by a tall figure in a black long skirt. Su Li. Bai Yu's scalp instantly went numb. How did these two people get together? Ayu. Lin Yushi saw Bai Yu at a glance and immediately rushed over to hug his arm. But Lu Yao was quick to act. She hugged Bai Yu's arm tightly and even put her face on his shoulder. Yushi, you've come just in time. Lu Yao smiled sweetly. I was just about to tell you some good news. Ayu proposed to me yesterday, and I said yes. What? Lin Yushi's eyes widened instantly. Impossible. You clearly said that he wanted to start over with me. Really? Lu Yao tilted her head, feigning innocence. But that's not what he told me last night. He said I was the only woman in his heart. Lin Yushi's face turned pale and blue, and tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. She turned to look at Bai Yu, her voice trembling. Ayu, tell me, what she said is not true, right? Bai Yu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Lu Yao's words were indeed a bit exaggerated, but the relationship between the two had indeed undergone a qualitative change last night. And Lu Tianxiong was here, he couldn't deny it in front of his father-in-law, right? Just when the atmosphere was about to explode, Su Li walked over gracefully. She was wearing a black long dress, and her temperament was as cold and elegant as an iceberg snow lotus, but there was a dangerous light flashing in her beautiful eyes. It's really lively. Su Li's voice was as soft as a feather, but it made everyone present feel a chill. Bai Yu, I didn't expect you to be so lucky in love. She walked up to Bai Yu, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently stroked his cheek. How was your night last night? This question was asked with profound meaning, causing Lu Yao and Lin Yushi's expressions to change at the same time. Su Li, what do you want to do? Lu Yao let go of Bai Yu's arm and looked at her warily. I don't want to do anything. Su Li smiled sweetly, but that smile made people shudder. I just came to see if my little white mouse was taken away by another cat. Lin Yushi gritted her teeth, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. Su Li. Bai Yu is not yours. Really? Su Li tilted her head and made an innocent expression, but he still hasn't paid off the debt he owes me. She leaned close to Bai Yu's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Did you have fun last night? What a pity, the game has just begun. Bai Yu felt a chill on his back. This crazy woman is really becoming more and more Yandere. Enough. Lu Yao couldn't hold it in any longer. Su Li, this is the Lu group, not a place for you to act wildly. The eldest daughter of the Lu family has quite a temper. Su Li turned around, a mocking smile on her beautiful face. But do you think you can win a man's heart with just a piece of paper? Lu Yao's expression suddenly turned ugly. What do you mean? What I mean is, Su Li said, approaching Lu Yao step by step, her aura becoming increasingly dangerous. Bai Yu's heart has never belonged to anyone. He's a complete scumbag. Do you think you can change him? Ding. Detection, a battle in the Shura field is about to break out. Congratulations to the host, for triggering the hidden mission, 3 women fighting for a husband. Mission requirements, successfully resolve the Shura field crisis without harming anyone. Quest reward, new skill, Love Master. Bai Yu looked at the 3 women in front of him who were on the verge of a fight and felt like his head was about to explode. Lin Yushi's eyes were filled with tears of grievance, and she looked like she was about to cry at any moment. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed with anger, and her SSS-level supernatural power showed signs of erupting. Su Li smiled harmlessly, but the madness in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lu Tianxiong, who had been watching the show nearby, suddenly coughed. This cough instantly silenced everyone. Lu Tianxiong stood up slowly, and the pressure of an SSS-level strong man emanated from his body without reservation. When did my office become a vegetable market? His voice was calm, but every word hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Suli's expression changed slightly. Even a Yandere like her didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of a super strong man like Lu Tianxiong. Uncle Lu. Suli regained her elegant demeanor. I'm so sorry to bother you. The girl from the Su family. Lu Tianxiong looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Does your father know that you are fooling around like this outside? Suli's body stiffened slightly. What she fears most is that her family will know about her hobby. I'm not messing around. She forced a smile. I'm just here to see an old friend. Old friend? Lu Tianxiong sneered. If I remember correctly, your Su family and the Bai family don't have any friendship, right? Suli's expression changed completely. She knew that she would not get any advantage today. Uncle Lu is right. She bowed deeply. I'm sorry for being so rude today. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. But when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at Baiyu, with a strange smile on her lips. Baiyu, the game is not over yet. Then he disappeared out the door. The atmosphere in the office eased a little, but the war between Lin Yushi and Lu Yao was obviously not over yet. Lin Yushi looked at Baiyu with red eyes. Ayu, tell me, what are you thinking? Lu Yao also stared at him, waiting for his answer. Baiyu felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff. If he gave a wrong answer, he would be doomed. He took a deep breath and decided to speak his mind. Yushi, Yao Yao. He looked at the two girls. I won't deny that I was a jerk in the past. I hurt you, that's a fact. Lin Yushi's tears fell with a plop. But now, Baiyu continued, I want to be a responsible man. He walked over to Lu Yao and held her hand. Yao Yao, I did choose you. Not because of family marriage, not because of interests, but because. Why? Lu Yao's voice trembled. Because you are willing to accept my past and give me a chance to start over. Lu Yao's eyes instantly lit up with joy. But Lin Yushi cried even harder. What about me? I'm willing to tolerate you. I also gave you a chance. Why didn't you choose me? Baiyu looked at her with tears streaming down her face and his heart softened. He knew that this girl's feelings for him were the purest. Yushi. He said softly, I owe you something that I will never be able to repay in this lifetime. But I don't want you to return it. Lin Yushi suddenly rushed over and hugged his other arm. I just want you to come back to me. In this way, Baiyu's left hand was held by Lu Yao and his right hand was held by Lin Yushi, and he was in a dilemma. Lu Tianxiong looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. Boy, you have quite a lot of troubles. Chapter 38. 3 Women Fighting for a Husband, I Choose Death. Baiyu stood in the top floor office of the Lu Group, his left hand held by Lu Yao and his right hand by Lin Yushi, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. This situation would be a disaster for any man, but for Baiyu, it was a daily occurrence. Ayu, what's your choice? Lin Yushi's eyes were red, and her voice was filled with tears. Is the relationship between us really so insignificant? Lu Yao snorted coldly. Yushi, don't go too far. Ayu has already chosen me, this is a fact. I don't believe it. Lin Yushi shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Ayu promised to start over with me yesterday. Lu Yao's eyes instantly turned dangerous. Oh? Really? She turned to look at Baiyu. Ayu, is that what you said? Baiyu felt a cold sweat coming out of his body. He had indeed said something similar to Lin Yushi yesterday, but at that time he had not yet confirmed his relationship with Lu Yao. In the current situation, whether he admitted it or denied it, it would hurt both parties. Ding! Detected that the host is in a dilemma. Triggering the system's emergency function, love crisis management. Suggested option, be candid, but emphasize chronology and emotional dynamics. Baiyu took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. Yushi, I did tell you yesterday that I wanted to start over. I really thought so at that time. Lin Yushi's eyes lit up, but Baiyu's next words quickly extinguished her hope. But last night, after Yao Yao and I were together, I understood my feelings. He looked at Lin Yushi and said sincerely, I can't lie to you anymore, nor can I lie to myself. I chose Yao Yao. This is a decision I have carefully considered. Lin Yushi's arms slowly loosened, tears silently falling. She took 2 steps back and looked at Baiyu and Lu Yao, the expression on her face slowly changing from sadness to anger. Okay, very good. She wiped away her tears and said in a cold voice, Baiyu, you are really good at hurting others. Yesterday's promise has become a lie today. She turned to leave, but stopped suddenly at the door. Lu Yao, congratulations. Without looking back, she spoke with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I hope you won't be the next one to be abandoned. After saying that, she pushed open the door and left without looking back. The atmosphere in the office was a little solemn for a moment. Lu Tianxiong looked at his daughter and Bai Yu and shook his head. Young people should handle their own affairs. He stood up and straightened his suit. I have a meeting to attend. After you finish your conversation, please leave. After saying that, he also left the office, leaving only Bai Yu and Lu Yao. Lu Yao let go of Bai Yu's hand, walked to the window, and looked at the city scenery outside. Ayu, did you really say that to Yushi yesterday? Her voice was calm, but Bai Yu knew that beneath this calmness, there was a storm hidden. Yes. Bai Yu did not hide it, but that was before we. Lu Yao turned around, her beautiful eyes looking straight at him. You know what? What I hate most is the feeling of being deceived. Bai Yu walked up to her and said seriously, Yao Yao, I didn't lie to you. My feelings for you are real. Really? Lu Yao tilted her head, a sly look in her eyes. Then can you promise me that you won't say something like that to other women again? Bai Yu didn't hesitate, I promise. Lu Yao's lips curled up slightly. Okay, I believe you. But... She suddenly reached out and pinched Bai Yu's cheek with just the right amount of force, neither too strong nor too weak. If you dare to lie to me, I will let you know what true regret is. Her tone was sweet, but Bai Yu felt a chill running down his spine. The seemingly gentle young lady was no less treacherous than Suli. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully appeased Lu Yao. Telepathy, skill effect triggered. Given temporary bonus, telepathy. Now, you can more accurately perceive Lu Yao's true emotions. Bai Yu suddenly sensed that beneath Lu Yao's apparent calmness lay a deep unease and fear of betrayal. He understood that this girl, despite appearing strong, craved security more than anyone else. He stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. Yao Yao, I won't let you down. Lu Yao stiffened in his arms for a moment, then slowly relaxed and wrapped her arms around his waist. You'd better keep your word. Her voice was muffled. Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming into this world. Bai Yu smiled and gently stroked her long hair. I know. At this heartwarming moment, Bai Yu's phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a text message. The game has just begun, my little guinea pig. Looking forward to our next meeting. S. Bai Yu's expression changed slightly. Suli, this crazy woman, obviously wouldn't give up easily. What's wrong? Lu Yao noticed his abnormality and looked up and asked. Bai Yu quickly put away his phone. Nothing, just a spam message. Lu Yao glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't ask any further questions. She stepped out of his embrace and straightened her clothes. Let's go have lunch. She took Bai Yu's arm. I know a very good restaurant nearby. Bai Yu nodded and followed her out of the office, but he felt a little uneasy because of the text message. What is Su Li, this Yandere queen, planning? At the same time, Lin Yushi stood outside the Lu Group building. Her tears had dried, but the anger in her eyes was burning more and more. Bai Yu, do you think this is the end? She murmured to herself. No, this is just the beginning. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Suli? We need to talk. On the other end of the phone, Suli's gentle and dangerous laughter came. I knew you would call. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Lin Yushi took a deep breath. Regarding Bai Yu, we can cooperate. Oh? Suli's voice was full of interest. Tell me, what are your plans? We don't want to see him and Lu Yao together, right? Lin Yushi's voice calmed down. I have an idea. We can separate them. I'm all ears. Lin Yushi looked at the Lu Group building, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Let's meet at the coffee shop first and talk in detail. Okay, in an hour, let's go to Starlight Coffee in the west of the city. How about that? Make a deal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yushi's lips curled into a cold smile. She knew she was courting disaster. Suli, that Yandere woman, was definitely not a good partner. But to win Bai Yu back, she was willing to take the risk. Ayu, you can't escape. She said softly, I won't let go. Chapter 39, Yandere Alliance, the end of the scumbag. Starlight Cafe, corner. Lin Yushi stirred the empty glass in front of her. The ice had already melted, leaving streaks of water on the glass wall. She had been waiting for 15 minutes. Just when my patience was about to run out, the wind chimes rang softly, and a figure in a black long skirt pushed the door open and walked in. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was not loud, but it felt like stepping on a person's heartbeat. Suli. She walked straight to the opposite side and sat down, her eyes sweeping over Lin Yushi. There was a smile on her delicate face, but there was no sense of warmth at all. There was a bit of traffic on the road, sorry to have kept you waiting. Suli's voice was soft, but it revealed a sense of self-righteous arrogance. It's okay, I just arrived too. Lin Yushi suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and tried her best to make her voice sound steady. The waiter came over, and Suli waved her hand casually, a cup of black coffee, nothing added. That look seemed to say that sweet things are only for children. Lin Yushi silently ordered a cup of hot chocolate for herself. She needed a little sweetness to suppress the bitterness and tension in her heart. Tell me about your plan. As soon as the waiter left, Suli got straight to the point, lightly tapping the table with her slender fingers. Lin Yushi took a deep breath and leaned forward slightly. We have the same goal. We both don't want to see Baiyu and Lu Yao together. You want him, and I want to get him back. But now, he has chosen Lu Yao. So? Suli raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. So, we have to separate them first. Lin Yushi lowered her voice, as if sharing a dirty secret. After that, we can each rely on our own abilities. Suli laughed, her laughter was very light, but it made Lin Yushi's back feel creepy. That sounds good. But Lu Yao is not a fool, and her SSS-level father is certainly not a mere decoration. If we take direct action, none of us will benefit. Of course not directly. Lin Yushi's eyes flashed with a calculating glint. We want Baiyu to leave her on his own. Oh? Suli's interest was completely piqued. Lin Yushi took out a small USB flash drive from her bag and pushed it to the center of the table. Inside these are some old photos of Baiyu and I, the kind that were very intimate. Suli picked up the USB drive and played with it between her fingertips, a hint of approval flashing across her eyes. You actually still have this kind of thing, you are smarter than I thought. This is just the first step. Lin Yushi grew bolder. I have another plan. We can create a scene, a perfect misunderstanding, so that Lu Yao can see Baiyu's betrayal with her own eyes. With her personality, she absolutely cannot tolerate it. The curve of Suli's mouth became more dangerous. I like this idea. But the problem is, what happens after the plan succeeds? Baiyu becomes a free agent. Who has the final say between the two of us? Fair competition. Lin Yushi met her gaze. Whoever can change his mind will own him. Very fair. Suli nodded with a smile, but there was a cold calculation in the depths of her eyes. Fair? For her, Suli, it was always a winner-takes-all situation. At the same time, in the city's most upscale revolving restaurant, Baiyu was enjoying a piece of top-quality Wagyu beef that Lu Yao had personally cut for him. My dad has very high standards and rarely nods so quickly. Lu Yao wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully, with a hint of pride in her tone. Baiyu swallowed the beef and said seriously, there's nothing I can do. It's mainly because my personality is too strong. No elder can resist me. Your character. Lu Yao glared at him, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. He just saw that you were really good to me. Looking at the girl in front of him who was sometimes domineering and sometimes coquettish, Baiyu felt warm in his heart. Lu Yao's love is direct and pure. Although she is a bit possessive, her sincerity cannot be faked. At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind rang again. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Telepathy, skill effect enhanced. New effect, psychic resonance. When you and Lu Yao are highly emotionally synchronized, the effects of both of your abilities will be temporarily enhanced. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. The abilities of both parties are enhanced? This effect is a bit incredible. He still didn't know what Lu Yao's ability was, but it was definitely not weak. If he could use her light to make his pitifully weak E-level paper plane ability stronger, wouldn't that be great? What are you thinking about? Your saliva is almost flowing out. Seeing that he was distracted, Lu Yao stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. I was thinking. Baiyu came back to his senses, looked into Lu Yao's clear eyes, and decided to be honest, I was thinking about how to make my ability stronger. Chapter 40. Her special ability is? Your superpower has become stronger? Lu Yao put down the cutlery in her hand and blinked. Ayu, isn't your superpower a paper airplane? Although it's not high level, it has its uses. Bayu touched his nose awkwardly. He couldn't possibly say that he actually had a cheat code and was trying to figure out how to take advantage of her aura. I just want to become a little stronger so I can better protect you. Lu Yao blushed slightly, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. But soon, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Want to know what my special ability is? Bayu nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Yao extended her slender fingers and gently touched Bayu's forehead. Instantly, a gentle energy flowed into his body, making him feel warm all over. Ding! Lu Yao's ability, Mind Link, is detected and is establishing a connection with the host. Mind Link, an SSS-level psychic ability that allows you to establish a mind channel with your target, sharing perceptions, emotions, and even temporarily sharing some of their abilities' effects. Warning! This ability is extremely intimate and only works on people Lu Yao trusts and has deep feelings for. Bayu's eyes widened. An SSS-level ability. And such an incredible effect. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations in Lu Yao's heart at this moment. Her love for him surged like a tide, pure and passionate. This is my special ability. Lu Yao said softly, her cheeks as red as the sunset. Mind connection. Only the person who is most important to me can feel it. Bayu held her hand, Yao Yao. Now, try your special ability. Lu Yao looked at him expectantly. Bayu took a deep breath and activated his inner powers. To his surprise, his ability to create ordinary paper airplanes had undergone a qualitative change. A paper airplane with a faint golden glow appeared in his hand. The material of the paper airplane seemed to be tougher, and the edges were slightly sharp. Ding! Psychic resonance, effect activated. Host's ability temporarily increased to B level. Current ability, paper escape modified, can create enhanced paper airplanes with cutting and tracking abilities. Bayu looked at the paper airplane in his hand excitedly. This was a qualitative leap. It's amazing, isn't it? Lu Yao said with a smile, the deeper the bond between us, the stronger this resonance effect will be. Theoretically, you can even temporarily reach the level of B or even A. Bayu was ecstatic. With this ability, his status in the Ability Academy would be completely changed. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the restaurant. Look! Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Su family? And Lin Yushi? How come they are together? Bayu and Lu Yao turned around at the same time, only to see Su Li and Lin Yushi walking into the restaurant. The two seemed to be on good terms, chatting and laughing. Ayu, they. Lu Yao frowned. Bayu had an ominous premonition. Nothing good could come of these two Yandere women getting together. Su Li quickly spotted them, a glint of pride flashing in her eyes. She pulled Lin Yushi over. Bayu, what a coincidence. Su Li smiled harmlessly, we're here to eat too. Lin Yushi stood beside Su Li, with a complex emotion in her eyes. Seeing Bayu and Lu Yao so close, the pain in her heart became more obvious. Yushi, Su Li. Bayu said hello with a stiff upper lip. How, did you get together? Us? Su Li tilted her head. Friendship between girls is always wonderful. Especially when we have common topics. Her gaze lingered on Bayu and Lu Yao's clasped hands for a second, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Lin Yushi took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao, I want to talk to you alone. What to talk about? Lu Yao asked cautiously. About Ayu. Lin Yushi's voice trembled a little. There are some things I must make clear. Su Li smiled and added, yes, some truths always need to be revealed. Bayu felt that something was wrong and was about to speak when the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Danger detected. Emergency mission triggered, resolve alliance crisis. Mission description, Lin Yushi and Su Li have formed a temporary alliance in an attempt to undermine the relationship between the host and Lu Yao. Mission requirements, successfully resolve this crisis without harming anyone and break the alliance. Mission reward, permanently increase your supernatural power by 1 level. A permanent level increase. Bayu's heart was pounding. This reward was too tempting. Okay, let's talk. Lu Yao stood up, her momentum no less than the other two. The four of them arrived at the restaurant's private room, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lin Yushi took out a USB drive from her bag and pushed it to the center of the table. Lu Yao, take a look at this. Lu Yao looked at Bai Yu suspiciously, then picked up the USB drive. Bai Yu felt an ominous premonition. Could it be? Ding! The system has detected a threatening item. The contents of this USB drive may be harmful to the host. It is recommended to stop it immediately. But it was too late. Lu Yao had already inserted the USB drive into her phone. A photo appeared on the screen. In the photo, Bai Yu and Lin Yushi were hugging each other, their expressions extremely intimate. Lu Yao's expression changed instantly. When was this photo taken? Her voice was calm, but Bai Yu could feel the immense anger and hurt in her heart coming through the mind link. A month ago. Lin Yushi's voice was filled with tears. You said he wanted to start over with me, and he also said that you were just a match for a family marriage. This is a lie. Bai Yu opened his mouth to explain, but Lin Yushi's next words completely stunned him. He said he never really loved you. Bai Yu sensed Lu Yao's inner anger reaching its peak. She slowly turned to look at him, and in those beautiful eyes was a coldness he had never seen before. Ayu, is this true? Chapter 41 The Scumbag's Self-Cultivation. Ayu, is this true? Lu Yao's voice was as cold as ice, and the temperature in her eyes dropped rapidly. Bai Yu felt the emotional fluctuations transmitted through the mind link, a kind of anger and heartbreak after being betrayed. He took a deep breath and looked directly into Lu Yao's eyes. No, this is not true. The photo is real, but what Lin Yushi said is false. Bai Yu said firmly, this photo was indeed taken a month ago, but I never said you were just a match for a family marriage, nor did I say I didn't love you. A trace of panic flashed in Lin Yushi's eyes. You are lying. Ding. The host is detected to be in a critical state. Trigger the skill, Truth. This skill allows the host's sincere words to have a special resonance effect, allowing those with a spiritual connection to directly feel the truth of the words. Bai Yu felt a warm current surge in his body. He held Lu Yao's hand and said, Yao Yao, look into my eyes. My feelings for you are real and have never been false. Through the spiritual connection, Lu Yao could clearly sense the sincerity in Bai Yu's words. Her eyes gradually softened, but her vigilance did not completely disappear. Then how do you explain this photo? Bai Yu sighed. I did meet with Yushi at that time, but it was only to apologize for what I had done in the past. Suli sneered at the side. Does an apology require such a tight hug? Because Yushi was crying at that time. Bai Yu looked directly at Lin Yushi. You were crying so sadly, I was just comforting you. A trace of guilt flashed in Lin Yushi's eyes. You clearly said you wanted to start over with me. When I say start over, I mean we can put aside the past and be friends. Bai Yu's voice was calm. Yushi, you know what I mean. Lin Yushi bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Through the telepathic connection, Lu Yao could sense the truth in Bai Yu's words. Her expression gradually softened, but she still looked at Lin Yushi and Suli with vigilance. You two, you suddenly got together. Your purpose is not simple, right? Lu Yao said coldly. Suli chuckled. We just want you to see clearly what kind of person your fiancé is. I know exactly what kind of person he is. Lu Yao stood up and looked down at Suli. He has a past and made mistakes, but he has chosen me now, and that's enough. Suli's smile froze on her face, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Lu Yao, you are too naive. Men's words are deceitful. Ding. Suli's emotional fluctuations detected. Her obsession with the host is growing. Warning. Suli may take more extreme actions. Bai Yu's heart tightened. Suli, the Yandere queen, would never give up easily. Suli, Yushi. Bai Yu stood up, his tone more serious than ever. I know I hurt you in the past, and I'm sorry. But now, I've made my choice. Choice? Suli sneered. Do you think you have the right to choose? She suddenly stretched out her hand, and an invisible force pulled Bai Yu towards her. Bai Yu felt his body moving forward uncontrollably. Ding. Suli is detected using the SSS-level ability, Mind Control. This ability can temporarily control the target's actions. The host is currently unable to resist. Just as Bai Yu was about to be pulled in front of Suli, Lu Yao's supernatural power erupted. A golden light surged from her body, forming a protective shield that enveloped Bai Yu. Suli, you dare to attack me in front of me? Lu Yao's voice was cold, and there was a dangerous light in her eyes. Suli withdrew her hand, and the smile on her face became even more strange. Lu Yao, how long do you think you can protect him? Lin Yushi stood aside, watching this scene, the emotions in her eyes becoming more and more complicated. She loved Baiyu, but seeing Suli treat him like this, she actually felt a trace of pity in her heart. Enough! Lin Yushi suddenly said, Suli, this is not the way we agreed. Suli turned to look at Lin Yushi with a cold look in her eyes. Are you soft-hearted? Lin Yushi shook her head. I just think that if you really want to win a Yu's heart, you shouldn't use this method. Suli sneered, naive. In love, there is no fairness, only winners and losers. She turned to Baiyu and Lu Yao and said, let's stop here for today. However, the game has just begun. After saying that, Suli turned and left. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was like the footsteps of death. Lin Yushi stood there, looking at Baiyu and Lu Yao, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Ayu, Yushi. Baiyu interrupted her, I know you still love me, but please respect my choice. Lin Yushi's tears finally fell. I can't do it. She wiped away her tears and took a deep breath. I will give up, but not now. After saying that, she turned and left the box. Baiyu and Lu Yao were the only ones left in the box. Lu Yao put away her special ability and looked at Baiyu. Are you okay? Baiyu shook his head. It's okay. He held Lu Yao's hand. Thank you for believing in me. Lu Yao smiled gently. I can feel your sincerity, that's enough. She leaned on Baiyu's shoulder, her voice softening, but your ex-girlfriends are really troublesome. Baiyu smiled bitterly. Yes, especially Suli. Her yanderiness is far beyond my imagination. Ding. Mission, resolve alliance crisis, completion, 50%. Lin Yushi has begun to waver, but Suli's threat still exists. I suggest that the host make Lin Yushi withdraw from the alliance as soon as possible and isolate Suli. Baiyu was lost in thought. It seemed that more effort was needed to completely resolve this crisis. Ayu, what are you thinking about? Lu Yao looked up at him. Baiyu smiled and shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking that we may have to face many storms in the future. Lu Yao squeezed his hand. It's okay, I'm here. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. Besides, if they dare to cause trouble again, I don't mind showing them what a true SSS-level ability is. Baiyu couldn't help but laugh at her sinister appearance. The seemingly gentle young lady was actually quite ruthless. Let's go home. Lu Yao stood up and took Baiyu's arm. Tonight's dinner was messed up. I want you to cook it yourself to make amends. Baiyu nodded, as you command, my lady. The two smiled at each other and walked out of the box. Chapter 42 Shura Field Terminator, I have a system, so who am I afraid of? After Baiyu and Lu Yao returned home, he stood in the kitchen, chopping vegetables skillfully, but his thoughts drifted to today's events. Ding! The host's thoughts are confused. It is recommended to sort out the current situation. Baiyu sighed softly. Suli and Lin Yushi's alliance had indeed caught him by surprise, especially Suli's SSS-level mind control ability. If Lu Yao hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Ayu, what are you thinking about? Lu Yao hugged him from behind, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. I'm thinking about what happened today. Baiyu didn't hide it. That woman Suli is too dangerous, and she teamed up with Yushi. Lu Yao chuckled. Are you worried about them, or are you worried about yourself? Baiyu turned around and looked into Lu Yao's smiling eyes. I'm worried about you. Suli, that Yandere girl, is capable of anything. I'm an SSS-level psychic. Lu Yao raised her chin proudly. Besides, with my dad around, she won't dare to act too presumptuous. Baiyu nodded, but his worries didn't completely dissipate. The system's prompt was clear, Suli wouldn't give up easily, and although Lin Yushi was wavering, she hadn't completely withdrawn from the alliance. Ding! New mission updated, divide the alliance. Mission description, completely split the alliance between Suli and Lin Yushi and force Lin Yushi to withdraw. Mission reward, superpowers upgraded to peak sea level. Peak sea level. Baiyu's mind moved. If he could reach peak sea level, coupled with Lu Yao's mind connection amplification, he might even be able to temporarily reach a level. Ayu, you're distracted again. Lu Yao pinched his face. Are you thinking about those two women? Baiyu quickly shook his head. I'm thinking about how to solve this problem. A sly glint flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. I have an idea. What's the idea? Since they want to separate us, let's show them how much we love each other. Lu Yao's voice was filled with sweet threats. Tomorrow, we will report to the academy and announce our relationship in front of everyone. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. By making their relationship public, not only would it dispel Lin Yushi's fantasies, it would also make Suli retreat. Ding! A feasible solution has been detected. The success rate of this solution is 75%. Warning, Suli may take extreme action. Bai Yu frowned. The system's warning couldn't be ignored. Suli, the Yandere queen, was definitely capable of doing something crazy. What's wrong? Don't you like my idea? Lu Yao asked with her head tilted. No, I like it very much. Bai Yu said with a smile, I'm just wondering how that crazy woman Suli would react. Lu Yao sneered, if she dares to mess around, I'll let her know what a true SSS-level ability is. Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh at Lu Yao's sinister expression. The seemingly gentle young lady was actually quite ruthless. Okay, stop thinking too much. Lu Yao clapped her hands, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Bai Yu nodded and continued chopping vegetables. But in his mind, he was already thinking about how to completely break up the alliance between Suli and Lin Yushi. The next morning, Bai Yu and Lu Yao headed to the academy for special abilities together. Today was the first day of the new semester, and also the day they announced their relationship. As soon as Bai Yu entered the school gate, he felt countless gazes. As the former school idol, his every move was already closely watched. Now, he and the eldest daughter of the Lu group walked into the campus hand in hand, causing an uproar. Is that Bai Yu? Why is he with Lu Yao? Oh my god, are they dating? Lu Yao is an SSS-level esper. Is Bai Yu's E-level paper airplane ability worthy of her? There was a lot of discussion, but Bai Yu and Lu Yao didn't care. They walked straight towards the teaching building, but met Lin Yushi on the way. Lin Yushi stood there, looking at their holding hands, a flash of pain in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her expression and walked over. Good morning, Ayu, Lu Yao. Her voice was calm, but Bai Yu could hear the trembling in it. Good morning, Yushi. Bai Yu nodded, feeling a little reluctant. He knew Lin Yushi truly loved him, but he had already made his choice. I want to talk to you alone. Lin Yushi looked at Bai Yu with pleading eyes. Lu Yao frowned, but didn't stop him. She let go of Bai Yu's hand and said, Go ahead. I'll go to the classroom first. Bai Yu nodded and followed Lin Yushi to a tree nearby. Ayu, have you really decided? Lin Yushi's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Bai Yu nodded, yes, I chose Yao Yao. Lin Yushi took a deep breath, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. I understand. Her voice was calm. I'll give up. Bai Yu looked at her in surprise, Yushi. No, don't say any more. Lin Yushi shook her head. I know your choice. I just want to tell you that Suli is very dangerous. She won't give up easily. Ding. Lin Yushi's mood swings detected. She's wavering in her alliance with Suli. I suggest the host seize the opportunity and completely divide them. Bai Yu took a deep breath and decided to be honest. Yushi, thank you for your reminder. I know Suli is dangerous, but I won't let her hurt Yao Yao, nor will I let her hurt you. Lin Yushi looked up at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You still care about me? Of course. Bai Yu said seriously, although I chose Yao Yao, it doesn't mean that I don't care about you. You have always been an important person to me. Lin Yushi's tears finally fell. She wiped her tears away and forced a smile. Ayu, you are still so good at talking. I'm serious. Bai Yu looked at her. Yushi, leave Suli. She's not a good person. She's just using you. Lin Yushi was silent for a moment, then nodded. I know. Actually, I've already decided to quit. When I saw her using her powers on you yesterday, I realized she doesn't really love you at all. She just wants to possess you. Ding. Lin Yushi has decided to withdraw from the alliance. Mission, divide the alliance, progress, 80%. I suggest the host continue to consolidate the results. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Yushi. Lin Yushi shook her head. Don't thank me. I did this not for you, but for myself. She looked up at Bai Yu with mixed emotions in her eyes. Ayu, I will give up, but not now. I need time to accept this fact. Bai Yu understood what she meant. Lin Yushi said she would give up, but that was only on the surface. In her heart, she still loved him. I understand. Bai Yu nodded. Anyway, thank you for telling me this. Lin Yushi turned to leave, but stopped. Ayu, be careful of Suli. She has gone completely crazy. After saying that, she walked away quickly, her back looking somewhat lonely. Bai Yu looked at her back, feeling a mixture of emotions. Lin Yushi was a good girl, but between them, there was no going back. Ding! Mission, Divide the Alliance, completed. Reward, Superpower increased to Peak C rank. Congratulations host, your ability has been upgraded to the peak of C level. Current ability, Paper Escape modified, can create enhanced paper airplanes with cutting and tracking abilities. Bai Yu felt the power surge through his body, his heart filled with joy. Peak C rank. Adding Lu Yao's mind link boost, he might even temporarily reach a rank. But he knew that the real challenge had just begun. Suli, the Yandere queen, would never give up easily. Ayu. Lu Yao's voice came from a distance, hurry up, we're going to be late. Bai Yu came to his senses and ran towards Lu Yao. No matter what challenges lay ahead, with her by his side, he was no longer afraid. Chapter 43, Public Execution, the whole school watches me show my love. When Bai Yu and Lu Yao walked side by side into the elite class of the Academy of Superpowers, the entire space instantly became quiet. The students who were originally chatting noisily seemed to have their mute buttons pressed, and all their eyes were cast towards the door. Bai Yu, the former school idol known to everyone in the academy, is a legend who fell from the clouds after awakening the most useless E-level superpower. Lu Yao, the daughter of the Lu group, an SSS-level psychic, a true prodigy in the academy, and the admired of countless people. Now, these two people who should have no connection are holding hands tightly. Lu Yao had a sweet smile on her face and leaned against Bai Yu naturally. That intimacy could not be faked. Am I seeing things? Bai Yu and Lu Yao, they officially announced? How is this possible? How could Miss Lu Yao be interested in an E rank? Bai Yu must have used some sweet talk. He's the best at that. Whispers surged like a tide, mixed with jealousy, confusion, and a strong sense of sourness. Bai Yu ignored her and walked straight to the empty seats in the back row, pulling Lu Yao along. He could feel Lu Yao's grip tightening, a hint of pride and boasting in his voice. This little scheming guy really enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully made their relationship public. They have established their partnership status with Lu Yao in public. Triggering temporary buff, attention. Today, the host's mind connection with Lu Yao is enhanced by 10%. Bai Yu was delighted, thinking that this move was worthwhile. Just as they sat down, a discordant voice rang out. Lu Yao, have you really thought this through? Aren't you afraid of lowering your status by being with a useless psychic? A tall, arrogant man stood up. His name was Wang Hao, an A-level power user and one of Lu Yao's many suitors. He had always believed that only a strong man like himself was worthy of Lu Yao. Before Lu Yao could speak, Bai Yu laughed first. He stood up and walked slowly to Wang Hao. Although he was half a head shorter than the other, his aura was no weaker. My friend, it seems that it is not your turn to comment on the affairs between me and my fiancé, right? Bai Yu's tone was calm, but it carried a sense of unquestionableness. Fiancé? Wang Hao's expression froze for a moment, then grew even angrier. Just you? An E rank who can only throw paper airplanes? He slammed the table hard, and a clear fist mark instantly dented the solid metal surface, revealing the power of his A-level strength ability. The atmosphere in the class suddenly became tense. Lu Yao stood up and was about to explode, but Bai Yu shook his head at her, signaling her to leave it to him. So what if I'm E rank? Bai Yu spread his hands nonchalantly. Superpowers are just auxiliary, the brain is the key. Some people, no matter how high their superpowers are, their brains are just brawn, which is useless. You dare to scold me? Wang Hao was furious. Powerful supernatural power surged from his body and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. I'm just stating a fact. Bai Yu pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, folded it up, and a plain paper airplane appeared in his hand. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Wang Hao sneered. Let's bet, my paper airplane can make you admit defeat on your own initiative. Bai Yu said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was in an uproar. Are you crazy? Using a paper airplane against an A-rank power type? Is Bai Yu throwing in the towel? It's going to be a good show. Wang Hao acted as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Alright. Today I'll show you what an absolute difference in strength means. If you can make me admit defeat, I'll apologize to you in front of the whole class. If not, get the hell out of this classroom and stay away from Lu Yao. It's a deal. Baiyu raised the corner of his mouth. He exhaled lightly and threw the paper airplane in his hand out. The paper plane drew a non-threatening arc in the air and slowly flew towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao snorted disdainfully, not even bothering to activate his supernatural shield. He was ready to wait for the paper plane to fly closer and crush it. However, when the paper plane was half a meter away from him, something strange happened. The paper plane suddenly accelerated and circled behind him at an extremely strange angle. Then, a barely detectable golden light flashed across the edge of the paper plane. Sizzle. There was a slight sound of cloth tearing. Wang Hao felt a chill in his lower back, and then the whole class burst into earth-shaking laughter. He turned around suddenly, but couldn't catch anything. The paper airplane had already flown back into Baiyu's hand. You, what did you do to me? Wang Hao was shocked and angry. A girl couldn't help but remind him, Wang Hao, your pants. Wang Hao looked down, his face instantly turning the color of liver. His sweatpants were neatly slit from the waist down to the thigh, revealing his racy cartoon underwear. Baiyu used the cutting power of paper escape, modified to perfection. He didn't hurt Wang Hao at all, but he made him lose face. You. Wang Hao was both embarrassed and angry. He wanted to attack, but was hesitant. He had no idea how the paper plane was made. If he continued to hit it, who knew where it would get cut? How is it? Do you want to continue? Baiyu played with the paper airplane in his hand and smiled like a fox. Wang Hao's face turned red and white, and he finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words, I give up. He pulled his clothes, trying to cover the scenery behind him, and sat down dejectedly amid the laughter of the whole class. Ding! The host successfully slapped the provocateur. Gained, satisfaction points plus 100. Love crisis management, skill proficiency improved. Baiyu walked back to his seat with satisfaction. Lu Yao whispered in his ear, Ayu, you were so bad. Having said that, the sparkling light in her eyes showed that she loved it very much. Just then, the wind chimes at the classroom door rang again. This time, the figure that walked in made the temperature of the entire classroom seem to drop several degrees. Suli. She was still wearing a black dress, with her signature, cold smile on her face. She didn't look at anyone and walked straight to Baiyu and Lu Yao's table. The laughter in the class stopped abruptly and everyone held their breath. 2 SSS-level bosses, plus a man who was the center of attention, this Shura field is suffocating just by looking at it. Baiyu, Lu Yao. Suli's voice was very gentle, and no emotion could be heard. Congratulations. Bai and Lu Yao both became alert. What are you doing here? Lu Yao asked directly. Nothing, just a greeting as an old classmate. Suli's eyes swept across their clasped hands and landed on Baiyu. I heard you defeated Wang Hao with a paper airplane. It seems your ability isn't completely useless. Her tone was calm, but Baiyu felt a chill. This woman has changed. She was no longer the crazy person who used her supernatural powers at the slightest disagreement. Instead, she became introverted and deep, like a bottomless well, and even more dangerous. Ding! A significant change in Su Li's mood has been detected. The Yandere Queen personality template is undergoing self-optimization. Warning! Su Li has entered Hunter Lurking mode. She will no longer resort to direct conflict, but will instead achieve her goals through planning and strategy. The danger level has increased significantly. Baiyu's heart sank. Life in the college will be very interesting. Su Li left a meaningful remark, turned around and walked to the empty seat on the other side of the classroom and sat down. She just sat there quietly, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. But Baiyu and Lu Yao both knew that the real game had just begun. Chapter 44, Is this random teammate here to trick me? Su Li's calmness made Baiyu feel more uneasy than any of her previous outbursts. When a madman suddenly becomes sane, there are only 2 possibilities, either she gives up, or she finds a crazier and more thorough plan. Baiyu had no doubt that Su Li belonged to the latter. Ayu, there's something wrong with her. Lu Yao's voice rang in Baiyu's mind. This was a private call via Mind Link. I feel it. Baiyu responded in his mind, through the connection, Can you sense what she is thinking specifically? Lu Yao was silent for a few seconds, her voice becoming more serious. No. Her mental power is like a vortex wrapped in thick fog. I can only sense a cold, extremely paranoid emotion, but I can't get a glimpse of its specific content. She seems to have some method to block my detection. Bai Yu's heart sank. Even Lu Yao's SSS-level abilities couldn't fully penetrate her. Su Li's difficulty far exceeded his imagination. Ding! A potential unknown threat has been detected against the host. Long-term mission issued, reveal the hunter's fangs. Mission description, find out Su Li's true plan and dismantle it before it causes any substantial harm to the host or those around him. Task reward, random skills or items will be awarded based on the completion of the task. Current progress, 0%. Bai Yu silently accepted the task. It seemed that the battle with Su Li would shift from a direct confrontation to a game of stealth. At this time, the teacher walked into the classroom, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Students, please be quiet for a moment. The teacher clapped his hands. Before we begin the new semester, I have an important announcement. In a month, the Academy will hold its annual Ruins Exploration Practical Assessment. As soon as the words Ruin Exploration came out, the whole classroom was boiling. This was no ordinary exam. It involved entering the authentic ruins of an ancient civilization, battling exotic beasts in a complex environment, and searching for treasures left behind by this ancient supernatural civilization. This immersive environment, filled with both danger and opportunity, offered every student the perfect opportunity to soar to new heights. The teacher continued, unlike previous years, this year's assessment will utilize a completely new teaming model. All participants will be randomly divided into groups of 3 by the Academy's mastermind, and this cannot be changed. Once this rule came out, some were happy while others were sad. If you're lucky, you can team up with a strong team and win easily. If you're unlucky, if you're assigned to an E level like Bai Yu. Everyone subconsciously glanced at Bai Yu, full of sympathy. Bai Yu didn't care. He was currently at the peak of C rank and was more than capable of protecting himself. He was more worried about whether this random grouping would bring him other troubles. For example, be in the same group with Su Li? Or be in the same group with Lin Yushi? The scene was so beautiful that he dared not think about it. The specific group list will now be posted to everyone's personal terminal. Bai Yu immediately turned on the college terminal on his wrist, and a list popped up on the screen. Ruins Exploration Assessment Group 73. Team Member 1, Bai Yu E-Class Paper Airplane. Team Member 2, Wang Hao A Rank, Power. Team Member 3, Unknown. Seeing Wang Hao's name, Bai Yu's expression turned a little strange. This is truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. He had just ripped his pants this morning, and now he was going to be his teammate. However, the position of the third team member was displayed as unknown. Teacher, there is an unknown member in my group. What's going on? Bai Yu raised his hand and asked. The teacher glanced at the list and explained, oh, that's a special case. Unknown represents your third teammate, an exchange student from another academy. Their information hasn't been entered into the mainframe yet, but it will be updated before the assessment begins. Exchange students from other colleges? A hint of curiosity arose in Bai Yu's heart. After class, Wang Hao came over with a sullen face and said in a harsh tone, Bai Yu, I'm warning you, don't hold me back during the assessment. Otherwise, I won't care about whether we're teammates or not. Don't worry, Bai Yu smiled, who knows, who will be the one holding back when the time comes? Wang Hao snorted coldly and turned away. Lu Yao came over and said worriedly, Ayu, if you're paired with Wang Hao, he'll definitely make things difficult for you. How about I talk to my dad and ask him to switch you guys? No need. Bai Yu held her hand, Yao Yao, I need to become stronger on my own. Besides, this might be an opportunity. He needed actual combat to test his strength at the peak of sea level, and Wang Hao, who was at a level, was a good reference. Okay. Seeing his insistence, Lu Yao stopped talking and simply said, then after school this afternoon, let's go to the Academy's A-level training ground. I'll train with you and help you adapt to the peak strength of sea level as quickly as possible. Okay. Bai Yu nodded. With Lu Yao as his strongest support, his strength improvement speed would definitely be several times faster. In the afternoon, at the A-level training ground. This place is specially prepared for A-level and S-level students, with the most advanced equipment and the strongest defense measures. The arrival of Bai Yu and Lu Yao once again attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that Bai Yu? What's an E-ranker doing in the A-rank training ground? That's Miss Lu Yao next to him. She must have brought him here. He's really lucky. Baiyu ignored the discussions and walked straight to an instrument for testing strength. Ayu, are you ready? Lu Yao stood behind him, stretched out her hand, and gently placed it on his back. In an instant, Mind Link and Mind Resonance are activated at the same time. A warm and powerful energy surged from Lu Yao's body, flowing into Baiyu's limbs and bones. He felt as if the supernatural power in his body had been injected with a catalyst and began to boil wildly. Ding! Psychic Resonance effect activated. Host's ability temporarily increased to a level Grade A. Baiyu felt his body filled with unprecedented strength. He took a deep breath and gathered his supernatural power at his fingertips. This time, he didn't make a paper airplane. Paper style, paper blade storm. He let out a low shout, and dozens of pieces of paper gleaming with metallic luster appeared out of thin air, like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts, spinning at high speed and shooting towards the specially made alloy target in front of them. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metal collision sounds were heard, and sparks flew everywhere. When the pieces of paper fell away, a series of scratches of varying depths were left on the hard alloy target. The deepest one was half a finger deep. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. Is this the paper airplane ability? You must be kidding. That power just now was definitely a level. How did he do it? Baiyu himself was a little surprised. The power was even greater than he expected. Lu Yao stood beside him, looking proud like a little peacock. See? This is the power of our combined strength. Baiyu smiled, feeling extremely proud. However, at this moment, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated. It's an anonymous message. The message was very simple, just one sentence. If you want to survive the test, stay away from Lu Yao. Chapter 45. Everyone is shocked. An E-level paper plane actually deals a level damage? The cold words penetrated Baiyu's mind like a poisonous sting through the terminal screen. If you want to survive the test, stay away from Lu Yao. No signature, no source, just a naked threat. The smile on Baiyu's face slowly faded, replaced by a calm and cold expression. Lu Yao, who was beside him, immediately noticed the change in him. Ayu, what's wrong? Lu Yao came over and saw the line of words on his terminal. Instantly, a cold and powerful spiritual wave spread from Lu Yao, and the temperature of the entire A-level training ground seemed to drop several degrees. The students who were still whispering around immediately felt a shudder from the soul and shut up. Who is it? Lu Yao's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable anger. Is it Su Li? Or Lin Yushi? How dare they threaten you? She immediately opened her terminal and used the power of the Lu family to trace the source of this anonymous number. Don't be impatient. Baiyu held her hand in his, stopping her movements. His palm was warm and dry, which calmed Lu Yao's temper. Ayu, they are threatening your life. Lu Yao was very dissatisfied. I know. Baiyu turned off the terminal screen and looked at her calmly. But precisely because of this, we can't alert the enemy. She chose to remain anonymous because she doesn't want us to find her easily. If you investigate her now with great fanfare, it will only let her know we're on guard, and she'll hide even deeper. Ding. Detected that the host remains calm when facing a threat. Love crisis management, skill proficiency increased. Triggering the side quest, luring the snake out of its hole. Task description, do not actively pursue the case. Instead, use subsequent actions to lure the anonymous threat actor into revealing himself. Mission reward, satisfaction points plus 500, skill, basic counter reconnaissance. Baiyu understood. The system's thoughts coincided with his own. So let's just let it go. Lu Yao was still a little unwilling. Her sinister nature made her want to pull out this rat hiding in the dark and step on it hard. Of course not. Baiyu's lips curled up slightly. She wants us to separate, so we insist on being closer. She wants to see me afraid, so I must live a more comfortable life than anyone else. We don't have to do anything, just act like normal. This is the best way to fight back against her. He paused and continued, besides, someone who only knows how to hide in the dark and send text messages means she's not sure she can deal with us openly right now. The calmer we are, the more impatient she'll become, and impatience will easily reveal flaws. As Lu Yao listened to Bai Yu's analysis, the anger in her eyes gradually gave way to admiration. She discovered that, although her fiancé's abilities weren't high level, his composure in the face of danger and his meticulous thinking were far more captivating than those A-level psychics who relied solely on brute force. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lu Yao took his arm again, rested her head on his shoulder, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone around to hear, anyway, no matter who dares to touch a hair on your head, I will make them disappear from this world. This declaration, filled with strong possessiveness and murderous intent, made several students around who originally wanted to watch the fun shrink their necks and quickly look away. Alright, threats aside, training aside. Bai Yu patted her hands. One more time, I want to test the ultimate power of Paper Blade Storm. Yeah. Lu Yao nodded and put her hand on Bai Yu's back again. The surging power once again filled Bai Yu's body. The sense of power of Class A is so fascinating. Now. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed. This time, he generated even more pieces of paper, reaching hundreds. Each piece of paper was shrouded in a visible golden light, proof that it was blessed by Lu Yao's SSS-level mental power. Go! Paper Style, Paper Blade Storm, Extreme. A torrent of hundreds of pieces of paper, like a galaxy rolling back, slammed heavily into the alloy target with a sharp whistling sound. Dang 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 dang. This time, there were no more sporadic crashes, but a dense and violent roar like a rainstorm hitting a tin roof. The entire training ground seemed to be shaking slightly under this force. It lasted for a full 5 seconds before the torrent of paper dissipated into the air. Everyone looked closely and gasped. The specially crafted A-grade alloy target was now completely unrecognizable. It was covered in dense, deep cuts, and a large chunk of the bullseye had been shaved off, revealing the complex energy conduction circuitry within, which was emitting sparks. This target is useless? A single strike destroyed an A-grade alloy target? This power must have reached mid-level A-grade. Are you kidding me? Is he really E-rank? Even with Lu Yao's assistance, this is too exaggerated. This ability isn't a paper airplane at all, it's a divine weapon. The whole place was dead silent, and everyone's worldview was severely impacted. Just then, an untimely voice sounded. Humph, you're just relying on a woman. If you have the guts, don't let Lu Yao assist you. Fight me again and see. The speaker was a blonde young man named Lija, also an A-level psychic with the ability, Metal Hardening. He was ranked in the top 5 in his class, and had always looked down on Wang Hao, considering himself the best of the younger generation. He had already been displeased with Bai Yu, and now he was provoking him. Before Bai Yu could say anything, Lu Yao was already unhappy. I'm happy to assist my fiancé, what's it to you? If you have the ability, find an SSS-level assistant too? Lija blushed at this sentence. Lu Yao was the only SSS-level support in the entire academy. Bai Yu smiled, pulled Lu Yao closer, and then turned to Lija, classmate, are you saying that without Yao Yao, I'd be nothing? Isn't it? Lija crossed his arms with a look of arrogance on his face. Okay. Bai Yu nodded. Then let's make a bet. I won't use Yao Yao's assistance, I'll just use my original E-level strength. If I can touch you, I win. How about you publicly admit that you are a jealous sourpuss? Arrogant. Lija laughed in anger. Alright. If you can run into me, not only will I apologize, but this month's energy ration will be all yours. Otherwise, you'll have to avoid me next time you see me. It's a deal. Bai Yu winked at Lu Yao, who understood, took a few steps back, and retracted her supernatural power. The A-level aura on Bai Yu disappeared instantly, and he turned back into the mediocre E-level. Lija sneered, a metallic sheen surging from his body, clearly activating his supernatural powers. He was confident that with his speed and defense, Bai Yu's paper airplane wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes. Bai Yu took out a piece of paper from his pocket without any hurry. This time, he didn't fold an airplane, but a small paper frog. He placed the paper frog on the ground and blew into it. The paper frog actually kicked its legs and jumped up like a living thing. The whole audience was in an uproar. What was going on? Lija was also stunned, but then he snorted disdainfully. What good could a paper frog do? However, the paper frog did not jump towards him, but kept jumping up and down in place, very rhythmically. What are you doing? Lija frowned. Bai Yu didn't answer, just watched quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when everyone was confused, a faint light suddenly appeared on the ground under Lija's feet. Ding! Trap card activated. Paper style, exploding talisman, micro. Lija's face changed drastically, and he was about to jump away, but it was too late. Bang! With a slight explosion, a not so strong but powerful airflow exploded from beneath his feet, directly hitting his calf. Lija was caught off guard, staggered, and lost his balance. Just as his body was shaking, another paper airplane appeared behind him out of nowhere and silently stuck to his back like a ghost. There was a soft pop sound. Lija's body stiffened. He could feel a wet note with "I am a lemon" essence written on it stuck firmly on his back. Baiyu took back his hand and spread it out. "Look, I touched it." Chapter 46. This Shura field combination is trying to kill me. The entire A-level training ground once again fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lija's back. The piece of paper with "I am a lemon" essence written crookedly on it with saliva looked so glaring and so funny. Lija's face instantly changed from arrogance to purple. He lost. The defeat was complete and unclear. He didn't even understand what the paper frog had to do with the explosion beneath his feet, or where the ghostly paper airplane came from. From beginning to end, Baiyu just stood there, blew a breath, and then he lost. This feeling is 1,000 times more frustrating than being crushed head-on with strength. You are cheating!" Lija roared angrily. "All's fair in war." Baiyu shrugged innocently. "I simply took advantage of the fact that your attention was focused on that paper frog and arranged a small gift in advance. It's all because you only care about brawn and don't understand detail." Ding! The host doesn't rely on level suppression, but uses tactics and psychological warfare to defeat the opponent. Gain, excitement points plus 300. Tactician, passive skill activated. The host's insight into the environment and opponent's psychology increases by 10% during combat. The system's notification sound put Baiyu in a good mood. Lija was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he couldn't say a word. He couldn't say that he, a dignified A-level student, was actually deceived by a paper frog, right? Luya walked over with a smile, took Baiyu's arm, and said in a crisp voice, "Hey, you, it's time to cash in on the bet, right? Admit it in public, and there's this month's energy ration. Don't try to evade it." Lija's face turned red and white. Finally, under the gaze of all the classmates, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I admit, I am a lemon." After saying that, he tore off the note on his back and rushed out of the training ground without looking back, without even leaving a harsh word. Ding! The host has successfully collected the bet. This month's A-level energy ration has been deposited into the Academy account. Ding! Detected that the host has completed 2 high difficulty face slappings in a row, and the cumulative cool point value has exceeded 1,000. The system malfunction has been unlocked in advance. Shuang Points Mall is now open. The host can use Shuang Points to redeem various items, skills, or temporary buffs. Baiyu's heart moved, and he immediately immersed his consciousness into the system. An interface similar to an online shopping platform appeared in his mind, and the dazzling array of goods dazzled him. Disposable props area. Truth talisman, use on a target, causing them to speak only the truth for the next minute. Price, 500 points. Bad luck sticker, attach this to the target, causing them to get stuck in their teeth and fall when walking for the next hour. Price, 300 points. Mental defense amulet, can resist 1 mental attack below level B. Price, 800 points. Skill area. Combat Mastery Basic, instantly grants you commando level combat skills. Price, 1,000 points. Language Proficiency Temporary, masters a specific language within an hour. Price, 200 points. Baiyu was drooling as he watched. This is simply a cheat library. Especially that, Truth Talisman, if it can be used on Suli, wouldn't her plan be clear? Unfortunately, it costs 500 points, and he only has a little over 1,000 points now, so he has to use them sparingly. Ayu, what are you thinking about? Your saliva is almost flowing out. Lu Yao pinched his face. Nothing, just thinking about how rich we are. Baiyu came back to his senses and shook his terminal with a smile. An A-level energy ration is enough for us to use for a long time. You're promising. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Today's training had been incredibly effective. It had not only tested the ultimate combat power of Lu Yao and I, but also my own peak C-rank solo combat abilities. I'd also unexpectedly gained a large amount of energy and a system store. The most important thing is that he used his strength to tell everyone that he, Baiyu, was by no means a waste even though he only had E-level superpowers. The reason he was with Liu Yao was not because of sweet talk, but because of his brains. The two packed up their things and were about to leave the training ground when Bayu's academy terminal beeped again. Has the group information been updated? Liu Yao asked curiously. It should be. Bayu opened the terminal. A new notification popped up. Notice, the personnel information for the 73rd team of the Ruins Exploration Assessment has been updated. Bayu scrolled down and saw the updated list. Ruins Exploration Assessment Group 73. Team Member 1, Bayu E-Class Paper Airplane. Team Member 2, Wang Haowei Rank, Power. Team Member 3? The location that originally showed unknown finally revealed its true face. When Bayu saw the name of the third team member clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Even he, who was usually calm, couldn't help but curse in his heart at this moment. Is this random teammate here to trick me? What's wrong, Ayu? You look weird. Liu Yao also came over to take a look. When she saw the name, the smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and hostility. Is it him? Not far away, Wang Hao, who had just returned from having his pants ripped by Bayu and had just changed into a new pair, received the same message. He glanced at his terminal, then suddenly looked up at Bayu, his expression as if to say, "We're done." On the terminal screen, the third team member's information was clearly displayed. Team Member 3, Xiao Ran, rank, Shadow. This name is known to everyone in the elite class. Xiao Ran, an A-level shadow-type mutant, is elusive, extremely powerful, and is also a top-notch existence among the A-level. But he is more famous for his other identity, Su Li's most loyal and fanatical follower and supporter. Some people say that he is a dog raised by Su Li, and he will bite whoever Su Li tells him to bite. Now, this dog has become Bayu's teammate. A reckless man who had just been offended that morning, and a fanatical and die-hard fan of a love rival. Bayu looked at the group list and felt that his upcoming journey of exploring the ruins would probably be more exciting than any horror movie. Ding! The host has been detected in an extremely unfavorable team environment. Trigger the hidden mission, Survival Rules of the Death Squad. Mission objective, survive the Ruins Exploration Assessment and receive an excellent evaluation. Penalty for mission failure, the host will be electrocuted for 10 minutes. Safe and harmless version. The corners of Bayu's mouth twitched. This system will really make things worse. Ayu, this Xiao Ran. No, I have to go find my dad. This group is too dangerous. Xiao Ran will definitely kill you in the assessment. Liu Yao grabbed Bayu's hand, her tone anxious. It's too late. Bayu shook his head and pointed to the last line of small words on the notice. This grouping is the highest authority randomization, the result is the final version and cannot be changed. Chapter 47 Teammates Sacrifice to the Heavens, Boundless Magic Power? This grouping is randomized with the highest authority. The result is final and cannot be changed. These cold, small words, like a final judgment, completely sever all Liu Yao's thoughts. Her hands unconsciously tightened, her knuckles turning pale from the force. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Bayu's ability, but this combination was simply too bad. Wang Hao, a simple-minded, strong-limbed brute who had just been publicly executed by Bayu, was a lucky guy who didn't stab someone in the back during the assessment. It was impossible to expect him to be a reliable fighting force. And Xiao Ran, the oppressive feeling brought by this name is heavier than that of 100 Wang Haos combined. No, it's too dangerous. Liu Yao's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. During the assessment, I must find a way to stay close to your group. My father is one of the chief commanders of this assessment, so he still has this authority. Bayu shook his head after hearing this and wrapped her cold little hand in his own. Yao Yao, listen to me. His voice was calm, and it had a soothing power that slowly calmed Liu Yao's anxious mood. Who do you think is most disadvantaged by this grouping? Bayu asked. Of course it's you. Liu Yao answered without thinking. No. Bayu's mouth curled up in a playful arc. It's the most disadvantageous to Wang Hao and Xiao Ran. Liu Yao was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Bayu continued his analysis. Wang Hao wants to cause trouble for me, but he's even more afraid of death. The ruins are filled with unknown dangers, and he needs someone he can trust. And me, the enemy who just humiliated him this morning, would he dare trust me with his back? He wouldn't. So, he's caught in a dilemma. He wants revenge on me, but he's also afraid of internal strife within our team leading to its demise. As for Xiao Ran, Bai paused. He's Su Li's dog, that's for sure. His target is definitely me. However, the Academy's assessment rules are clearly written, prohibiting students from maliciously killing each other. Violators will have their abilities revoked or even be directly eliminated. No matter how fanatical Xiao Ran is, he wouldn't dare to openly violate this iron rule. Therefore, the most he can do is use some small tricks to cause trouble for me and hold me back. A reckless man who doesn't dare trust his teammates, and an assassin whose hands are tied. Bai Yu's smile grew increasingly confident. And I'm the only one in this group with a clear mind and a clear understanding of all their cards. Tell me, when we get to the real battlefield, who will seize the initiative? Lu Yao stared at Bai Yu in amazement. He was only an E rank on paper, yet the powerful confidence he exuded, a mastermind, shone brighter than any S rank Esper. Her worry was unknowingly replaced by a feeling of pride. Yes, her man never won by relying on his ability level. Ding! The host has been detected to have maintained absolute rationality in the face of extreme adversity and successfully comforted their partner. Love crisis management, skill proficiency has been greatly improved. Tactician, passive skill gains experience points. Insight increased to 11%. But Lu Yao was still a little worried. What if they join forces? They can't join forces. Bai Yu said firmly, Wang Hao may be stupid, but he's not blind. He can tell who's the real lunatic. Cooperating with a Su Li fanatic like Xiao Ran is like trying to get the skin of a tiger. He doesn't dare to gamble. Bai Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it reached Wang Hao, whose face was livid nearby. Wang Hao's body stiffened. He had to admit, Bai Yu was absolutely right. He was supposed to team up with that gloomy Xiao Ran to deal with Bai Yu? What a joke! He was afraid Xiao Ran would stab him in the back before he could even make a move. Bai Yu chuckled inwardly at Wang Hao's constipated expression. He believed in attacking the heart first. Before even entering the ruins, he had already sown a seed of distrust in this so-called death squad. Okay, I believe you. Lu Yao finally felt relieved. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Bai Yu on the cheek. But, you have to promise me that you will be careful. If anything happens to you, I will grind them both, and Su Li, into ashes. This sweet yet bloody sentence made Bai Yu laugh and cry. His little fiancée was truly unmatched in her scheming. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind them, like the coldest ice in winter. It seems that you are very satisfied with your new teammates? Bai Yu and Lu Yao turned around at the same time. Su Li had unknowingly been standing not far behind them. She was still wearing a black dress, with that perfect, cold smile on her face. Her eyes flickered between Bai Yu and Lu Yao, finally landing on Bai Yu. Xiao Ran is an excellent person. He has strong fighting ability and strong execution ability. Su Li said softly, as if praising her own possession. With him as a teammate, your safety should be guaranteed. The words sounded caring, but every word was filled with a chilling weirdness. Guarantee? Bai Yu smiled. Does it mean I can die safely in the ruins? He pierced through the hypocritical window paper without any hesitation. Su Li's smile remained unchanged, but Bai Yu could sense that the air around her had grown even colder. Bai Yu, you always think the worst of people. I'm just an old classmate, concerned about you. After all, you're Lu Yao's fiancé now. If anything were to happen to you, she'd be devastated. Ding! Warning! Su Li is using a language trap. Trying to put herself on the moral high ground of caring while exerting psychological pressure on the host. Don't worry about my safety, senior sister Su. Bai Yu stepped forward and calmly protected Lu Yao behind him. I think you should pay more attention to your excellent teammate. The swords in the ruins are merciless. If he accidentally loses an arm or a leg while protecting an E-level waste like me, you'll lose a great general. Bai Yu's implication is clear, don't mess with me, otherwise I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to your dog. A subtle ripple finally crossed Su Li's eyes. She looked at Bai Yu deeply, as if she wanted to see through him. Life in the academy is really becoming more and more interesting. She left this sentence without further entanglement, turned around and left gracefully. Bai Yu watched Su Li's retreating figure, but his heart didn't relax at all. This woman was even more difficult to deal with than before. She had learned to hide her fangs behind smiles and words. Let's go back. Bai Yu took Lu Yao's hand. On the way back, Bai Yu's consciousness sank into the system mall that had just been opened. Satire points, 1000. His eyes quickly scanned the dazzling array of goods, finally stopping on 2 items. One-time prop, Eye of Insight Micro. Effect, use on a designated target to peek into their most superficial thoughts and emotions. Duration, 10 seconds. The effect may be weakened or ineffective against targets with strong mental strength or special protection. Price, 200 cool points. Passive skill, Danger Sense Basic. Effect, when the host is about to face fatal danger, they will experience a strong sense of palpitations. The higher the level, the earlier the warning and the clearer the perception. Price, 800 points. Baiyu had almost no hesitation. System, redeem, Danger Sense Basic. Ding. Consumed 800 points to successfully redeem, passive skill, Danger Sense Basic. The skill has been automatically equipped. A warm current instantly spread throughout Baiyu's body, and he felt as if all 5 of his senses had become sharper. Although he had spent most of his savings, this skill would be an invaluable life-saving trump card during the upcoming ruins exploration. With it, he no longer had to worry about Xiao Ran launching a fatal sneak attack from behind. As for the remaining 200 points, they can be exchanged for an Eye of Insight, which may come in handy at a critical moment. After completing all of this, Baiyu's heart was completely at peace. A death group? A hellish start? To him, this was just a massive ranking dungeon sent to him by the system. Wang Hao and Xiao Ran weren't his teammates, but rather humanoid monsters he used to gain points and skill proficiency. Just as he was thinking, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated again. Baiyu thought it was another notice from the college, so he clicked on it. However, what appeared on the screen was a friend request from an unfamiliar number. The application statement only has 2 words. It's me. The avatar of that number was a pure black shadow that seemed to swallow up all light. Baiyu raised his eyebrows. It was Xiao Ran. He actually came to me on his own initiative. Chapter 48 Baiyu, you two come together, I'm in a hurry. Baiyu looked at the pure black avatar on the terminal screen, which seemed like a slowly rotating abyss that was about to suck people's minds in. It's me. These 2 words carry with them an unquestionable indifference and arrogance. Xiao Ran. He did not choose to observe in the dark, but walked to the front of the stage so directly, even arrogantly. What does he want to do? Lu Yao also saw the friend request, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Is this a provocation? Or was it Su Li's order? All are possible. Baiyu's fingers tapped lightly on the screen, his brain working rapidly. For a top assassin, the most powerful weapon is never the knife in his hand, but the unknown hidden in the darkness. The unknown threat is the most terrifying. Now, Xiao Ran took the initiative to expose himself under the light. This does not conform to the logic of an assassin. Unless, he's absolutely confident that even if he stands before you, you'll still be powerless against him. Or, the purpose of his trip isn't assassination at all. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a new game situation. Tactician, skill passively triggered, analytical ability improved. Analysis 1, this is Su Li's test. Through Xiao Ran's direct contact, she observes the host's reaction and thus assesses the host's true strength and mentality. Analysis 2, this is Xiao Ran's personal behavior. Out of his fanatical admiration for Su Li, he wanted to personally judge the sinner who had troubled Miss Su Li before the assessment. Analysis 3, this is an open conspiracy. The other party clearly tells you, I'm targeting you, placing a heavy psychological burden on you before the test even begins. You'll be constantly wary of your teammates, which will distract you when facing the monsters and make you more prone to making mistakes. The corners of Baiyu's mouth rose slightly. Regardless of the situation, the opponent had already made their move. If he chose to refuse or ignore it, he would lose momentum and appear guilty. Interesting. Baiyu pressed the agree button without hesitation. Almost at the moment of agreeing, the other party sent a message, still in a concise and to-the-point style. Rooftop, now. Ew, don't go. Lu Yao immediately grabbed him. This is too obvious, it's a trap. Who knows what he'll set up on the rooftop? Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to do anything in the academy. Baiyu patted the back of her hand and said soothingly, the academy's surveillance system is everywhere, and any malicious supernatural fluctuations will be captured by the main brain. If he dares to do anything, he will be disqualified before the assessment even begins. Baiyu looked at Lu Yao's still worried face, and his heart warmed. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, I also want to see how loyal Su Li's dog is. Maybe. I can even persuade him to rebel? A warm breath blew past her ear, and Lu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Her worries were alleviated by his joke. She gently punched Bai Yu's chest and said angrily, "You're so frivolous. Be careful, then. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. If anything goes wrong, I'll rush up immediately." Okay. Bai Yu smiled and pinched her cheek, then turned and walked towards the stairs leading to the rooftop. As she watched Bai Yu's calm back, the tenderness and worry in Lu Yao's eyes gradually gave way to a cold determination. She opened her terminal and sent a message to a certain number. "Activate Sky Eye number 3 and lock onto the rooftop of Area A of the teaching building. Report any unusual energy fluctuations to me immediately. Also, mobilize 3 teams of dark guards and place them on standby below the teaching building." After doing all this, she put away the terminal and leaned quietly against the wall, like an elegant and dangerous cheetah, guarding her territory. The wind on the rooftop of the teaching building was so strong that it made people's clothes rustle. Bai Yu pushed open the door and saw the figure standing on the edge of the rooftop at a glance. Xiao Ran, clad in a black combat uniform, was tall and slender, his black hair a bit messy from the wind. He didn't turn around, but simply gazed down at the academy below. He was like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, exuding a sharp aura that kept strangers away. Bai Yu walked over slowly and stopped about 10 meters behind him. He didn't say anything, and neither did Xiao Ran. There was only the sound of the whistling wind between the two of them. This is a silent contest of patience and aura. Whoever speaks first reveals his intentions first. Time passes by every second. Bai Yu even had the leisure to open the system mall to see what good things he could exchange for the 200 points. Finally, Xiao Ran seemed to have lost his patience. "You are more patient than I thought." He turned around, his eyes like deep pools, staring at Bai Yu coldly. He was handsome, but his gloomy demeanor spoiled his good looks, making him look like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. "Same here." Bai Yu smiled, looking relaxed and comfortable. "I thought you would just stab me in the back. That would be in line with your reputation as a shadow type." Xiao Ran frowned, obviously not liking Bai Yu's frivolous attitude. "I'm here to pass on a message for Miss Su Li." Xiao Ran's voice was devoid of emotion. "She said she hopes you can stay alive in the ruins. Because only by living can you experience true despair." "Oh?" Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. "Deliver a message for her? Doesn't she have her own terminal? Or do you think you can represent her thoughts better than she can?" These words, like a precise needle, instantly pierced Xiao Ran's sensitive spot. "You have no right to speak of Miss Su Li like that." Xiao Ran's voice suddenly rose, and the aura around him became dangerous. "A scum like you who plays with people's feelings is not even worthy of mentioning her name." Ding. Detected a dramatic emotional fluctuation in the target. Emotional crisis management, skill proficiency increased. Bai Yu smiled secretly in his heart. As expected, these fanatics were the easiest to deal with. Their faith was both their strongest armor and their most fatal weakness. Whether I'm worthy or not is not your place to judge. Bai Yu put away his smile, his face darkening. He took a step forward, emanating an invisible aura. "Xiao Ran, let me ask you a question. You work so hard for her, but does she know? What does she think of you? A pawn that can be sacrificed at any time? Or an obedient dog?" "Shut up." Xiao Ran's figure became blurred in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Bai Yu, with a hand surrounded by black mist, grabbing Bai Yu's neck directly. However, his hand stopped less than a centimeter away from Bai Yu's neck. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but a more terrifying and overbearing spiritual pressure came down from the sky like the sky falling, locking him tightly. SSS-level mental pressure. It's Lu Yao. Xiao Ran's face turned pale in an instant. He could feel that if he moved forward another millimeter, that mental force would tear his brain into pieces without hesitation. "Look, you didn't even have the courage to attack me in the academy." Bai Yu stood there, not moving an inch, a playful smile on his face again. "Your so-called loyalty is worthless in the face of absolute strength and rules." At this moment, the door to the rooftop was pushed open again. "What are you doing? The test hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about starting a fight?" The person who came was Wang Hao. He had obviously received the news as well, or rather, he had been led here. He looked at the tense atmosphere in the field, especially Xiao Ran's murderous look, and his face turned extremely grim. Is this death squad going to lose members before even starting the mission? It's none of your business, get out of here. Xiao Ran glanced at him coldly. It's none of my business? We're a team now. If you kill him, how can I finish the assessment alone? Wang Hao was reckless, but not stupid. He pointed at Xiao Ran and roared, I don't care what grudge you have with Baiyu, but before the assessment is over, if anyone dares to mess around, I will be the first one to kill him. Baiyu almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. What a great script. An assassin who wants to take action, a reckless man who is desperately trying to maintain the integrity of the team, and an SSS-level assistant who was eyeing him covetously downstairs. And he, the so-called prey, turned out to be the one with the most free time. Baiyu cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. Alright, we're all teammates, let's not hurt the relationship. Like a peacemaker, he walked between the two of them and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Wang Hao is right, we're a team, we need to unite. Then, he turned to Xiao Ran and said earnestly, Xiao Ran, I know you have something against me. But did Su Li ask you to come here to kill me? Have you ever considered that she just wanted you to give me a warning? If you really kill me, you will violate the Academy's rules and be stripped of your supernatural powers. That would be a real disappointment to her. A waste like you is no longer qualified to protect her. Xiao Ran's body shook, and he grabbed Baiyu's hand, then unconsciously retracted it. Every word Baiyu said struck his heart precisely. Yes, Miss Su Li only asked him to deliver a message, not to kill anyone. If I were punished for my impulsive behavior, that would be the greatest disloyalty. Seeing Xiao Ran's wavering look, the curve of Baiyu's mouth widened. He leaned close to Xiao Ran and said in a very low voice, Want to prove your loyalty? It's very simple. Protect me in the ruins. Let me live and appear in front of Su Li in good health. This is the best way to carry out her order to make you feel despair, isn't it? Xiao Ran suddenly looked up and stared at Baiyu, his eyes full of shock and struggle. This man, he was actually twisting Miss Su Li's orders. But what he said sounded damn reasonable. Chapter 49 PUA Master Baiyu. Xiao Ran's brain fell into unprecedented chaos. This man, he was actually twisting Miss Su Li's orders. He packaged blatant provocation and defiance as a higher level and more extreme loyalty. But this set of heresy is actually logically self-consistent. Let him live, let him appear in front of Miss Su Li every day in high spirits, and let her witness with her own eyes that her orders have become empty words. Wouldn't this make Miss Su Li feel more helpless and desperate than killing him directly? This fucking thing, seems to be true. Xiao Ran felt his worldview undergo a drastic shock. His guiding principle had always been Su Li's orders. Orders were absolute, and execution was the only way. But now, Baiyu offered him another way to execute things, a more devious, more heartbreaking, and even more perverse approach. Looking at Xiao Ran's face that began to twitch due to excessive thinking, Baiyu knew that the fish had taken the bait. See, it's simple, isn't it? Baiyu's voice held a bewitching charm. He took a step forward, moving closer. Kill me, and you're only completing a low-level instruction. It could even ruin your own future and cause Miss Su Li to lose one of her most capable subordinates. But by protecting me, you're executing a spiritual instruction of the highest order. A loyal, intelligent follower should be able to understand the difference between the two. Ding! Detected that the host is performing a high-difficulty mental induction on an A-level target. Tactician, skill continues to take effect, temporarily increasing insight to 15%. Ding! Warning! The target's mental defenses are collapsing. Baiyu felt relieved and continued to increase his bet. And think about it again. Baiyu lowered his voice so that only he and Xiao Ran could hear it. This assessment is full of dangers. If an E-level loser like me, under your protection, not only survives well but also gets an excellent evaluation, what do you think the Academy's top management and Su Li will think of you? Xiao Ran's body froze. What will he think? They would think that Xiao Ran possessed the extraordinary ability to perfectly complete the mission even with the worst teammate configuration. This was a kind of honor. A proof of strength. And Baiyu's voice was like a devil's whisper, will thank you in front of everyone for your grace of not killing me and your unwavering protection. Then, you will be Miss Su Li's most loyal and powerful knight, and your reputation will be firmly established. Wang Hao, who was standing by, was completely dumbfounded. Although he couldn't hear what Baiyu and Xiao Ran were whispering, he could see that Xiao Ran's expression changed from wanting to kill, to confusion, to struggle, and now there was even a hint of recognition? What the hell? What kind of magic potion did this guy give him? How could he convince a top-level lunatic with just a few words? What the hell is this witchcraft? Wang Hao couldn't hold it in any longer. Without thinking twice, he shouted at the top of his voice, "That's right. Bai Yu is right. Let's do it." Although he had no idea what Bai Yu said, as long as there was no internal strife, everything was right. Before the assessment is over. Wang Hao slapped his chest and roared like a wild beast. Bai Yu is our group's mascot. Anyone who dares to touch him will be against me, Wang Hao. I'll be the first one to twist his skull off. His voice was full of energy and filled with the sincerity unique to a rough man. This roar became the last straw that broke Xiaoran's psychological defenses. Even a reckless man knows that he must protect the team. If I still insist on infighting, wouldn't I be worse than a reckless man? What's more, the high-level loyalty theory proposed by Bai Yu is really too tempting. Xiaoran slowly retracted the shadow energy lingering in his hand. The cold murderous intent receded like the tide. He looked at Bai Yu deeply, with a look that contained shock, confusion, humiliation, and a hint of fear that he himself had not even noticed. This E-level man is 10,000 times more dangerous than any of the strange beasts in the ruins. Good. Xiaoran squeezed out a word from between his teeth, then turned around abruptly, no longer looking at anyone, and disappeared directly into the shadow of the rooftop in a flash. He needed to find a place to digest everything that happened today. Watching Xiaoran leave, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just walked back from the gates of hell. He walked up to Bai Yu and looked him up and down, his expression extremely complicated. "You kid, are really a monster." Wang Hao held it in for a long time before saying this. Ding! The host successfully averted a doomed situation and took control of the team. Achieved the initial achievement of Death Team's counterattack. Tactician skill EXP plus 500. Insight increased to 12%. Love crisis management, skill proficiency has greatly improved. Get, fun points plus 500. Bai Yu felt relieved as he listened to the system notification. He patted Wang Hao's sturdy shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't say that. We're teammates now. Looking forward to your guidance, Wang Hao." "You're not giving me any advice." Wang Hao waved his hands in exasperation. "I'm good at fighting, but I can't use my brain. From now on, if you say east, I won't go west. As long as I can survive and get good grades, I'll do anything you ask me to do." He finally understood that if he followed this guy whose brain was faster than a computer, his survival rate would definitely be much higher than if he rushed forward blindly. "Then it's a pleasure to work with you." Bai Yu extended his hand. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his hand tightly. "It's a pleasure to work with you." An internal conflict that was enough to disband the entire group on the spot was manipulated by Bai Yu to achieve unprecedented unity in an extremely strange way. Bai Yu walked down the rooftop leisurely, leaving Wang Hao still disheveled in the wind. At the stairs, Lu Yao was leaning quietly against the wall. When she saw him coming down, she immediately went to greet him. "Is everything settled?" Her voice was emotionless. "It's just a small scene." Bai Yu shrugged casually, "Just 2 A-levels, not even as powerful as a finger of my fiancé." A barely perceptible blush appeared on Lu Yao's cheeks. She reached out and gently straightened Bai Yu's collar, which was messed up by the wind. "It was you who released that mental pressure just now, right? The timing was just right." "Thank you," Bai Yu said with a smile. "I'm not worried about you." Lu Yao denied it, but her fingers unconsciously lingered on his collar for 2 more seconds. "I just don't want my 3 teams of secret guards to make a wasted trip. They're already on standby downstairs. If Xiaoran dares to really make a move, this place will be cleared out in 3 seconds." Bai Yu felt warm in his heart. His young fiancée always expresses her tenderest concern in the most domineering way. He took her little hand, which was still on his collar, and kissed it on his lips. "I know you love me the most. You're so smooth talking." Lu Yao wanted to pull her hand back, but she didn't use enough force. At that moment, Wang Hao also came down the stairs, cursing. When he saw the disgusting scene in the corridor, he paused, and his face showed the constipated expression of choking on dog food. I know. You are awesome. You have an SSS-level thigh." Wang Hao muttered, as if afraid of being blinded by this pair of dogs and bitches. He quickened his pace and rushed into the distance without looking back. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoran's figure emerged from the shadows like a ghost. Without looking at anyone, he walked straight past the two of them, leaving behind only a trail of cold wind. But this time, there was no murderous intent in the wind. Bai looked at this harmonious scene, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. This death group seems to be becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, the college terminals of him, Lu Yao, Wang Hao who was not far away, and Xiao Ran who just disappeared around the corner, all vibrated and sounded rapidly at the same time. Bai Yu clicked on the screen. A red urgent notice popped up. Emergency notice, all teams participating in the ruins exploration assessment, please gather at the assembly point at the south gate of the academy within 10 minutes. The assessment begins immediately. At the end of the notice, there is a bright red countdown that is ticking rapidly. 9:58. 9:57. So sudden? Lu Yao also saw the notice and was a little surprised. It seems that the college wants to catch us off guard and test our emergency response capabilities. Bai Yu analyzed quickly. Then Lu Yao hadn't finished her words. Bai Yu had already turned around and looked at her. It seems that I don't have time to have dinner with you. Lu Yao didn't say anything. She suddenly took a step forward, stretched out her hands, grabbed Bai Yu's combat uniform collar, stood on tiptoe slightly, and pulled him down hard. Then she kissed him. This kiss was not as gentle as usual, but carried a hint of unquestionable dominance and eagerness. After a few seconds, she let go of him, her beautiful eyes full of seriousness. This is energy replenishment. She wiped the lipstick mark on his lips with her fingertips. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable command. Come back alive. Otherwise, I will kill them all, including Su Li. Bai Yu touched his lips, which still retained her warmth and fragrance. He smiled. Let's go get an S-level rating for my Yao Yao as a gift. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the south gate assembly point. Chapter 50. Don't mess with me, my two teammates are not very smart. At the south gate of the college, the originally spacious square was now crowded with people, and the atmosphere was solemn. Hundreds of students about to enter the ruins gathered in clearly divided groups. Each wore specially designed combat uniforms, their faces filled with expressions ranging from solemnity to excitement and nervousness. The air was filled with faint energy fluctuations generated by the interweaving of various supernatural powers, like a pot of boiling water. Bai Yu walked leisurely through the crowd toward their group's assembly point. His pace was unhurried, his expression relaxed, as if he were embarking on a leisurely outing rather than a dangerous ruin. His relaxed demeanor, at odds with the tense surroundings, naturally attracted considerable attention. Look, that's Bai Yu. That E-rank loser? Why is he alone? Where are his teammates? Who else could it be? Wang Hao and Xiao Ran. This pairing is simply bizarre. A reckless man, a madman, and a loser. Are the academy's leaders drunk? Shu, keep your voice down. Didn't you see Wang Hao's face turning green? The discussion was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. In a corner of the assembly point, Wang Hao leaned against a stone pillar, his arms folded, a look of constipation on his face. He was a burly man, like a surly brown bear, yet at that moment, he exuded a depressing aura that kept strangers away. He heard the discussions around him, his fists clenched until they crackled, but, unusually, he didn't lose his temper. Because he didn't know how to react. Scold those people for mocking Bai Yu? But he himself wanted to beat Bai Yu to a pulp that morning. Should I join in the scolding? Wouldn't it be demeaning for an A-rank expert like me to team up with trash? He was trapped in an extremely frustrating cycle and could only use silence to hide his embarrassment. On the other side, Xiao Ran stood silently in the shadows, like a true shadow, blending into the darkness. If one wasn't trying to detect him, almost no one would have noticed his presence. He ignored everyone's gazes and comments, simply lowering his head, lost in thought, as if completely detached from the world. Bai Yu's appearance instantly made this corner the focus of the entire audience. Hey, my two teammates, you're here pretty early. Bai Yu greeted them with a smile, as if he was completely oblivious to the gossip around him. Wang Hao raised his eyelids, snorted, and said unhappily, I've been waiting for you for so long. I'm saying, can you be more prepared to fight to the death? You're dressed so neatly, I thought you were here to walk the red carpet. Taking care of your image is a professional quality. Bai Yu walked between the two of them and patted the corner of his spotless clothes. We represent the reputation of the academy. Besides, it would be disheartening to get so dirty before even entering the ruins. Wang Hao opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to refute. He simply couldn't follow the twisted logic. At this moment, Bai Yu turned to Xiao Ran in the shadows again. Xiao Ran, I know you like to keep a low profile, but we're about to go in, so you have to come out and see the light, right? Bai Yu's voice was not loud, but it came through clearly. Otherwise, if the mastermind calls the roll later and finds out that our group is missing someone and directly disqualifies us, that would be ridiculous. Xiao Ran moved slightly in the shadows. He raised his head and glanced at Bai Yu with his deep eyes. The look in his eyes was very complicated, with struggle, unwillingness, and a hint of bewilderment from being persuaded. After a moment, he walked out from the shadows and stood on the other side of Wang Hao. A simple-minded, muscle-bound berserker. A gloomy and cold assassin who is good at backstabbing. A waste who is only E-level in strength on paper and looks calm and composed. The three of them standing together formed an extremely strange scene. All the students' eyes were focused on them, their eyes filled with pity, gloating, and confusion. Ding! It's detected that the host is receiving a lot of negative attention, but his heart remains calm. Tactician passively triggers, slightly increasing his mental toughness. Bai Yu ignored these gazes and even had the leisure to straighten Wang Hao's slightly wrinkled collar. Student Wang Hao, I told you to be professional. Look at your collar. Wang Hao froze at his sudden action and subconsciously tried to dodge, but seeing Bai Yu's matter-of-fact expression, he stopped. His face flushed red, and he said in a gruff voice, what are you doing? I'm not used to people touching me. Everyone is responsible for the team's image. Bai Yu calmly withdrew his hand. This scene surprised the students watching around. That irritable Wang Hao couldn't even knock this E-level guy away with one punch? At this moment, the crowd suddenly became agitated and automatically made way for each other. Su Li walked over slowly with her two teammates. Today, she traded her usual black dress for a tailored silver-white combat uniform that perfectly accentuated her perfect figure. She looked less gloomy and more heroic. Her perfect smile remained, but it faltered slightly when she saw the harmonious scene of Bai Yu, Wang Hao, and Xiao Ran standing together. Her eyes fell on Xiao Ran first. Xiao Ran felt her gaze, his body tensed instantly, and his head dropped even lower, like a servant who had done something wrong and was waiting for punishment from his master. Su Li's gaze shifted from Xiao Ran to Bai Yu, with a hint of inquiry and amusement in her eyes. Bai Yu, it seems that you get along well with your new teammates. Her voice was cool and pleasant, but it made the air around them drop a few degrees. It's okay. Bai Yu shrugged. Although Wang Hao has a bad temper, he's very sincere. Although Xiao Ran is a bit quiet, he has strong execution. We are a very promising team. As soon as he said this, Wang Hao's face turned even redder, not knowing whether it was from anger or shame. Xiao Ran's body trembled slightly. Su Li's smile deepened. She stepped forward, less than 2 meters away from Bai Yu. A faint, snow lotus-like fragrance drifted over. Really? I think you're more like a tamer. You forcibly tied together two beasts that should have been tearing each other apart. Her words were soft, yet full of hints. But the chain will always break. I'm curious, when you encounter real danger in the ruins, who will they bite first, the enemy or you, their master? Ding! Warning! Su Li is conducting a psychological offensive. Trying to undermine the fragile trust between the host and his teammates. Ding! Wang Hao's emotions are fluctuating. Ding! Xiao Ran's mental defenses are being shaken. Bai Yu could feel that Wang Hao's breathing beside him became heavier, and Xiao Ran's breath became cold again. What a Su Li! With just one sentence, he almost broke the plastic team spirit he had just built. However, Bai Yu smiled. Sister Su, you're wrong. He met Su Li's gaze without backing down. They're not beasts, they're my teammates. Besides, I'm not a beast tamer. He paused, looked around at the students who were watching the show, and then his gaze returned to Su Li's face. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. I am the brain of this team. And they are my sharpest knife and strongest shield. As for the problem you're worried about. Bai Yu's mouth curled up in a proud arc, the sword and shield will always be pointed at the enemy. Because they know very well that once they lose their brains, they themselves are just a pile of scrap metal. Don't you agree, my teammates? He said the last sentence while looking at Wang Hao and Xiao Ran respectively. Wang Hao was stunned. Brain? Sword? Shield? This metaphor might sound strange, but it actually makes sense. If he were to explore the ruins on his own, he'd be a headless fly, nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. following Baiyu. While frustrating, it seemed like I could actually survive. As for Xiao Ran, his heart was in turmoil. Baiyu's words were not only meant for Su Li, but also for him. These words perfectly packaged the high-level loyalty theory he had previously instilled in him into a more lofty position. Protecting Baiyu was no longer simply following orders, but an instinctive act of protecting the brain as both blade and shield. This was a symbiotic relationship, not a master-servant relationship. In an instant, Xiao Ran's mental defense line, which had just been shaken, was reinforced again, even stronger than before. He raised his head and met Su Li's gaze for the first time, then nodded slowly and firmly. This nod made Su Li's perfect smile completely freeze on her face. The two teammates behind her were even more shocked. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, who regarded Miss Su Li's will as a god, actually nodded to another man in front of Miss Su Li? What does that mean? This means that his loyalty has shifted at this moment. At least partially. Puff. Baiyu looked at Su Li's deflated expression and couldn't help laughing out loud. Thank you for your concern, Miss Su. My team seems to be stable now. But you, please keep an eye on your teammates and don't get separated in the ruins. This naked sarcasm was like a slap in the face, hitting Su Li hard. The students around all gasped. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. An E-level person not only incited Su Li's #1 lackey in public, but also dared to speak to her like this. A hint of cold murderous intent finally flashed through Su Li's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She looked at Baiyu deeply, her eyes seemed to say, just wait for me. Very good. She said those two words, and without stopping, she turned and left. Her back was filled with an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. Ding! The host successfully neutralized the psychological offensive of the S-rank target, Su Li, and counterattacked. Achieved the initial achievement of winner of Shura Field. Love crisis management, skill proficiency has skyrocketed. Skill level has been raised to intermediate. Tactician skill EXP plus 1000. Insight increased to 15%. Get fun points plus 1000. Baiyu felt extremely relieved as he listened to the series of prompts from the system. Just then, an inappropriate laugh was heard. A loser who relies on his eloquence dares to be so arrogant? Do you really think you can survive in the ruins by just saying a few nice words? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and thin boy with a few freckles on his face, crossing his arms and looking at Baiyu with disdain. It's Li Mo. A B-level wind blade user. All three members of his group are B-level and very powerful. Someone recognized him. Li Mo clearly enjoyed the attention. He raised his chin and said to Baiyu, "Boy, I don't care what tricks you used to deceive Wang Hao and Xiao Ran. In the ruins, strength is everything. You're an E-rank, so you're just a burden. I advise you to kneel down now and beg your two A-rank fathers to protect you well after you get in." What he said was extremely harsh and full of humiliation. Wang Hao exploded on the spot, roaring and rushing forward, "Who the hell are you calling a burden?" However, a hand stopped him in the chest. It's Baiyu. Don't get excited. Baiyu's voice was calm. He took 2 steps forward and faced Li Mo with a warm smile on his face. My friend, you are right. Strength is everything. Baiyu nodded, as if agreeing with him. Then, he changed the subject and his smile became playful. So, I'll give you a chance. Baiyu stretched out a finger and shook it gently. You, and your 2 B-rank teammates, come together. My 2 teammates, don't take action. Baiyu pointed at Wang Hao and Xiao Ran behind him, then pointed at himself, with the corners of his mouth curved as wide as possible. I can handle the 3 of you by myself. If I lose, I will withdraw from the assessment immediately. If you lose. Baiyu's voice suddenly turned cold. Kneel down and call me daddy. Chapter 51, Killed in One Punch, what else is there to say? Baiyu's words were like a depth charge, exploding in the bustling square. The entire South Gate Square instantly fell into an eerie silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, there was an uproar that rose to the sky. What the hell did I hear? He's going to beat up Li Mo and the other 3 all by himself? Is he crazy? Or am I? An E rank challenging 3 B ranks? Is he thinking he won't die fast enough? Kneel down and call me daddy? Holy shit, why are there so many crazy people in this year's college competition? Each one is crazier than the other. This isn't just madness, this is stupidity. Pure stupidity. Does he think he's playing house? Laughter, exclamations, and incredulous chatter filled the entire square like a tide. Almost everyone looked at Baiyu as if he were an idiot. They had seen crazy people, but they had never seen someone so lacking in self-awareness. The gap between B level and E level can't be made up by numbers, it's a chasm. What's more, the other side is 3 people. Liam O himself, after a brief moment of shock, his entire face turned purple due to extreme anger. This is a humiliation. Naked, undisguised humiliation. An E-rank loser actually dared to provoke him in this way? And let him and his teammates attack together? Good. 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 Liam O laughed in anger. He pointed at Baiyu, his fingers trembling. Boy, you're courting death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. The 2B level teammates behind him also came up, with offended anger on their faces. Brotherly, why waste your time talking to this loser? Just beat him up and let him know why the flowers are so red. That's right. He dares to look down on us. Today, he must be sent to the infirmary lying down. 3B level supernatural auras were released without any concealment, like 3 whirlwinds, pressing directly towards Baiyu in the field. However, Baiyu stood in the center of the energy storm without even moving the corner of his clothes. The smile on his face didn't even change. Wang Hao, are you fucking crazy? Hurry up and grab him. Wang Hao's mind was a mess. He wanted to rush up and pull back Baiyu, this ignorant guy. But his body seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move. Because he saw Baiyu's eyes. What kind of look was that? Calm, indifferent, with a hint of amusement, as if the 3 aggressive B-level psychics before him were nothing more than 3 jumping grasshoppers in his eyes. That kind of confidence and composure should never appear in an E class. Wang Hao's beast instinct told him that things didn't seem that simple. In the shadows on the other side, Xiaoran's calm eyes were filled with violent waves for the first time. He can't understand. He couldn't understand Baiyu's actions at all. This was beyond his understanding of tactics and logic. This was not an overt conspiracy, nor was it some kind of psychological warfare, it was pure, illogical suicide. But it just so happened that this man who was going to die had convinced him, a top-level A-level assassin, with a set of twisted logic and heresy just a few minutes ago. His brain was in chaos again. Could it be that this man really has some hidden card that can turn everything around? The core of the high-level loyalty theory is to protect the brain and keep it alive. If the brain wants to hit the wall, what should this sword and shield do? For the first time, Xiaoran felt powerless. On the outskirts of the crowd, Suli, who had just walked a short distance, stopped. She turned around and looked from afar at the figure who was regarded as a madman by everyone. Her perfect smile finally disappeared, replaced by a deep and incomprehensible confusion. Her teammates behind her couldn't help but whisper, "Miss Suli, this Baiyu, has he been stimulated by something? He's trying to commit suicide." Suli didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on Baiyu. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have never understood this man. From the initial scum who played with people's feelings, to the later silver-tongued animal tamer, and now to the arrogant madman. Which side of him is real? Or rather, none of this was true. His true self was hidden deeper than anyone could imagine. "I want to see what tricks you are going to play," Suli murmured to himself, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more intense. And at this moment, in a top-floor room of the teaching building, the real-time image of Nanmen Square is being clearly broadcast on the huge virtual screen. Lu Yao sat quietly on the sofa, holding a cup of steaming hot black tea, looking relaxed. On the screen, Baiyu's arrogant face was magnified. "Activate Sky Eye number 3 and lock onto the rooftop of Area A of the teaching building. Report any unusual energy fluctuations to me immediately. Also, mobilize 3 teams of dark guards and place them on standby below the teaching building." "Yes, ma'am." A cold electronic voice responded. "Miss, do we need to activate the emergency plan?" "Mr. Baiyu." "No need." Lu Yao blew gently on the hot air in the cup, and a doting and helpless arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Let him play." Her little man always likes to use the simplest and most brutal way to solve the most troublesome problems. Although it seems exaggerated, but she likes it. Also, Lu Yao added, make a high-definition commemorative edition of that scene, especially the one where he says, "Kneel down and call me daddy," for me. I want to keep it. Yes, Mississippi. There seemed to be a hint of disorder in the electronic sound. In the square, a vicious fight was about to break out. Stop! A majestic roar rang out. A middle-aged man wearing an instructor's armband strode over. He exuded a powerful aura of a PK level, causing the students around him to unconsciously take a few steps back. The assessment is about to begin. Who dares to fight here privately? Do you all want to be disqualified? The instructor shouted sternly. Li Mo's arrogance immediately subsided when he saw the instructor, but he still pointed at Baiyu unwillingly and said, "Report to the instructor." It was this E-level loser who openly provoked us. He was the one who proposed a life and death battle. No, it was a duel with qualifications at stake. The instructor frowned and looked at Baiyu. Is that what he said? Not exactly. Baiyu shook his head. When Li Mo heard this, he immediately became anxious. How dare you deny it? I'm not denying it, I'm just adding something. Baiyu looked at the instructor and said innocently, I'm not only risking my qualification for the assessment, but also the three of them, their knees and dignity. I think this is fair. Puff. The students around him almost suffocated to death. Is this what you call fair? The instructor's face turned black. He had been an instructor for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant student. Nonsense, he shouted angrily, the academy's rules don't allow any form of private fighting. Give it to me. Instructor. At this moment, a student shouted, we request to open the Glory Battle Arena. This is permitted by the academy, and it's an honor duel with mutual consent. Yes. We apply to open the battle platform. We want to see it. E rank versus 3B ranks. This is fucking more exciting than exploring ruins. Open the battle arena. Open the battle arena. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone's hormones were ignited by this crazy gamble. It's human nature to enjoy watching the excitement. The instructor's face turned extremely ugly. The Glory Battle Arena is indeed one of the Academy's regulations, intended to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between students. Once initiated, the consequences are at your own risk, and the Academy will not hold you accountable. But 1E class against 3B class, if someone dies, he, the instructor on duty, will also be held responsible. No. The gap in strength is too big, the duel is not valid. The instructor flatly refused. I agree. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around and found that it was Su Li. Su Li slowly walked up to the instructor, bowed slightly, and said, Instructor, since Baiyu is so confident, we should respect his choice. The world of warriors is full of challenges and leaps of power. If you don't even have this little courage, how can you explore the ruins and expand the territory for mankind? Her words sounded high-sounding, but they directly put Baiyu on the fire. If Baiyu backed down, his previous outrageous remarks would become a huge joke. Ding! S-rank target, Su Li, detected, attempting to flatter and kill. Trying to elevate the host's personal actions to the level of Academy honor and warrior spirit, cutting off the host's escape route. Baiyu sneered in his heart. This woman really is always trying to set a trap for him. Sister Su is right. Baiyu stepped forward and faced the instructor. Instructor, I will bear all consequences. If I lose, or even die, it will have nothing to do with the Academy or anyone else. Seeing that Baiyu said so himself, Su Li also came forward to guarantee it, and with the overwhelming calls for battle from all around, the instructor knew that he could no longer suppress this matter. He looked at Baiyu deeply, as if he wanted to remember this young and crazy face. Okay. I approve. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, then stepped aside and activated the energy device in the center of the square. Buzz. A light blue curtain of light shot up into the sky, covering an area of nearly 100 square meters in the center of the square, forming a temporary arena. The Glory Battle Arena has begun. No matter life or death. The instructor's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Li Mo and his two teammates walked into the light curtain with a grin on their faces, looking at Baiyu as if he were a dead man. Baiyu straightened his collar, then turned around and gave a bright smile to Wang Hao, who was still in a daze, and Xiao Ran, who had a conflicted look on his face. Don't mess with me, my two teammates are not very smart. He left behind these words that petrified both Wang Hao and Xiao Ran, then turned around and walked into the light curtain leisurely. There was murderous intent within the light curtain. Outside the light curtain, everyone is paying attention. Boy, have you thought of your last words? Liamo twisted his neck, making a sound of bones cracking. Wind blade flurry. Ground spike assault. Gravity suppression. The three of them didn't give Baiyu any chance to speak at all. The moment the referee announced the start, they launched their strongest attack at the same time. The combined attack of 3B-level psychics is terrifyingly powerful. Countless azure wind blades, like a dense web of blades, blocked Baiyu's escape route. Dozens of sharp earth spikes rose from the ground, piercing his feet. An invisible gravity field descended from the sky, pinning him to the spot. This is a sure kill situation. Everyone held their breath, as if they had already seen the bloody scene of Baiyu being cut into pieces, pierced by spikes, and crushed into a pulp. Wang Hao couldn't help but close his eyes. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Su Li's mouth. However, just a second before the attack was about to touch Baiyu's body, Baiyu moved. He didn't hide or defend himself. He just raised his head. Then, he opened his eyes. At that moment, an indescribable terrifying will, as if it came from ancient gods and the abyss of the underworld, erupted with him as the center. It's not a superpower. It's not energy. It is pure, absolute, and spiritual majesty that crushes the souls of all living beings. SSS-level mental shock. Buzz. The whole world seemed to be quiet. The wind blades in the sky shattered into pieces in mid-air and turned into nothingness. The hideous ground spike collapsed half a meter from the ground and turned back into dust. The heavy gravitational field dissipated instantly, like ice and snow exposed to sunlight. The grim smiles on the faces of Liamo and his two teammates froze instantly. Their pupils lost all their luster in an instant, becoming empty and blank. Thump! 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 Three muffled sounds. The three people, like mud with their bones pulled out, knelt straight in front of Baiyu. They stood motionless, like three pious statues. The whole audience was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's expression was frozen on their faces, like a movie scene with the pause button pressed. Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Xiao Ran's body was shaking violently in the shadows, not because of fear, but because of an extreme and incomprehensible shock. The cold arc on Su Li's face completely froze and shattered. Baiyu stood there without moving. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the three people who were kneeling in front of him and had completely lost consciousness, with a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face. He reached out and gently patted Liamo's face. Good. Now, you can call me Daddy. Chapter 52, Call Me Dad? No, you don't deserve it. Baiyu's casual words were like a needle, piercing the net of silence and shock over the entire square. The silence was ripped apart, replaced by a gasp that was 10 times more intense than before. Hiss. One after another, continuously. If Baiyu's declaration of taking on 3 alone just now was considered crazy, then now, he is a god or devil. The 3B-level psychics didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and simply knelt straight down. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling exchange of psychic powers, not even the slightest energy fluctuation. Just like that. I knelt down. It was as if an invisible god had held down his head, forcibly stripping him of all his will to resist, leaving only the most primitive submission. Oh shit. I don't know who it was, but someone uttered a curse word in the crowd, instantly igniting everyone's language system. What happened? What on earth just happened? Ghost. It must be a ghost. What kind of magic did he use? That's not witchcraft. I didn't feel anything. Liamo and the others just knelt down on their own. This is 10,000 times more terrifying than defeating them directly. Is this a fucking mental attack? Can an E rank have a mental attack of this intensity? What a joke. At this moment, everyone's worldview was pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly, shattering it into pieces without leaving any residue. The way they looked at Baiyu had completely changed. They were no longer looking at an idiot or a madman, but instead were filled with a complex mixture of fear, awe, and utter bewilderment. This man, in a way they could never fathom, had embodied the meaning of power. Wang Hao opened his mouth and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He felt that his brain had turned into a pot of boiling porridge. He imagined countless possibilities, Baiyu being crippled on the spot, Baiyu fleeing in panic, or even Baiyu hiding his strength and engaging in a back-and-forth fight. But this was the only thing he hadn't thought of. Flash sale. No, this can't even be called a flash kill. Flash kills at least have a killing process. This is called divine punishment. The law will follow the words, and divine punishment will come. You. Wang Hao pointed at Bai Yu and kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Bai Yu turned around and glanced at him, his expression as if to say, your phone is stuck again? He walked forward and, as before, naturally helped Wang Hao straighten his collar, which was crooked due to shock. Calm down, Wang Hao. I told you we're a professional team and we need to be mindful of our image. Wang Hao shuddered. This time, he didn't resist, letting Bai Yu manipulate him. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he swallowed hard. His voice was dry as he asked, You, what exactly are you? I am your brain. Bai Yu patted his shoulder, his tone as calm as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. And in the shadow on the other side, Xiao Ran's body, for the first time, was no longer blended into the darkness, but was deeper than the darkness. His heart was experiencing an unprecedented tsunami. Spiritual regal. Although he didn't know what it was specifically, he could feel it. It was an absolute pressure that surpassed all souls. It was a crushing pressure on the level of life. His theory of high-level loyalty that was instilled in him by Bai Yu was suddenly upgraded at this moment. Before, he thought of himself as the sword and shield protecting the brain, a symbiotic relationship of equals. But now, he understood. He was wrong. This is not symbiosis. This is following. Follow a god who walks among the earth. Protecting the gods is not some bullshit symbiosis, it is the supreme honor. An unprecedented, fanatical fire ignited in Xiao Ran's deep, pool-like eyes. His previous loyalty to Su Li was based on an almost pathological admiration and desire to protect her. But now, the fervor he felt for Bai Yu was a fervor bordering on faith. Ding! Teammate, Wang Hao's loyalty has increased significantly. Current status, confused and convinced. Ding! A qualitative change in teammate, Xiao Ran's loyalty has been detected. He has automatically been upgraded to the fanatical follower template. The host's orders will be executed unconditionally. Ding! The host crushes the opponent with absolute strength, completing a shocking reversal. Causing a huge sensation. Gain, excitement points plus 3,000. Ding! Tactician, skill experience plus 5,000. Skill level increased to advanced. The host's insight into the environment and opponent's psychology increased by 25%. New passive effect, verbal intimidation. The host's words will carry a subtle mental pressure, making it easier to persuade or intimidate the target. Bai Yu felt extremely happy as he listened to a series of prompts from the system. He turned and looked at the instructor who had approved the duel. The instructor's face was pale, his forehead covered in sweat. Even as a Pika rank student, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He only knew that the E rank student before him was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Instructor, Bai Yu said with a smile, the battle stage duel is over. The result should be obvious, right? Obviously. The instructor stammered, then as if remembering something, he immediately announced loudly, the Glory Arena showdown is over. The winner is Bai Yu. He paused, looked at the three statues kneeling on the ground, and asked with a headache, then, what about the three of them? Bai Yu glanced at Li Mo and the other two who were kneeling on the ground with saliva dripping from their mouths, and a trace of disgust appeared on his face. As for the bet. He stretched out his voice. Everyone pricked up their ears, wondering if Bai Yu would actually make these three people kneel down and call him daddy. The thought of that scene was thrilling. However, Bai Yu shook his head and waved his hand listlessly. Forget it, I'm suddenly not interested anymore. Let them call me dad? They're not worthy yet. This sentence is more heartbreaking than any humiliation. Disdain. It's the kind of disdain that comes from the bottom of my heart. As if asking you to call me dad is an insult to me. Puff. Some people in the crowd burst out laughing. Fuck. This is murderous. That's too cruel. This is even crueler than asking them to call you daddy. If Li Mo and the others wake up, they'll probably hit themselves to death with a piece of tofu. AB rank expert? In my eyes, you're not even worthy of calling me daddy. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a cold voice, with a hint of unconcealable solemnity, came from outside the crowd. I never thought you had such a hidden card. Su Li walked over slowly. The crowd automatically made way for her. She was still breathtakingly beautiful today, but there was no trace of a smile on that perfect face. She walked up to Baiyu, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. The snow lotus-like fragrance now carried a hint of aggression. A mental attack? No. It's more advanced than that. Tell me, what is this? She asked directly without beating around the bush. Her beautiful eyes were filled with inquiry, confusion, and an even more intense, possessive desire. This man has many more secrets than she imagined, and they are much more tempting. Ding. S-rank target, Suli's curiosity and possessiveness towards the host have reached a critical point. Warning. The other party may use abnormal means to explore the host's secrets. Baiyu looked at her and suddenly smiled. Sister Su, this is my secret. Guess, will I tell you? You don't have to tell me. Suli's lips finally curled up, and that smile made people shudder. But I will use my own method to dig it out bit by bit. She stretched out her slender fingers, as if wanting to touch Baiyu's cheek. That action was full of ambiguity and danger. Wang Hao and Xiao Ran took a step forward at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Baiyu behind them. Two powerful A-level auras blocked Suli like two indestructible shields. Although Wang Hao still didn't understand the situation, he knew that he had to protect his brain now. Xiao Ran directly identified Suli as a potential threat with a cold look in his eyes. Suli's movements stopped in mid-air. She looked at the two people standing in front of Baiyu, especially Xiao Ran's unyielding attitude. The smile on her face completely disappeared for the first time. Her dog, now, would actually bite her for others. Very good, really good. Suli's voice became low, and the air around them seemed to begin to freeze. Just when the Shura field was about to break out, a clear female voice with a smile, like warm sunshine, dispelled all the coldness. Oh, it's so lively? Lu Yao fell from the sky. No, it didn't really fall from the sky, but it was walking slowly towards us from the direction of the teaching building with leisurely steps. She wore the same silver-white combat uniform as Su Li, but wore it with a completely different style. If Su Li was the noble and cold iceberg snow lotus, then Lu Yao was the heroic and valiant flaming rose. She ignored everyone and walked straight to Baiyu, took his arm very naturally, and then leaned her head on his shoulder affectionately. This is a gesture of asserting sovereignty. A naked provocation to Su Li. Ayu, you're bullying me again. Lu Yao's tone was filled with a hint of doting complaint, but her face was full of pride. Didn't I tell you to be more low-key? Look at you, you made me cry again. When she said made them cry, she was naturally referring to the three kneeling statues on the ground. All the students were once again shocked by this sudden change. Here comes another one. And she is the leader of the elite class, Lu Yao. Today's gossip is really overwhelming. First, an E-class defeated 3 B classes in an instant, and now the two goddesses of the academy are facing off, jealously competing for their favor. Can this relic assessment be successful? Su Li looked at Lu Yao's intimate gesture, then looked at Baiyu, who had an expression of I know nothing on his face, and the coldness in her eyes almost turned into reality. Lu Yao, take care of your man. He's your man too, what can I do about it? Lu Yao replied with a smile. This sentence choked Su Li and scared the onlookers around her. Also, is he your man? Oh shit. There is too much information. My brain can't process it all. The corners of Baiyu's mouth twitched. These two women are really more cruel than each other. All right, sisters, Baiyu said helplessly, interrupting the silent battle. The assessment is about to begin. If there's anything, let's talk about it after we come back alive, okay? He gently broke free from Lu Yao's hand and walked between Wang Hao and Xiao Ran. Let's go. He didn't look at Su Li again, nor did he pay any attention to Lu Yao. He walked straight to the assembly point with his two teammates, one with a confused mind and the other with a fanatical mind. That back view is so cool. Lu Yao looked at his back, and the smile on her lips became even more intense. Su Li took a deep breath, suppressed all her emotions, and regained her perfect expression. However, no one noticed that the nails of her hands hidden behind her back had dug deeply into her palms. All teams, board the ship immediately. The ruins exploration assessment begins now. The instructor's relieved voice finally rang out. Chapter 53 My Harem Tour Group? Baiyu turned around gracefully, leaving behind the mess and the chin covered with dirt, a lonely figure. Wang Hao followed closely behind him, still in a state of utter trance. From time to time, he would steal a glance at Baiyu's profile, his eyes filled with inquiry, confusion, and a kind of admiration that he himself hadn't noticed. Is this man really E-level? The power hierarchy theory that he regarded as the truth in his mind was shattered to pieces by Baiyu today in a way that he could not understand. Xiao Ran, walking on the other side, was a completely different scene. Silent as a shadow, his steps firm, he maintained an absolutely precise distance from Baiyu, enabling him to react instantly without appearing overly offensive. As he gazed at Baiyu's back, his calm eyes no longer held the same turmoil and scrutiny as before, but instead an irreverent enthusiasm. If Wang Hao was defeated by being beaten, then Xiao Ran was completely enlightened. Brain is brain, and what he has to do is to become the sharpest and most loyal knife. Wherever the three men passed, the crowd automatically retreated to the sides like Moses parting the sea. Those students who had previously dared to laugh loudly were now hushed in fear, their heads lowered, not even daring to look at them. Are you kidding? That's a monster who can make 3 B-rank warriors kneel on the spot with just a look. Who would dare to cross him? Ding! The host's invisible pretense is the most deadly. Continue to shock the entire audience. Gain, excitement points plus 500. Baiyu didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. As he walked, he immersed his consciousness in the system mall that he had just unlocked. The previous wave of operations directly increased his points by 3,000, bringing the total to a staggering 4,000 points. Now, he can finally spend some money. Truth Talisman is priced at 500. It is definitely a magic weapon to deal with scheming women like Suli. Buy it. Bad Luck Sticker, priced at 300, a must-have for evildoers, good value for money, buy it. Spirit Defense Amulet is priced at 800. Although my mental strength is ridiculously strong now, it's always a good idea to have a backup plan. Buy it. His gaze finally fell on the Combat Mastery Basic in the skill area. Combat Mastery Basic instantly grants you commando-level combat skills, making up for any physical shortcomings. Price, 1,000 points. Baiyu chose to exchange without hesitation. While the SSS-level mental shock was incredibly powerful, it was ultimately a trump card and shouldn't be used lightly. Furthermore, that ability was more focused on large-scale shock and control, lacking the ability to physically kill with a single blow. With this combat mastery, he was truly a warrior without weaknesses. Ding! Combat Mastery Basic, exchange successful. Consumes 1,000 points. A vast and refined collection of combat memories instantly flooded Baiyu's mind. Muscle memory, power techniques, joint techniques, single-stroke defeats, countless fighting methods were etched into his body like instinct. He felt that he could knock down Wang Hao, who was still in a daze, with just one punch. Well, it seems that a level strength is just so-so. At that moment, the three of them had reached the boarding point at Southgate Square. A massive, silver-gray, streamlined spaceship was quietly suspended in mid-air, its hatch open, and a photon staircase extended to the ground. This transport ship, named Pioneer No. 7, will carry all students participating in the assessment to unknown ruins. Baiyu and the other two walked up the stairs and into the cabin. The cabin's interior was spacious, imbued with a futuristic, technological feel. Hundreds of independent, suspended chairs were neatly arranged, and several groups of students were already seated inside, quietly discussing something. When they saw Baiyu's group coming in, all the discussions stopped abruptly. Countless gazes shot over at the same time, and the look in their eyes was even more terrifying than looking at a prehistoric beast. Especially when they saw the two teammates behind Baiyu, they almost popped their eyes out. An A-level strength-type reckless man, and a level shadow-type top assassin. These two well-known figures in the elite class are now following an E-level waste like two little followers, one on the left and one on the right? What is wrong with this world? Brother Bai, Wang Hao felt uncomfortable being stared at. He leaned close to Baiyu's ear and whispered, "Where should we sit?" He called Brother Bai so naturally. Baiyu glanced at him, said nothing, and walked straight to a more secluded corner at the back of the cabin. As soon as the three of them sat down, Wang Hao felt the temperature around him suddenly drop. He turned around and saw Xiao Ran staring at him with a piercingly cold look. That look seemed to say, "Who do you think you are? How dare you get so close to the brain?" Wang Hao was so scared that he shuddered and subconsciously moved to the side, a little further away from Baiyu. Damn, why does this guy with facial paralysis feel scarier than those 3B level ones just now? Baiyu ignored the exchange of glances between his two teammates. He was closing his eyes and resting, digesting the fighting skills in his mind. Just then, a familiar, rose-scented fragrance wafted over. "Ayu, are you tired? Drink some water." Lu Yao's voice sounded softly. She had boarded the boat at some point, holding a bottle of high-quality nutrient solution. She completely ignored the astonished looks around her, as well as Bayu's two teammates with unique styles. She walked straight to Bayu, bent down, and handed the nutrient solution to his mouth. The posture was so natural, like an old couple who had been together for many years. Hiss. In the cabin, the sound of people gasping for air was heard again. Lu Yao, the leader of the elite class. She actually fed them water herself. What the hell is this divine treatment? Bayu opened his eyes and looked at the pretty face with a doting smile so close to him. He smiled helplessly and took a sip. Why are you here? Where's your team? My team is over there, Lu Yao pointed to a spot not far away, then refocused her gaze on Bayu's face. She reached out and gently wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. I'm just worried that my little man might get bullied on his first trip away from home, so I came to check on him. The bullying she mentioned obviously had a hidden meaning. Wang Hao was stunned watching from the side. Oh my god, Miss Lu Yao. Is this still the fiery rose who had the final say in the elite class, and who even the Pika level students dared not provoke? This delicate and cuddly appearance completely overturned his three views. However, before he could finish being shocked, another completely different, but equally irresistible fragrance wafted over. It was a fragrance as cool and aloof as that of a lotus on the top of a snowy mountain. Su Li is here. She walked gracefully, slowly approached the front of Bayu's group, and stopped. She didn't look at Lu Yao or Bayu, but instead her eyes fell on Wang Hao and Xiao Ran. A level power type, a level shadow type, one focuses on attack, and the other focuses on assassination. Bayu, your shield is a good choice. Her voice was as cold and clear as the collision of jade and stones, and no emotion could be heard. But Wang Hao and Xiao Ran felt an inexplicable pressure at the same time. Especially Xiao Ran, the moment he met Su Li's gaze, he subconsciously took half a step forward, blocking Bayu's figure behind him more completely. This subtle movement caused a barely perceptible coldness to flash across the depths of Su Li's eyes. Lu Yao straightened up, the smile on her face unchanged. She took Bayu's arm and looked at Su Li with a smile. Sister Su has a good eye. But Ryu doesn't need any shields. He himself is the strongest wall. These words were both a declaration of sovereignty and a counterattack against Su Li's previous remarks. Su Li finally turned her gaze to Lu Yao and the hand she was holding with Bayu. Really? Su Li's lips curled up in a half smile. Walls sometimes collapse. Especially in a maze full of traps. If you're not careful, you might be trapped forever. Her words were a double entendre. It not only refers to the upcoming ruins assessment, but also implies that Bayu is deeply trapped in the maze of these women. Then don't bother Sister Su, Lu Yao retorted. Ryu has always had a great sense of direction. But Sister Su, please don't get lost in the maze. If you do, no one will come to rescue you. The two women's eyes met in the air, as if invisible sparks were flashing. The air in the cabin almost froze. All the students held their breath, not daring to breathe. Oh my god. The two goddesses of the academy are fighting in public. This is even more exciting than the E-level killing 3B levels in an instant. The atmosphere of this relic assessment is already so tense that it's about to explode before it even begins. Ahem. At this tense moment, Bayu coughed twice helplessly, breaking the deadlock. He gently broke free from Lu Yao's hand, stood up, and stood between the two women. Alright, both of you. We're about to leave, so save your energy. He looked at Su Li and said calmly, Thank you for your concern, Senior Su. I'll be careful. Then, he turned to Lu Yao and said, You should go back soon too. Don't keep your teammates waiting anxiously. His actions seemed to be an attempt to smooth things over, but in fact he was giving face to everyone, but at the same time he was not giving complete face to anyone. He is so perfect that he can be called a master of keeping things balanced. Su Li looked at him deeply, said nothing more, and turned away. Lu Yao pouted a little in dissatisfaction, but still said obediently, Then be careful. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me through the terminal. After saying that, she glared at Su Li's back in a demonstrative manner, and then returned to her team, looking back every few steps. A scene that was enough to cause an earthquake in the academy was easily resolved by Bayu. Wang Hao was watching from the side with a terrified look, and his admiration for Bayu had reached a whole new level. It's not just about strength, but also about his ability to handle interpersonal relationships. No, his ability to handle relationships with women, he's simply divine. At this moment, the broadcast in the cabin suddenly sounded. Attention all students. The spacecraft will be making a space jump in 3 minutes. The location for this assessment is Restricted Area Number 7, codenamed Crying Maze. Warning, this ruin is being explored for the first time. It is filled with unknown spatial distortions, high-intensity mental interference, and a large number of unknown hostile creatures. The mortality rate is estimated to be over 50%. The cold electronic sound instantly plunged the entire cabin into silence. Wang Hao's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 54, 50% mortality rate? Crying Maze, a code name that makes people's scalps tingle just by hearing the name, coupled with the cold warning of the estimated mortality rate exceeds 50%, is like an invisible giant hand that instantly strangles the hearts of everyone in the cabin. The atmosphere that was restless just a second ago due to the jealousy between the two goddesses completely froze at this moment. Dead silence. As silent as a grave. Then, the dead silence was broken by an uncontrollable cry with a tearful tone. 50%. What a joke. Is this a test or are we just going to die? I don't want to go. I want to quit. I want to get off the fucking boat now. Whoa, Mom, I want to go home. Panic, like a plague, spread like wildfire among hundreds of young students. Most of them were gifted children raised in a greenhouse. Did they ever imagine that one day they would be thrown into a meat grinder with a mortality rate of over half? Self-confidence, pride, and a sense of superiority are crushed in the face of the most primitive fear of death. The entire cabin instantly transformed from a gathering place for elites into a slaughterhouse filled with wailing. Wang Hao's face, already distorted by shock, now turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His body trembled uncontrollably, his strong muscles unable to give him any sense of security. Bye, brother, bye. His voice was shaking, and he subconsciously grabbed Bai Yu's arm with such force that it could almost crush the steel bars. Death, mortality rate, 50%, we. He wanted to say we are dead, but the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. He was an A-rank strength type. He was a powerful figure in the academy. But in this unknown forbidden area where even the academy couldn't guarantee its safety, he felt no different from an ordinary person. No, not even as good as ordinary people. Because he knew more, he was more afraid. However, just when he was about to be consumed by fear, he felt a hand, gently but extremely steadily, patting the back of his hand that was holding Bai Yu's arm. Calm down, Wang Hao. Bai Yu's voice was so flat, as if they were discussing what to eat for dinner today. There was not a trace of emotion, not a trace of fear, and even a bit of boredom and laziness. Wang Hao suddenly looked up and met Bai Yu's deep eyes. There was no panic or solemnity in them, only a calmness as deep as an ancient well. But that's 50%. Wang Hao felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't understand why someone could remain calm at a time like this. Bai Yu yawned, slowly leaned back on the suspended seat, and changed to a more comfortable position. Is 50% a high probability? He asked lazily. His voice was low, but it was clearly heard by the panicked students around him. Look at it another way. Doesn't this mean that we have a 50% chance of getting an S-rank rating unscathed? This proves that the difficulty of this assessment is just right for our abilities. If the mortality rate was only 10%, that would be boring. Boom! Bai Yu's words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind. The wailing and crying in the entire cabin strangely paused for a second. Everyone stared at the lazy E-level boy in the corner with eyes that looked like he was a madman, a god, or a monster. What the hell is this? The mortality rate of 50% actually became just the right difficulty in his mouth? This is not just being brave, this is not taking the word death seriously at all. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. His mouth gaped, his mind blank. Bai Yu's perverse logic once again, in a brutally unreasonable way, forcibly invaded his worldview, turning the very concepts of fear and despair inside it upside down. It seems like what he said makes some fucking sense. As long as you don't die, you can get high scores. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Isn't this what these people with special abilities are pursuing? On the other side, Xiao Ran didn't say a word from beginning to end. When the death rate was announced, his body tensed instantly, like a cheetah poised for a pounce. His gaze immediately fell on Bai Yu. He doesn't care about mortality, he only cares about the orders of his brain. When he heard Bai Yu's calm words, the fanatical flames in his cold eyes burned even more vigorously. Look! This is the god walking among the earth. Mortals fear death, but gods regard death as a game. What an honor it is to be able to follow such a being. Ding! We've detected that the host, under extreme pressure, has demonstrated exceptional leadership and psychological qualities, successfully stabilizing the morale of the troops. Tactician, skills passive effect, verbal intimidation, is triggered. The effect is enhanced. Ding. Detected that teammate, Wang Hao's loyalty has broken through the bottleneck. Current status, steadfast follower. Ding. Teammate Xiao Ran's fanatic template has been consolidated. Faith value plus 100. Ding. The host remained calm in the face of danger, showing off in a counterattack. The extreme contrast ignited the entire audience. Gained, excitement points plus 2000. Baiyu listened to the system's prompt sound, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Very good, the emotions of the leaks are well captured. At this moment, a figure walked through the stunned students and walked straight in front of him. It's Suli. Her beautiful face was filled with an unconcealable surprise. She stared at Baiyu intently, as if she wanted to see through him from the inside out. Aren't you afraid at all? She asked, with a curiosity in her voice that she herself hadn't noticed. Why should I be afraid? Baiyu asked back. Suli was silent for a moment, and then she made a decision that surprised everyone, including Lu Yao. Baiyu, I propose that my team and yours form a temporary alliance during the assessment period. She said each word with an unquestionable tone. You will be in charge of command, and I will be in charge of the actions. With our combined strength, the pass rate can be raised to over 90%. Wow! The crowd exploded again. Suli. SSS rank Suli. She actually offered to form an alliance with an E rank, and even offered him command? Has the world really gone crazy? Lu Yao, who was not far away, changed her expression instantly. Of course she knew what Suli was planning. This woman wasn't interested in the pass rate at all, she just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep Baiyu firmly within her sight. What a good move of retreating to advance. However, before Lu Yao could open her mouth to object, Baiyu smiled. He looked at Suli and shook his head. Sister Su, your proposal is very tempting, he said slowly, but I refuse. I like quiet and peaceful. Leading one team is tiring enough, adding another one would be too much trouble. His tone was as if he was rejecting an insignificant sales pitch, casual and unquestionable. Suli's body froze. She had imagined that Baiyu might bargain, or even put on an act, but she had never imagined that he would refuse so bluntly, so mercilessly. You. Besides, Baiyu interrupted her, his eyes sweeping over the elite-level players behind her, a playful smile on his lips. To put it bluntly, your team will be a burden to us. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. The faces of the A-level elites behind Suli instantly turned purple. Who were they? The elite of the elite. The chosen ones. And now, an E-rank loser was saying they would be a burden to him? This is such a shame and humiliation. What the hell did you say? An A-level youth with a hot temper wanted to explode on the spot. But Suli just gave him a cold look and he shut his mouth instantly. Suli took a deep breath, forcing down the anger and humiliation in her chest. She looked at Baiyu, and for the first time, a hint of genuine coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Okay, very good. Baiyu, I'll remember what you said. I hope you won't regret it in the maze. After saying this, she turned abruptly and returned to her seat with her team. Her back was filled with determination and coldness. Lu Yao watched this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a surge of sweetness and pride welled up in her heart. Look, this is her man. Even when faced with SSS-level temptation, he would never give in. She didn't go over again, but just sent a message to Baiyu's terminal. Ayu, well done. But don't underestimate Suli. That woman is capable of anything when she gets mad. Protect yourself. I'll wait for you to come back and give me an S-rank gift. Baiyu's terminal vibrated slightly. He took a look, smiled, and did not reply. He turned his head and looked at his two teammates who were completely intimidated by him. Okay, now, let's talk about our mission. His voice completely brought Wang Hao and Xiao Ran back to their senses. Wang Hao. Here. Brother Bai. Wang Hao subconsciously straightened his back, like a soldier waiting for inspection. Your mission is simple, Baiyu held up a finger. Follow my instructions. Go forward when I tell you to, and retreat when I tell you to. I'll dig your brain out of your skull and keep it with me. This was extremely impolite, but Wang Hao nodded vigorously as if he had taken a reassurance pill after hearing it. Understood. From now on, my brain belongs to you, brother Bai. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction and looked at Xiao Ran again. Xiao Ran, your mission is to guard and assassinate. You have the right to deal with any living creature that comes within 20 meters of us without my permission, whether it's an alien beast or a human. I need you to be our eyes and the knife hidden in the darkness. Xiao Ran said nothing, but nodded solemnly. The enthusiasm in his eyes said it all. At this moment, the spacecraft shook violently, and the starry sky outside the window was instantly replaced by distorted light. The space jump has begun. After a few seconds, the violent shaking stopped and the spacecraft returned to stability. Warning! We are about to arrive at our destination, the Weeping Maze. The hatch will open in 10 seconds. All students, please be prepared. The cold electronic sound rang out again. The huge hatch of the cabin slowly rose up with the sound of heavy machinery. A cold, damp smell mixed with the strange smell of decay and blood suddenly rushed in. Everyone stood up subconsciously and looked out the door. Outside the door, there is no sky and no earth. Instead, it was an unimaginably huge maze composed of countless twisted, tangled, and ever-changing gray-white vines and flesh tissues. The vines slowly wriggled like living creatures, emitting a grinding sound that made your teeth ache. The walls of the maze were inlaid with countless painfully twisted human faces, their mouths opening and closing silently, as if uttering an eternal wail. The whole world is like a huge and crazy nightmare. All right. Bai Yu stood up, stretched his wrists, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Warm-ups are over, the game officially begins. Chapter 55. Don't panic, let the professionals do it. The moment the hatch was fully raised, the scene of hell hit us. The air was cold, damp, and mixed with the smell of rust and rotting flesh. It was like countless slimy tentacles, drilling into everyone's nasal cavity and reaching the brain. The world before him had no sky, no earth, only a boundless, gigantic maze composed of gray-white vines and dark red flesh and blood tissues. The vines, covered in slime, slowly wriggled like giant pythons, each contraction producing a rustling, tooth-grinding sound. And the maze walls, a patchwork of bloody tissue, were etched with painfully twisted human faces. Their eye sockets were hollow, their mouths opening and closing silently, as if they were waging an eternal, desperate cry. Vomit. A female student with poor psychological quality bent over and began to retch violently on the spot. Her reaction was like a signal, instantly detonating the fear that had been pent up in everyone's hearts. What the hell is this place? Monster! There's a monster inside the wall. I want to go back. I can't stand it anymore. Let me go back. Panic got out of control again, and some students even turned around desperately, trying to rush back to the spaceship door that had begun to close, but were bounced back by an invisible energy barrier. Warning, the assessment has begun. Any form of retreat is prohibited. Those who retreat will be considered to have failed the assessment and will be eliminated immediately. The cold electronic sound completely shattered their last bit of hope. The entire boarding platform was completely transformed into a sea of chaos. Screams, cries, and curses were heard everywhere. Wang Hao's face was paler than the vines on the wall. He clenched his fists tightly, and his strong body was trembling slightly. He forced himself not to see or hear the horrifying sights and sounds, but the chill that penetrated deep into his bones could not be shaken off. He subconsciously looked at Bai Yu. Then he froze. Bai Yu was standing at the front of the team, with his hands behind his back, looking at the hell map in front of him with interest. His expression did not seem like he was facing a restricted area with a death rate of over half, but rather like he was visiting a uniquely designed haunted house. There was even a hint of admiration on his face? Well, the art style is good and very impactful. It's just that the details are a bit rough, and the facial model textures are a bit repetitive. Bai Yu touched his chin and gave a professional comment. The sound was not loud, but amidst the background sounds of ghosts and wolves howling, it seemed exceptionally clear and also exceptionally outrageous. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He felt that his brain, the organ he had just sworn to hand over to Bai Yu for safekeeping, was being repeatedly ravaged by an incomprehensible force. Brother Bai, what kind of structure is he? On the other side, Xiao Ran had already automatically entered combat mode. He blended into the shadows beside Bai Yu like a ghost, leaving only a vague outline. He didn't care how terrifying the environment was. He was just a sword, and the sword's duty was to eliminate all threats to its owner. At this moment, something strange happened. Roar! An inhuman roar came from the depths of the maze. The vine wall closest to the group suddenly bulged outward. A gigantic monster, made of countless vines and pieces of flesh, tore through the wall and descended with a bang. It has no fixed shape, like a huge, constantly wriggling tumor covered with dozens of pale green eyes of varying sizes and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Monster! The three-person group closest to them was instantly frightened. Run! Don't leave me! The three of them forgot even the most basic battle formation and turned around and ran. However, the monster simply spurted out several streams of green mucus from its mouth, sticking the slowest student to the ground. Help, help me! The students screamed in despair. His two teammates didn't even look back and ran faster. The monster squirmed, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed the immobilized student in one gulp. Crack, crack. The scalp-numbing chewing sound was clearly heard throughout the entire platform. Blood flowed out from the gaps between the monster's sharp teeth. In just 5 seconds, a living B-level mutant was gone. Ah! The students who witnessed this scene had their psychological defenses completely collapsed. Hit! Attack it! My fireballs won't work on it. Slime puts out fire. Don't panic. Maintain formation. We are the elite. Several stronger A-level teams tried to organize an effective counterattack, but their attacks fell on the monster like a drop in the ocean, only stirring up waves of blood and flesh, but unable to cause any substantial damage. The dozens of eyes on the monster's body simultaneously turned towards the area where the crowd was most densely packed, obviously treating everyone as its buffet. The whole scene was in extreme chaos. In the center of this chaos, Bayu's voice sounded calmly. Wang Hao. Here. Brother Bai. Wang Hao shuddered and practically shouted in response. The fear was still there, but Bayu's voice was like a shot in the arm, instantly giving his chaotic thoughts a sense of purpose. See the fifth eye from the third row on its left side? Bayu's tone sounded like he was playing a game of spot the differences. Wang Hao was stunned, suppressing his nausea as he stared intently at the wriggling mass of flesh, quickly locking onto the target. The eye was smaller than the surrounding ones, and it was impossible to spot without careful observation. I see. Very good. Bayu's voice was filled with a hint of laughter. Use all your strength to smash it for me. The instructions are simple and crude, even a little nonsensical. But Wang Hao didn't hesitate at all. Yes. He roared, and with a sudden force from his legs, the alloy ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. Like a cannonball, he ignored the splattering corrosive slime and charged straight towards the monster that was killing everyone. Reckless man. Is he crazy? Physical attacks are useless. The other students who were fighting hard were all horrified when they saw this scene. However, just before Wang Hao was about to collide with the monster, another voice sounded in everyone's heart. Xiao Ran. Get started. Xiao Ran, who had been lurking in the shadows, moved. Without any warning, dozens of shadow chains as solid as substance shot out from the shadows beneath the monster's feet, wrapping around its squirming body like poisonous snakes and fixing it firmly in place. The monster roared angrily and struggled frantically, but the chains were extremely tough and cut deeply into its flesh. Now is the time. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All his strength was concentrated in his right fist. The air was squeezed, making a sharp explosion. Die for me. His fist, as big as a casserole, hit the insignificant eye that Bayu had targeted accurately and fiercely. Puff. There was a sound like popping a ripe watermelon. The eye burst open, and what splattered out was not blood, but a yellow-green, foul-smelling slurry. The next second, something incredible happened. The giant vine beast that had been so ferocious just now and left more than a dozen elite students helpless suddenly stiffened with its huge body. Immediately afterwards, its flesh and blood began to wither and disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wriggling vines also lost their vitality, becoming shriveled and gray. It only took 3 seconds. Boom! The huge monster turned into a pile of lifeless ashes and scattered all over the ground. The whole audience was dead silent. All the students who were fighting, fleeing, and screaming stopped moving. They were all stunned, their mouths open, looking at the pile of ashes, and then looked at Wang Hao, who was standing in front of the ashes with an equally confused look on his face. What just happened? One punch? Just one punch? That A-level reckless man killed this monster that was at least at the peak of A-level, or even at the initial stage of S-level, in just 1 second? Is this a movie being filmed? Wang Hao was also stunned. He stared blankly at his fist, then looked up at the calm figure in the distance. He just followed Brother Bai's orders. Damn, it's over in seconds? Ding! The host's command was perfect, resulting in a resounding victory in the first team battle. Demonstrating extraordinary insight and tactical planning abilities. Tactician skill EXP plus 1000. Insight increased to 15%. Ding! Teammate, Wang Hao, completes one-hit kill. Confidence is overflowing, and loyalty has increased significantly. Current status, die-hard fan. Ding! Teammate, Xiao Ran, cooperated perfectly, demonstrating unconditional execution. The fanatical follower template is further activated. Faith value plus 200. Ding! The host strolls through a desperate situation, deciding the outcome with a single word, and acting impressively without being noticed. The entire audience is stunned. Gain, excitement points plus 3000. Baiyu listened to the pleasant prompt tone of the system and nodded with satisfaction. It's just a small monster in the novice village, not difficult. He didn't even bother to look at the terrified students. He simply said to his two teammates, clean up the battlefield and prepare to advance. Remember, everything here is data. Find the weakness and you can strike a fatal blow. If you can't find it, you will be eliminated by the data. Yes. Brother Bai. Wang Hao's voice was filled with admiration and fanaticism that was difficult to conceal. He understood now. What a wise decision it was for Brother Bai to let him dig his brain out. Compared with Brother Bai's, my brain is not even a hard drive. At most, it is a USB flash drive, and it's only 1 GB at that. Xiao Ran's figure merged back into the shadows, without a word, but the sense of protection was even stronger. In the distance, there was another completely different battlefield. Su Li's team also encountered a giant vine beast. But their response seemed effortless. Su Li didn't even have to take action herself. Her 4A rank elites coordinated well, using the dual attributes of ice and fire to attack, constantly consuming the monster's vitality. Although it was slow, it was a steady win. Just when they were about to end the battle on Baiyu's side was already over. Captain, look over there. A team member in charge of alert reminded in a trembling voice. Su Li and her teammates subconsciously looked in Baiyu's direction. Then, they saw the incredible scene. One punch. Reduced to ashes. The expressions on the faces of Su Li and the other A-level elites, who had just felt extremely humiliated by Baiyu's words, were extremely wonderful at this moment. Shock, confusion, and then a burning pain. That E-class loser, no, that man, said they would be a drag. Now it seems, damn, it seems to be true. Su Li's movements also paused for a moment. Her cold eyes were fixed on Baiyu in the distance. This man. How on earth did he do it? How did he know that monster's weakness? Was it a coincidence? Or? No, it can't be a coincidence. She remembered Baiyu's confident, almost arrogant attitude when he rejected her on the spaceship. It turns out that it wasn't arrogance. But he really has the capital. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation, curiosity, and strong unwillingness surged into Su Li's heart. Su Li, an SSS-level student and the number 1 in the academy, was completely defeated by an E-level student in a way that she could not understand. Keep attacking. Don't be distracted. Su Li's voice carried a hint of urgency that she herself was not even aware of. In another direction, Lu Yao's team also easily dealt with a monster. Lu Yao took out the terminal and looked at the green light dot representing Baiyu's team. It was safe and sound and was moving slowly. A proud smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knew that her man was the best. She did not disturb him, but silently adjusted the direction of her team's advance to be closer to Baiyu's group. It can provide support at any time without disturbing his game. At this time, Baiyu, with 2 toolmen, had already walked to the first fork in the maze. On the left, there was a gust of cold wind and faint wailing could be heard. On the right, there was a dead silence, bottomless. Brother Bai, which way are we going? Wang Hao asked subconsciously. Baiyu didn't answer. He clicked on the map function on the academy terminal. It was completely dark, with only a light dot representing them and a string of constantly refreshing data. Current exploration degree, 0.1%. Team points, 100. Individual points, Baiyu 30, Wang Hao 40, Xiaoran 30. Commanders also get points, that's good. Bai smiled. He closed the map and looked at the two roads in front of him. The wailing sound on the left is a trap, deliberately luring us over there. The dead silence on the right is also a trap, using the unknown to create fear. Wang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Then, where should we go? Bai pointed behind them at the wall that had just been hit by the monster and was still slowly healing. We're not going either way. Let's take the third path. Chapter 56 Wall. I was so scared. Wang Hao's brain completely shut down. The brain that he had just sworn allegiance to and handed over warm to Bai for safekeeping seemed to be thrown into a washing machine, stirring madly, spinning dry, and stirring again, over and over again. On the left is a trap of howling ghosts and wolves. On the right is a bottomless trap. Then, Bai pointed to the wall they had just entered. The wall was still slowly wriggling, as if it was digesting the flesh and blood of the monster and healing itself. What is this operation? Is it because of a bug in returning to the city? But the system just warned that anyone who retreats will be eliminated immediately. Brother Bai, what are we doing? Wang Hao's voice was trembling. He felt that his worldview was collapsing and reorganizing at an unprecedented speed. Who said we have to go back? Bai glanced at him, his eyes as if he was looking at a foolish son who hadn't learned anything yet. The rules say that the assessment content is to explore the ruins and get a high evaluation. It doesn't say that we must follow the designated route. This maze is like a giant game program. The left and right sides are two preset options for ordinary players. No matter which one you choose, it will trigger corresponding monsters and traps, wasting your time and energy. Bai stretched out his finger and gently tapped the wall of flesh and blood. However, any program has a backend in code. We don't follow its path, we go directly to its backend and modify its code. Boom! These words were 10,000 times more powerful than the impact brought by the monster just now. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ran's figure blended into the shadows, and a slight, imperceptible fluctuation appeared. Modify the code? Is this the kind of thinking that humans can have? This is no longer a tactic, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. It is to crush the designer who designed this assessment into the ground. Ding! We've detected that the host has come up with a revolutionary solution, demonstrating a strategic vision that transcends dimensions. Ding! Teammate Wang Hao's die-hard fan template has been severely impacted and is evolving towards fanatic believer. Ding! Teammate Xiao Ran's fanatic template has been fully activated. He has regarded you as a higher being beyond the commands of his brain. Faith value plus 500. Bai turned a deaf ear to the system's prompts and just patted Wang Hao's shoulder, which was harder than the wall. Now, do you understand? I understand. Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Although he felt his mind was still a mess, it did not prevent him from carrying out the order. What Brother Bai said was the imperial decree. What Brother Bai pointed out was the direction. Very good. Bai took a step back with satisfaction and pointed at an extremely inconspicuous scar on the wall, only the size of a fist. Wang Hao, hit this area with all your might. Don't stop until I tell you to. Yes. Brother Bai. Wang Hao roared, his muscles instantly bulging, veins coiling around his arms and neck like a dragon. The A-rank strength psychic's aura erupted without reservation. Without any hesitation, his right fist was like a whistling meteorite, accompanied by a loud noise that tore through the air, and slammed hard into the position designated by Bai. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire platform shook. Blood and flesh splattered, vines snapped, and a huge dent was smashed into the wall. This earth-shaking movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the platform. Those groups that were still hesitating about which path to choose, or cautiously exploring the entrance of the passage, all stopped and looked towards the source of the sound in horror. What are they doing? Are they crazy? Attack the wall? That thing will regenerate, it's a complete waste of energy. Is he crazy? The E-class captain has indeed brought out a bunch of brainless teammates. Many people showed contempt and ridicule. In their opinion, this was undoubtedly the most stupid and reckless behavior. Even Su Li, who was directing the team members to advance steadily on the other side, was startled by the noise. Captain, the people from Group 73 seem to be attacking the walls of the maze. An A-level team member next to her said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Su Li didn't say anything, she just frowned slightly, and her cold gaze passed through the chaotic crowd and fell on Bai, who was standing behind as if it had nothing to do with him. She didn't believe Bai would do anything meaningless. This man, from the moment he appeared until now, has been filled with unimaginable calculations in every step he takes. He must have his reasons for doing this. Everyone stop moving forward, stay on guard and observe. Su Li gave the order. Captain? There's no need for us to waste our time on a bunch of idiots, right? The hot-tempered young man couldn't help but say. Su Li gave the young man a cold look and he shut his mouth instantly. Boom! 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 Wang Hao's fists, like a never-ending battering ram, smashed into the wall one punch after another. As expected, the wall's ability to heal was astonishing. Countless spines and granulation tissue swarmed frantically from the edges of the wound. The deeper Wang Hao smashed, the faster they healed, if not faster. For a moment, the dull sound of impact and the rustling sound of flesh and blood squirming intertwined together, forming a strange and futile symphony. Wang Hao's forehead was already covered with sweat, but he had no intention of stopping. Brother Bai didn't call for a stop. Even if his arm was broken, he had to continue. Just when everyone thought it was just a funny farce, Baiyu's college terminal vibrated slightly. It was a message from Lu Yao. Violent demolition team? Be careful of being fined by the school. If you get the demolition compensation, give me half. It was followed by a playful tongue-out emoji. Baiyu smiled and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. At the same time he sent the message, his seemingly lazy voice sounded again. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, who had been lurking in the shadows, took a step forward silently. See that dent Wang Hao made? From the very center, 3 meters inward and 15 degrees to the left, there's a node where energy flows. Baiyu's tone was as calm as if he were directing an operation. Cut it off. Xiao Ran didn't answer. His answer was action. A shadow blade as solid as a substance shot out silently from his fingertips and instantly sank into the pit of flesh that was still wriggling madly. There was no explosion, no loud noise. There was only an extremely slight buzz sound, like the sound of a broken guitar string. The next second, a miracle happened. The wall of flesh and blood, which was still frantically repairing itself, suddenly stopped moving. Those newly grown buds and vines seemed to have been drained of all their vitality. They quickly withered, became gray, and turned into ashes. The entire wall's activity disappeared. Now, Wang Hao. Roar! Wang Hao burst out with his last strength, and the energy light on his right fist was extremely bright. Give me. Open. Boom. This time, there will be no obstacles. The tough wall was penetrated as easily as rotten wood. A huge hole over 3 meters in diameter suddenly appeared before everyone. On the other side of the cave, there was no passage and no monsters. Instead, it was a small, metallic room covered in glowing patterns resembling circuit boards. In the center of the room, a fist-sized, diamond-shaped crystal suspended, emitting a soft blue light. That crystal was like a heart. With every beat, countless data streams flowed along the lines on the wall and into the entire maze. The entire audience fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone's mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. The ridicule and contempt on their faces froze in an instant, then shattered, and finally turned into endless shock and confusion. This is fucking possible? They were still struggling to figure out which road to take, but someone simply tore up the road and even sneaked into the back-end computer room? How can we play this? Baiyu walked leisurely into the hole, ignoring the petrified gazes around him, walked leisurely to the crystal, and reached out to take it off. Ding! Warning! Warning! The core node of the maze partition, a 7, has been forcibly removed. Ding! The host has successfully cracked some of the operating rules of the crying maze and discovered a hidden area. Ding! Obtain special item, maze core fragment incomplete, X1. Ding! Gained partial map vision of crying maze, 10%. Ding! Team points plus 1,000. Current total points, 1,100. Ding! Team exploration plus 5%. Current total exploration, 5.1%. Ding! The host, in a mortal body, performs divine deeds, subverting the rules and striking with dimensionality reduction. Detonating the ultimate shockwave throughout the audience. Gain, excitement points plus 5,000. A series of system prompt sounds, like the most beautiful symphony, played in Baiyu's mind. At the same time, the scoreboards and exploration rankings on all students' terminals were refreshed frantically. The Group 73, which was originally ranked dozens of places away, suddenly rushed to the top of the list as if riding a rocket. Points, 1,100. Exploration degree, 5.1%. These two numbers, like two loud slaps in the face, slapped everyone present. Especially the A-level elites from Su Li's team. They were just laughing at Baiyu for being an idiot. Now, their faces were burning with pain and they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. They worked hard for a long time, but only got a little over 100 points, and the exploration level was less than 0.5%. With just one punch and one knife, they were 10 times more powerful than them. The man said they would be a drag. Now it seems that this is too damn polite. They are not just dragging us down, they are like lead weights hanging on our legs. Su Li's body trembled slightly. For the first time, an emotion called shock appeared in her eyes, which were always calm. She stared at the back of the man standing in the hole, playing with the blue crystal in his hand. So, that's how it is. It turned out that this was the reason why he refused to form an alliance with me. It's not arrogance, it's not conceit. But it's because they are not on the same level at all. She was on the first level, thinking about how to beat the game. And he was already standing on the 5th floor, thinking about how to dismantle the game server. An indescribable feeling, a mixture of humiliation, frustration, and an even stronger, almost burning curiosity and unwillingness, surged madly into her heart. She, Su Li, an SSS-level girl, a favored daughter of heaven, for the first time, felt a feeling of powerlessness towards someone. Brother Bai, awesome. Wang Hao panted heavily, looking at the scene before him, and finally squeezed out these 4 words from his throat. His feelings towards Baiyu were no longer just admiration, but a fanaticism close to belief. Baiyu smiled and glanced at the new message from Lu Yao on the terminal. I don't want the demolition compensation, as long as the people are returned to me. He replied. The person is yours, and the things you take apart are also yours. Then, he turned around and shook the crystal in his hand at his 2 teammates who were completely dumbfounded. See? This is the real road. Let's go, the game has just begun, our goal is to get an S rank rating. Chapter 57 Server-wide notice. This gap is outrageous. S rank rating? Wang Hao's brain had given up thinking and he just instinctively repeated Baiyu's last words. An S rank rating was something that existed only in legend. In the 100 years since the school's founding, receiving an excellent rating on this hellishly difficult relic assessment was enough to go down in history, becoming the object of admiration for all the younger students. As for the S rank, it was a term the instructors used to flatter the students at mobilization meetings, a term no one took seriously. But now, coming out of Baiyu's mouth, it seemed so natural. It seemed that the S-level evaluation was not an unattainable dream, but a product on the supermarket shelf that he could get whenever he wanted. Baiyu ignored Wang Hao's mumbling. His attention was completely attracted by the blue crystal in his hand. The moment he held the crystal, the system prompt sounded again. Name, Labyrinth Core Fragment Area A7. Type, Permission Item. Function, the holder will obtain temporary administrator privileges for the A7 area, allowing limited environmental manipulation and a complete map view of the area. Note, the permission is only valid within the A7 area. After leaving this area, the item will become an energy crystal with no attributes. Temporary administrator privileges. A playful smile appeared on Baiyu's lips. This is interesting. This is no longer just finding a game bug, it's like directly picking up the GM's backstage key. He probed a trace of mental power into the crystal, and instantly, a complete 3-dimensional map composed of countless rays of light unfolded in his mind. On the map, dense red dots represent various monsters and traps, while dozens of green dots of light represent the locations of all the students on the platform. Among them, 2 green dots were particularly close to him. One is Lu Yao. The other one is Su Li. At this time, the other students on the platform finally recovered from the extreme shock. They looked at the hole in the wall that was violently broken, and at Group 73 that was far ahead in the standings. Everyone's expression was extremely complicated. Envy, jealousy, confusion, and a hint of dissatisfaction. Why? He's just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. That's right. It must have been a coincidence. That location must be some kind of structural weakness, and he guessed it right. The captain of an A-level team had a glint of greed and determination in his eyes. Let's do it too. I don't believe he's the only one who can do it. The essence of human beings is that they are repeaters and imitators. Soon, the team took action. They imitated Bayu's example and carefully searched for the so-called scar on the wall next to them. They actually found a similar one. Found it. It's right here. The rank captain was overjoyed and shouted to the power-type Esper in his team, "Smash it. Use all your might." "Yes, Captain." The strength student also held his breath, wanting to prove that he was no worse than Wang Hao. He roared angrily and punched the wall with all his might. Boom! The noise was equally loud, and a dent was also made in the wall. There's hope. The team members were delighted. However, before they could be happy for 3 seconds, something strange happened. Instead of being penetrated like before, the pit that had been smashed open suddenly sprouted dozens of dark red tentacles. Like venomous snakes smelling blood, those tentacles instantly wrapped around the strength department student with lightning speed. Ah! Help me! Captain, help me! The student let out a shrill scream as the tentacles quickly dragged his body towards the wall. His flesh and blood merged with the wriggling wall, making a teeth-grinding sizzling sound. Quick! Attack those tentacles! The captain was shocked and quickly ordered his team members to attack. But it was too late. In just 2 seconds, the peak level B-level strength student was completely eaten by the wall, without even a bone left. The wall even burped in a humane way and squirmed even more happily. This scene made all those who had the same idea and were about to follow suit feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and their whole body was cold. They finally understood. Bayu's success is not a matter of luck at all. Behind those seemingly simple punches and sword strikes lies a logic and precision that they are completely unable to understand. Bayu, who was standing in the hole in the wall, took in the entire scene and just curled his lips in disdain. A bunch of idiots. Do you think copying homework is that easy? If you can't even understand the questions, how can you copy the answers? He shook his head and decided to teach these classmates another lesson. He slowly walked out of the metal room and stood in the center of everyone's sight again. Then, he raised the crystal in his right hand that was emitting a soft blue light. "Everyone, are you still worried about which path to choose?" His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Are you still afraid of the unknown ahead? Still having a headache over this damn maze?" A series of questions left everyone stunned. What does he want to do? Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Bayu smiled. That smile was brilliant, yet it also carried a hint of mockery, like a god looking down upon mortals. "Now, I will show you a clear path." As he finished speaking, he gently squeezed the crystal in his hand. Buzz. An invisible wave, with him as the center, instantly spread out. The next second, a scene that made everyone's eyes almost pop out happened. Before them, the crisscrossing maze of vines that exuded an ominous aura, the two passages that led to wailing and deathly silence respectively. Surprisingly, like Moses parting the sea, it slowly retreated to both sides. The wriggling walls of flesh and blood and the twisted vines were all forcibly smoothed and reconstructed by this force. A broad, flat road that even emitted a soft glow suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, leading straight to the depths of the maze. No traps, no monsters, everything is in full view. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire boarding platform was silent. All the students, including those arrogant A-level elites, were frozen in place as if under a spell, their minds blank. If we say that Bayu breaking through the wall just now shocked them. So now, Bayu's words came true, forcibly changing the rules of the maze made them feel fear. An instinctive fear of unknown forces that stems from a complete subversion of cognition. This isn't even in the same dimension anymore. We're playing a survival horror game, and you fucking changed the server's backend code? What the hell is this? Ding. The host uses miraculous means to reshape the rules and guide the path for mortals. The effect of pretense is sky high. Ding. Your actions have been recorded in the history of this assessment. All the students' respect for you has reached its peak. Ding. Gained, fun points plus 8,000. Ding. Triggering the special achievement, Rulemaker Beginner. Your insight into the rules in any rule-based environment increases by an additional 20%. Listening to the system's prompts that flashed across the screen, Bayu breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Cool. So cool. This feeling of being in control of everything and playing with everyone at your fingertips is 1,000 times more satisfying than simply getting slapped in the face. In the distance, Su Li's body trembled uncontrollably. The A-level team members around her were pale, their lips trembling, and they couldn't say a word. The hot-tempered young man who had spoken rudely to Bayu before suddenly felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to his knees. His proud level strength seemed as small as a speck of dust in front of the miraculous scene just now. He finally understood the true meaning of Bayu's words. They will really hold us back. No, they are not even qualified to be leg pendants. Suli stared at the man standing in the center of the miracle. Her heart of Taoism, which was praised as the strongest in the academy and as hard as ice crystal, shattered into pieces at this moment. All her pride, all her self-confidence, and all her sense of superiority were crushed by the smooth road that appeared out of nowhere. She lost. A complete defeat. She had already lost before the battle even began, on another level that was completely beyond her comprehension. An unprecedented sense of frustration washed over her like a tsunami. But beneath this endless frustration, an even hotter flame was ignited. That is unwillingness. It's curiosity. It is an almost crazy desire to understand, explore, and possess the man in front of you. She, SSS-level Su Li, will never admit defeat. Let's go over there. Su Li's voice was hoarse, but filled with unquestionable determination. She made a decision. Since you can't beat him based on the rules, then, become someone close to him, learn from him, understand him, and finally, surpass him. And in the other direction. Lu Yao looked at the shocking commotion Bayu made and burst out laughing. The teammates around her also had proud expressions on their faces, as if to say, our captain is awesome. Captain, Su Li and the others, seemed to be heading towards Senior Bayu. A sharp-eyed team member reminded. Lu Yao narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and saw the direction in which Su Li's team was moving. Oh, you finally can't sit still anymore? She wasn't surprised at all. Or rather, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let's go too. Let's stand guard for Mayu, so he doesn't get snatched away by some malicious stray cats. Lu Yao rolled up her sleeves and followed slowly with her team. Then, an extremely strange scene appeared on the platform. The vast majority of students were still shocked by the God's Road before them and were hesitating whether to step on it. However, the two top teams in the academy converged towards the creator of the avenue from two directions at the same time. An invisible storm is brewing. Su Li and her team members came to Bayu first. Her level elites no longer had their previous arrogance. They lowered their heads and didn't even have the courage to look at Bayu. However, before Su Li could speak, a clear female voice with a hint of laughter came from the side. Suchou University beauty, you're in such a hurry to come here, are you planning to team up with us? Lu Yao had come to Bayu's side without him knowing, and she held his arm affectionately, looking at Su Li with a smile, declaring her sovereignty. Sure, but you have to follow our AU's instructions. Su Li's gaze didn't even stay on Lu Yao for a second. All her attention was focused on Bayu, and a complex flame was burning in those cold eyes. She ignored Lu Yao and said to Bayu in a commanding tone, "Give me the core." These three words made the air on the field freeze instantly. Wang Hao and Xiao Ran took a step forward almost at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, like two door gods, blocking Bayu, exuding a dangerous aura. The smile on Lu Yao's face also turned cold. Bayu waved his hand, signaling them to stay calm. He looked at Su Li in front of him, at her beautiful face filled with pride and unwillingness, and suddenly smiled. For you? He played with the crystal in his hand, speaking in a frivolous tone, as if he was telling a joke. Are you proposing to me? It's not a good idea to give me a token of love so early, right? Chapter 58 Bayu, just call me brother and I'll give it to you. Proposal? A token of love? These words were like depth charges dropped into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in the minds of everyone present. Especially Su Li's level team members, they felt that there might be serious problems with their auditory systems. What is that man saying? Was he teasing Su Li? He was teasing that ice-cold goddess, the one who kept her word and even the academy's top brass had to give her some respect? Crazy. This E-class is absolutely bonkers. However, what made them feel their worldview collapsed even more was that in the face of such almost humiliating ridicule, Su Li did not lose his temper on the spot. A tiny tinge of humiliation and astonishment flashed across her icy, beautiful face. She didn't even glance at Lu Yao, who was beside her, holding Bayu's arm and sporting the smile of a first wife. All her senses and all her mind seemed to be firmly locked by the man in front of her. Student Su, our IU's token of love is incomparable to this energy crystal. Lu Yao's voice was just the right amount of sweetness. She pressed her body closer to Bayu, as if asserting her sovereignty or sharing gossip with her best friend. If he dares to fool me with something like this, I'll break his legs. These words seemed to be a joke, but in fact, every word was like a needle, accurately piercing Su Li's shattered heart. Rau. This title, this gesture, all reminded her that she was just a latecomer, a challenger. Su Li's breathing stopped for a moment. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the unfamiliar, frenzied emotion that threatened to consume her. She continued to ignore Liu Yao, her blazing eyes fixed on Baiyu as she spoke word for word, "I need it. Name your price." She tried to solve the problem in the way she was most familiar with. She used resources, interests, and her status as the eldest daughter of the Su family to achieve her goals. This was her unstoppable weapon for the past 20 years. However, she was facing Baiyu, a man who never plays by the rules. Ding. Detected that the host is performing a high-difficulty mental attack on the SSS-level daughter of destiny, Su Li. Ding. Warning. The target person, Su Li's inherent worldview is being forcibly reshaped, and their behavioral logic has become chaotic. Ding. Conqueror, aura passively activated. The host's suppression power against targets with attributes such as proud daughter of heaven and son of fortune is temporarily increased by 30%. Baiyu listened to the system's prompts, and the curve of his mouth became more playful. He smiled and shook his head, as if he were looking at a child having a temper tantrum. Ask for an offer? He shook the blue crystal in his hand. The soft light reflected on his face, making his smile seem particularly malicious. Student Su Li, did you make a mistake? You are not discussing business with me now. You're begging me. Boom. The last three words were light and airy, but they were 10,000 times more powerful than Wang Hao's earth-shattering punch just now. Please me. These two words, like the most vicious curse, were deeply engraved on Su Li's soul. Who is she? She's Su Li. An SSS-level psychic, the apple of the eye of the Su family of the Federation, a once-in-a-century genius at the academy. In her life, there are only orders, never requests. A huge feeling of humiliation, mixed with boundless anger, instantly rushed to her head. The air around her began to distort due to her out-of-control emotions, and the icy cold air spread out uncontrollably, causing the students around her to shiver. You're looking for death. The hot-tempered young man behind Su Li couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, and a powerful A-level aura burst out of his body, and he wanted to rush up. However, he had just taken a step. Two figures, as if teleporting, appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. Wang Hao grinned and clenched his fists. The crackling sound of his joints was clearly audible, and his beast-like eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, was more direct. A shadowy dagger, as solid as a substance, silently pressed against the young man's throat. The icy touch made every hair on his body stand on end. He had no doubt that if he moved again, his head would be torn apart in the next second. The other members of Su Li's team turned pale in an instant. Only then did they realize with horror that the situation had completely turned in favor of the other side without them realizing it. One was a level in strength, the other in assassination, and they were both like lunatics, only following Baiyu's orders. Plus, there was Liu Yao next to them, smiling brightly, but everyone knew she was an SSS-level monster. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their high-end combat power was completely suppressed. That man is not only a monster himself, but even his teammates have been trained into monsters by him. Back off. Su Li's voice was very hoarse. The threatened young man took a step back unwillingly. The focus of the entire audience returned to Baiyu and Su Li. Look, your men are more polite than you. Baiyu completely ignored the tension just now. He took a step forward, moved in front of Su Li, and lowered his voice to a level that only the two of them could hear. Do you want it? He shook the crystal in his hand, his movements full of temptation. Su Li's body became extremely stiff because of his approach. She could smell the refreshing scent on his body, which made her mind even more confused. She didn't say anything, but just stared at him with her stubborn eyes. That's fine if you want it. Baiyu's smile was like the whisper of a devil. I won't talk about money with you. That's too vulgar. I just like to hear something nice. How about this, you call me good brother in front of everyone. If you scream nicely, I'll lend it to you to play with. How about this deal? Isn't it a good deal? Chapter 59 Su Li, my name is. Good brother? These three words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Su Li's mind. Her beautiful face, which was always as cold as ice, suddenly flushed with an abnormal blush. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. She is Suli, the jewel in the crown of one of the 5 great families of the Federation. An SSS-ranked, heaven-pleasing daughter. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have treated her with respect, even professors in the college have to be polite when they see her. And now, this man, this E-level waste whom she once regarded as a plaything, actually wanted her to call him good brother in front of everyone? You're dreaming. Suli almost gritted her teeth as she said these 3 words, her voice trembling, and it was unclear whether it was out of anger or something else. Oh? Baiyu raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. Then forget it. He turned around and was about to leave, looking calm and composed, as if his suggestion was just a casual remark. Etc. Suli shouted out almost subconsciously. Baiyu stopped and looked back at her with a playful smile in his eyes. What? Figured it out? Suli's chest heaved violently, and she stared at the crystal in Baiyu's hand that emitted a soft blue light. She needs it. Not only for this assessment, but also to prove myself. She couldn't lose. She absolutely couldn't lose to this man. Ding. Detected that the target person, Suli, is experiencing a fierce psychological struggle. Ding. The conqueror aura continues to take effect. The target's resistance is rapidly decreasing. Ding. Warning. The target character's Yandere attribute is being temporarily suppressed by the Tsundere attribute. Baiyu listened to the system's prompts and felt secretly happy. Sure enough, no matter how strong a Yandere is, when faced with absolute overwhelming strength, her truest side will be revealed. How could Suli look like an ice goddess now? She is clearly a little girl who was forced into a desperate situation but is unwilling to admit defeat. Suli opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say those 3 words. So shameful. She was asked to call an E-class person good brother in front of so many people as she was a proud daughter of SSS class? This is even more painful than killing her. Suli. Are you crazy? The fiery young man behind her finally couldn't help it, he is just humiliating you. You are SSS rank. How could you? Shut up. Suli turned around suddenly, and glared at him fiercely with her eyes burning with fire. The young man shut his mouth instantly, but the resentment and anger in his eyes became even stronger. That's a good choice. Baiyu smiled. It seems you are still very rational. He walked back to Suli and shook the crystal in front of her. Last chance, will you call? Suli clenched her fist so tightly that her nails were almost digging into her flesh. She could feel the gazes of everyone around her. Some were shocked, some were in disbelief, and some were gloating. But more than that, it's anticipation. They were all waiting to see how she, the high and mighty Ms. Su, would be trampled under the feet of an E-level. Suli's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, call. What? Can't hear. Baiyu deliberately moved closer, speak louder so everyone can hear. Suli's face turned even redder. She could smell the refreshing scent on Baiyu, which made her heart beat faster. Damn it! Why was her body reacting this way? Good brother. These 3 words were almost squeezed out from between Suli's teeth. Although the sound was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone on this quiet platform. Boom! The whole place went crazy. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. Suli! That ice goddess Suli! He actually screamed. And he called me good brother. What the fuck is this magical plot? Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully made the SSS-level girl of destiny, Suli, surrender in public. Ding! The conqueror aura has reached its peak. Gain refreshing points plus 10,000. Ding! The target character, Suli's favorability has fluctuated dramatically. Current favorability, 50 plus 20. Ding! Triggering the special achievement, the surrender of Heaven's proud daughter. Obtaining the special title, Arrogance Crusher. Baiyu nodded with satisfaction and handed the crystal in his hand to Suli. Very good, that's right. Go and play with it, dear sister. The moment Suli took the crystal, her whole body was shaking. I don't know if it's anger, shame, or some other complex emotion. She held the crystal tightly, as if she wanted to crush it. Baiyu. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "I'll make a note of this." "You're welcome any time." Baiyu shrugged, completely ignoring her threat. Then, he turned to Lu Yao, who had been watching the show nearby. "Yao Yao, did you want to say something just now?" Lu Yao blinked, a sly smile on her face. "I want to say, Ayu, you were so bad." Her voice was a little coquettish. Miss Su was even bullied to tears by Yu. Crying? Baiyu looked at Su Li and found that her eyes were a little red. But those were not tears of grievance, but a complex mixture of anger and shame. "It's okay. Tears are a woman's best makeup." Baiyu smiled. "Ms. Su looks even more beautiful now." This sentence made Su Li's face even redder. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Okay, now that the deal is done, we should go." Baiyu clapped his hands. "Wang Hao, Xiaoran, let's go." "Yes, brother Bai." The two followed immediately. Lu Yao took Baiyu's arm and looked at Su Li with a smug look on her face. "Miss Su, remember to follow closely and don't get lost." After saying that, she and Baiyu set foot on the God's road created by Baiyu. Su Li stood there, watching their departing backs, feeling mixed emotions. She lost. Completely lost. Not only did you lose face, you also lost money. But she looked at the crystal in her hand, feeling the powerful force within it. This feeling of being controlled but having to submit. Why did it make her feel strangely excited? "Captain." The team member behind her called cautiously. "Follow them." Suli took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the complicated emotions in her heart. "Let's go that way too." "But Captain, that by you." "I said follow him." Suli's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. The team members didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow her onto the bright road. On the other side of the platform, other students were still shocked by what had just happened. "Oh my god," Suli really screamed. "Who on earth is this by you? He can even make Suli surrender? E rank? Are you kidding me? With this kind of strength, I'd believe him if he said he was SSS rank. Look at the standings. Their points have gone up again." Everyone looked at their terminals and found that the points of Group 73 had changed again. Points 1,500. Exploration degree 8.2%. This number made everyone feel despair. They are still struggling here about which path to choose, but others have already changed the path and their points are skyrocketing. How can this be compared? Let's go. Let's follow. That's right. It's never wrong to follow the boss. Damn it, who cares about face or not, as long as I can pass the level. As a result, more and more students began to embark on the broad road created by Baiyu. The entire platform became lively in an instant. Baiyu, who was walking in front, just smiled faintly when he heard the noise coming from behind him. "Ayu, if you do this, will it allow others to take advantage of you?" Lu Yao asked worriedly. "Taking advantage?" Baiyu shook his head. "Yao Yao, do you think I would do a business that would lose money?" Lu Yao blinked and suddenly understood something. "You mean, there's something wrong with this road?" "It's not that there's a problem." Baiyu's smile became even more mysterious. "It's just, this road is only useful to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyu, who was walking at the front of the team, suddenly stopped. Ahead, the bright avenue that originally led straight to the depths of the maze actually split into three forks here. On the left, there is a passage emitting golden light. On the right is a passage filled with silver mist. In the middle, there is a black passage that looks ordinary but gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of each of the three roads. The stone tablet on the left reads, Road of Trial, Strength. The stone tablet on the right reads, Road of Trials, Wisdom. The stone tablet in the middle reads, The Road of Trial? This. Lu Yao looked at the three roads in front of her, a little confused. Why do I have another choice? Baiyu looked at the three stone tablets, especially the one in the middle with a question mark written on it, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Interesting. It seems this maze is more complicated than I thought. At this moment, Suli also caught up with her team. She looked at the three roads in front of her, then looked at Baiyu, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Baiyu, which path do you want to choose? Her voice was calm, but Baiyu could hear the hidden tension in it. Baiyu turned around, looked at Suli's beautiful face which still had a hint of blush, and suddenly smiled. Student Su, which one do you think I should choose? Chapter 60 I Choose Your Path. Suli looked at the 3 roads in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. She had just called Baiyu good brother in public, and the humiliation was still burning in her heart, but what concerned her more was what choice Baiyu would make now. I think. Suli bit her lip, her voice carrying a barely perceptible nervousness, you should choose the middle one. Oh? Why? Baiyu looked at her with interest. Suli's face flushed slightly, but she still managed to speak, because you never play by the rules. The left side is strength, the right side is wisdom, both are too ordinary. Only the unknown path in the middle is worthy of you. When she said this, even she was stunned. When did she get to know this man so well? Ding. Detected that the target person, Suli's understanding of the host has greatly improved. Ding. Suli, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 30. Baiyu listened to the system prompts, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. That's a good analysis. He nodded. But I have a better idea. As he spoke, he walked to the center of the 3 roads and raised the piece of maze core fragment he had borrowed from Suli. Since you have administrator privileges, let me see how many secrets this maze has. The blue light bloomed again, and this time, the entire space began to tremble. Under the influence of this force, the 3 roads that were originally clearly separated began to slowly merge. Golden light, silver mist, and unfathomable darkness, 3 completely different forces intertwined and merged in the air, eventually forming a brand new path. This road has the majesty of gold, the mystery of silver, and the depth of black. More importantly, at the end of this road, one can vaguely see a huge palace, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. Oh my god. Wang Hao was stunned. Brother Bai, are you merging the 3 roads? To be precise, they have been restored to their original state. Baiyu put away the crystal and said calmly, these 3 roads were originally one, but they were divided artificially. Ding. The host has successfully cracked the core mechanism of the maze. Ding. Gain, fun points plus 5,000. Ding. The shock level of all the students in the audience has reached a new height. At this time, the other students who followed behind were completely numb after seeing this scene. Can you still play like this? Damn, is this still a human being? I suspect he is the designer of this maze. As Suli watched Baiyu display his miraculous skills again, the fire in her heart burned even brighter. She stared at Baiyu's back, with a complicated light flashing in her eyes. Admiration, resentment, anger, and a hint of obsession that she herself was unwilling to admit. Ayu is really amazing. Lu Yao smiled and took Baiyu's arm. But if we do this, won't everyone else have to follow us? It doesn't matter. Baiyu shrugged. Anyway, the final assessment isn't about who arrives first, but who can come out alive. These words made everyone shudder. Yes, this is a hellish level of difficulty test, with a mortality rate of up to 30%. Even if Baiyu leads the way, who knows what dangers are waiting ahead? Let's go. Baiyu took the lead in embarking on the road of fusion. Lu Yao followed closely behind, with Wang Hao and Xiao Ran protecting him on both sides. Suli hesitated for a moment, then followed with her team. Seeing this, other students followed suit. The entire team marched towards the depths of the maze in a mighty manner. As they walked along the road, Lu Yao suddenly leaned close to Baiyu's ear and whispered, Ayu, I noticed something's wrong with the way Suli looks at you. Oh? What's wrong? Baiyu asked knowingly. It's very complicated. Lu Yao frowned, it's a bit like that. Like what? Like the kitten I raised when I was a child. Even after I bullied it, it couldn't bear to leave my eyes. Lu Yao thought about it and found an appropriate metaphor. Baiyu almost laughed out loud. Lu Yao's metaphor is really vivid. Suli's current state is indeed a bit like a kitten that has been overtrained by its owner. It wants to resist, but is reluctant to leave. Yao Yao, you won't be jealous, will you? Baiyu teased her deliberately. No way. Lu Yao pouted. I'm very confident in myself. Besides, you're so talented, it's normal for more girls to like you. These words were spoken lightly, but Baiyu could hear a hint of sourness hidden in them. He reached out and gently stroked Lu Yao's hair. Don't worry, in my heart, you will always be the most special one. Lu Yao's face turned red instantly, and the little jealousy in her heart disappeared. Suli, who was walking behind, couldn't hear what they were saying, but when she saw their intimate interaction, her heart ached. She clenched her fist so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Why? Why can Lu Yao hold his arms so naturally? Why can Lu Yao enjoy his tenderness? And she, the eldest daughter of the Su family, a proud daughter of SSS rank, had to call him good brother in front of everyone? Captain, are you okay? The team member next to him asked cautiously. Only then did Su Li realize that his special abilities had begun to leak out uncontrollably due to his emotional fluctuations. The surrounding temperature dropped several degrees, and even a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. It's okay. Su Li took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the riot of his supernatural powers. But the fire in her heart burned even brighter. At this moment, Bai Yu's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone, there's something interesting ahead. Be careful. Everyone looked up and saw a huge space appearing in front of the fusion road. This space was as large as several football fields, surrounded by towering stone walls and topped by a huge dome engraved with complex runes. And in the center of the space stands a huge altar. The altar is octagonal, with a stone pillar at each corner, and flames of different colors burning on top of the pillars. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a huge crystal ball suspended in the center of the altar. Something seemed to be sealed inside the crystal ball, which continuously emitted strong energy fluctuations. This is... Su Li looked at the crystal ball, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The core of the maze? That should be it. Bai Yu nodded. It seems we have found our ultimate goal. At this moment, countless rays of light suddenly appeared around the altar. Those lights gathered together to form a huge magic circle. Then, a majestic voice rang out throughout the space. Welcome to the land of trials. To gain the power of the core, you must pass the final test. The rules of the test are as follows. Everyone will be randomly assigned to different trial spaces. Only those who pass the test will be eligible to challenge the core. The trial is about to begin, please be prepared. As soon as the words fell, the entire space began to vibrate violently. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and dazzling light poured out from the cracks. Not good. Bai Yu frowned. We're going to be forced to separate. He was about to make a move, but the light had already surrounded everyone. Ayu. Lu Yao stretched out her hand, trying to grab Bai Yu. Bai Yu. Su Li also subconsciously stretched out her hand to him. But it was too late. There was a flash of light, and everyone disappeared where they were. When the light faded, the huge space returned to peace. Only the altar still stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the challenger. Chapter 61: The Final Trial? For Bai Yu, it's better to coax his girlfriend. The dazzling light faded away, and Bai Yu found himself in a pure white space. There is nothing here, it is boundless, and it is pure white above, below, left and right. There is no reference point at all, as if the entire world has been stripped of color and entity. If an ordinary person stayed here, he would probably go crazy due to sensory deprivation within 3 minutes. But Bai Yu just stood there calmly, without even a trace of emotion on his face. Ding! Welcome to the Trial of the Heart space. This trial is designed to test the challenger's creativity and will. Trial mission: please create life in this void. Task time limit: 1 hour. Penalty for failure: the spirit will be forever damned. The cold system prompt sound echoed in the pure white space, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Create life? Or within an hour? This is something only a god could do. If any other student, even SSS-level Lu Yao or Su Li, heard this task requirement, they would probably despair instantly. This is not a test that any mortal can complete. However, after hearing this, Bai Yu's mouth corners slightly curled up. Creating life? A test of will? He chuckled and muttered to himself, this is much easier than dealing with Yao Yao and Su Li's Shura field. For him, the most difficult thing in the world has never been a god-level test, but a woman's mind. Especially the thoughts of the ex-girlfriend. Ding! Detected that the host is undergoing the final trial of the heart. Ding! Tactician, skill automatically activated. The host's ability to analyze the current environment and rules increases by 50%. Countless streams of information flash through Bai Yu's mind in an instant. Creating life, this word sounds mysterious. But the core of this trial is obviously not to really let him become the creator. The key words are trial of the heart, will and creation. This shows that the creation here is a conceptual and idealistic creation. The competition is about who has stronger mental strength, who has a more determined will, and who has a more outrageous imagination. Thinking of this, Bai completely relaxed. Comparing mental strength? Joke. Inside his body resides the soul of an adult from the age of information explosion. If the spiritual world of the geniuses in this world is a library, then his spiritual world is the entire internet. That's a bit of bullying. Bai shook his head helplessly. He stretched out his right hand and a thought came to his mind. Ding! E-level ability, paper plane generation, has been activated. An ordinary white A4 paper appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was the E-level ability he awakened after crossing over, which was considered by everyone, including himself, to be the most useless in the world. Only one paper airplane can be generated per day. It cannot explode, cannot search for enemies, and cannot cause any elemental damage. Its only advantage is that it is light enough and can fly farther when thrown. Looking at the white paper in his hand, Bai smiled. He did not fold it into an airplane as usual, but slowly injected his mental power into it. It is not that kind of violent infusion of energy, but a more delicate and gentle concept and endowment. He began to write a story on the paper. A story about life. He thought of the first ray of sunlight on Earth and the first single-celled organism. He thought of the Cambrian explosion of life, when billions of species competed in the ocean. He thought of the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, that magnificent epic. He thought about the birth of mankind, from eating raw meat and drinking blood to building civilization, from looking up at the stars to exploring the universe. Countless images, countless pieces of knowledge, and countless emotions were imprinted on this thin piece of paper by his mental power. This piece of paper is no longer just paper. It became a history book, a microcosm of the world, and a seed of life. After doing all this, beads of sweat appeared on Bai's forehead. This kind of delicate mental operation is also a considerable burden for him. He gently held the piece of white paper, which had become somewhat heavy and even emitted a faint glow, and folded it into the simplest paper airplane. Then, he breathed gently towards the endless pure white in front of him. Go ahead. The paper airplane flew out wobbly. At first, it flew very slowly and weakly, as if it would fall at any time. But in the next second, something strange happened. The story carried on the paper airplane begins to materialize. Boom! The pure white space shook violently. A ray of golden sunlight pierced through the void, and then an azure ocean appeared out of thin air and spread out under Bai's feet. Wherever the paper airplane flew over, countless tiny spots of light were born in the ocean. That was the first life. Immediately afterwards, these light spots evolved rapidly. Trilobites, Anomalocaris, Nautilus. Countless creatures that only exist in ancient fossils are now swimming alive in the ocean. The paper airplane continued to fly forward. The land rose from the ocean, and ferns grew wildly, forming a primeval forest that covered the sky. The huge brontosaurus stretched its neck to nibble on the leaves, and the ferocious Tyrannosaurus rex let out a deafening roar. Sky, earth, ocean. A complete ancient ecosystem full of vitality and vigor was created in just a dozen seconds. Ding! It's detected that the target space rules are being forcibly rewritten. Ding! Warning! Incomprehensible creation behavior detected. Ding! The core logic of the trial has crashed. Emergency judgment is in progress. Ding! Success! The challenger passed the trial. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Trial of the Heart with a God-level rating. Ding! Tactician, skill EXP plus 10,000. Insight increased to 20%. Ding! The host's control over mental power has reached a new level, unlocking the special skill, Will Armament. Ding! Gain, fun points plus 20,000. As the last prompt sound fell, the world created by Bai around him shattered like a mirage. The space returned to pure white again. But the next second, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Bai. The light faded away, and he had returned to the huge altar space. He was the only one in the empty hall. He glanced at his academy terminal. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the trial began. At the same time, in another trial space. This is a purgatory burning with raging fire. Countless monsters made of fire were rushing towards a figure in the center from all directions. Get out of here! Suli uttered a cold rebuke. The air around her condensed instantly, and endless cold air burst out, forming an ice-blue absolute zero area. All the fire monsters that rushed in were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered into ice chips all over the sky. Her strength is undoubtedly powerful. But the flames of this purgatory seemed endless. After killing one group, another group would come up. Damn, the energy consumption is too great. Suli's breathing was a little rapid, and there was a trace of dust on her beautiful face. She glanced at the countdown on the terminal and became increasingly anxious. She can't lose. She must not be slower than that man. When she thought of Bai Yu's hateful smile and the humiliating scene when she was forced to call him good brother, the fire in her heart burned brighter than this purgatory. That humiliation turned into endless motivation at this moment. Bai Yu. I must let you see with your own eyes that I am stronger than you. She gritted her teeth, preparing to unleash a more powerful move at all costs to completely clear this space. At this moment, the majestic system voice resounded throughout all the trial spaces. Congratulations to Group 73, Challenger, Bai Yu, for becoming the first student to pass the final trial. The evaluation for clearing the game is God level. Suli was about to use his ultimate move when he suddenly froze. The expression on her face froze instantly. What? First place? Completed the game? There are less than 5 minutes left until the trial begins. And the evaluation is God level? No, impossible. Suli screamed, her voice full of disbelief. Her SSS-level supernatural power, which she was proud of, was in a difficult situation here. And the guy who was considered an E-level waste in her eyes had actually passed the level with a God-level evaluation? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Puff. With her mind lost, she could no longer suppress the surging energy and blood in her body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of her red. On the other side, Lu Yao's trial space. This is a foggy forest, full of illusions and mental traps. But Lu Yao walked among them leisurely. She was surrounded by a layer of soft holy light, and any illusions and mental attacks within 3 meters of her would automatically dissipate. Her SSS-level ability, Holy Word, is the nemesis of all psychic abilities. A was really something, always making such a big noise. When Lu Yao heard the system notification, she was not surprised at all, but smiled helplessly. She knew that this level of test was nothing to her monster fiancé. I have to hurry too. I can't keep him waiting too long. Lu Yao's eyes turned serious. She stopped, clasped her hands together, and chanted softly. I said, let there be light. Boom! A pillar of holy light that pierced through heaven and earth burst out from her. The entire misty forest was instantly purified under this sacred light. Bai Yu stood in front of the altar, waiting leisurely. Soon, the second beam of light fell and Lu Yao's figure appeared. When she saw Bai Yu, she immediately smiled sweetly, trotted over and took his arm. Ayu, I knew you were the fastest. I can't help it. I was in a hurry to see you. Bai Yu smiled and scratched her nose. Just as the two were showing off their love, the third and fourth beams of light fell one after another. Wang Hao and Xiao Ran also came back. The trials for both of them were pure battles. Although the process was difficult, they managed to get through it with their formidable strength. Brother Bai. You are the first one again? Wang Hao looked at Bai Yu, so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. Bai Yu just smiled and said nothing. More than 10 minutes later, the other students were teleported back one after another, each of them with a look of exhaustion and deep shock on their faces after surviving the disaster. Finally, Suli's figure appeared in a dim white light. Her face was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. As soon as she came out, she stared at the man who was chatting and laughing intimately with Lu Yao. Bai Yu also noticed her. He let go of Lu Yao and walked straight towards Suli. Chapter 62 A gentle backstab from my fiancé. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two people. One is a man who has just created a myth, passed the trial with a crushing attitude and God-level evaluation, and is now calm and composed, as if he was just taking a walk. The other one was a favored daughter of heaven who had just suffered a crushing defeat and was exhausted both physically and mentally. Her face was as pale as paper, with blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth. She even had difficulty standing. The strong contrast formed an invisible storm that swept across the entire altar space. Everyone held their breath, not knowing what would happen next. Is it a merciless mockery? A show of strength for the victor? Or the ultimate humiliation for the loser? Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Bai Yu moved. He took a step forward and walked straight towards Suli in the empty hall, step by step. His footsteps were very light, but each one seemed to step on the heart of Suli and everyone present. Suli's body was stretched straight as she stared at the approaching figure. Her eyes, once as cold as ice, were now filled with resentment, humiliation, and a hint of despair that she herself hadn't even noticed. She lost. Lost miserably. The talent she was most proud of, the strength she had cultivated with great effort, seemed like a joke in front of this man. What will he do to her? Would he mention that humiliating name again in front of everyone? Would he use that playful look to tell her that she would always be just a plaything in front of him? Suli's nails dug deep into her palms, and the intense pain kept her awake for the last bit. She told herself that no matter what, she could never show weakness in front of this man again. Finally, Bayu stopped in front of her. The two were only one step apart. Suli could even smell the refreshing and pleasant scent on his body, exactly the same as when he forced her to call him good brother before. This scent made her heart skip a beat uncontrollably, and then she was overwhelmed by an even stronger sense of shame and anger. You. She was about to say something to maintain her last bit of dignity. However, Bayu's next action made all the words she had prepared stuck in her throat. Bayu flipped his wrist, and a small, crystal-clear bottle appeared in his hand. Inside the bottle was a liquid as bright as melted moonlight, emitting a soft and sacred breath of life. Yes. Bayu handed the bottle over and raised his chin towards her pale face. You look so ugly, someone who doesn't know would think I'm bullying you. His tone was as casual as ever, with a hint of teasing. Suli was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the bottle of liquid emitting a holy glow, then looked at Bayu's face with a faint smile, her mind going blank. What does this mean? A slap and then a candy? No, that wasn't right. He should continue to humiliate her, trample on her, make her realize the difference between them, and let her live under his shadow forever. Why give her a healing potion? What do you mean? Suli's voice was a little hoarse and trembling, which she herself didn't even notice. Bayu raised his eyebrows, seeming to find her reaction a little funny. It's meaningless. He pushed the bottle forward again, almost touching her lips. You are the one who called me good brother after all. You can't just watch your sister get hurt and do nothing as a brother, right? Boom! The words good brother and sister exploded in Suli's mind again like thunder. Her cheeks turned from pale to red in an instant. Humiliation. This is the real humiliation. Using the gentlest tone to say the most hurtful words. He was reminding her, reminding everyone, how humble she, Suli, the jewel in the crown of one of the 5 great families of the Federation, an SSS-level goddess of heaven, had once been in front of him. Ding! It's detected that the target person, Suli, is experiencing a fierce inner struggle between heaven and man. Ding! The Conqueror aura continues to take effect. The target character's tsundere attributes are being severely shaken. Ding! Suli, favorability +5. Current favorability, 35. Bayu listened to the system's prompt sound, and the curve of his mouth deepened. As expected, against someone as arrogant as Suli, simple crushing and humiliation were becoming less effective. He had to resort to both beating and pulling, causing her emotions to fluctuate violently, in order to continually break through her defenses. Suli's chest was heaving violently. She stared at Bayu intently, the fire in her eyes almost bursting out. But she couldn't say no. Because she could clearly feel the severity of her internal injuries. Her loss of concentration had caused her supernatural powers to backfire, and her meridians had suffered significant damage. If she didn't receive timely treatment, it might even affect her future foundation. The scent of the potion in Bayu's hand alone made her icy power feel an unprecedented desire. It was a magical item that could heal all her injuries. Accept? Or not? Accepting it means bowing to him again and admitting that you need his charity. Don't accept it? Her proud self-esteem won't allow her to fall here. Just when Suli was caught in a dilemma, a gentle and pleasant voice sounded beside her. Ayu, you are so kind to Miss Su. Lu Yao had walked over at some point, and affectionately took Bayu's other arm, looking at Suli with a smile. This bottle of holy light spring water is very precious. I remember last time I only had a scratch, but you were reluctant to give it to me. How dare you give it away like this now? Lu Yao's words were gentle and her smile was sweet, but to Suli, they sounded like poisoned silver needles piercing her heart. Holy light spring water. Legend has it that this healing elixir, which can only be found in the Holy Land of the Vatican, is so expensive it's out of stock. More importantly, the information revealed in Lu Yao's words. Last time I only scratched my skin a little, and you were reluctant to use it on me. This sentence seems to be declaring sovereignty. She was telling Su Li that Baiyu's precious items, which even her fiancé was reluctant to use, were now given to her. This was not because you were so special, but simply because Baiyu wanted to give it to her. He can casually throw things that others regard as treasures to you like garbage. This is a higher level of condescension and compassion from the victor. I can't help it, Baiyu turned his head and glanced at Lu Yao, his tone filled with a hint of doting. After all, she is my sister. The two of them sang in unison and cooperated seamlessly. This conversation became the last straw that broke the string of pride in Su Li's heart. She suddenly stretched out her hand and snatched the bottle of holy light spring water from Baiyu's hand. Because she used too much force, her fingertips turned white. I borrowed this. She almost bit her back teeth and squeezed out these words from between her teeth. I'll pay you back later. Double. Whatever you say. Baiyu shrugged indifferently. Su Li no longer hesitated, unscrewed the bottle cap, raised his head and drank the extremely precious holy light spring water in one gulp. A warm and sacred current instantly surged through her limbs and bones. The meridians that had been tingling from the backlash of the supernatural power were quickly repaired and soothed by this power. Her pale complexion regained its rosy color at a visible speed, and even her mental fatigue was swept away. The physical comfort only exacerbated her inner humiliation. She held the empty bottle tightly, looking at the bitchy couple in front of her, the anger in her heart almost burning her rationality to ashes. At this moment, that majestic voice resounded throughout the space again. Congratulations to all challengers who have passed the trial. The final test is just around the corner. As the voice fell, the massive crystal ball in the center of the altar suddenly burst into brilliant light. An ancient and powerful force was released from it, causing everyone to feel a palpitation. This is the heart of the labyrinth, the source of power for this trial ground. The ultimate test is to master it. Anyone, any team, can attempt to establish a connection with it. The first person to successfully convince the maze heart to recognize them as their master will become the ultimate winner of this assessment and gain its full power. However, control also carries risks. For those with weak wills, their spirits will be devoured by the core, forever becoming sustenance for the altar. The final trial begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, all the runes on the altar lit up at the same time, and an invisible barrier disappeared. The heart of the labyrinth, that exuded deadly temptation, was exposed to everyone without any defense. The whole audience was in an uproar, and then fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at the crystal ball with greed and fear. The ultimate winner. Gain its full power. The temptation is too great. But the warning that the spirit will be devoured and turned into nutrients was like a basin of ice water, extinguishing the ambitions of most people. Even the SSS-level Su Li vomited blood and was injured in the previous trial. Who dares to say that his will is stronger than Su Li's? Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on the man who remained calm and composed from beginning to end. Baiyu. Only he seems to be qualified to challenge this ultimate core. Su Li's teammates also looked at her nervously and asked in a low voice, Captain, we. Su Li didn't answer. She just stared at Baiyu with a complicated look in her eyes. She wanted to see what kind of miracle this man could create. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Baiyu finally smiled. He let go of Lu Yao's arm and adjusted his collar. He looked so relaxed, as if he was not going to face the final test, but to attend a dinner party. He did not walk towards the altar immediately, but turned around, his eyes swept across Lu Yao, and finally fell on Su Li's beautiful face, which still had a hint of stubbornness and a blush. Okay, playtime is over. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Yao Yao, classmate Su, are you interested in going together to get a graduation certificate? Chapter 63. Stop arguing, just come together. Baiyu's casual words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar in the entire altar space. Let us go get it together? What do you get? A diploma? He called this, Heart of the Maze, which symbolizes victory in the final assessment and contains tremendous power, a graduation certificate. This nonchalant attitude, more than any previous God-level operation, makes people feel a shock from the depths of their souls. Even more outrageous is, who did he invite? Lu Yao, his fiancée. This is natural. But Suli, that was the opponent he had just humiliated to the point of vomiting blood. She was the proud daughter of heaven who had gone head to head with him. He actually wants to bring his opponent along to clear the level? What kind of self-confidence is this? Or, in other words, what kind of arrogance is this? Crazy, Baiyu is absolutely crazy. What on earth does he want to do? Humiliating Suli is not enough, but he has to use this method? I don't understand it, but I'm deeply shocked. The students' whispers merged into a buzzing sound, and everyone's face was filled with absurdity and confusion. Lu Yao was the first to react. The smile on her face didn't change at all. She just tightened her arm around Baiyu's and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Okay, I'll go wherever you goes." After saying that, she turned around and gave Suli a sweet and harmless smile. That smile seemed to say, "Look, I am the hostess." Everyone's attention finally focused on the other center of the storm, Suli. Suli's body was trembling slightly. It wasn't because of fear, but because of a violent emotional fluctuation mixed with extreme anger and humiliation. To her, Baiyu's words were more damaging than any previous good brother. This is a blatant disregard. He didn't even consider her an equal. In his opinion, helping her through the exam was like helping a schoolgirl on the street. It was easy and not worth mentioning. Her pride, her SSS-level talent, and all her efforts seemed ridiculously cheap in front of this man. She should have refused. She should have straightened her spine and told him coldly, "I don't need your charity." But she looked at the man's calm profile, looked at Lu Yao who was smiling sweetly beside him, and then looked at the heart of the labyrinth that exuded fatal temptation. Reject, then what? Was he going to watch them both take the final victory? Was he going to leave as a loser in disgrace? No. She can't do it. The flame called unwillingness once again overwhelmed everything. "Captain." The team members around her looked at her worriedly. Suli took a deep breath and forced her voice to sound steady, although the ending tone still had a hint of uncontrollable trembling. "Who wants you to take it?" She raised her chin, using all her strength to maintain her last bit of pride, and said word by word, "I just want to take back what belongs to me. Just don't get in my way." These words are full of the flavor of being fierce but weak. But no one present dared to laugh at her. Because if it were them, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to say this. Very good. Baiyu nodded with satisfaction, as if he had expected her to say that. He let go of Lu Yao and walked towards the huge octagonal altar first. Lu Yao followed closely behind with an elegant posture. Suli gritted her teeth and took a step forward. Under the gazes of hundreds of people in the audience, the three of them formed a V shape and slowly climbed onto the altar. The moment their feet stepped onto the top of the altar, an invisible pressure surged from all directions. The heart of the labyrinth, in the center of the altar shone brightly, and the immense spiritual pressure made Wang Hao and Xiao Ran, who had weaker cultivation, feel dizzy and forced to take a few steps back. Lu Yao and Su Li, who were at the center of the pressure, also turned pale. A soft holy light emanated from Lu Yao's body, offsetting most of the pressure. Su Li activated her ice ability, forming an icy force field around her, barely maintaining her shape. Only Baiyu seemed to be strolling in the garden. The mental pressure that was enough to crush an A-level strongman seemed to be no different from a breeze on his face. "Did you see that?" Baiyu didn't turn around, but his voice reached the two women's ears clearly. "This core is essentially a mental amplifier. It repels all attempts to conquer it. So, if you want to control it, you can't use force. You have to use trickery. Cheat?" Lu Yao and Su Li were both stunned. What is this theory? Its defense mechanism is like a top-tier firewall. The harder you attack, the stronger its rebound. Baiyu continued to explain, but any firewall has a backdoor, or in other words, an administrator account. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand again in front of the two women. Ding! E-level ability, paper plane generation, has been activated. An ordinary white A4 paper appeared in his hand again. When Su Li saw the paper, her body stiffened uncontrollably. It's this piece of paper. It was this E-level ability that was considered useless by everyone, but it created a world in the previous trial of the heart, and gave her the greatest shock and blow in her life. Now, what is he going to do with this piece of paper? Under the confused gazes of the two women, Baiyu did not inject huge mental power to write the story like last time. He simply used the simplest and most plain method to fold the paper into the shape of a QR code. Yes, a QR code made of paper with a complex and precise structure. This is. Lu Yao was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Can origami be folded like this? Administrator's login credentials. Bai answered casually. He took the QR code made of paper, walked to the heart of the maze, and then made a move that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. He gently placed the paper QR code on the surface of the crystal ball. It's just like scanning a QR code with your phone in the real world. Bite. A clear and pleasant sound, completely different from all previous system prompt sounds, rang out from inside the heart of the maze. Administrator authority has been verified. Welcome back, the highest authority. The core defense system has been shut down for you. Boom. The enormous spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire altar disappeared in an instant. All the students under the altar felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, but the shock in their hearts reached an unprecedented peak. Holy crap! Scan the code to log in? Damn it, am I dreaming? Is this the only way to do this assessment? I take back what I said before. He's not the maze's designer. He's the maze's GM. The administrator. Wang Hao opened his mouth wide, not knowing what expression to use to express his feelings. As for Suli, she looked at the paper QR code, then at Bai Yu, who had a calm face, and her brain completely froze. So, that's how it is? She tried her best, wasting her energy, even losing her mind and vomiting blood, before she barely passed the trial. Countless geniuses have fallen one after another, their spirits devoured and transformed into nutrients in this ultimate test. With this man, all he needs to do is fold some paper and scan a code? This is no longer a dimensionality reduction attack. This is the creator god watching a group of ants moving their house with great effort. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness swept over Suli's body. She didn't even have the energy to be angry. Okay, the door is open. Bai Yu clapped his hands and turned to look at the two women. However, the treasure inside cannot be taken away by one person. It requires 3 keys to open it simultaneously. He pointed to the crystal ball, which had become extremely docile. 3 grooves of different shapes slowly appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. One radiates a holy light, one is surrounded by an extremely cold icy aura, and the other one is unremarkable, just an ordinary handprint. The answer is self-evident. Come on. Bai Yu took the lead and placed his hand on the ordinary handprint. Lu Yao took a deep breath, walked forward, and gently placed her hand into the groove emitting holy light. Only Suli was left. She stood there, her body stiff. She knew that as long as she put her hand on it, the final victory of this test would be within her grasp. But that also means that she will share this glory with Bai Yu and Lu Yao in this way of being led and given alms. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. However, the body is more honest than the mind. The desire that came from the source of SSS-level superpowers and the pursuit of greater strength made it impossible for her to refuse. Hurry up, Su, Bai Yu urged. The energy tide is coming soon. If you miss this opportunity, it will be locked again. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suli gritted his teeth, stepped forward quickly, and almost in a fit of anger, pressed his fair palm hard into the groove filled with cold air. At the moment when the hands of the 3 people touched the heart of the maze, at the same time, something strange happened suddenly. Ding! 3 keys have been detected and returned to their positions. The final inheritance begins. An extremely bright light burst out from the crystal ball, instantly engulfing the 3 figures. In the light, Bai Yu felt an irresistible force surging into his mind, and then a grand and cold voice sounded deep in his consciousness. Spiritual link established. Synchronous inheritance begins. Discordant will detected. Final purification process initiated. The next second, Bai Yu felt the scene change. He found himself standing on a familiar street. In front of him stood a girl wearing a blue and white school uniform, a ponytail, and a look of stubbornness and grievance on her face. Bai Yu, why did you break up with me? Bai Yu was slightly stunned when he looked at the face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Lin Yushi? Chapter 60 For the Joy of a Privileged Dog. Illusion? Inner demons? Or a recurrence of memories? Bai Yu looked at the girl in front of him with a ponytail and a face that was 7 parts aggrieved and 3 parts stubborn. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Lin Yushi. One of his ex-girlfriends, the former class monitor next door, was the first person to awaken SSS-level superpowers after he traveled through time, and then she turned around and started to pursue him. Ding! It's detected that the host is accepting the final inheritance of the Heart of the Labyrinth. Ding! The inheritance program has detected multiple emotional imprints in the host's spiritual sea, and has determined it to beat discordant will. Ding! Final purification procedure has been activated. The program will materialize the host's emotional imprint and attempt to use this as a breakthrough point to defeat the host's will and complete the spiritual devouring. Ding! Tactician skill automatically activated. The host's ability to analyze the current illusion rules increases by 50%. A series of system prompts made by you instantly understand the situation. The so-called purification wasn't a good thing at all. This, Heart of the Labyrinth, was a cunning trap, pretending to open up its inheritance, but in reality it was looking for an unlucky person to become its new host, or rather, nourishment. It attempts to use a person's deepest emotional memories to construct an inescapable mental cage. For most people, this is indeed fatal. Whether it is regret, love, or guilt, these complex emotions are the weakest link in the will. But for Bai Yu, alas! He sighed softly. This face that he was once so familiar with, now looked a little distorted. Why did you break up with me? Lin Yushi in the illusion had slightly red eyes and a trembling voice as she repeated the classic question. Bai Yu looked at her with a helpless smile on his face. He didn't panic like an ordinary person, nor did he try to break the illusion with violence. He knew that brute force was useless against such idealistic things. He simply asked back calmly, before you asked me this question, have you ever thought about whether you are really Lin Yushi? Lin Yushi in the illusion was stunned. The grievance and stubbornness on her face froze in an instant, as if a program had been paused. Bai Yu continued in his calm yet all-seeing tone, Yushi, although sometimes a little arrogant, never speaks to me in such a questioning tone. She keeps all her grievances to herself and works hard to prove that she's better than me and make me regret it. Besides, Bai Yu paused, a playful smile on his face, when she misses me, she'll call me Ayu instead of calling my full name Bai Yu coldly like she does now. You can't even do the most basic role-playing, and you still want to be my inner demon? Heart of the maze, you underestimate me too much. As Bai Yu finished speaking, cracks began to appear on the face of Lin Yushi in front of him, like broken porcelain. Boom! The entire street scene, along with the figure of the young girl, turned into countless points of light and dissipated into the air. The surrounding scene once again turned back into the empty space shrouded in brilliant light. Warning! The willpower of the purification target exceeds expectations. First stage purification failed. Attempting to switch targets. Error. Administrator privileges interfere. Switch failed. A grand and cold voice sounded in Bai Yu's consciousness, but this time, it carried a subtle hint of panic. Administrator privileges? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, remembering the QR code he'd folded earlier. It seemed the scan code to log in operation hadn't just disabled the defense system, it had actually granted him temporary GM privileges. Interesting. He had a thought and tried to activate the so-called administrator authority. The next second, his vision suddenly became clear. He found that his consciousness seemed to have left his body, floating on this ocean of light. In this ocean, there were two other cocoons wrapped in light. It was Lu Yao and Su Li. The two of them were obviously going through a similar purification process as herself. Bai Yu felt a little curious and moved his consciousness closer to the light cocoon representing Lu Yao. Lu Yao's trial space. The scene is a luxuriously decorated coffee shop. Lu Yao was sitting dignifiedly, sipping the coffee in front of her, with an impeccably sweet smile on her face. Opposite her sat a man who looked exactly like Bai Yu. But this Bai Yu had a frivolous and impatient expression on his face. Yao Yao, let's break up. The illusionary Bai Yu said, I'm tired of you. Su Li from the Su family is more challenging than you. I've decided to pursue her. This scumbag's remarks can be said to be extremely vicious. It accurately hits the pain points that no woman can bear, being bored by her lover and losing to her rival in love. However, after hearing this, the smile on Lu Yao's face didn't even change at all. She gracefully put down the coffee cup, raised her head, looked at Bai Yu opposite with her clear eyes, tilted her head, and said softly, That's not right. Although Ayu likes to play tricks on people sometimes, he never looks at me like this. Besides, Lu Yao's smile became even sweeter, but her words were tinged with a hint of dark teasing. Even if he really wanted to say something like that, he would have planned it all out in advance and thought of 100 possible solutions. He wouldn't be so blunt and foolish like you. The most important point is? Lu Yao stretched out a slender finger and shook it gently. You are too ugly. You are not even 1/10,000th as handsome as my Au. Illusion by you. Boom. The scene in the cafe shattered. Outside the light cocoon, Bayu's consciousness couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of Yao Yao, she always had unconditional trust in him. It was truly a great feeling to be chosen so firmly. He turned his consciousness to another light cocoon, the one belonging to Su Li. The moment his consciousness touched the light cocoon, a feeling of coldness, despair, and unwillingness came over him. The situation is not good. Bayu immediately put more of his consciousness into it. Su Li's trial space was a cold ruin. It was the altar where they had fought before. And she was kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds. Her fiery red combat uniform was tattered, and the exposed skin was covered with scars. In front of her, there were 3 people standing. Bayu, Lu Yao, and Lin Yushi. The Bayu in the illusion was holding Lu Yao and Lin Yushi in his arms with a doting look on his face, hugging them on both sides and enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives. He looked at Su Li, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. Su Li, you lose. The voice of the illusionary Bayu was as cold as a knife. From the very beginning, you were just a tool I used to provoke Yao Yao and Yushi. Your so-called pride is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Now, the game is over. It's time for you, the toy, to be thrown away. Lu Yao, who was standing beside him, also smiled triumphantly and added softly, Miss Su, face the reality. Ao has never liked you. Even that Lin Yushi looked down at her and snorted coldly, waste. Every word was like the sharpest knife, piercing Su Li's heart. Failure, abandonment, humiliation, being used as a tool. This illusion exposed her deepest fears nakedly. No, that's not it. Su Li's body was shaking violently. She raised her head, and for the first time, her cold eyes were filled with bloodshot and despair. She wanted to retort, wanted to stand up, wanted to activate her special powers and tear the 3 hateful guys in front of her into pieces. But she couldn't do it. An invisible force held her down, making it incredibly difficult for her to even move a finger. With her mind in tatters, the icy energy within her body had completely spiraled out of control, frantically devouring her body. Her consciousness was being dragged into the abyss bit by this despair and unwillingness. The purification process works. The targets will show signs of collapse. Increasing the intensity of mental erosion, prepare to complete the devouring. The cold voice echoed in Su Li's mind, as if sentencing her to death. Just when her consciousness was about to completely sink, a familiar and hateful voice, with a hint of laziness and ridicule, suddenly sounded behind her. Hey, did I agree for you to use my image to create this illusion? Have you paid the copyright fee? Su Li was shocked and turned around with difficulty. I saw a figure slowly walking out from the shadow of the ruins. It was Bayu. A Bayu who was exactly the same as the Bayu in the illusion, who was surrounded by women, but has a completely different temperament. With his hands in his pockets and that signature, hateful smile on his face, he walked leisurely to the center of the field, step by step. The 3 figures in the illusion all showed expressions of astonishment when they saw him appear. Why are you here? The illusionary Bayu screamed. Bayu walked to Su Li's side, stopped, and then squatted down in front of all the people, stretched out his hand, and gently pinched Su Li's face, which was covered with dust but still beautiful. His actions were filled with unquestionable intimacy and possessiveness. Then, he raised his head and looked at the panicked Bayu in the illusion, raised his eyebrows, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, My sister has been bullied so badly. As her brother, if I don't step in, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty? Chapter 65. My sister, I am the only one who can bully her. My sister has been bullied so badly. As her brother, if I don't step in, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty? As Bayu finished speaking, the entire ruins illusion began to shake violently. Su Li stared blankly at the man squatting beside her. The expression on that familiar face was not mockery or contempt, but a kind of gentleness with a bit of seriousness that she had never seen before. His hand was still caressing her cheek, and the warmth from his fingertips penetrated her skin and reached her heart, making her almost frozen heart start beating again. Why are you here? Su Li's voice was very hoarse, and she looked at Bayu in front of her in disbelief. One of the benefits of administrator privileges. Baiyu answered casually, then stood up and glanced coldly at the three illusory creatures. The three people Baiyu, Lu Yao and Lin Yuxi in the illusion all showed expressions of horror at this moment. Impossible. This is her inner demon illusion. Outsiders can't enter. The voice of Baiyu in the illusion shouted sharply. Inner demon? Baiyu chuckled. You rubbish programs, are you worthy of being called inner demon? He stretched out his right hand, and the familiar A4 paper appeared in his palm. But this time, he didn't fold the paper, but wrote something quickly on the paper. Since this is an illusion, we must play by the rules of the illusion. As Baiyu wrote, he said in a teaching tone, Suli, do you know why you are trapped here? Suli shook her head with difficulty. Because you care too much about what others think. Baiyu continued writing without looking up. You're afraid of failure, afraid of being abandoned, afraid of becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of others. So this illusion exploits your fear, constructing a scene that makes you despair. But Suli bit her lip. I did lose, I really can't beat you. Lose? Baiyu finally raised his head and looked at her with a hint of surprise. Who told you that you lost? I was defeated in the trial, vomiting blood and injured, and was crushed by you. That's called a trial mistake, not a loss. Baiyu interrupted her. True victory or defeat is never decided on the trial field. He raised the paper filled with words in his hand, and the densely packed words on the paper began to emit a golden light. Suli, do you want to know what true strength is? Before he finished speaking, the paper in Baiyu's hand turned into countless points of light and scattered, and the entire illusion of ruins began to change drastically. The originally dilapidated altar became magnificent again, the scars on Suli's body healed instantly, and the tattered combat uniform was restored to its original state. More importantly, she could clearly feel that the ice power in her body had not only recovered, but was even stronger than before. What's going on? Suli looked at her hands in shock. The ice-blue cold air flowed through her fingertips, so pure that it was intoxicating. I told you, this is an illusion. In an illusion, imagination is everything. Baiyu said calmly, and I happen to have the strongest imagination in the world. The three illusionary creatures were completely panicked at this moment. Impossible. The rules of the illusion are not like this. Rules? Baiyu sneered, I am the rules. He walked to Suli and stretched out his hand. Get up, it's time to fight back. Suli looked at the hand extended towards her, feeling mixed emotions. This man who made her love and hate him, appeared when she was most desperate. Not to mock her as a victor, but as the protector? She reached out and took his hand. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the point where the two people touched. Suli felt that his supernatural powers had reached an unprecedented level at this moment, and the temperature of the entire space was dropping rapidly. Now, let these trash see what a real SSS-level ability is. Baiyu's voice sounded in her ears. Suli took a deep breath, and the despair in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a burning desire to fight. She raised her hand, and countless ice cones condensed from the void, densely suspended in the air, each one flashing with a deadly cold light. Extreme ice storm. As she shouted softly, countless ice cones poured down like a rainstorm. The three illusory creatures didn't even have time to scream before they were completely torn to pieces and turned into points of light and dissipated. The entire illusion space began to collapse. Ding! Suli's will awakening detected. Purification procedure failed. Ding! Administrator privileges intervened. Forced exit from purification mode. The light faded, and Baiyu found himself back on the altar in reality. Suli and Lu Yao also opened their eyes at the same time. Ayu! Lu Yao immediately threw herself into Baiyu's arms. That was a close call. That illusion almost. It's okay. Baiyu gently stroked her back. It's all over. Suli stood aside, watching the scene with a complicated expression. Everything that happened in the illusion just now was too shocking for her. Is this man really the Baiyu she knows? The final inheritance of the heart of the labyrinth has been completed. The majestic voice sounded again. 3 challengers, congratulations on passing all the tests. 3 rays of light flew out of the crystal ball and penetrated into the bodies of the 3 people respectively. Baiyu felt that his mental strength had been greatly improved again, and his understanding of supernatural powers had reached a new level. The holy light on Lu Yao became purer and gentler. Suli's ice ability has been completely transformed. It is no longer a simple offensive ability, but carries a mysterious artistic conception. Now, you can leave here. A portal opened in the center of the altar. The three of them walked towards the portal, but Suli suddenly stopped. Bai-yu. She called him. Bai-yu turned around and looked at the beautiful face, which was now a little confused. Just now, thank you. Suli's voice was very soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly. This thank you is more precious than anything else to someone as proud as Suli. Bai-yu smiled and said, "You're welcome. After all, you called me good brother, so I have to take some responsibility." Suli's face flushed instantly, and she glared at him fiercely. You still say that?" But this time, her viciousness did not contain the previous hatred, but instead carried an inexplicable kind of coquettishness. Ding! Suli's favorability has been significantly improved. Ding! Current favorability, 65. Reached the favorability stage. Ding! Suli's Yandere attribute is transforming into a Tsundere attribute. Bai-yu was in a good mood as he listened to the system prompts. It seems that the gains from this trip to the fantasy world are greater than expected. The three of them stepped into the portal together and disappeared onto the altar. After they left, the heart of the labyrinth slowly dimmed and eventually turned into an ordinary crystal, losing all its mysterious power. The assessment came to an end. Chapter 66, The Correct Way to Open Shura Field. Alternative chapter titles, When the Situation Begins to Get Out of Control and War Between Women. At the other end of the portal is the central square of the academy. When Bai-yu and the other two walked out of the light, the entire square instantly became boiling. Holy crap! I really cleared the level. 3 people coming out together? What's going on? Brother Bai-yu is awesome. Even helping a girl through the game is so easy. The students cheered one after another, but more people noticed a detail. Suli's expression. It was no longer the cold and aloof expression he had before, but now it held a hint of complexity, shyness. This discovery made everyone present gasp. Suli, the cold and arrogant eldest daughter of the Su family, would actually show such an expression? Moreover, the look in her eyes when she looked at Bai-yu was obviously different from before. Isn't this something I'm seeing? Wang Hao rubbed his eyes. The way Suli looked at Bai-yu, why did it feel a little? What's going on? Xiao Ran asked curiously. It's kind of like a girlfriend watching her boyfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. Everyone looked at Wang Hao as if he were an alien. Brother, aren't you too brave? Dare you say that about Suli? However, Suli did not lose her temper as usual, but her face became even redder. This reaction made everyone more convinced of Wang Hao's guess. No way? Really not? Suli is really interested in Bai-yu. Just as everyone was shocked, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Ayu, you're amazing. Lu Yao held Bai-yu's arm affectionately, a sweet smile on her face. But you looked really handsome when you protected Miss Su in the illusion just now. This sentence is a compliment on the surface, but sensitive people can hear the deeper meaning behind it. Protect? When did it happen? What happened in the illusion? When Suli heard this, her body stiffened slightly. Of course she understood what Lu Yao meant. This was a declaration of sovereignty, but also a test of her reaction. I don't need his protection. Suli retorted subconsciously, but her voice was obviously unconvincing. Really? Lu Yao tilted her head, her smile becoming even sweeter. Then why did Miss Su say thank you to you just now? In one sentence, he directly hit Suli's sore spot. Suli's face turned red instantly. She opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. Indeed, she did say thank you just now. And that feeling of being protected. I was. Suli stammered, completely losing her usual eloquence. Seeing this scene, the students watching were almost going crazy. Is this still the cold, elegant, and arrogant Suli they know? Why do I feel like a shy little girl? Bai-yu looked at the undercurrent between the two women, with a playful smile on his lips. The Shura field has officially begun. All right, Yao Yao. He patted Lu Yao's hand gently. Don't embarrass Su. She was indeed very brave in the illusion and deserves praise. This sentence seemed to be helping Suli out, but in fact it was adding fuel to the fire. What does worthy of praise mean? This tone of an elder speaking to a younger person made Suli even more ashamed and angry. I don't need your praise, she said through gritted teeth. Really? Bai raised his eyebrows, then what do you need? This question completely stumped Suli. Chapter 66 Confess in Public? Suli was completely stumped by Bayu's question, what do you need, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. The students watching held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. This level of Shura field is rarely seen in a century. I need. Suli hesitated for a long time, and finally said through gritted teeth, I need you to shut up. After she finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Bayu. Etc. Suli's body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head back, with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in her eyes. Your control over your supernatural powers isn't stable enough yet. Although you've improved through the inheritance just now, it will take time to consolidate. Bayu said seriously, I can guide you over the next few days. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent again. Mentoring? One-on-one? Lu Yao's smile froze slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. He was so thoughtful, caring so much about his classmates. Of course I care. Bayu said as a matter of course, after all, she called me good brother. As a brother, I have to take responsibility to the end. You still say that? Suli stomped her feet in shame and anger, but she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Let's get going. Big news is coming. Wang Hao squeezed in breathlessly, holding a communicator in his hand, his face full of shock. What's wrong? Bayu asked. Just got the news. Wang Hao danced with excitement. The national supernatural competition has been moved up. It's next month. And the scale of this competition is unprecedented. Not only will geniuses from various colleges participate, but even the direct descendants of those hidden families will participate. Ahead of schedule? Bayu raised his eyebrows. Yes. It's said that because the awakening rate of psychics has skyrocketed recently, the higher-ups want to select the true top talents as quickly as possible. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva. And the rewards have also been upgraded. The champion will not only receive an SSS-level psychic enhancement potion, but will also be able to enter the legendary sanctuary to train for a year. Sanctuary? The students present all gasped. That was the legendary holy land for those with supernatural powers. It was said that one day of training there was equivalent to a month of training in the outside world. Interesting. Bayu smiled faintly, looks like this time it's going to be lively. When Suli heard the news, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Bayu, I will not lose to you in this competition again. Oh? Bayu looked at her with interest, then I'll wait and see. Humph. Suli snorted proudly, but then added in a low voice, if you are really willing to guide me, I may consider it. The sound became smaller and smaller, until it was almost inaudible. Lu Yao's eyes twitched as she watched from the side. This Suli, had she changed so much? What on earth had just happened in that illusion? In that case, let's start tomorrow. Bayu said, see you at the training ground every night at 8 o'clock. Okay. Suli nodded rapidly, then realized that her reaction was too intense and quickly put on a stern face. I did this to become stronger, not for anything else. I know. Bayu smiled and said, it's good to work hard to become stronger. Seeing Suli's reluctant look, the students watching were almost going crazy. Fuck, is this still the ice goddess we know? I feel like a little girl in love. Boss Bayu's charm is so terrifying that even Suli has fallen for him. Just as everyone was discussing this, Xiaoran suddenly came up to Wang Hao and whispered, did you notice that Lu Yao's expression is a little strange? Wang Hao took a quick glance and found that although Lu Yao was still smiling, the smile was obviously forced. The Shura field is going to be upgraded. Xiaoran sighed. Sure enough, Lu Yao suddenly spoke up, Ayu, since you want to guide Miss Su, then I'll join in as well. After all, my abilities need improvement as well. This sentence is said gently and considerately, but sensitive people can hear the persistence in it. Suli immediately became alert. Who said you should join? The two of us are enough. 2 people? Lu Yao tilted her head, her smile even sweeter. Miss Su, you're talking like we're on a date. Date? Suli's face instantly turned red. Who wants to date him? We are seriously training. Since this is a serious training session, then one more person wouldn't be a problem, right? Lu Yao pressed on. Or does Miss Su have some hidden agenda? The tension between the two women grew stronger and stronger, and the onlookers all felt a murderous aura. Bayu watched the scene, his lips curled up in a playful arc. Interesting, really interesting. Since Yao Yao wants to join us, let's go together. He said calmly, it will be more lively with more people. That's great. Lu Yao clapped her hands happily, then took Bayu's arm and said, Ayu is so nice. He loves me the most. Suli watched the scene, and a sour feeling welled up in her heart. She wanted to refute, to protest, but she found that she had no position. After all, Lu Yao is Bayu's fiancé. Whatever you want. She turned her head away, her voice a little muffled. Anyway, I just want to become stronger. Seeing Su Li's aggrieved expression, Bayu's heart moved. This usually aloof and arrogant young lady occasionally showing this little woman's attitude was really heartbreaking. By the way, Su Li. He suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Su Li turned her head with a hint of hope in her eyes. Remember to wear sportswear tomorrow so you can move around more easily. That's it? Su Li felt a little disappointed, but still nodded, I understand. And? Bayu paused, a wicked smile on his face. Remember to wear protective gear. I don't want to see you spitting blood again. The concern in these words made Su Li's heart beat faster instantly. Who needs your care? She said stubbornly, but the sweetness in her eyes could not be concealed. Lu Yao watched from the side with a tingling sensation. These two people were showing off their affection right in front of her? Ayu, I need protective gear too. She said coquettishly, you should also take care of me. Of course. Bayu stroked her hair gently, Yao Yao's safety is the most important. These words made Lu Yao feel better, but Su Li started to feel unhappy again. Watching the undercurrent between the two women, the students watching felt like they were watching a big show. The rhythm of this Shura field is even more exciting than a TV drama. I think Boss Bayu is playing with fire. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. What happened? Look at these two goddesses. Although they are jealous of each other, neither of them is really angry. What does this mean? It means that they both can't bear to part with Bayu. So this is the rhythm of starting a harem? Shoo! Keep your voice down, or you'll be dead if you're heard. Just as everyone was whispering, Su Li suddenly did something that shocked everyone. She walked up to Bayu, took a deep breath, and then said in a voice that everyone could hear. Bayu, I like you. Boom! This sentence was like a bombshell, exploding across the entire square. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Su Li in disbelief. She actually confessed her feelings in public?